Gilded Moon, Midnight, Masks and Mirrors, Moonfell Witches Book 3, written by T.J. Green and read by Diana Croft. 1. Present Day. "I knew they were here," Odette muttered, as she threw open the lid of the battered wooden chest to reveal a jumbled pile of ornately decorated face masks designed for masquerade balls. The scent of dust and secrets bloomed, and she shivered with excitement as she stroked a feathered mask and immediately had a vision of candlelight and heard the clinking of glasses and laughter. Seemingly oblivious to her experience, Como asked, "We're seriously going to wear those?" He picked one up and examined it in the sunshine streaming through the attic window. "Of course we are. It's time for midsummer madness." Odette saw it unfolding. A midsummer night under the stars, golden lights around the garden, laughter and magic spreading through Moonfell. Odette and Como were in a small room at the end of a narrow winding passage in the attic. The window sat above them, allowing glimpses of a bright blue sky beyond, and the room was hot and stuffy, the heat of the day already building. Spotting an old fan amongst the decorative masks, Odette picked it up and fanned her face. "I smell roses. Delicious." "And mothballs," Como said dryly. He fitted a Venetian-style half-mask over his eyes and upper face and immediately sneezed. "By the gods, this thing is dusty. But you look fantastic." It was embellished with gold and silver thread and ruby-red feathers that complemented his tanned skin and dark hair. "It makes you look very mysterious, too. This will be so much fun. Check the mirror." Como strode to the old wooden mirror hanging crookedly on the wall between the beams. "I think it's a little ostentatious for me. Maybe something simpler?" Odette started pulling out the masks, arranging them around her. "Domino masks, full-face white masks. I think they're called voltos, and very elaborate ones." The masks were a rich combination of gold and silver trims, feathers, paint, crystals, lace and ribbons, and there were plenty of small black domino masks among them too, that were meant to be worn with a hooded cloak. Odette rocked back on her heels and looked around. "We might even find the capes that go with the masks." It was the day before Midsummer Eve, when they were having their party for family and friends, and she, Birdie and Morgana were rushing to finalize their plans after needing to help the shifters hunt the mysterious creature that had stolen Maverick's wolf only the week before. Fortunately, Giacomo and Lamorak had arrived the previous day, exams over and eager to embrace life at Moonfell. Horty was due later that day, and her father, Ellington, her sister Giselle, Uncle Armstrong, her cousin Merlin and his girls, and maybe even her Aunt Simone and cousin Phoebe were arriving the following day. Moonfell would be busy, especially with the younger generation. If Phoebe came, that would mean Samuel, her 5-year-old nephew, would be there too. "Bloody hell, Como," she said, suddenly exhausted by even the thought of it. "This place will be heaving." "With domino capes?" he asked, confused. "Sorry, I was thinking about the amount of family that are turning up." "At least there's plenty of space to spread out, and they'll go home once it's done, but we," he said smugly, "will stay." "Are the shifters coming to the party?" "They've been invited, and are definitely coming. So have Maggie and Harlan, as well as Nahum and Olivia, but it depends what else they have on." She rose to her feet and dusted off her knees. No staring at the naked female shifters, please. I don't stare. You do. It's not cool. Well, they're hot. And I'm red-blooded. Which is no excuse. Exercise some self-control, or Cecile might turn feral on you. Which would be hilarious to see, but probably best averted. Come on, let's see if we can find the capes. They turned their attention to the other chests and large cupboards, but like any task in the attic, it was hard to stay focused. So many other objects competed for attention, especially in this room that contained old shoes and boots from a large span of years. Unfortunately, many were damaged, the leather brittle, and although it was nice to keep them, it was impossible to wear them. Bags! Odette proclaimed, as she opened a large cupboard wedged into a gap between joists. Like the masks, they were jumbled together, and were dressy handbags, intended for parties, not shopping. Beautiful ones with sequins and feathers and beads. I thought all of the clothes were in the main attic. They are. These are accessories. You know, I wasn't going to dress up fully, just use the mask. But now I'm thinking that I might. Not full-on fancy dress, but at least something more interesting than my usual jeans. Is that because a certain someone might be coming? What do you mean by that? Odette asked, trying to remain nonchalant. Arlo, of course. You do your own bit of staring when he's around. We have a complicated relationship. Como snorted. No, you don't. You just pretend you do, for some weird reason. She ignored that jibe, mainly because it brought up uncomfortable thoughts she didn't want to face. He sees me in jeans plenty of times and doesn't care what I wear. No, I'm dressing up because it feels right. We're having a party. The biggest we've had in ages. I love midsummer. The light is beautiful, and the days seem to last forever. The glint of glass beads on a pale blue silk pocket purse caught her eye, and she eased it out of the pile. Again, images struck her. A flash of firelight, the glow of hundreds of candles, the sound of music. But more than that, the feeling of tension, of a threat. She must have betrayed what she felt, because Como asked, "What's the matter?" I feel something from this stuff. Not unusual for me, of course, but this makes me feel uneasy. She opened the bag carefully and found a face mask that matched the decor of the purse. Venetian in style, painted and edged with feathers and lace. It was spectacular. Underneath that was a laced-edged handkerchief wrapped around a peculiar object made of tarnished silver. 2 linked crescent moons that looked like horns mounted by a 4-pointed star. As soon as she touched it, she heard muttered voices that reeked of subterfuge. Something that did not feel as if it belonged in Moonfell at all. Morgana led Lamorak down the stairs into the cellars that ran under Moonfell's bulk, flicking the lights on to illuminate the large space under the main kitchen that was lined with racks of shelving. Here we are, all of our surplus kitchenware. Some of this is probably quite valuable. Lamb gasped. I should say so. Is that silver? He headed to a glittering pile of platters and bowls stacked up in an orderly fashion. Some of it, yes, but some is silver gilt and others just chrome. However, it all needs to keep dry down here, so that's why it's dehumidified now. She pointed out the control system on the wall. Your great-grandfather had it all installed years ago. We used to rely on spells before then. This is much more sensible. Good for the wine, too. Lamb turned, perking up. We have a wine cellar. Of course we do. We have had many ardent collectors in this family over the years. She pointed through the arch to the right and flicked on another light, illuminating more racks, this time containing hundreds of bottles of wine. They're all through there. Many are very old, laid down years ago, but some are newer. Your great-grandfather Cosworth had a passion for wine, a real interest in it. I just like drinking it. She grinned at her son, glad to have him back in Moonfell, and to be showing him more of the place that was to be his home for hopefully years to come. Your great-uncle Ellington is also a collector, but he keeps his in his own house. I'm sure he would teach you about it if you're interested. He's always telling us what a distinguished palate he has, much to Birdie's annoyance. And her own, if she was honest. Ellington was quite the snob. Lamb shook his head. I love that we have it, but I'm not a connoisseur. Como might be interested, though. Morgana nodded thoughtfully. I'll ask him. It would be good to have someone take charge of stocking up our supplies. We do restock, of course, but a curated collection would be lovely. While we're down here, we should choose a selection for the party. I'm sure Uncle Ellington will add to it when he arrives. She turned her attention to the piles of silverware and glazed dishes. What we actually need, though, is a large bowl for the punch. Maybe some platters, too. The 3 resident witches had made a list of food for the party, and were aiming to keep it simple. Platters of finger food, sweet treats, and copious drinks, although, with the time rapidly approaching, Morgana thought that preparing as much as possible beforehand would be a good thing. The family would help, as would Munro, her shifter boyfriend. Just thinking about him gave Morgana a glow. What type of punch? Lamb asked, starting to unstack the teetering piles and placing them out on the floor. Something strong. Gin-based, probably. Fruity. I have something in mind. Something magical? Not laced with anything dodgy, if that's what you mean. Just herbs or spices, then? Exactly. Besides, everything I make is magical. It's called midsummer mischief. Lamb sniggered. That sounds like a recipe for disaster. A recipe for fun. Honestly, it's been years since we decided to have a big summer party. Yule is always potent because of the protection spells, but this is just about celebrating the solstice in proper Moonfell style. I think the last time we had one this big was when I was a teenager. After Cosworth died, Birdie lost her enthusiasm. Shame, really, but understandable. And then she got old, and it didn't seem right. I wish I'd met him. You'd have loved him. He was such a force of life, just like Birdie. Loved jazz and blues, wines and whiskey, and was an absolute supporter of all things Birdie. Morgana was lost in her memories for a moment. Cosworth wasn't a witch, but he had fit right in at Moonfell. It was such a shock when he died. Massive stroke. Lost him far too young. Birdie was devastated. Well, we all were, the house included. Lamb looked startled at that comment, and she tried to clarify. Moonfell needs the non-magical as well as witches. It all adds to the mix, feeds into the energy of the place. We lost a little something when Cosworth went, and I think we're only just starting to get it back. Haughty thinks it's celebrating 500 years of Moonfell that set our recent interesting events off, and she might be right. But I think it's a few things. And that includes you and Como arriving. Anyway, She shook off her sudden sadness. Onwards. Anything decent in that pile? She was drawn to the colourful pottery rather than the shining metals, but Lamb was tackling it with great excitement, and as he pulled an enormous bowl free, he sent platters clanging to the floor. Shit, sorry. What about this one? He flourished a large, deep bowl that measured a good foot across. I think it actually is a punch bowl. Look! He grabbed a matching ladle from the pile at his feet. The bowl was shining silver and decorated with a variety of fruits and foliage, including grapes that tumbled down the sides, and it had 6 elegant feet to rest on. As Morgana peered into it, her reflection softened, and she looked suddenly younger, as if a bloom of starlight was behind her, rather than the electric bulbs. A shadow shifted behind her, and she turned, wondering if someone else was in the cellar, but no one was. It was just Moonfell, playing tricks. That's perfect, Lamb. He smiled, pleased to have helped. And the platters match. Great. We'll take them all up. I'll take some of the pottery ones too. We'll need loads of them. They'll look amazing spread across the tables outside. He placed the bowl on a table by the stairs that led back to the ground floor, and then shook his head as if in disbelief at what he was seeing. How far do these cellars go? Right under the house. This is the cleanest part, though. It's far dustier and darker beyond the wine cellar. A bit creepy, if I'm honest. But, she smiled, feeling mischievous, there are doors to hidden passages down here. They run between the walls. She'd found many of them as a young teenager, but wasn't about to tell Lamb where they were. Finding them for yourself was part of the fun. Plus, she liked to keep some secret, like the passage on the first floor that led to the mezzanine level in the library. Seriously? His eyes widened in disbelief and excitement. Can we explore them? Como would love to see them. Of course. Maybe your cousins would too. But I suggest you bring torches and let us know before you come down here. I'd hate for you to get lost. We won't. He darted towards the wine cellar. I'll have a quick look before we go. Relieved that he was finding Moonfell exciting, she picked up some of the matching silver platters and carried them to the table by the door. Surprised by their weight, she hefted one up and turned it around to see if there was a date on it. But as she did, another flash of shadow and light played in her reflection, and something loomed close. She spun around, breath catching. But no one was there. Not in this time, anyway. 2. June 1754. Euphemia Halloden Westerly, High Priestess of Moonfell, stood at the window of her bedroom situated on Moonfell's first floor, watching her children conspire by the pond. My moon daughters are scheming, she said to her husband, Bambridge, sparing him only a glance before spying on her twin daughters, Sorrel and Wintermere, who were whispering with their second son, Tolliver. They think I can't see them. When will they ever learn? That you have eyes everywhere? He laughed as he pulled his banyan on and tucked his cotton shirt into his breeches. They are far too absorbed in themselves. How did we ever produce such single-minded children? We leave them alone too often, that's the trouble. He huffed out an abrupt laugh. They would find time to scheme regardless. Don't worry. I'm going to keep Tolly busy all day. The garden must look at its best for our party. He paused and sighed, and she turned to face him, knowing what he would ask next. Are you sure we are doing the right thing by having a party now? This is Moonfell at the summer solstice. Anything might happen. It's fine when it's just us, but with over 200 people here, It could be a disaster. And you know how masquerade balls can be, especially the public ones. It's a bit late to change our minds now. However, seeing as ours is private, I hope to avoid the licentiousness of some of them. But it must be fun. The gods forbid we are boring. It would be a disaster. I have considered it all, but with a few well-placed spells and an offering to the bees, we should keep the place in check. She wasn't feeling quite as confident as she sounded, and from the twist to Bam's lips could tell he wasn't convinced. She forged onwards. I just hope the Moongates behave. They love to reveal things at the solstice. I feel it's what they were built for. And yet, my love, we have no proof of that. I know. Moonfell had been in the family for almost 200 years, and still there were secrets to be uncovered. However, there was a pressing concern that her husband was refusing to acknowledge. The matter of their income. Plus, we need to do this. We have lots of competition for garden design right now. Lots. Showcasing Moonfell will give us the edge, and seeing as we haven't had such a grand party in years, everyone is keen to see inside the grounds. She snapped her arms out wide, encompassing the house and grounds. They love picturesque conceits and curious fancies, and we have them aplenty. It will look at its most magnificent on the solstice, especially with the masquerade party lending an air of secrecy and magic. If the garden misbehaves, no one will notice. At least she hoped so. We must also hope they do not consider our topiary old-fashioned, but I am not going to destroy that for the landscape movement. My dear, I am sure our guests will understand. Moonfell's history must be preserved even while we modernize other parts of it. Besides, our guests will circulate by the pond and the front meadow that are extremely naturalistic, and the pavilion will entrance them. Out of all the things we have arranged for this party, that has been by far the hardest and most expensive item. The landscaping around it alone. Other than the fireworks, you mean? Oh, don't even mention those, he groaned. Fireworks were very popular, and every party of note had to have them, but Bam was right. They were expensive, especially adding in the specially contracted team that managed them. It will all be worth it, landscaping included. We will show that we are equal to anything our potential clients might need. Euphemia, commonly known as Mia to all her closest friends, and her husband had a garden landscaping business, and Bambridge was the face of it. He was an excellent designer, and she, an earth witch, was a skilled gardener. They had met 25 years ago when she was barely 19, and he was a handsome and debonair garden design assistant who was helping to redesign a friend's garden. She had fallen in love within minutes of meeting him, swept up in his dark grey eyes that promised humour and romance, and his broad shoulders that spoke of hard work. Fortunately, he reciprocated, and within 6 months they were married. 12 months later they had Ambrose, their oldest son, and 12 months after that they started their own business. Then the other children followed. Oliver, now 23, was dependable, hard-working, and full of humour. And then Sorrel and Wintermere, the twin girls who were turning 21 in a week. Fortunately, Ambrose was married and living in town above a small apothecary he had set up with his wife, Lucasta. It was an excellent place to practice his healing skills within respectable confines, stocked with plants and herbs from Moonfell. Every night lately Mia asked the goddess that Lucasta would be with child soon. Oliver would continue the landscaping business eventually, but her daughters were another issue. Headstrong, cheeky, and brimming with magic, they ran wild over the grounds. She laughed that they could do that now, but such behaviour couldn't last forever. Mia sighed as she considered them and returned to the window to watch her moon daughters, as she called them. Sorrel had pale blonde hair and a challenging stare. Keen to meet life head-on, her moods flashed across her face like clouds across the full moon. Mia had seen it within days of her birth. Wintermere, the youngest by mere minutes, was just as pretty, but dark-haired and full of secrets, guarding her feelings since the day she was born. Her dark moonchild. Yet for all their differences, they were the same height and build, and their bond was tight. Strong with moon magic, they carried a slight fey otherness that was at its strongest under the moon's fullest phases and amplified within the wildness of the garden. Plus, the girls need husbands, and you know that is no easy task. If neither is to be High Priestess, they need to find something to do out of this house. This party will be the perfect chance for them to meet lots of handsome young men. She banged her fist on the stone sill of the window. When will the house find the next coven leader? This is ridiculous. She raised her face to the vaulted ceiling. Yes, I'm talking to you. I need a magical heir. Why have you not picked one of my children? Honestly, Bam, what if the house picks a distant cousin? It will throw us all into disarray. The house did not respond, and the weight of her responsibilities felt as heavy as the silence that followed her question. The house always picked the next high priest or priestess. Mia had felt it herself as a young child. The call was like a tolling bell deep in her core that tied her to Moonfell's future, connecting her to the house and ground so that she felt the subtle shifts in its energy. But her children hadn't been chosen, and neither had her 5 nephews and nieces who were all of a similar age to her own children, much to her sister Rosamond and brother Benedict's annoyance. Not one magical heir amongst them all. Bambridge, handsome still with distinguished salt and pepper hair, and lean as a result of his constant gardening and walking, crossed the bedroom to take her hands in his own rough, calloused palms. It will all work out. We will not be cast upon the street. After all, you are still the High Priestess. Plus, this house is big enough to contain us all, whoever it might be, most likely a child at this stage. I doubt any overseas family will be banging on the door any time soon. Wouldn't you know? She shrugged. I suppose I would. Exactly. He kissed her cheek, almost unbalancing the soft cap that he'd placed on his head. His oldest and most worn one that he favoured for working in the garden and that matched his banyan, the long worn cotton dressing gown that he preferred for work. He had a full day ahead of tending the garden and readying things for the party, much as she would be doing. She would cast aside her hoops and stays for her informal day wear of a cotton gown. I'll join you after I've talked to the staff about the party food. Then the girls can help finish decorating the garden before dressing for tonight. I need to keep them out of trouble. They might not be plotting trouble, he said, a twinkle in his eye. I think we both know that they are, and I need to find out what. Sorrel Westerly, young and ridiculously pretty. She knew because, frankly, she wasn't blind, and she had been told so on many occasions, was also headstrong and prone to testing her magical abilities at every opportunity. This midsummer solstice was no exception. This solstice, she said to her brother, Tolliver, and twin sister Wintermere, is special because we are about to come of age and our magic will be stronger than ever. Plus, the house will be full of people in high revelry. That means energy that we can draw on for our own experiments. Wintermere regarded her sister with her usual passivity that guarded all but her most fervent feelings. Using other people's energy is wrong. There could be consequences. I'm talking about collective energy. We are not draining our guests like vampires. She looked to Tolly for support. Surely you must see that the time is ripe for added revelry. It is a masquerade ball, after all. Her brother's lazy smile broadened, clearly amused by her suggestion. Well, yes, sister. It is a masquerade, but do we really want to be adding to the drama? This party is to show off the garden so that we get more work. It is not just frivolity. She tapped her foot on the stone garden path. I am not an idiot. Of course I know that. But we are adding to the magic of the evening. Or I will be, anyway. You two are clearly not up to the task. Tolliver always hated when someone suggested he was not one for fun and games. No matter, I can do it alone. You, Tolly, are becoming a bore. He wagged a finger in front of her face as if she was a child. Now, sister. I didn't say I wouldn't help. Winter we must, or Sorrel will wreak havoc. Together we will keep her in check. That was not what Sorrel wanted to hear at all. In check? This is a party. She felt as if eyes were on her, and she glanced up at the house, spotting movement at the window on the first floor. Mamma is watching. I'm sure of it, and she is annoyingly perceptive. Come to the summer house so that we can talk properly. She whirled around, cotton skirts flouncing as she marched up the garden path. It was a bright, sunny day, pleasantly warm but not too hot, and the scents of crushed thyme, damask roses, and honeysuckle filled the air. Dragonflies danced above the pond as she made for the summer house, a place where she loved to plot. Tolly, however, had to run to catch up with her, and stepping around her blocked the way. Tall and slender, with a mop of thick brown hair and grey eyes like their father, he commanded attention. He was dressed in a cotton banyan of dark green and a loose cotton shirt and breeches. His sleeves were rolled up, and dirt was already underneath his nails. Sorrel, slow down. I have to meet Papa. So please tell me now, what are you planning to do? Are you going to tattle? No. If I am to be dragged into this, I want to know the details. She shrugged and wondered whether to lie. Could she trust Tolly? But surely he would see the fun of it. I merely thought that when the party was underway, we could sneak off and dress up in costumes, then veil ourselves in shadows and appear around the garden as if fae from the other world. Tolly gasped. You would send them mad. He looked at Winter. Please don't tell me you think this is a good idea. Not mad, Sorrel cut in. Tolly was infuriating sometimes. A little light frivolity, that's all. Like Shakespeare's A Midsummer Night's Dream. I understand that we need this party to be a success. What could be better than to make it a truly memorable night? Winter's eyes widened with delight. I actually like that idea. We're not bewitching the guests with magic, just circumstance. Exactly. I bet our cousins would join us too. Hesper and Vespera would love it. They always resent not living at Moonfell, but this would give them a real chance to be part of it. Crispin will have none of it, Tolly pointed out immediately. He thinks he's above such frippery and nonsense. True, Sorrel acknowledged, heartened that Tolly hadn't said no to her scheme. We just won't tell him. Agatha, perhaps, though. Certainly Minty. Crispin, Agatha, and Araminta, Minty for short, were their uncle's children, and at 17, Araminta was the youngest cousin, and always eager for mischief. Hesper and Vespera were her aunt's children, both of a similar age to them and unmarried. Tolly grinned. I think it sounds fun, but I can't join in. I have to be present at all times to showcase the garden and our skills. Ambrose too. But I'll cover for you. Sorrel clapped with delight. Thank you. I knew you would see that it's all in fun. Winter, we shall go to the attic and find the dressing-up clothes. Then we need to hide them somewhere. Not the summer house, Tolly said immediately. There will be too many guests in this area. I thought of my hermitage at the rear of the parterre. Winter nodded in agreement. Excellent idea. Plus, it's terribly old-fashioned in that part of the garden now, and I know that Mamma is not putting many lights out there at all. She doesn't want to encourage visitors to the area. Exactly, Tolly nodded. That's where most of the topiaries are, too. Very unfashionable now. Sorrel tried not to roll her eyes. How anyone could consider that gardens had fashions was beyond her. But that's why she wasn't a garden designer and her brother and parents were. Let us head to the attic now before Mamma finds us. We need to search the dressing-up box. Like any grand household, putting on plays was part of their entertainment. We shall need several costumes each. Their mother's raised voice reached them from the rear of the house, and Tolly laughed. I shall pretend I know nothing. Go and hide, quick, before you're dragged into work. But don't take too long, it will look suspicious. But his advice was already fading, as she and Winter raced down a side path and around the front of the house. They had mischief to plan. 3. Present day. You know, Hades, Birdie said to her familiar as she gazed at Moonfell, already shimmering in the heat of what promised to be another hot day. I never thought I'd live to see a big party here again. I find I'm quite misty-eyed about it. To be fair, dear heart, I wasn't sure I would see you walk the gardens again either. He nudged her with his silky head, a soft purr at the back of his throat. I also enjoy a good party, especially when the wolves arrive. I like to perplex them. You are very naughty, I know. I bet you have seen many grand parties in your various visits. Too many to count. I think yours were always some of the best, though. That would be Cos's doing. He loved to party. As did you, I recall. Birdie and Hades were sitting in the middle of the small meadow that made up the front garden at Moonfell. It stretched from the full moon gate to the boundary wall at the front of the house, the shrubs that bordered the drive in the west, and the orchard in the east. In the winter it was kept clipped and tidy, but now it was in its full glory, and she and Hades were lolling in it as if she were in her youth, swooning over Cosworth again. Oxeye daisies, knapweed, scabious, common sorrel, buttercups and cowslips all vied for space, and the bees drowsed amongst them, zigzagging back and forth to their hives within the orchard. You know, as much as I love Samhain and Yule, I think the summer solstice is my favourite seasonal celebration, she declared as she dropped onto her back and gazed up at the blue sky. All the light is magnificent. The heat soaks into my bones. The early dawn, the late sunsets, so much light that it makes me feel as if I have become transparent with it. weightless like a dandelion seed bobbing over the garden. She had a sudden pang of loss as Cosworth's death struck her anew. He would have loved seeing Como and Lamb living at Moonfell. Youth and vigour again. Lovely. And the wolves? Hades asked, rolling on his back in the grass. He'd have adored them, but you know that. However, all this lolling about is not getting the party ready. I should move. You can rest a little longer. If I do, I will fall asleep and get sunburnt. It was tempting. The growing heat was soporific, but she had much to do. Birdie dragged herself upright again, barely seeing over the high grasses. I think Moonfell still has some residual Fitz and Ed magic hanging over it, she said, referring to the events at Beltane, during which scenes of India in 1792 had entertained and enthralled them. As if we're still in their spell. Fitz's spell, you mean? Hades asked. Yes, his gifts to Melly. I can't help feeling that it was a magically powerful time in this house's history, and yet that's probably silly. We have so many ancestors that will have all made their mark. Not all. Some must have played their lives out quietly, I'm sure. Even quiet moments matter, though. In fact, quiet, thoughtful magic has more impact than the showy, flashy kind. It all adds up over the years. I am just one high priestess among many, and I find that comforting. The weight of continuity, knowing the house will continue, its bones strong, its magic deep, all connected to our mysterious moongates. I adore it, of course. Her gaze shifted to the top of the South Moon Gate, currently drenched in honeysuckle blooms. But if I had no idea who would become the next high priest or priestess, I would be terrified that it would all end. I'd be panic-stricken. But you do know who it is. Morgana. She will be excellent. But who after that? What if something terrible happens and she dies, and then I died out of grief? Or I die first, far more likely, and then she died in a terrible accident. What then? Hades padded onto her lap, demanding her attention. She looked into his amber eyes, and his sombre gaze and deep voice anchored her. The house isn't going anywhere. It's not just tied to the head of the coven, but it's the coven leader who makes the magical decisions. Birdie took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. Sorry, I'm being silly. I don't know what's got into me. Sentimentality in my old age, most likely. You'd like to know who next, though, after Morgana? Yes, but I know I can't rush the house. Might even skip another generation. That's partly why I want this party, you know? She said, finally admitting it. I'm hoping that with so many of my grandchildren and great-grandchildren here, that it makes a choice. Hades sniggered, his whiskers shaking. You're offering them up on a platter. She laughed. Yes, I am. A prompt. A reminder of who it must choose from. Which means that I need to have another bee ritual again to make sure everyone has been introduced. Low-key, obviously. There's enough energy around right now without adding to it. It's the solstice. An offering would be advisable anyway, Hades suggested. Yes, of course. Birdie considered her immediate family, and realized that some would unfortunately be missing. There would also be many distant cousins who could be considered, those who were so distant they barely knew them, or had even forgotten they existed. Branches of the family that had diverged years ago. Choosing them would be unusual but not impossible. However, she wasn't about to invite any of them. I need to invite Anton and his boys, Jack and Louis, Horty's grandkids. It has been years since they were here. A future high priest would be nice. She rose to her feet, dislodging Hades gently and dusting seed heads and pollen off her cotton dress. You don't want it to be Lamb or Como, or Ellen or Marion, or even little Samuel? Hades asked, referring to her daughter, Simone's grandchild. I honestly don't care which one. I just want to know. Fretful now, she said. I might need to ask Horty to persuade Anton to come, and then I need to ensure all the rooms are aired and ready. Then you need to choose your mask. Don't forget the fun things, Birdie. I won't. I'll see you later, old friend. She left Hades rolling in the fragrant meadow and wondered why she was obsessing over this issue suddenly. Had she experienced some inkling of her death? No. She felt more robust than she had in years, and yet she couldn't shake off this strange mood. Lamb finished carrying up the last of the platters into the main kitchen, and within seconds Como manifested by the fire in a whirl of air magic. Not for the first time, he regarded Como's ability with envy. That's so cool! Wish I could do that. You talk to animals, Doolittle. Isn't that cool enough? Well, sort of, I guess. It's more unnerving. He was far from mastering his ability, but it was something he would work on over the summer. It was only the start of their long and hopefully amazing stay at Moonfell. I'm more excited by having the time to sculpt. Curiosity got the better of him as Como heaved the bulky wooden chest he'd been carrying onto the coffee table. What have you found? The masquerade's masks, and they're pretty impressive too. Better than I expected. He opened the heavy wooden lid and lifted a black mask off the top, fixing it to his eyes. A domino mask. Cool, right? You look like Zorro. Como slapped his thigh and grinned. Find me some breeches and leather boots and I'm in. He rummaged through the box and threw a mask at Lamb that he deftly caught. Beads and feathers, wow! The scent of musty boxes and incense struck Lamb immediately, and he lifted it to his face to examine his reflection in the window. Tricky in the bright sunshine, but he caught enough of a glimpse to see he had transformed into someone fantastical. I could be a drag queen. Como snorted with laughter. See, I see that. That is not what I expected you to say, but I would not stop you. There was something in the Moonfell air that helped Lamb throw off old constraints, and he wondered if it was because he had just arrived, giddy with the freedom of having finished his exams, or if the place was actually peeling back layers of behavior to reveal hidden parts of himself. He found himself saying something unexpected. You know, I'd rather dress up as a dandy than all in black. And why not? Como declared expansively. It's midsummer. A time for madness. You know the wolves are coming. Yes, I'm expecting Maverick to endlessly question me again about my animal skills. I have no idea what to say. I hardly know what I'm doing. Actually, I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm just hoping Cecile turns up. Aren't you over her yet? Over her naked body, you mean? No. Como tapped his head. It's in here forever, to keep me warm on cold nights. He smirked. Lamb rolled his eyes. Moving on. Where's Odette? Coming down the slow way. We found some old cloaks, bags and shoes too, but we're leaving them upstairs. And she found a weird metal thing that gave her bad vibes. What kind of metal thing? A badge, maybe? She said it gave her the chills. Like a threat? An omen of doom? You sounded like it. Como? Odette said from behind Lamb, which made him jump because her approach had been so quiet, is exaggerating as usual. Oh! She considered Lamb, who was still wearing his ostentatious Venetian mask, and her hand flew to her mouth, eyes wide with surprise. I like it. But I hear music. Just a drift of it. Laughter, too. An echo of a party. Her gaze sharpened. And something else that I can't quite see yet. He shuddered, feeling he'd been seen in some weird kind of spectral tableau. I'd prefer less purple, he admitted, sweeping it off, but not before he saw a hint of a shadow in his peripheral vision. He spun around, staring into the still room next to the kitchen where the witches kept their herbs, potions, balms, and other preparations. Are you all right? Odette asked, watching him and then the space he'd been staring at. Thought I saw something, but it's nothing. Just a shadow. Probably off the trees outside. Have you got the metal object? He asked, keen to change the subject. She set it on the counter under the light from the big windows. We need to handle it carefully. It's tarnished and such an unusual design. It says trouble to me. Como laughed. Yes, weird horned moons and a star always suggest trouble. Perhaps it's a badge to a secret society. Stop mocking, Odette said crossly. As soon as I touched it, I heard muttering. Like people were plotting. I have very bad vibes off it. Lamb tried to assuage her annoyance. Best not to piss Odette off. You just touched it again. Are you still hearing voices from it? No, just the first time. I could sit with it for a while, but maybe later. It gave me an oily, kind of creepy feeling that put me off. You found it with the masks? It was in this bag. She held her hand up to show a highly decorated but small, flat bag covered in beads and embroidery dangling on her left arm. We can probably find out the age of this just by searching for when this style was fashionable. If it's anything like when masquerades were popular, it will be within the early to mid-1700s, I think. It was with the masks? Lamb asked. In another place close by, Odette said. But there was another Venetian mask in the bag. Not my specialty, but we'll work it out. Probably Georgian, Como said. The golden age of masquerade balls. He shrugged at Lamb's questioning expression. I like history. Lamb wiggled his hand, now familiar with Odette's magic. Any other sensory suggestions? A masculine energy, I think. A sneaky presence behind it all. Confused, Lamb said. But that's a woman's bag, right? Yes, definitely. But the metal thing isn't. She shrugged. It may become more distinct, or it could disappear entirely. Lamb's gaze shifted to the still room again, and Odette said, Lamb? When I took my mask off, I thought I saw something out of the corner of my eye, that's all. You mentioning presences made me wonder, but I'm sure it's a shadow from outside, that's all, he said, repeating his earlier assertion. Odette crossed to the kitchen unit and filled the kettle with water, her expression thoughtful. These masks will have gathered many sensory impressions over the years, so that's probably what we're feeling. Big energy creates big impressions. Can you imagine the grand parties those masks would have graced? All the people in this family or guests, all excited, keen to impress, perhaps. The love affairs, the secrets, the fun. She smiled, transforming her pensive expression. How exciting! Especially in this house with so many places for discreet assignations. The orchard, the rose gardens, the summer house. Even beneath the moon gates. The magic that would have been cast. The spells beneath it all. It's about time we woke this house up again. Alarmed, Lamb glanced at Como. I think the house is waking up fine on its own. Like those strange Indian visions? Oh no, we did that. Or rather, Haughty did when she found the old lamp. Speak of the devil. She nodded out of the window to the short bobbing form of Haughty weaving through the kitchen garden. I didn't think she was arriving until later. Lamb braced himself. The last time he'd seen her was at Christmas, and he remembered her ebullience with fondness and a frisson of terror. The back doors were propped open to let in the summer warmth, and she bounded inside, voice strident. I should have known you'd be in here. Como, darling. She swept him up in a hug, a grandson towering over her. Look at you. I swear you've grown even more. Honestly, Nonna, I haven't grown since I was 16. She held his face in her hands, twisting it to check his health, and he withstood the examination stoically. So handsome. I'm glad you're here forever now. Perhaps I'll abandon your grandfather and move in here completely. Nonna, please, I feel I'm being inspected, he said, as she gave him the once-over. I'm fine, and I never said I would be here forever. She ignored his protests, hugging him again, and then hugged Lamb too. Look at you. I'm so excited you're both here, Odette, darling. Lamb was already exhausted, and he caught Como's eye, who was desperately trying not to laugh and failing. She was like a whirlwind, a small, round whirlwind. Where are your bags? Odette asked. On the drive. The taxi dropped me off at the side of the house. I was going to pick you up. You weren't arriving until later. Haughty waved it off. I got an earlier train. I just couldn't wait. Once I've had a cuppa, I'm going to find one of those Indian dresses and change clothes. You are? Lamb didn't really care much about the clothes old ladies wore. But Haughty was all tweeds and sensible heels, unlike Birdie, Odette, and Morgana. Beltane released something in me, she declared. The youthful Haughty came out to play, and she doesn't like being caged up again. Como, sweetie, will you get my cases from the drive? Then we're going to get the magic lamp out and show you a glimpse of India. You will both love it. Then she spotted the glittering mask that Lamb had worn and picked it up, placed it over her eyes, and shrieked. 4. June 1754. Wintermere watched the man talking to her father and instantly disliked him. He was handsome enough, young with well-tailored clothes, but not ostentatious. He had the air of a scholar. His hair was curled and styled fashionably, tied at the nape of his neck, and it was clear he had money. But there was something overly earnest about him, and his sharp eyes darted everywhere, particularly over the South Moon Gate, where his hands rested upon the surface of the stone with an almost reverential air. She was in the orchard, partially hidden behind a tree, where she was placing oil lamps to be lit later, according to her mother's design. Placements meant to illuminate the garden to full advantage. Wintermere was unsure how well the bees would like it, but the orchard was charming. Fortunately, she and Sorrel had managed to move all the costumes before Mamma had hunted them down. However, she had little care for that now. Who was that man? Looking around her, she saw that no one was close by, including the small army of extra servants that her mother had paid to help their own with the party. The family had been warned not to display their magic, but right now she could get away with it. Plus, the South Moon Gate was thick with honeysuckle, and the area beneath deep in shadow and utterly hidden from view. Confident that she would not be seen and that the displacement of air would remain undetectable, she used witch flight to take her beneath the arch. Within moments it was done. The bright afternoon sunshine of the orchard was replaced with the thick gloom of the gate, heady with honeysuckle and the drone of bees. "You see," the stranger said, "I find this Moongate fascinating, and I would dearly like to investigate them further." "I am sorry," her father said, polite but clearly perplexed. "How did you come to know that this was on our property? Have you been here before?" "Alas, no, which is why I was so pleased to receive an invitation to your illustrious party. However, I particularly wanted to see this one at midday. I understand there are 3 more? Remind me, what was your name again? We have many people attending, so you must forgive my manners." "My card, sir. I am Mr. Dorrimont Everley, a member of the Order of Stone and Star. We met several months ago when you were landscaping Mr. Mortimer's garden, Hayridge Hall. He is a dear friend of mine." "I certainly remember Hayridge and Mr. Mortimer, who employed me. My apologies. We met on the grounds?" "Yes, whilst you were overseeing the formation of the lake." It was unlike her father to forget anything, so Winter's curiosity immediately flared. And then she felt a faint frisson of magic, and knew the stranger was working a spell. She froze. Should she intervene? If she did, he might know of her arrival. Perhaps he already did. If she could detect his magic, he might have detected hers. And yet, would he cast a spell if that were the case? Was the stranger another witch? As she ran through all these scenarios, she felt the spell fizzle out and the magic dissipate, and realized that either her father was wearing an amulet made by her mother, which was highly possible, or the spells that protected Moonfell had countered the stranger's. Curious. She had never been around anyone other than her family trying to cast spells in Moonfell before. Her father continued, potentially unaware the man was trying to work magic against him. "I'm so sorry. I really do not recall, but when I'm busy, my mind focuses on many other things, especially now we're preparing for this evening's party. Please accept my apologies." "Of course. You must meet many people over the years. I also apologize for assuming acquaintance. You're a member of what order? Stone and Star?" "Yes, we study the celestial movements. A most fascinating subject, I confess," he added almost contritely, "to being an antiquarian. The past is a most fascinating subject, don't you think?" "I'm sure." There it was again. His attempt at magic. His failure. Winter was in the middle of the moon gate but edged forward, ensuring she kept her shadow spell around her, and tried to see the stranger's face. However, the honeysuckle that shielded her so well also shielded him. She focused on what she could see, the details of his breeches made from the highest quality linen, silk stockings, his well-polished shoes with bright buckles that had a curious design, 2 crescent moons back to back, angled slightly upwards so that they looked like 2 horns, surmounted by a 4-pointed star. A design that surely meant something. A family emblem, perhaps? Or the order that he belonged to. Or maybe, she chided herself, just the maker's design. So esoteric, though. 2 crescent moons and a 4-pointed star that was almost like a compass rose. It must be the emblem of his order, which suggested it was more than just a hobby. He also said he was an antiquarian. She'd heard talk of this new breed of men who collected curiosities and studied ancient monuments. Tolly had mentioned them, and so had Ambrose when he came to visit with Lucasta. While she committed the details to memory, the conversation continued. Her father was a calm, affable man, but his tone remained guarded as he persisted with his earlier question. "How do you know of our moongates, Mr. Everley?" "I am, as I mentioned, an antiquarian, and have access to many old books and papers, and I found reference to this land many years before Moonfell was built." The man's voice was smooth, but had a dangerous edge to it that was strangely attractive. Winter found herself eager to see the details of his face. He would surely have fine eyes, compelling, intelligent. She placed her hands upon the layered stone of the gate above her, knowing that his hand rested there still. "There was mention of 4 curious moon gates in the area, and I realized that they must now be in your grounds. Your house sits within them." "A bold assumption. They could have been dismantled years ago." "But this one is still here, which makes me think the others are as well." Her father must have realized that to lie would be foolish. The moongates would be visible to all who attended the party later. His tone lightened as he said, "Yes, they are. 4 wonderful curiosities that are now part of our home. You know, my wife would be delighted to meet you later. The land and the house have been in Mia's family for generations. She would dearly enjoy hearing any information that you have." "Yes, of course. I would very much appreciate being introduced to the great Euphemia Hallowden Westerly." He made it sound a pleasure, but there was also an edge in his tone. The unmasking, of course. Before would ruin the masquerade, would it not? The air thickened around Winter within the dark, cool depths of the gate, as if gathering its energy for an attack. And then it struck Winter that it was approaching midday, the time when this particular gate was at its strongest. The full moon gate, associated with sun and fire, the height of summer and the solstice. "Ask him why now," she urged her father silently. "How much does he know?" Fortunately, her father knew the importance of the question, too. "Why did you wish to see this particular gate at midday?" "It is placed in the south, directly to the south. It has many associations. I thought it would be excellent to see it under the midday sun." "As if it would perform a dance, perhaps," her father gently mocked him. "As you see, it sits quietly absorbing the sun today, as it also withstands the rain, snow, winds, and all manner of other weather we endure. However," he said, his tone cheerful but firm. "For now, you must leave so that we can continue our preparations for this evening. As you can imagine, there is much to do to ensure Moonfell is prepared for our guests. When you return later, I will introduce you to my wife. You arrived by foot? I will walk with you to the front gate. My carriage is on the lane. I thought not to impose, knowing that you would be so busy, as you say. I realize now how very rude that was, when all I was doing was wishing to avoid giving you distractions on such a busy day. Please, once again, accept my apologies." His feet finally moved, and Winter realized how still he had been throughout that conversation, feet planted firmly, as if rooting himself into the ground. Now he shifted, facing away from the gate to the boundary wall at the end of the garden, and finally the two of them walked away, voices fading as Mr. Everly asked about the orchard and how old it was. Winter edged forward to watch him leave. So he knew about the orchard too. Perhaps the servants had been gossiping, although no doubt people asked questions about the grounds. Now she knew exactly what she would be doing this evening once the party was underway. She would somehow be watching Mr. Everly. Sorrel had finally managed to escape her mother's attention after helping the servants to place what seemed like hundreds of mirrors and colourful oil lamps into nooks and crannies designed to offer intriguing glimpses of Moonfell's garden. All of the lamps had been spelled so that the oil reserves would last far longer than they would normally, designed to only gutter out with the onset of dawn on the solstice morning. They would illuminate the strange faces carved into the stone buildings, the mischief-filled green man and curly-haired pans with twisting horns, cloven feet and hairy legs, the occasional canunos carved into the stone columns in the rose garden, the beautiful mermaids around the fountains with their powerful tails and beguiling eyes, the winged griffins that adorned the corners of buildings and the edges of shallow tiled roofs, the many, many carved moons in all its phases that appeared on the house itself, the numerous buildings on the grounds and the walls, medieval dragons etched into lintels and on the coping stones of the buildings in the far northeast of the garden where she stood now, long, low and set so far back in the boundary hedge that it was almost obscured. One of Sorrel's favourite places that she had named the Hermitage. In fact, today had been more informative than she expected. Sorrel had lived in Moonfell her entire life, and yet she had never really seen it as she had today, despite participating in many spells and rituals, particularly the Great Boundary protection spell cast at Yule. Walking the grounds with her mother, she had seen much that she had not before. Was she just terribly unobservant? Or had her mother's undeniably powerful magic peeled back veils of illusion to show her more depths of Moonfell? She studied the old stone building she stood within again, almost lost within the dense laurel hedges. If ever she needed to disappear for a few hours away from the house, this is where she would come. Although she adored the summer house with the views of the pond that were particularly magnificent in the twilight, here, within the dark green secrecy of the hedge, she could be truly alone, which was hard with so many family members around. As well as her parents and 2 siblings who lived at Moonfell, there were half a dozen house staff, the gardener, and her elderly grandparents who lived in one of the towers. However, she was unlikely to ever run into them in the grounds, as they rarely emerged from their rooms because their health was failing rapidly. Even Winter gave her privacy in the Hermitage. If her mother knew she came here, she never said so. But then her mother knew all about discretion and secrets. She was the mistress of Moonfell, after all. The hermitage had once been someone's house, she was sure. A gardener's, perhaps. It had 2 rooms situated on either side of the large fireplace in the middle of the building. A large wooden table was positioned in the centre of the first room, and an old wooden-framed trestle bed, sturdy despite its age, was in the second room. There was no mattress, of course, nor any other furniture at first, but over the years Sorrel had sneaked in chairs that nobody missed, cushions, lamps, and a few curiosities. With a word of magic, Sorrel lit the many candles she had placed there. Made of beeswax, they emitted a pleasant scent, driving out the worst of the damp smell that came with the winter, and that still lingered even in the height of the summer, so deep did the laurel hide it. The light illuminated the large pile of costumes they had accumulated, all perfect for the night ahead. Thank the gods for winter's air magic that meant she could transport things easily unseen. White gowns with high collars, gauzy wings they could affix to shoulders, and that, with a little magic, would glitter with starlight. Crowns of copper and silver, fake flower garlands, voluminous cloaks, high-necked velvet gowns, slender fitting with long medieval-style sleeves edged with lace and ribbons, diaphanous gowns that would be scandalous in the daylight, but that at night would transform them into sylvan fae. The combinations were endless, and there were plenty of options for her cousins, who should be arriving very soon. Plenty of choices, in fact, for multiple changes, and the girls would all help each other. She examined the white gown with a critical eye. This would be her first costume, and when fitted with the wings she would look ethereal. A little glamour would add to her mystique, a spell that would make her shimmer. It would be as if Titania herself had arrived in Moonfell. A shiver of delight ran through her and throughout the space. And then she heard the titter of laughter. She spun around, hands raised, magic ready, but saw no one. The shadows outside the open door, however, had deepened. It was past midday now, the sun sliding slowly westward. Fearing she was the object of a joke, or worse, that their plans had been uncovered, she hurried to the door. This part of the garden was the most unusual and contained the bulk of the topiaries, now considered deeply unfashionable. Some were just clipped balls and pyramids surrounding the vast parterre gardens, but there was also a yew hedge, shaped like a peacock, with an enormous fanned tail, a mermaid perched atop a rock, and a cat slinking on top of the hedge. All 3 now faced towards her, as if they had come alive. 5. Present day. Morgana arrived in the kitchen to an uproar, haughty shriek still resounding in her ears. "What's happening?" she asked, eyes sweeping the room for danger as she quickly placed the case of wine bottles on the kitchen counter. "Has there been an accident? Is someone injured?" She had left a potion pot simmering on the hob and wondered if it had been knocked over and scalded someone, but it still sat there, gently steaming and releasing the scents of lavender and roses. "I saw a man, a strange man." Haughty's voice was raised and shrill, filled with panic. "Haughty, please," Odette said, trying to calm her. "There's no one here. It must have been an illusion." Como, visibly shaken, picked up a glittering Venetian mask that was on the kitchen floor. "Nonna, please, calm down," he said, voice gentle. It's all right. Did you see him through this? That's a curious question, Morgana said sharply. Como shrugged. She was holding it to her eyes at the time. It's logical. Haughty raised a trembling hand. I saw him in that. All eyes settled on one of the silver platters that leaned haphazardly against the stack of the others on the kitchen counter, offering its smooth base like a mirror. Lamb leaned in to study it. You must have seen a shadow from outside. I saw one earlier. It's a trick of the light. Who's seeing shadows? Birdie asked, striding in from the garden. Good grief, Haughty. You're shaking like a leaf. Odette settled her in a chair, casting a furtive glance at Birdie and Morgana. I saw nothing except what Como did. He's quite right. Haughty was looking through the mask when she shrieked like a banshee. I did not shriek. Haughty gathered herself. I shouted. You shrieked so loudly that I heard you halfway up the cellar stairs, Morgana said dryly. She held her hand out to Como. Give me the mask, please. I felt no magic on it earlier, Odette said. Me and Como have been handling them in the attic with no ill effects. I had sensory impressions from them, scents, sounds, but that's not unusual for me. No, but it can precede something stronger, Birdie pointed out. Perhaps it isn't the mask. I saw shadows too, Morgana confessed, when I first handled one of the platters. Lamb glared at her. Really? You didn't say so? He picked up the silver platter to examine it. I carried these up from the cellar and didn't feel anything weird. Morgana shrugged, turning her attention to the mask. The light in the cellar is harsh. It casts odd angles and planes of shadows. I minimized it. Besides, this house throws odd things up sometimes. I have learned to ignore it. The mask was obviously very old, but still robust, and decorated ostentatiously. It spoke of decadence and excitement, assignations and secrets. She lifted it to her eyes, catching a reflection of herself in the base of the platter. She looked exotic, full of storybook magic, and she knew exactly what she would wear with such a mask. If they all indulged their dressing-up whims at midsummer, then they would look like a flock of exotic birds, adding to the intrigue that the peacocks brought to their garden. The peacocks that had appeared with the spelled illusions from India, and that now strolled Moonfell as if they had been there forever. She gathered her thoughts with great effort, trying to see beyond her own reflection, but only saw the reflected light of the garden beyond. She lowered the mask. All I see is a dazzling reflection of me. Birdie took the mask from Morgana, eyes narrowing for a moment as she examined her expression. We shouldn't ignore those shadows you saw, not with several of you experiencing odd events. She fitted the mask to her face. Perhaps the combination of both magnifies the effect. Hold the platter up for me, please, Lamb. The room fell silent as Birdie stared into the reflection, stepping forward slowly until she was only inches away. I see no strange men, but shadows do seem to be playing beneath its surface, as if I am seeing fish beneath the surface of a pond. As if memories were trapped in it, Haughty suggested. Perhaps, Morgana mused, they all saw something different according to their wants, needs, and skills. Birdie lowered the mask and tapped her cheek with it, gaze thoughtful. I wonder if both objects were used together at the same time. I'd cast a reveal spell on it, but I'd rather know a bit more about it first. What did the man look like, Haughty? I couldn't see his features because his face was in darkness. In fact, now the shock is wearing off, I think the thing that threw me most was his monstrous head. It was huge and round, but actually, now that I think about it, it wasn't at all. Her eyes narrowed as she stared into the distance, focusing on her vision. He wore a dramatic cloak, and the hood ballooned around his head. She lifted her hands to her own head to demonstrate. A glimmer of light was behind him, so I couldn't see his expression. "But you knew it was a man," Morgana said. "Oh, yes." Haughty turned to her, eyes wide with revelation. "Absolutely. I didn't even question it, and I don't now. Something about the shoulders, perhaps. But that was as much as I could make out. It was only a glimpse, after all. A flash. I dropped the mask and he was gone. I'm so sorry, I completely lost my head." Odette sat next to Haughty and squeezed her hand. "It would be a shock to anyone. Como, can you make the tea, please, and fetch the biscuits?" "Too early for gin?" Haughty asked. "Definitely. Tea first. I should also tell you all," Odette added, "that I found a curious metal object in a small bag. It has 2 linked crescent moons and a star. An emblem of something, perhaps. It might be a clasp for a cloak. Perhaps it belongs to the shadowy figure?" "How very intriguing," Birdie said thoughtfully. "What about behind him?" Morgana asked, now even more curious about the mystery figure and the glimmer of light. "Was it daylight or at night?" "Night time, I'm sure. It was too dark. I get the impression that there were lamps behind him. As to whether he was outside or inside," Haughty shrugged. "I don't know. It could have been a shadowy room or the garden." Lamb continued to search the platters, placing them out across the counter to study them all. "What if he was staring into the lights, not out of them? If you couldn't see his face, you might have been looking at the back of his head." "That's an excellent point," Birdie said. She stood next to Lamb, diminutive in comparison, and studied the platters, both with the mask on and off, conferring quietly with him. Morgana smiled, pleased to see them working together. Birdie was a patient and wise teacher who loved having her family around, but Como's next statement drew her attention away from them. "What if," Como said to Odette, "the cloak was one that matched the domino masks, that the costume was part of a masquerade ball?" "It's certainly possible. I didn't bring the cloaks down. They're still in the attic." "I'll get them." In seconds, he stepped away from the table and used witch flight to travel there. "He's becoming quite adept at that," Morgana observed. "How many cloaks did you find, Odette?" "About 6 in another chest, stored at the far end of the attic. You know, the end closest to the northeast tower. It's so uneven and creaky in that part. Worse than the rest of the attic, but that's probably because it's such a weird shape around the tower." The towers didn't have any attic space above them. The stairs wound past the uppermost room to the flat roof edged with crenellated stone, buttresses and gargoyles that drained the rainwater away in the old-fashioned stone drainage system. Every year they had a team come in to clear the moss and leaves that gathered in it across the whole length of the house while the chimneys were swept. It was another world up there, completely different to the gardens and the house. She had explored it when she was younger, just after she felt the call to be the next high priestess of Moonfell. It was as if the house had invited her up there to see the whole of her domain. The roof pitched up and down in no discernible pattern, linked by flat surfaces, narrow walkways, and tiny access points. A forest of chimneys dominated them all, blackened with soot at the top, and above them the enormous weather vane spinning with the wind, and sometimes for other reasons. One day, she thought, it will be all mine to manage. But who would come after her? It was a question she had pondered before, but suddenly it struck her afresh. "Birdie," Morgana said, swivelling to look at her, "do you know who the high priestess or priest will be after me?" "Of course not. If I knew, so would you." She still had the Venetian mask fixed to her face when she turned to look at her, and her eyes glittered behind it. "Strange you should ask, though. I've been thinking about that today. I woke up this morning with it weighing on my mind." "How odd. Has it only just struck you?" "Well, I've wondered before, but not with any degree of urgency. Suddenly it seems very important." "Yes, to me too, which reminds me—" Birdie swept the mask off. "Haughty, we need Anton to come." "I'd love for him to come, but I'm not sure if he can. I mentioned it to him, but I didn't push it. Is this about succession planning?" "Bloody hell," Lamb scoffed. "You make us sound like royalty. I presume I would know if it was me." "You should by now," Birdie said, "but maybe the house is taking its time, or is undecided. I want Jack and Lewis here, and I'll make sure Phoebe comes too, with Samuel. We know Merlin is coming again, right, Morgana?" Morgana nodded. Yes, the girls loved it at Beltane. They can't wait to come back. "They're all coming?" Lamb asked, eyebrows rocketing up. "That's a lot of people." "I'm trying to prompt the house to choose." Haughty frowned. "Is that wise, considering what I've just seen and what we've all experienced?" "It's barely anything," Birdie said. "Besides, if I'm feeling the need to know, and Morgana also is, it must be for a reason." "It doesn't mean that the house will make a decision, though," Morgana reasoned. "It doesn't hurt to try." The whirl of displaced air announced Como's return, and he certainly arrived with a flourish. He wore the domino mask and billowing cloak, and the hood ballooned around his head just as Haughty had described. The sunshine streaming in from the windows behind him cast his face in shadow, except for the reflection of light from one of the platters that made his eyes gleam. "Oh!" Haughty leapt to her feet and backed away. "Yes, that's it. I'm sure that's what I saw." "That settles it, then," Como said, sweeping the hood back. "This will be my costume." "Why?" Morgana asked, confused. "Because it might help me understand what's happening. Help us," he amended quickly. "By channeling a ghostly stranger?" Morgana asked. He shrugged, full of boldness. "Perhaps." "Careful what you wish for, Como. This house sometimes delivers more than we bargain for." And as if to prove her point, the shrieking, otherworldly call of a peacock that had arrived from Rajgarh in India echoed through the kitchen a moment later. Como needed to get out of the house. Morgana's comment had both alarmed and excited him. He was a resident of Moonfell now. His whole life stretched out ahead of him, his to shape as he chose, and magic was bubbling under his skin like an electrical current. Leaving the discussion in the kitchen, he strode through the gardens, determined to explore the grounds properly in the bright summer sunshine as he hadn't been able to do at Ostara. There had been too much going on with the bees and rituals, and the very disturbing earth elemental to take it all in fully. It had been an assault on the senses, especially when the wolves had arrived. He hadn't handled that particularly well, and he was determined to do better. But he also wanted to see how it felt wearing the domino mask and cape. He'd read about masks and their ability to make the wearer feel as if they'd stepped into a different skin, and he felt that now. Although the mask only shielded his eyes, he felt as if it hid his emotions and expressions too, but doubted it would truly hide them from a coven of intuitive witches. He stepped onto one of the many paths that ran through the garden and decided to head west to complete the circuit in a clockwise direction. A flash of guilt hit him. He should really be helping them with the party preparations, but an hour to himself wouldn't hurt, surely. Besides, he knew the others would find him easily, especially Birdie with her uncanny connection to the house and grounds, and Hades, of course. How would he feel if he suddenly had the call to be the next High Priest of Moonfell? It would tie him to the place forever, and he wasn't sure if he wanted that. Although, in theory, he had years yet before he would fulfill the role if he were picked. Morgana had years ahead of her still, as did Birdie probably. But of course he would want the role. Master of Moonfell. The name carried weight, grandeur, and power. His thoughts came to a crashing halt as the path ahead was suddenly blocked, and another path opened in a different direction. A hot wind ruffled his cloak, making it lift and flap as if he was an enormous raven, and with unmistakable clarity he knew where the path would take him. To the far northeast corner of the garden. Exhaling calmly, he spoke aloud. "Okay, I get it, and they won't fight." It seemed as if 1,000 scents assaulted him on the way. The garden was more exuberant than it had been in spring. The beds were packed with lush plants with glossy leaves, and a variety of nodding heads of flowers swayed around him. A midsummer dance. Como paused, shaking his head. He was not fanciful. Stop it. As he plunged onwards, he felt that he'd stepped into another's shoes until suddenly he was in the shadowy mist of the boundary shrubs that grew thick and tangled as if untended for years. But he knew that couldn't be true. The garden was looked after by the witches and a regular gardening team, so if it appeared that way, it was intentional. A narrow path opened before him, and within a few more steps, brickwork emerged from the undergrowth, covered in moss and a drift of leaves. For a moment, he thought he'd walked straight to the boundary wall, but as he orientated himself in the gloom, he realized that it was the wall of a building ahead of him. A low, long building with windows, a door, and a steeply pitched, tiled roof, and it looked intact. In fact, up close it looked like something from a fairy tale. "Hello?" Como had the strangest feeling that someone was living there, and that he was trespassing. "Idiot! No one lives here. It's Moonfell ground," he muttered to himself as he walked around the building. There was no evidence, of course, that anyone lived there. And why would they if they could? It was damp beneath the trees, even on a very hot summer's day. He pressed his face to the window at the rear and then stumbled back in shock. The interior glittered with candles. Cursing himself for his nerves, he pressed his face to the window again, this time noting the fire in the hearth and the long table in the centre of one of the rooms. Hello? Who's here? I'm Como. There was no response. So, keeping his magic raised, he completed his circuit of the house, noting no other signs of habitation, then stood before the front door again, where he rapped loudly. When no one answered, he turned the doorknob. Hello, I'm coming in. But when he opened the door, there was no sign of the candles or the fire that he'd seen from the rear window, and the interior was cold and dark. 6. June 1754. His name was Mr. Everly, you say? Mia stood in front of the full moon gate, as if she could see the mysterious man who had so annoyed her husband. I don't think I've heard of him, so I'm pretty sure he is not invited tonight. Well, I certainly haven't invited him, Bam said, sounding slightly put out, as if she'd accused him of something untoward. Perhaps he is a guest of a guest. Well, we were generous with our invitations. He tried to use magic on you. Bam nodded. I am used to the feeling by now, but it certainly didn't feel like yours or our children's magic. Shockingly rude of him to just march in here without introducing himself. You might have found him at the end of his self-guided tour. He could have seen all the gates for all we know. Although, she mused, there are a lot of staff here today, and I'm sure someone would have spotted him. Plus, we have been in the garden all morning. Why didn't you feel him here? Bam asked. I have been ridiculously busy, and my focus is everywhere and nowhere right now. She heaved a sigh and turned to face the idyllic meadow that was full of flowers. Plus, as long as he posed no real threat, I would not be alerted. He didn't trigger a huge response from our protection spells, which suggests that the spell he was attempting was minor. Probably just to make you trust him or cloud your memory. Yes, a glamour spell, perhaps. She turned back to her husband, noting the lines around his eyes and mouth that were always accentuated when he was worried. It will be okay, Bam. If I was that worried about our safety or our family's secrets, I would not be inviting strangers into Moonfell. Whatever interests he has, I'm sure, won't harm us. Even his magic? Mia didn't want to lie to her husband, but neither did she wish to worry him when they had a very important party that night. No. If you're sure. By the way, Winter manifested beneath the gate. I felt her distinctly. I'm pretty sure our interloper did not, but... He shrugged. How to know? Those girls. I will deal with them later. As for Dorimant, even his name is unusual. The Order of Stone and Star. And an antiquarian. Her husband nodded. And he's interested in our moon gates. I confess I would love to see what papers he has found. Anything that pertains to these grounds should be in our library. Perhaps he will be open to negotiation later. I doubt that. He looked to be the acquisitive sort. I remember that garden, Mia said, recalling the details of the garden design project from the previous year. Mortimer wished to modernize Hayridge, but there was an area around that very interesting folly he didn't want touched. The tower sat upon the rise with a view of the whole garden, and therefore an excellent place to view the sky. You did say Stone and Star? Ah, you think he's another member of this order? I think it's a possibility. Plus, we invited Mr. Mortimer, which might explain why Everly knows about it. Confusion wrinkled her husband's expression. We invited Mortimer? Bam was exasperating sometimes. Yes! We wanted satisfied customers here to sing our praises. Yes, of course. I had forgotten. Bam forgot much when he was absorbed with a garden and his plans. He was worse than she was. I'll check the responses we have received. Perhaps he mentioned it in his acceptance. It was months ago, after all, when we sent the invitations out. I'll ask Mrs. Carrick. She'll know, or Lisette, or Godfrey, of course. The three people she relied on the most outside of the family, in fact, sometimes more than. Mrs. Carrick was their middle-aged housekeeper who had been with the family for years, and Godfrey was their butler who was of a similar age. Both knew about the family magic, as did Lisette, their younger lady's maid, but all were discreet and very loyal to the family. Their families had been involved with Moonfell since their fortunes had improved after Eliza had earned the trust and favour of King Charles II nearly 100 years before. A relationship that had secured their standing amongst the wealthier members of society even now. Although the current family had no such close relationship with the current King George II, who spent much of his time in Hanover, thank the gods, Moonfell did not need royal scrutiny. In fact, many of their servants had been with them for years. Finch, the head gardener who lived on site in the building next to the stable block, was perhaps the most familiar with their magic, as the garden was full of it. He didn't care for modern designs and was always thinking of quirky additions to add to their garden, and he ruled over the two under-gardeners fairly but strictly. Anyway, she shrugged off the encounter. We must attend to our costumes, and you need to bathe. You are dusty and dirty, dear husband. He brushed her concerns away with a flick of the wrist. It'll take me an hour at most, and we are barely into the afternoon yet. I want to check on the pavilion and speak to Finch. The pond will attract a great deal of attention. After that, I will check on the firework display to ensure all is as it should be, and then I will bathe. Dear wife, no one will arrive until late evening. I shall be resplendent by then. He kissed her cheek and ambled off to the west. I shall put this business out of my head for now, he called over his shoulder. Ask Finch to keep a discreet eye out tonight, please, she instructed him. Her husband waved his hand airily in acknowledgement and blew her a kiss. Alone and in the relative silence of the meadow and early afternoon sunshine, with only the distant sounds of the staff running around organising the tables that were to be placed in the pavilion for supper, Mia allowed herself the luxury of worrying about Mr. Everley. If he had even a few insights as to the Moongates and their original design, she needed to know them. What about the orchard? Would his papers contain information on that? And what of the bees? Broad pathways had been scythed into the meadow to create pleasing walks, and she headed along one that led to the orchard. It provided welcome shade after the blazing heat, and she followed the bees to the collection of hives in the centre, noting the oil lamps that Winter had placed on low-hanging branches. The blossoms had long gone, and a variety of fruit was growing on the trees that never failed to produce, and whose age she couldn't discern. When she reached the hives, she nodded to the bees, resisting the urge to curtsy that always overcame her here. She was the mistress of Moonfell after all. She considered her relationship with the bees to be equal. Well, that's what she always told herself, symbiotic. Except she absolutely knew that wasn't the case, and that the bees pretty much presumed superiority, which in retrospect would work in her favour because she needed their help. Dear bees, forgive my intrusion, but as you already know, we are having a party tonight. A very big party. There will be many strangers within these grounds, and they may well find their way here. The buzzing stopped, as the bees ceased their incessant entering and leaving the hives to settle on any available surface to watch her. Or, of course, you may have your own manner of keeping our visitors at bay. I certainly won't illuminate any paths to you," she added hurriedly. "However, it has come to my attention that there is a man attending this evening who has a great interest in the gates, and maybe even this orchard. It seems he also possesses magic. In fact, it would be wise to presume that there might be several men who are using this party to examine our grounds. Perhaps members of the Order of the Stone and Star, whatever that might be." Mia summoned her courage. "I am here to warn you of their arrival, but also to ask you to be wary, and should anything untoward occur, to alert me if I'm not already aware." The bees remained silent, and she took a step forward. "I am also aware that the house has not yet chosen my successor. Perhaps you have more to say in this than I yet know. If so, I ask that you choose soon. Tonight, if possible. It weighs upon me most heavily. And of course," she added hurriedly, fearing their attention would wander, "my girls turn 21 within the week, and sometimes a coming of age has consequences. I would be most grateful for your wise assistance." "Thank you." Then the overwhelming urge became too much, and she dipped to the ground in the most graceful curtsy she could manage, her skirts pooling beneath her. Mia wondered if she should say more, but the silence of the bees unnerved her so much that she walked away, never looking back. By the time she reached the outskirts of the orchard, she was already lining up the next items on her list. Ensure the tables were laid out where she wanted them, check that the pavilion decorations were completed as per her instructions, consult with cook over the food and drink. Again. A glimmer of light drew her attention, as the sun's rays angled in through the trees and struck one of the many mirrors they had placed across the grounds, mirrors designed to reflect starlight and lamplight and add to the magical atmosphere of midsummer as the guests caught their gilded reflections. For while their guests' taste ran to modernity and landscapes now for their gardens, midsummer parties had their own rules and whimsy. These mirrors could be her eyes and ears at the party. All she needed was a spell to connect them all, with one mirror as the key. No, 2 keys. A pocket mirror and a large mirror in the house. Or should there be more? Her mind whirled with the possibilities. It meant she must mark all the mirrors now, but fortunately she had time. Mia stepped to the mirror that was wedged between tree branches and placed her finger on the surface. Her reflection, green and dappled, appeared as if under water. Mirror that sees both light and dark, keeper of secrets, seer of hearts, time's steady watcher with depths unfathomed, who sees our truths but never tells. Tonight you will show me what you see, no distortion, no interpretation. My mind within you, my eye now yours, let me slip beneath your surface and see your furthest shores. The mirror shimmered, and suddenly she was through, her vision blurred, and then cleared as if ripples settled on a still pond as she saw herself looking in curiously. She was behind the glass now, seeing herself from the depths of the mirror. A softer, more mysterious Mia, whose magic was more apparent, like a nimbus of light around her. The orchard stretched behind her, the light shifting, shadows darkening. An eye into Moonfell. perfect. Sorrel frowned as she studied the pale green diaphanous gown in her bedroom mirror, trying not to obsess about the strange events with the topiaries and what it might mean. "Lizette, are you sure these shouldn't be fuller?" She smoothed her hands over her slender hips to demonstrate their lady's maid. "Here." Winter answered for her with an undignified snort. "Don't be ridiculous. You are supposed to be a wood nymph. I, for one, am very relieved that we won't need to wear our hoops tonight. It's exciting." "But I feel undressed," Sorrel said. "What if we look out of place and everyone is in silk brocades?" "Mademoiselle," Lizette chided, having known them since they were children, "this is a midsummer masquerade, which gives you permission to wear such things. It is fitting to your age and shows off your slender figure admirably. There is no need to adjust your skirts. You both look magnificent. Only fitting, as you shall be turning 21 in mere days." She patted her heart, always prone to endearments, and then dabbed at her moist eyes. "It seems like only hours since you were young girls." Sorrel was very fond of Lizette, and forgetting her dress, turned away from the mirror. "Please don't cry. We're not going anywhere. I have no wish to be married yet." "And yet," Winter pointed out, "this is partly what this party is about. Finding each of us a husband." Lizette fanned her flushed face afresh. "I shall miss you both, but it is only right that you move to your own household soon." Winter rolled her eyes. "This is Moonfell. We can stay should we wish. Normal rules do not apply to us. Mistress Rosamond and Master Benedict left and live elsewhere with families of their own," Lizette pointed out, referring to their aunt and uncle. She gathered undergarments and bustled towards the dressing room situated between the sisters' bedrooms. "I must enjoy having you here while I can." Sorrel exchanged a meaningful glance with Winter that conveyed much. Lizette was not wrong. Neither of them were the magical heirs to Moonfell, which left them where? "We can stay here if we wish. Mamma will not mind, nor Papa," Winter pointed out. "Although maybe we will wish to go when things change, as they inevitably will, eventually." "And you two will find love," Lizette said, calling over her shoulder. "Tolliver, too. He may profess to be busy, but he will find someone just like Ambrose." Sorrel smirked. "We shall be far too busy for husband hunting tonight, even though we both will draw lots of attention." She checked her reflection again, slightly dazzled at her appearance. She had never worn a dress like this before. Neither had Winter. Their mother had spared no expense for this party. While the dresses were a simple, draped design placed over their stays, the materials were of exquisite silks and layers of silk taffeta and gauze, embroidered with silver and gold thread. While Sorrel wore pale green to suggest a woodland nymph, Winter, as a water nymph, was in shades of blue. Their hair was arranged with curls and fresh flowers, and the faintest dusting of white powder. There was even a light coat of it on her flawless skin. Daringly, their arms were bare, adorned with curling, snaking bracelets, pricked with tiny gemstones that gripped their forearms. Winter stood behind her, so she was visible in the mirror. "Mother will be so busy with our guests and plotting our marriages that she won't notice what we do tonight. Although, looking at us now, part of me thinks we won't need to change our clothes. We already look as if we've stepped out of fairyland. It will still be fun, and besides, our cousins might need them. Perhaps, but I think a little embellishment won't hurt." Winter cast a glamour spell, and within moments there was a subtle sparkle on their gowns and in their hair. Better. With an unbecoming snort, Sorrel said, "I think you'll find that Mother is far more observant than you think. She has eyes everywhere, which makes our midnight adventures all the more exciting." She lowered her voice, even though Lisette was now busy in their dressing room. "Do you think this man you saw was dangerous?" "Possibly. I certainly didn't trust him." "Would you recognize him tonight, seeing as you didn't see his face properly?" "I don't know. Perhaps, but his face will be hidden anyway, because he will be wearing a mask." Sorrel picked her own up off the dressing table, a feathered Venetian mask that matched her gown and fitted it to her face. Suddenly she didn't seem like herself anymore, especially with her powdered face and hair and rosebud lips. Excitement flooded through her, and her magic responded. It was almost twilight at midsummer, and it felt like anything could happen at Moonfell, especially with this mysterious man arriving and perhaps his cohorts. She should be scared, but she wasn't. "I am a mystery to myself now, Winter. I could be anyone. I could do anything. I could slip between worlds, even." Winter stood next to her, positioning her own mask, also feathered and painted in the deepest of blues and pale shades of gold. "We shall endeavour to watch him later, and we must see who he arrives with. If he wears the same unusual shoes, I shall know him. We must tell Tolly and our cousins, and Ambrose. Perhaps we shall see what mood he is in." A knock at the door disturbed them, and their mother swept inside, showing a daring flash of her ankles in her Roman-style tunic of silver and white silks and satins adorned with moon and stars embroidery. A bow hung over her shoulder with a quiver of arrows, and a glittering diadem was set in her hair. The force of her magic struck Sorrel anew, and she felt her sister respond too. Both stepped back. "Darlings," Mia said, smiling. "Look at you both. Look at you, Mamma," Winter said, her normally passive expression now animated. "You look regal and quite daring. I had no idea that you were going to wear that." She fluttered her fan in a teasing manner. "We can all keep secrets, and as Moonfell's high priestess, I must look the part, even if most people have no idea what I really am. I thought Diana the Huntress would be perfect." "It is. Your mask?" She reached into the hidden pocket in her gown, pulled out a gilded mask edged with feathers and fitted it to her face. It was as if she was bathed in moonlight, turning her into someone else entirely. "Do you like it?" "It's perfect," Sorrel said, understanding dawning. "Now I know why you wanted us to be nymphs." Her mother laughed. "We are quite the family tableau, yes? Well, other than your father, who wishes to be a Turkish sultan, and Tolly, who has decided to be resplendent in gold and black. I suggested that your father should be Apollo, the sun god, but he would have none of it." "Where is Lisette?" she asked. "In the dressing room," Sorrel answered, glancing to the door. "Why?" "I need a quiet word. Lisette!" she shouted. "I need a moment with my daughters." "Yes, my lady." Lisette appeared at the door and dabbed at her eyes again. "My word, look at you all. You don't need me for anything else?" "Actually," Mia said, eyes widening with what Sorrel recognized as her mother's plotting face. "I have changed my mind. I was going to dismiss you, but I think you can help. Come inside and shut the door." The room suddenly felt darker, as if thickening with intrigue, as the four women gathered in front of the mirror. The candles flickered in the faint breeze coming through the open windows, barely disturbing the stuffy heat of the house. So it was fortunate that the party was outside that night. "Mamma, what are you plotting?" Sorrel asked. "I may well ask you the same thing. It hasn't escaped my notice that the dressing-up box has been emptied." She held a hand up. "I understand. It's midsummer, and you are young and high-spirited. I was going to remonstrate, but considering our earlier visitor, who I know you know about because your father detected you, Winter, and I have already told Lisette, we need subterfuge. Agreed?" Sorrel hated her mother's uncanny ways of knowing all, and now it seemed their father did too. Was there nothing they could keep secret? "We can still dress up." "Yes, you have my blessing, but you must be careful." "What about our cousins?" Winter asked. Mia sighed. "They may dress up too, but don't alarm them about Mr. Everly. I don't want anyone fainting or dramatics. Understood?" "Of course. What must we do? Spy on him?" "That is what we thought to do," Winter said. "Well, in and around a little mischief." "What kind of mischief?" Mia asked, lips tightening into a thin line. "I surely do not need to remind you of how important tonight is to our future." "Of course not." Sorrel fought back her impatience. "It's all you and Papa have been saying for weeks, and Tolly. Besides, we have magic. Surely you can glamour our guests." Mia's eyes flashed with annoyance. "We do not glamour people for whims and fancies, and that includes for work. We earn their respect from our merits. Our business has always offered modernity with a twist of the past. We must simply adapt to modern sensibilities. However, that is not your concern right now. Mr. Everly and his Order of Stone and Star is. You haven't answered my question. What mischief exactly?" Winter lifted her chin, expression implacable as always. "Mamma, we thought to appear as fey creatures in the shadows of the garden, just glimpses, dreamlike, as if the other world was merely a step away. Only fitting for our midsummer masquerade, don't you think? Something to beguile. We do want this party to be memorable, for the right reasons, not the wrong ones. I do not want our guests to be terrified. They must be charmed." "We will not take it too far, Mamma," Sorrel said, eyes fixed firmly on Mia. "I promise." Mia studied both of them. Her expression shuttered. "I hope so. You two will wed at some point, so tonight is as much about starting your suitor hunt as our business. If you scare them all away, you will be stuck here forever, and while you might like the sound of that now, it will feel hollow in years to come when you have no independence, and the house instead feels like a gilded prison. As much as we might not like this, for women to succeed in this world, we must have husbands, the right ones. Do you understand?" Sorrel dared not look at her sister, fixing her attention solely on their mother, but she felt Winter's annoyance roll off her. However, both nodded and mumbled. "Yes, Mamma." "Good. Then let us focus on Mr. Everly. I had an idea of how to watch him tonight, so I have spelled the mirrors in the garden. Now we must connect them." "How am I to help with that?" Lisette asked. "By being my eyes and ears." Mia delved into one of the pockets that lay beneath her outer skirt and produced 2 small hand mirrors. "These mirrors will connect us, Lizzie. However, I need another, bigger mirror involved too, and I think we should use the one in the dressing room. My spell will make that big mirror the one that all the garden mirrors connect to. That is, for you to watch, Lisette. If you are willing. You will then tell me if you see something suspicious. Of course, I'm willing. I will do anything to help, but shouldn't I be helping with the party? There's enough staff. You can help for the next hour or so, but then I want you up here watching when the guests arrive. No one will disturb you in the girls' room. We'll lock the doors anyway to make sure. Can I have a spelled mirror? Sorrel asked, beating Winter to the question. It makes sense, Mamma. No, I want you spying out there. You can report to Lisette via any mirror in the garden, and she will relay anything important to me. But, Winter protested, we could communicate with you directly with our own pocket mirror. Mia sighed. Let's keep this simple. Besides, it will allow you more time for your plans. Right now, however, I need your help. We 3 witches must combine our power for this ambitious spell. I specifically want 3 of us, all women. This spell speaks of guile, and we are all very good at that. Sorrel had been bewildered by this turn of events, but found that she liked it. It was exciting to be involved in something so important. Of course! She squeezed Winter's hand, catching her affirmation with a quick glance. I love it, and so does Winter. However, before they could walk through to the dressing room to begin the spell, there was a rap on the door that was caused by Godfrey the butler. Sorrel would recognize that knock anywhere. Plus, he had distinctive energy. Sorrel called, "Come in, Godfrey." Godfrey entered, immaculate in his tails and breeches. "Madam, here you are." He nodded to the sisters, Miss Sorrel and Miss Wintermere. "Apologies for interrupting. Madam, I have news." "Godfrey, please don't tell me there's been a disaster." "That depends on your thinking, madam. We have just received a note from Mr. Magnus Blackwood. He and his family have returned to London, and hearing of your party, has asked if he may attend. He sends his deepest regards." "He is back? Now? After so long?" Sorrel hardly ever saw her mother uncomposed, but she looked it now. Her hand flew to her throat, currently adorned with a large black stone set in a silver chain. Obsidian. Even Lisette gasped at the news. What's going on? Godfrey nodded, giving no sign of his emotions away. "Yes, madam. I was going to respond positively, but then thought perhaps all things considered—" "No, I mean, yes. Of course, he must come." "How many of his family?" "Just immediate. His wife and 3 children, all adults now, I believe." "His children?" "Yes, all adults now." Mia was so shocked at the news that she was having trouble focusing. "It has been years since Blackwood was last in London. Did he say why?" "Why he is in London? Business, I presume. He certainly didn't elaborate in his note. Neither has his messenger. He's still here, by the kitchen entrance." "Magnus is always so elusive, but I can't complain. He is much like us. Not surprising, all things considered. Of course he can come, but advise him that he must wear masquerade. They eat like horses. Have we enough food?" "Of course, madam. We could feed the King's Court for weeks." "Good. Please see what else you can glean from the messenger." Godfrey left the room, shutting the door softly behind him, and silence fell as Mia continued to stare at the door. "Madam, what does this mean?" Lisette asked. "I thought Mr. Blackwood had left for good." Mia was pale beneath her powder when she turned back to them, but her eyes glittered with excitement. So did I. So I have no idea what he wants, but it certainly flavours the complexities of our evening. Sorrel had very little patience for this. Mamma, who is Magnus Blackwood? What does it matter? Mia reached out and took her and her sister's hands. It matters, because Magnus Blackwood is the head of one of the most powerful paranormal families in England, perhaps even across Europe. Tonight, for the first time in years, wolf shifters will be in 7. Present day. Odette waited until she and Morgana were alone and had finished their work before she raised her concerns about their current issue. Como was striding around the garden in his cloak and domino mask, and Lamb had waited only 5 minutes to finish bringing up more platters before he announced he needed to see his studio and headed into the garden too. Birdie, however, had escorted Haughty up to her room to settle in, and scheme, no doubt. In the calm that followed, Odette helped tidy the platters and bowls away, ready for the next day, accompanied by jazz that Morgana had chosen, trying to marshal her thoughts as her fingers and feet tapped along with the rhythm. Morgana, as comfortable with solitude as Odette, was also lost in her own thoughts as she finished the bubbling potion and decanted it into jars. Finally, Odette sat at the kitchen table again with the metal object, the blue silk bag and matching Venetian mask, and the offending silver platter propped against the fruit bowl. You know, she mused, fitting the mask to her face and twisting this way and that to check her reflection. I think I'll use this mask and bag at the party. Morgana slid into the seat next to her, head cocked as she studied her. Is that wise? Doesn't it suit me? That's not what I mean, and you know it. It actually suits your complexion very well. Their eyes met in the reflection, both of them watery in the silvery light. You were very badly affected by what happened in Rajgar, and those events are still rippling. I don't think it's sensible to set off another round of memories so soon. Rajgar ended well, Odette said, trying not to be impatient when she knew Morgana was trying to be kind. They survived, and those images were a gift. I know, but you were upset, only for a short while. Stop minimizing. You were hysterical at one point, and then there was the whole thing with those wolf spirits too. It's been a lot. You're treating me like I'm fragile. Not fragile. Far from that. But you are sensitive. I like my sensitivity. It's part of me. My shadow side that feeds my creativity. It's who I am, Morgana. Odette focused on the smooth, shiny surface in front of her, willing figures to emerge from the depths. The scent of rosewater still clung to the mask, and when she lifted the bag to her nose, she could smell it there too. It was youthful, joyful, but there was something else too. Not a scent, a feeling that echoed her own. Solitude. Intuition. Morgana squeezed her hand. As long as you don't forget that you reside in the present. Although with your naughty sense of humour I should be reassured. Odette took the mask off, almost disappointed to see the reflection of regular old Odette beneath it all. She turned to Morgana. I am fully in the present, so please don't worry. Besides, with 2 young men moving in, I think I shall be kept thoroughly grounded. I think Como has the right idea, though. With his costume, I mean. I think I shall try to find the dress that matches this mask. What little I read about masquerades, they went all in. I think I will, too. You never like dressing up. Well, not like me and Birdie. You enjoy your jeans and T-shirts too much. Maybe you've given me the bug. What do you think? You know it appeals to my playful side. All right. If you're going all in, so will I. She smiled. I never need much persuasion. And you know what else has struck me? Morgana shook her head. If these are from sometime in the 1700s, these most likely will have belonged to Fitz's family, his ancestors, although that's probably the wrong word. His grandparents or great-grandparents, aunts, uncles, etc. Morgana's eyes widened with surprise. You're right. What makes you suggest those dates in particular? Odette pulled her phone from her pocket and started to search. I looked up masquerade balls. The dates when they were at their most popular were between 1720 and 1780. Peak period. They could be very scandalous events. Apparently, the normal social rules went out of the window, and there would have been a lot of social rules back then, even for our family. True. We were still part of society, or at least had to maintain an illusion of following societal rules to get ahead. And who knows how our ancestors thought then? Morgana said thoughtfully. We could be giving them far too many of our modern sensibilities. Maybe. But somehow, I think we've always been different. Thought differently. I'd like to think so anyway. Odette wanted her ancestors to be independent, bold and devil-may-care, like Fitz in India and Melly, his sister. Tell me more about masquerade balls, Morgana said, standing to rummage in the chest full of masks. I mean, how scandalous are we talking? Odette took a moment to flick through the various articles. Well, classes would have been more likely to mix, which suggests that servants may even have worn masks. The costumes were decadent, very decadent. Apparently, even regular dresses in the Georgian period were made of acres of material. Standard silk, taffeta, brocade, shot silk, silk damask, all decorated with ribbons and lace, and those enormous skirts that stretched 3 feet to either side. Can you imagine? She snorted with laughter. Oh, my goddess! They would have been so hot! I'm pretty sure we don't have any huge hoops for under the dresses, and even if we did, I draw the line there. What happened to all in? It's hot outside, Morgana. I'd sweat to death. Anyway, they also played actual dress-up. Shepherdesses, oriental characters, Chinese mandarins, nymphs, classical figures, and even milkmaids and sailors. Really? A lot of scope, then. Morgana was still rummaging, and had placed an ever-growing pile of ornate masks on the table. So many to choose from. Tell me more. Okay, there would have been games. Ooh, fun. Card games. Hunt the Slipper. Blind Man's Buff. Ooh, super flirty. Charades, obvs, and dancing. Wow. She sat back in her chair, gaze drifting to her reflection again, but not really seeing it as she imagined the spectacle. Back then, midsummer, like now, had strong links to the other world, when it was believed the Fae would cross borders. You know, like A Midsummer Night's Dream, she said, referencing Shakespeare's play. With everyone in fancy dress, the atmosphere would have felt daring, even frightening at times, perhaps. I'm loving the idea of this already. Except I'm sure the balls would have been enormous affairs, and our party will be quite small. But fun. I think we should have games. Morgana turned to face her, wearing a stunning Venetian mask with huge white feathers that embellished a silver filigree design, further enhanced by a row of tiny black jewels that ran under the eyes. "What do you think?" "Breathtaking!" The mask swept up and out across her forehead, outlining Morgana's eyes beautifully. "Come see!" She moved to Odette's side to see her reflection in the platter, and Odette gasped as Morgana transformed into someone else entirely. Her reflection showed a woman with white powdered hair, dressed in an elaborate style, and an unnaturally white face with deep red lips. Someone with magical power. She came into sharp clarity, as if stepping forward from inside the platter's depths. A memory, perhaps. And then the vision vanished, and it was just Morgana again, albeit she still carried a whiff of the past. "What did you see?" Morgana asked curiously. "Another woman entirely. Powdered hair and face, rosebud lips. Her image replaced yours, a witch, I have no doubt. She was powerful." Morgana scrutinized the surface of the platter, then sighed. "I see nothing except a very soft version of me, as if I'm beneath water." "That's actually a great description. It was as if the woman was emerging from watery depths. Yes, that mask is perfect for you." "Are we summoning something?" Morgana asked, taking the mask off to sit next to her. "They're just memories." "It's midsummer, and as you so rightly said, a time when it's believed the other world is close to ours. That would have been especially true then, if we're to believe the old stories. The paths were more open then." She paused, fingers drumming the table. "Why are we having this party now? This was Birdie's idea. Was the house pushing her to do it? Is it pushing all of us? And what on earth made us think of wearing masks? You mean, has it something to show us?" Morgana sighed. "I don't know what I mean. We like parties, and this is midsummer, but I don't know. We do not believe in coincidences, Morgana. No reason to start now." "No, I suppose not." Morgana stroked her cheek with the still, vibrant feathers as she stared at Odette. "You're the one who sees to the truth of things. What do you think this is about? I mean, you've already found the strange clasp, or whatever it is. There are shadowy figures in the platters. A woman with powdered hair. And earlier I saw candlelight and heard music. However, across the span of time of people living in Moonfell, and just not our family either, there will have been countless parties, and no doubt more than one masquerade ball. It's no wonder we're feeling vibes. But what we're seeing has to be related to each other. There's something to learn, I'm sure. But as to what and why, I have no idea yet." Horty's equilibrium returned as she unpacked in the calm, ordered surroundings of her room. "I feel such a fool," she confessed to Birdie, who stood at the open window looking down on the grounds. "I'm such a ninny." "Of course you aren't. Seeing the reflection of a strange man would have given me a shock, too. But I should have known. Don't be ridiculous." Birdie turned to face her, effortlessly chic, composed and full of high priestess vibes. Her thick, silvery grey hair was arranged in a messy half-bun, and wisps of it fell around her face. With her back to the light, her fine lines had disappeared, looking as if she was in her youth. But then, with another twist of her head, the illusion vanished, and Horty chided herself for such fancies. The platter showed the reflection of the window behind you and the kitchen garden. Why wouldn't you think someone may have been there? Because it's Moonfell, and strangers don't just waltz in unannounced. Horty picked up her toiletry bag and carried it to her ensuite bathroom that was already fully stocked with soaps and shower gels and bath products. She studied her reflection in the mirror, noting she had none of Birdie's boho vibes. Instead, she had a sleek bob and a stout figure and wrinkles to ski down. A life well lived, she told herself, and well loved. Age is a privilege that not all get to experience. She hoped Como would, wherever and however he decided to live. Would it be here in Moonfell? Part of her hoped not, and that instead he would travel the world and see and experience great things. Moonfell was wonderful, but it wasn't everything. And that attitude, she realized, staring into her own eyes, was why she wasn't Moonfell's mistress. "Are you all right in there?" Birdie called. "Yes." Horty walked into her bedroom, the blues of her decor a dazzle of light where the sunshine slid in. "I'm fine, just gathering myself together. So, what's this about Anton? You've never stressed about future high priests or priestesses before. Surely that's Morgana's concern." "I'm still here, so of course it's mine." Birdie's tone was defensive. "You know what I mean. It's like I said earlier. It just struck me as suddenly important. Have you spoken to Anton?" "No, I've been with you." "Please try." Horty dug her phone out of her bag to make the call, wondering how to phrase it. A request or a command? But then she saw she'd missed a message from him and scanned it quickly. "No, he's already messaged to say he's coming." "Has he?" Birdie hurried to her side to read the message. "With the boys?" "Of course, with the boys. No Angelica, though," she added, referring to her daughter-in-law. "She's staying at home to look after their dogs." Birdie's small fingers gripped Horty's arm as she fixed her with an intense stare. "See? Moonfell is exerting its influence even from afar." Horty didn't bother to argue because she knew Birdie was right, and frankly, she didn't care one way or another. She was just excited to see her son and grandsons again. "Excellent. Let's sort rooms." "Aren't you excited?" "Obviously, yes. I'm going to spend some quality time with my family." "I meant for what this might mean. Jack or Lewis might be the future High Priest of Moonfell. The fact that the house wants them here means they have potential." Her earlier thoughts flooded back to her belief that Moonfell wasn't everything. Yet there was no denying the great honor it would be to be chosen, or what it predicted about their magic, and yet the role took its toll, which gave her misgivings. However, she summoned a smile. "Which is wonderful. Come on, let's organize their rooms and get ready for everyone to arrive." 8. June 1754. As soon as Godfrey left, Mia hurried her girls and Lisette to the large dressing room. "We have no time to waste, my darlings. We must complete this spell, especially now that we know the wolves are coming." "Why?" Sorrel's cheeks were flushed with excitement, her eyes awash with intrigue. "Are they dangerous?" "Of course they are. They are wolf shifters, and you'll be able to tell the moment you see them. Like us, they carry magic, but it's wild and untamed, and if I'm honest, alluring." "Mamma." Winter looked shocked. "Do you like Mr. Blackwood?" "Not in the manner to which you are alluding. However, I admire him, and we have always been good friends. His sons, the last I saw of them, were handsome but young, just managing their first shifts. Now they will be fully adult wolves, so do not underestimate them. "Married, madame?" Lisette asked, a knowing look in her eye. Mia smiled, knowing in which direction her mind moved. "Not to my knowledge. They would make fine husbands, but they are certainly not for the faint-hearted." She considered whether she should say the next thing that entered her mind, and then decided to be bold. It was a masquerade ball, after all, and her daughters were about to turn 21. She had noticed the way they looked at handsome young men at the parties they frequented, and the interest her pretty girls received. The fact that they lived at Moonfell added an extra layer of interest. Mia had, however, deliberately not exposed them to many parties so far, much to their annoyance. She wanted them to be sure of themselves before plunging into marriage, because it would be fair to say that marrying a Moonfell woman would not be for the faint-hearted either. They will be passionate lovers, strong in mind and body. They would certainly keep you entertained between the sheets, and no doubt other places too. "Mamma!" Mia scowled at Wintermere. "Do not play that game with me. If you make yourself pleasing enough tonight, you'll have more than one suitor lining up." "What if I want to stay here forever?" Winter asked, chin lifted in defiance. "This is your home always," she said, thinking they had much to learn. "But I think you'll find that running your own household exactly as you want it, making the perfect place for you, your husband, and your magic will suit you very well. Now, the spell." She stood before the huge mirror with its gilded frame that took up a large part of the wall between two Gothic windows, the reflection showing 3 dazzling women and Lisette, who was not quite as fancily dressed yet. Behind them were the clothing presses, chest of drawers and clothes horses, and the silk wall panels glowed in the fading light. "Lisette, do you have your costume ready?" Mia asked. She had decided that their servants, who would be circulating with drinks and topping up the food, would all have masks and costumes too. The men in black domino, the women in muted silk greys with plainer masks. She did not want her guests taken out of the moment. "Yes, madame. It's upstairs in my room. I will dress later. The housemaids and I will all help each other, Mrs. Carrick included." "Good. Now to begin." Mia took a deep breath, casting aside thoughts of husbands and instead thinking on Mr. Everley and the Order of Stone and Star and what he might do that night. "I have spelled every single mirror in the garden by placing a magical sigil in the corner. It is obviously invisible to the naked eye." She lifted the 2 silver-backed hand mirrors that fitted neatly into her pockets beneath her outer skirts. "As I said, one for me and one for you, Lisette. Keep it close at all times. In my pocket always, madame." But for now, she held it up, watching the reflection, sharp-eyed. Yes, Lisette was perfect for this role. Now for the exciting part. It didn't matter how many spells Mia cast, it always gave her a thrill to wield her magic. Her gift from the goddess. Repeat after me, girls. It's a variation of the one I used earlier. "Mirror that sees both light and dark, keeper of secrets that dwell deep in our hearts, time's steady watcher with depths unfathomed, who sees our truths but never parts. Tonight you will show me what you see, my eye on the world, sights unseen." The girls repeated the spell with her as she drew the same sigil on the mirror, but this time in reverse, and much larger, her hands sweeping up and around to fill the space. The sigil glowed as she drew it, but quickly sank into the mirror as a stone is swallowed by a pool, leaving ripples to roll out to the edge of the mirror. Power swelled around them, and Mia knew the magic had worked. Now to finish it. Link with one, link with all, my eye in the garden, my view of all. Bring them here, everyone, whispered secrets, visions bare, mystery unveiled, they come undone. From twilight's first step to dawn's first light, as high priestess, I command this rite. As Sorrel and Winter again repeated the spell, their reflections shimmered and vanished, replaced by a view of the summer house, bathed in golden evening light, and scurrying servants carrying plates and glasses to the tented pavilion erected close by the pond. Perfect, Mia said softly. Just perfect. I can feel the heat of the garden, Lisette said, almost breathless with excitement. I hear them as well. I did say you would hear, Mia said, eyes still fixed on the view. It's even better than I anticipated. The shouts of the servants carried to them as they passed to and fro, instructing and often teasing each other, as did the scent of the flowers on the slight breeze. Winter asked, Are you sure they can't see us? Absolutely. Maybe I should cast this spell more often to keep an eye on you two. Mamma? Sorrel's pretty face wrinkled with horror. No! Amused, Mia said, If you're always behaving yourself, then you have nothing to fear. As Sorrel exchanged stricken looks with her sister, she laughed. Don't worry, I won't. I have far too much to do than watch you two all day long. Turning her attention back to the mirror, she saw that the summer house was replaced with a view of the stables, the edge of the mirror framed by the greenery it had been placed in. She turned to speak to Lisette. The images should move clockwise around the garden. But if we want to fix it, madame? To watch for longer? Winter, always quick, said, We need another spell. Mia nodded. Exactly. Do you wish to cast it? Yes, but what? Be logical and keep it simple. If you want to see a view for longer, we must interrupt the flow. Something easy for Lisette to use. We tap the glass, Sorrel put in, 3 times, perhaps once to move on. Yes, that should work, Mia said, considering her suggestion. We have time to test and refine it, and for us to try our hand mirrors. She took a deep breath, not realizing quite how anxious she had been at the prospect of an antiquarian snooping in their grounds. However, she also realized that she was excited, more than she had been in years. This party would be far more than she bargained for, and she was glad of it. Tonight she was Diana the Huntress, and Moonfell was her hunting ground. Winter surprised herself by how excited she was to watch their guests arrive in the pavilion by the summer house. Normally she was reticent about such things, but tonight was anything but normal. They were throwing one of the biggest masquerade balls of the summer, as many were held in the winter season, especially the public events that Mother forbade them to attend, claiming they were far too riotous for young women. Godfrey, resplendent in a black domino mask, black suit and cloak, introduced their guests as they arrived, announcing their costume names at the swagged entrance to enhance anonymity. Their actual names had been checked by the footman who manned the front gate. Father had spent weeks organising the long stone-flagged path that led from the drive and circled the pavilion, and her mother had arranged the plants that bordered it to provide a riot of summer colours. The huge pavilion was essentially a richly decorated, Oriental-style tent made with thick, sturdy, painted and gilded poles and a lot of material. Oriental rugs covered the ground, and the sides had been left open to allow the cool night air to circulate. Lanterns hung from the roof and were placed on tables, and light reflected off every surface, including the dresses and masks. It wasn't only the women who had dressed outrageously either. While some men had opted for the domino masks, severe and mysterious in black, many paraded like popinjays, their waistcoats aflame with colour and pattern. Costumes included shepherdesses, milkmaids, Turkish sultans and classical figures. It was bewildering and exciting. Part of the fun, for Winter, was trying to discern who was beneath the masks. She and Sorrel had friends attending, as well as their cousins. She had already seen Vespera and Hesper, who were dressed as spring and summer personified, with an abundance of flowers in their hair and on their diaphanous gowns, always a popular dress choice for the young women because it allowed them to bare their arms and wear lighter clothes. Their mother and father circulated effortlessly, engaging their guests in conversation, and several flirtations had already struck up, with giggles and bold stares adding to the hedonism. Winter drew her sister aside. "I fear I will not recognize this man. It is far harder to see who people are than I expected. I barely recognized our own cousins. And everyone is wearing unusual shoes." The increasing numbers of people were already spilling out of the pavilion and onto the paths laden with drinks, and the bold stares from behind ornate masks felt threatening as well as exciting. Winter was aware she drew the gaze of several men. The 20-strong orchestra positioned at the rear of the pavilion was already playing, and several dances were underway. "I think," Winter said, eager not to get dragged into dancing just yet, "that we should split up and circulate. We can talk to whoever we choose without any censure. It's perfect." "But what will we ask?" "Anything. What do they do? What are their interests? It may be that I will recognize Mr. Everleigh's voice." However, as she was suggesting it, Godfrey made another announcement. "Canunos, Master of the Hunt, Circe the Sorceress, the Green Knight, a Knight Templar, and Beowulf." Winter turned, intrigued to see more guests, and found she couldn't look away from the compelling figures. All 5 stood at the grand, arched entrance as if they owned the room. Canunos, the undoubted head of the family, had a dramatically large full-face mask that had horns extending above his head and wore black leather and furs. Circe wore a richly decorated medieval gown, again with a full painted face mask and a crown of stars. The Green Knight was clad in chainmail and painted green, his face a half mask of armour. The Knight Templar was in full regalia of a white tunic with a red cross, and Beowulf was clad in leathers and furs with a startlingly lifelike decapitated, monstrous head hanging at his belt. Grendel's, no doubt. Her mother had been very interested in the text and had discussed it at length with them. "Oh, my goddess!" Winter said, grasping her sister's arm. "The wolf shifters! I can feel their wild magic, can't you? I'm not a fool, of course I can. They put every other man here to shame." Their mother, as Diana the huntress, hurried to greet them, and it seemed to Winter as if she glowed with the light of the full moon. Good friends, she had said, and that she trusted them completely. Interesting. Beowulf, the Saxon warrior king who had defeated Grendel, stared straight at Winter, his dark eyes boring into her own, and she saw a flash of fire in their depths. She swayed, suddenly dizzy, heat stirring in her belly. She forced her gaze away, back to her sister. "Let's go now, before I am completely undone." "Undone?" Winter gripped her sister's elbow and hustled her out of the pavilion and into the night. Darkness had fallen fully now, and the sliver of a waning crescent moon was rising, stars pricking above them. It was still hot, and the garden looked enchanting, especially with the lamplight reflecting off the water. "We must split up and talk to people. We can't just stand here all night. We have a job to do." "What do you mean, undone? Who?" Sorrel narrowed her eyes as she studied Winter, who knew her sister would know, because they could so rarely keep secrets from each other. "Beowulf." "Shh, I'll tell you later. For now, we are servants of Moonfell. Let's split up." Not wanting to hear more of her sister's prying questions, she preferred to remember that penetrating gaze that promised so much. But first, she must find Mr. Everley. Gathering calmness that she didn't feel, she turned away from Sorrel, weaving through the milling people as she decided to head to a moon gate. Focusing on her task would stop her obsessing about those eyes. First was the waning moon gate in the west. They had purposely not illuminated them too much, as their mother did not wish to put off Mr. Everley. Unfortunately, there were a few guests there, not surprising, considering that it was so close to the pavilion, but there was no sign of a gentleman loitering on his own or examining the gate surreptitiously. Undeterred, she set off to the south gate, where they would have their own private midsummer rite the next day. As they hoped, their guests were strolling along the paths, admiring the gardens and each other, and probably gossiping. She had wanted to wait at the main entrance to overhear proper names, but their mother had forbidden it, saying it was unseemly. Occasionally, as she passed their guests, she would stop and converse, a word here, a word there, teasing and mysterious, just as a naiad should be. Hide-and-seek would soon be underway, and she heard Godfrey summoning the guests who wanted to participate, his voice carrying over the muffled music from the pavilion. It hadn't taken long for subterfuge and intrigue to permeate their gathering. Winter drew the night close to mask her movements as she approached the full moon gate. It was quieter here except for a group of giggling women who ran past shrieking, but they didn't seem to disturb the few strolling couples serenaded by the distant strains of music. She stood in the shadow of the house to watch the gate, calm and composed, until she sensed movement in her peripheral vision. The shadow shifted as a predator drew close, and a deep, melodious voice said, "The lovely nymph of the waters is alone. How bewitching." Heart hammering, she refused to shriek, instead turning to look at Beowulf, who stood mere steps away, draped in darkness like herself, his broad shoulders bulky in the shadows. "You followed me." "How could I not?" "It is impolite, predatory. But then, that is what I expect from a wolf." His eyes kindled with an orange glow that reminded her of embers, and a slow smile revealed white, even teeth with pronounced canines. It was a pleasing mouth set above a firm chin, and his dark hair was bound back at the nape of his neck, thick with a slight curl, perfect for running her hands through. As for the rest, she couldn't see beneath the mask. "Who are you watching, little witch?" "Little? Please do not underestimate my magic, Mr. Wolf." She didn't raise her hand or say a word, but she cast a spell to move the earth beneath his feet, and she smiled as he sank to his ankles. He shook the earth off his boots. "Clever. But you haven't answered me." "What I do is none of your business. Why are you here? Mamma says your family has not been in London for some time." "We have business here, and my father thought it time to revisit old friendships. Wolves and witches have always been good friends, and can be again." He lifted his head to look towards the Moongate, and she followed his gaze, wondering if Mr. Everley was there. "Who are you waiting for?" Beowulf asked. "Have I interrupted a tryst?" "No." When she turned back to him, she found him even closer. She considered the fact that their mother had said she trusted them, and offered, "I am watching for someone who is interested in the gates. Someone who may have an unhealthy interest, shall we say." "Your 4 moon gates are most intriguing, but then so is Moonfell and its residents." "You have never been here, so how would you know?" "I was here as a young cub once or twice. It made an impression. You would have been very young, too." He paused and smiled, as if finding her amusing. "You're hunting." "I suppose you could say that. What is apparent is that this gate is too busy right now," she noted, as a group of people set off down the winding paths in the meadow towards the beckoning glow of the orchard. "I shall move on." "Then I insist I should help." "I don't think you are in a position to insist on anything." "And yet, your family and my family are old friends. You are hunting, and I am a hunter. A perfect fit, don't you think? And frankly, who would notice a couple strolling the grounds? A woman on her own would be far more obvious." He offered his arm. "Perhaps I would not care to be seen at all." "In that costume?" he persisted, arm still poised. "It is made to be seen, and you look stunning in it, especially under the light of the moon and stars when I see the magic that runs beneath your skin in veins of silver." Under any other circumstances, Winter could not spend time alone with a strange man at a party without creating a dreadful scandal. But now she could, and she would relish it, she decided, as she grasped his muscular arm. 9. Present day. Munro arrived at Moonfell and found all the doors and windows open, and it seemed to him, who wasn't normally a fanciful man, that it basked in the heat like a cat. No, not a cat, a great, slumbering dragon. He shook his head, amused at his whimsy. Morgana and her magic were under his skin, as was this place, and it was fairly humming with magic right now. Not surprising, considering that Midsummer Eve was only a day away. Lifting his head, he inhaled the myriad summer scents, and his wolf uncurled, eager to stretch his legs and race around Moonfell. The boys, Como and Lamb, were back, as was Haughty's distinctive energy that the house sucked up like a sponge. But where was Morgana? He'd parked at the back of the house by the stable blocks and walked to the gate in the kitchen garden wall that was open as usual, and saw Morgana crouched in the middle of the organised beds, secateurs in one hand, a trug filled with cuttings on the ground next to her. Her back was towards him, and he felt a rush of possession that he tried to quell. She wasn't his to own. Her long, dark hair with a prominent grey streak was caught up in a messy bun, and she wore an Indian summer skirt in black and browns with a black t-shirt, exposing her arms and neck to the sun. Her smooth skin was already sun-kissed. He watched her for a moment, wondering how he had been lucky enough to find a woman like this who was such an equal match for him. Strong, magical, clever, and mature enough to know her own mind and not be scared to express it. He called from the gate. "Busy already?" She twisted around and smiled. "I wondered how long you were going to stand there watching." He crossed the paths in quick, easy strides, hugging her close as she stepped out of the herb beds. "I should have known you'd have felt me. You are distinctive. So are you." He kissed her, pulling her to him so he felt every curve, and his wolf responded as strongly as he did. Intoxicating. When he finally released her, he noted her pupils were huge, a ring of pale brown fire around her dark brown irises. He brushed a smidge of earth from her cheek. "You look radiant." Who wouldn't after that? "Well, I'm glad it's partly my doing, but I think it's because Lamb is back too. I love my son, but this glow is all you. Have you come to help with the party prep, or just stretch your wolf?" "Both." He reluctantly released her to look at the plants she'd collected. "I see mint." "And basil is in there too. I'm collecting fresh herbs for our summer salad later. Can you stay? We're barbecuing too." "You just had to say barbecue." She shrugged. "The boys are here. It's summer and we have strawberries and ice cream. Plus, you mentioned you might drop by." "I'm due at the bar at 9 tonight, so if it's earlier." 7:30 or so. "Perfect. How can I help?" "I just need to cut lettuce and pull a few radishes, and then you can come with me to the greenhouse for the tomatoes." "Point me to the radishes and lettuce. You can teach me." She smiled and cupped his cheek with her free hand, the secateur still in her other, and he inhaled the rich earth that rose from her skin. "You want to become a gardener?" "I want to learn a little bit. I'm not sure I'll ever be a real gardener. There's time yet." For the next 10 minutes, she instructed him on what to do, idly chatting while they worked, and then suddenly she stopped mid-sentence, head lifted. "Morgana?" he asked, alarmed. "Are you all right?" I felt something. A shift. She turned slowly, and he stood from where he knelt on the path, anxious to help. "What kind of shift? Magical?" "I honestly don't know. It was subtle, like a ripple of something through the grounds." Confusion marred her features, but she shook her head and then smiled. "Maybe it's just the heat." "Perhaps. Do you want some water?" "No, I'll be fine. Just ignore me." Then she said, "Did I tell you that we're dressing up tomorrow?" "You mentioned masks." "We might wear a little more than that." She wiggled her hand. "Probably. We found lots of masks, so enough for some of you shifters too. Definitely one for you." He would indulge Morgana in many things, but he had limits. "I don't want feathers." As if I would dare. "I'll show you later, but first, the glass house. I should also tell you that things are already in play." "All right. But are you sure you're okay?" She still seemed to be perplexed, as if her mind was elsewhere. "I'm fine, honestly." As they walked around the kitchen garden to the glass house's entrance, she described the events of the morning, more intrigued than alarmed. "You believe the masks were used at midsummer years ago, and that you have unlocked a few impressions?" he asked. "Something like that, although I am sure they were used on many occasions over time. The masks and cloaks have been in the attic for years, undisturbed for who knows how long. The platters, too." "What if they're connected to different events?" "It's possible, but I don't think so. We believe the house has something to show us." A noise summoned his attention, and turning towards it, he instinctively stepped in front of Morgana. "Someone is coming." In seconds, a masked and cloaked figure emerged from behind the far yew hedges and bounded down the path towards him. His wolf rose protectively until he scented Como. "There you are," Como said, sweating from the exertion in the heat, cloak flapping behind him. "I found something really weird. Well, it's a building, so that's not weird, but there were lights in it, and now there aren't." He nodded at Monroe. "Hi." "Hey. Anything dangerous there?" "I don't think so, but there's other stuff, too." Morgana placed her trug down on the path, preparing to follow him. "Show us. Were you in the potting sheds?" "No, not those. The building under the laurels at the back, by the boundary. I've never seen it before." Morgana quickened her pace, shooting a concerned glance at Monroe. "There isn't a building under the laurels." "There is. It looks like a gingerbread house." "Sounds a bit like a fairy tale to me," Monroe said, senses alert as he followed them. Not as familiar to Moonfell's magic as the three female witches, he nevertheless knew it much better recently. The garden responded to him now. Paths that had once been blocked now lay open for him to explore, and as they passed the long yew hedge in which the waxing moongate was situated, he now saw another path twisting through the rear of crowded flower beds that led to the eastern corner of the garden. An unfamiliar path made of slabs of stone with decorative details set into it. Morgana stopped dead at the intersection where the gravelled path met it. "I have never seen this path before." Como's face wrinkled with confusion. "What do you mean? It's very old. Surely it's always been there." "No, I can assure you that it has not." Monroe knew better than to doubt her. "What about this part of the garden it's in?" He gestured around him. "This has always been here, right?" She didn't answer for a moment, instead taking it all in. "Yes, it has, but there are subtle changes. For example, the flowers that edge the stone path are different. Hollyhocks and delphiniums. Lupins, too. We have them, but not here." "And the sundial," she said, pointing to where one sat in a froth of lavender. "Wow. When I said the house was showing us things, I did not expect this." "When did you find it, Como?" 10 minutes or so ago, roughly." "By the gods, the shift I felt." She looked up at Monroe, eyes wide. "It has to be related." "A shift? What shift?" Como's excitement was palpable, but now it was tinged with worry. "Is this bad?" "Did it feel bad when you stepped on the path?" "No, I didn't notice anything. I was swishing about in my cloak, trying to get a feel for things." "Very Zorro," Monroe teased him. "I know. Cool, right? But—" Como hesitated as he took his bearings. "I think I found the path further back in the undergrowth. I was distracted," he said, sighing. "That's okay, don't worry." Still, Morgana did not step on the path. Can I borrow your mask? Como took it off, and Morgana held it to her eyes, turning this way and that. Well, I can see nothing else with this on, and the house must have revealed this new area for a reason. I suppose we should see this building. Como led the way with a fast trot, but Morgana took her time, stopping every now and then to take her bearings. What else is different? Monroe asked. The yew hedge is lower, and the topiaries here. She pointed at a cleverly cut peacock with fanned tail perched on the top of the hedge and a mermaid at the other end. Weren't here before. Nor, she noted, pausing to look over the hedge, is there normally a parterre garden here. Not so elaborate, at least, but the hedge over there is much larger than normal. The parterre garden baked in the early afternoon heat, a riot of roses underplanted with lavender bushes set within the formal hedges. Como shouted, "Are you coming?" "Yes, just wait." She rolled her eyes at Monroe. They have no patience. Are you including lamb in that statement? Of course. It's nice in many ways, but exhausting in others. They had barely caught up with Como when the path forked, and he followed it to the left and through a gap in the glossy-leafed shrubs, and there, in the gloom, shrouded by a thick layer of leaves, was a stone building, just like a gingerbread fairy tale house as Como had described. "Hearn's bloody horns," Morgana said, stopping so suddenly that Monroe walked into her. I would have thought such a thing was impossible. But I would obviously be wrong. There were lights in it, Como told them. I walked all the way around it and peered in through the rear window. Just lights. No, lots of things. Oil lamps, candles, a long table, even a fire in the hearth. I didn't loiter. I hurried around the front again and opened the door, but it had gone. I tell you what else has struck me, Morgana said, hurrying forward now, clearly eager to see it properly. The boundary shrubs are far, far thicker than they should be. I mean, normally they're nowhere near deep enough to hide an actual building, which means the garden has been pushed back, too. I mean, the hedge and the parterre. Does that make sense? Because the main wall can't move, right? Monroe said, using his shifter senses to detect anything untoward. Exactly. The boundary to the park is set and has been forever, or so we think. The door to the house stood open, and Morgana stopped again and raised her hands to cast a spell while Monroe explored either side of the front door. He could see Como's footprints in the earth, old leaves disturbed by his footfall, but that was all. The air felt stale, and he detected no sense of danger, only intrigue. Morgana said, "House of stone, door of wood, anchored through time as magic should, show me traps and tricks concealed before I cross your threshold sealed." A ripple of magic rose up, and across the house, and then vanished, and the plain stone sills and lintels changed to show animals carved into the stonework around the doorframe, windows, and under the eaves, and carvings of leaves and flowers on the wooden door. "Holy shit," Como said. "That's a cool spell. Why hide the carvings?" Carvings, engravings, marks, all sorts of things like this hold power for various reasons. Protection, defense, or to hide secrets. Sometimes, of course, she said, stepping confidently inside. Just for whimsy. Or maybe they hide messages, codes, Monroe added, hard on their heels. That too. Would someone have lived here? Como asked as they all spread out to investigate the sparsely furnished space, divided into 2 rooms that were surprisingly clean. No windswept leaves, no cobwebs in corners, not even ashes in the central hearth. Perhaps servants would have lived on the grounds years ago, but the house servants were all in the attic. The women, at least. Possibly the men, but they would probably have been in a different area from what little I know of such things. The gardener would have lived in a house on the grounds, but I think that was by the stables. This building, though, she said as she explored, would have been big enough. 2 rooms and a small privy. But why hide it? Monroe asked. If it's so innocuous and the house and grounds are so well protected by all the spells. An excellent question. More importantly, why show it to us now? I knew I should have had Mrs. Bell put in a few extra hours this week, Birdie said, as she threw open another bedroom door on the first floor. They all feel so stale. Oh, Tish and Piffle, Haughty said. All they need is a little fresh air. She cast a spell, and the windows opened with a whoosh and rattle, allowing the warm summer air to stream in. What's the matter with you, Birdie? You know I like a proper clean. These are clean. There's not a speck of dust in sight. Besides, the house will puff itself up when visitors arrive. Preening little madam, it always does. The door slammed and they both jumped. Don't insult the house, Birdie said, aware of the currents that ran through the old building. She often didn't ascribe a sex to it, but it clearly didn't like being called a preening little madam. Neither would she. Haughty rolled her eyes. I'm just teasing, drama queen. Another door slammed down the hall and Haughty giggled. I'm in for it now. Stop misbehaving. We'll have enough children in the house without adding to it. Birdie might have physically dropped 20 years, but she still felt like Haughty's older sister. Well, she was Haughty's older sister. Nothing could change that. It seemed that every time Haughty returned, her sister became more and more mischievous, and it seemed to bring it out in her, too. I think we're both regressing. Good. Now, I think we should put my nephews upstairs on the 2nd floor. In fact, all the children should be up there. It's far more interesting there, and they'll have fun away from us old folk. They can look for secret passageways. The adults can have the grander rooms. I'm not sure Morgana would thank you for that. She'll be fine with it. Plus, she's tucked up in the west corner in her own fabulous suite. Actually, Birdie mused, I rather like that idea, although Phoebe will want Samuel close. Put her up there, then, or in the spring room. It has the connecting door to the small room next to it. Perfect. Birdie nodded, considering the range of rooms available. 3 of them were permanently allocated to her children, not that they stayed often anymore. Simone would sleep in the exotic Chinese room, with the chinoiserie always her favourite. Armstrong's room was further along and much more masculine in dark greys and brown and tweeds. Ellington's was panelled like a bloody gentleman's club. By the goddess, she wasn't sure if she had the energy to deal with his masculine onslaught and his terrible habit of mansplaining. How had she produced such an annoying child? At least his 2 children were wonderful. Odette, of course, was observant and sensitive, and had a wonderful teasing streak that was quite often turned on her father, much to Birdie's amusement. Giselle was waif-like and ethereal, a little exasperating sometimes, as Birdie liked her witchcraft robust and clear, not all woo-woo, but whatever worked. Giselle can have the lilac room. It's been ages since she stayed, but she had that one the last time, and it's close to Odette's. Merlin can have the one he had most recently, the dark green room. I love that one, Haughty said with a sigh. So calm. The girls will move, though? She asked, referring to Ellen and Marion, who had been on the first floor at Beltane. Yes, definitely. Upstairs with them, Jack and Louis, too. They can argue out between them which they prefer. I want them to be comfortable, and there's plenty to choose from. So, Anton? Let's check the Jade Suite, one of our more interesting spaces, I think. Our parents' old suite? Birdie hesitated. No one has used that in years. Haughty placed her hands on her hips. I know. Why not? I just couldn't bring myself to use it, really. Silly, I know. They died years ago, and it's always felt such a magical place. It's a lovely set of rooms, Birdie, and I've always wondered why you didn't use it yourself. Well, memories, I suppose. And it's tucked away on the far corridor. I like to be in the thick of things. When age got the better of me, it seemed a long way from everyone. There are other rooms we could use, and to be honest, it's too big for Anton. Maybe one of the tower rooms? Haughty looked at her with something akin to pity. Come on, Birdie. This isn't like you. You're so practical normally. Why keep a perfectly lovely suite locked up? It's not locked. Anyone can go in it, but it's never used. If this midsummer is all about having a huge family reunion and celebrating the solstice, then we should be using that space. Mother would think you're being silly. To be honest, I've shoved that suite in a box in my head, and you're right. It is silly. I haven't been in there for ages either. Good. I want Anton to feel as if he belongs here. I know he doesn't spend time here usually, but this house is still his, and I want him to know he's welcome here. This seems like a good way to do it. No one else will care. We'll open windows as we go. A little magical cleansing, too, I think, Birdie said, as they entered the hallway. She rummaged in a drawer and withdrew one of the bundles of dried sage and rosemary that Morgana made and stored around the house. Always good before an influx of new energy. And a bell for you. The two witches swept through the first floor, opening doors and windows and bringing fresh energy inside. Birdie could feel the atmosphere changing as she asked the house to welcome the new arrivals and keep them safe, something she should do far more often, obviously. They would tackle the second floor next. However, as they turned onto the corridor that led to the Jade Suite, Birdie's steps slowed, feeling as if she were on the verge of something, and the house's energy seemed to be swelling too. The air shimmered, and suddenly the walls were bulging, and the floors wobbled underfoot, and then the corridor that she had known since birth expanded like a telescope. Birdie grabbed her sister. Haughty, am I having a stroke, or is something odd happening? If you are, then I must be having one too. I feel like I'm in that Jack Nicholson film, you know, the one with all the snow. The Shining. Cosy loved it. That was a horror film, but I refuse to believe that bad things will happen in this house. There's not an evil bone in it. The sisters clung together as the corridor continued to morph, but as quickly as it had started, the sensation subsided, leaving a longer corridor stretching out before them, and new doors spaced out along it. The swell of magic that had grown to gargantuan proportions eased away, and Birdie's withheld breath left her in a rush. By the great goddess, Haughty said, wide-eyed and breathless. What have we just experienced? Something very bloody odd. Birdie was still rooted in place, fearing to take a step until she was sure it was all over. Well, I know that, but what? But Birdie had other questions. Why hide rooms? Did something really bad happen in them? I mean, surely we would know if there had been a disaster in the house. I mean, a real disaster, like a murder or a terrible betrayal. A dark family secret, you mean? Porty shrugged. That's why they are family secrets. Are we going to just stand here all day like frightened schoolgirls? I am assessing present danger, Birdie pointed out, affronted. Although, to be fair, I think we're safe enough. However, I'm not sure if I'm ready to see what might be in there. You mean a bloodbath? Good grief, Haughty. She stared at her sister, appalled at her suggestion. I don't need you to add to it. Let's just explore the corridor a moment before we dive in. Taking her time, she inched forward, fingers touching the silk-panelled walls. This is different. Older. Much older. But quite beautiful. Haughty pointed at the ornate glass lamps on the walls. Oil lamps instead of electricity. The flooring is the same, though, Birdie noted, reassured. Another thought struck her that made her dizzy with panic. Have we gone back in time? No, look, further down it's just as we know it. It's only this section. Haughty's doubts seemed to leave her, and she smiled broadly. Another gift. It's time to enter the rooms. Birdie had a frisson of doubt that she might be doing the wrong thing, and then the house gave her a mental nudge. Taking a deep breath, she threw the middle door open and then staggered backwards as a wave of magic swept out of the room, carrying the scent of rosewater and the distant chatter of voices. Simultaneously, she was aware that something had magically shifted in the gardens. Haughty, wait, she said, as her sister marched resolutely forward, crossed the threshold, and for the second time that day, 10. June 1754. Mia was very busy for the first hour of the party as she greeted guests and circulated, easily identifying some people beneath their masks while struggling to recognize others. Friends who she knew well were easy, as were her brother and sister and their families, who she quickly apprised of their worries about Mr. Everleigh's antiquarian interest in the Moongates. But others were trickier, especially those who had adopted the full domino masks and cloaks with sweeping scarves, even using her magic. To be honest, there were many guests she knew by name but had barely met, and she was gratified they had attended her party. European voices mingled with English ones. Thanks to their Hanoverian King George II, London hosted many people from the territories. It added an intriguing flavour to their social scene she much appreciated, and brought in a flood of garden design discussions. Plus, there were still many more guests yet to arrive, and she knew she would not see them all immediately now that it was busy. Unfortunately, that included Mr. Everleigh. She made a point of welcoming everyone, but either he hadn't arrived yet or he was, as she'd suspected earlier, a complete stranger to her. However, if he had been attempting to cast a spell on her husband, as Winter and Bam suggested, she should be able to identify someone who could use magic. Fortunately, she identified Magnus Blackwood easily, and was happy to have her stalwart paranormal friend there, but she was also wary. Magnus always had an agenda. So, Magnus, are you going to tell me why you are back in London after such a long absence? Mia asked, drawing him away from the pavilion's entrance as other guests arrived, and leaving his wife to circulate with their sons. Exceptional masquerade costumes, by the way. He smiled wolfishly. And this is an exceptional party. You're lifting the veil on Moonfell. A peep for business. Far more than a peep. It's on full display, gilded and preening like its guests, and on the solstice, no less. I thought you would have been having your own private celebrations for that. That will be tomorrow. Tonight is about thanking our old customers and courting new ones, as well, of course, as celebrating my girl's imminent birthday. They shall be 21 soon. And yet, he said, lifting her hand to bestow a kiss on it, you look not a day over 21 yourself. His eyes flashed molten gold deep within their depths for the briefest moment. Always so charming, Magnus. Why are you back in London? She asked, determined not to be sidetracked as she placed a glass of wine in his hand. A few years ago you made it sound as if you would never return. Shifter alliances are, as always, changing, he said, his gaze sweeping across the pavilion. New faces arrive to stake claim to places they have no right to. Ah, this is a territory issue. Suddenly things became a little clearer. Overseas packs are moving in? Yes. Some of the grander shifter families from the territories have decided London is the place to be. Prussia and Bavaria as well as Hanover. The French are here too. I have no objection to that in general, but when certain families are keen to take our areas for their own, I decided that I needed to exert myself. A challenge, he said, looking down on Mia, I relish. The party faded into the background as the import of his words sank in. Please don't tell me there is to be a shifter war in London. War is too strong a word. A robust challenge for territory, perhaps, is a better descriptor. We have returned to our townhouse and will be visible once again on London's grand social scene. My sons included, of course. In all your dealings with the varied groups in London, have you come across any interesting newcomers? By interesting, he clearly meant paranormal. Of my own kind, yes, of course, but other than the usual packs, no. I doubt very much you will find any here tonight, either, unless they are a guest, of course. What if I am in need of support? Then, of course, you will have mine, Mia said, hoping she would not be dragged into shifter politics, for all that she valued Magnus's friendship. But as you know, I strive to keep certain aspects of our family to ourselves and close friends only. I would never compromise that. Perhaps, she said, seizing her opportunity, you will assist me this evening with the matter of a tricky antiquarian who seems to have an interest in my moongates. Maybe more than just them, actually, she qualified, as she outlined the events of the day. I want to know what he knows of our gates and what he's up to tonight. Mia, it will be my pleasure, and certainly that of my sons to help. We would also like to refresh our friendship with your family. Do we have full reign for tonight's purposes? A clever question, knowing that Moonfell's approval would make all the difference to the wolves' ability to roam the grounds at will. Of course, with my blessing. And those simple words enveloped them into Moonfell's fold. Sorrel decided that while Winter pursued her own agenda, she needed to rally the cousins, and after spending what she considered far too long having endless conversations with very boring guests who droned on and on about the king's court, she made her escape. After hunting through the crowd for several minutes, she finally spotted Agatha by the summer house in a magnificent Venetian-style gown with a full Venetian mask. "You didn't wish to be a nymph, Aggie?" "I did," Agatha said, tossing her head and making her feathers bounce. But Mamma wanted Crispin and I to dress up in the full splendour of masquerade. Hence I am draped in silk brocade and powdered like a popinjay. She fanned herself furiously. I am so ridiculously hot. Lucky Minty is young enough that she escaped Mother's plotting and is a dryad, currently gazing in adoration at that magnificent Canoenos. Good. Then you will wish to dress up later as a fairy sprite. Sorrel leaned in and whispered her plan. By the goddess, yes. Now? Well, Sorrel hesitated. I was thinking perhaps another hour or so, closer to midnight, but I suppose it would give us freedom to roam and cause some mischief. Do you think Crispin or Minty would like to be involved? Aggie snorted. Minty would, but we need to persuade Crispin of its merits. Look at how he preens over there by that woman with the very low-cut bodice. Talk about putting your wares on a platter. Perhaps we should leave him for now. Let's get Minty and go before we are dragged into dances. Agatha hesitated. But I so love to dance. We'll be dancing till dawn. Plenty of time for that. I shall help you back into your magnificent gown later. Now, let's go. As suspected, Minty didn't need much persuasion, and weaving through the lush planting, the full magic of Moonfell exerted itself. It felt odd to have so many people in what was such a private place normally. But the more she heard the excited chatter of their guests singing the garden's fulsome praises, the more she was glad to show it off. Unable to resist being naughty even now, the three girls cast small spells as they went. A scented wind that ruffled the plants, the sound of bells ringing in the shrubs, the flare of lamps or their sudden dimming that made the women shriek. They skirted the main paths, and Sorrel led them to the north. We should check the new moon gate while we are passing. For your mysterious man? Minty asked. At 17, she was the youngest witch in the family, most skilled with water magic, just like Sorrel. Or men, perhaps. Sorrel nodded. Potentially, several members of the Order of Stone and Star are here. They sound old and dreary, Aggie said, carefully lifting her skirts to manoeuvre through the dense shrubs that obligingly withdrew to help her passage. Mr. Everleigh did not according to Winter anyway, Sorrel said, wishing she'd have been under the moongate to hear the conversation too. Within another few steps, they reached the outskirts of the woodland area that encompassed the grotto and the northern moon gate that sat within the centre, open to the moon and stars. The large grotto had been designed to complement the moon gate's layered stones, and was therefore covered in stones as well as a vast variety of shells. It had two entrances, one to the north that was guarded by Neptune, and one to the south, guarded by Amphitrite, Neptune's consort. In the centre, another passage led underground to another small cave, covered in thousands more shells, in swirling designs, presided over by nereids and naiads. It was her sister's favourite part of the garden because of its association with the new moon, whereas Sorrel enjoyed the watery aspect of it. Only a few lamps had been placed here to keep the secretive nature of the place intact. Sorrel could already hear the sound of trickling water, but within another few steps heard low voices. She raised her finger to her lips, shushing the other two into silence, and Agatha put them all under a shadow spell. Within moments, the northern grotto entrance came into view, the lamp at Neptune's feet throwing his face into a monstrous expression. Wondering if they had stumbled upon an illicit assignation, Sorrel prepared herself and motioned for Agatha to stay back. Even using a shadow spell, her enormous dress would draw far too much attention. But as she and Minty crept further into the grotto, it became clear that 4 men were clustered in the centre, attention on the moon gate. And all 4 were in black domino masks and cloaks, with their hoods thrown back. "Well done, Everly," an older man said, hand stroking the moon gate possessively. "Do they even know what they have here?" "Of course they do," a younger man with dark hair answered. The elusive Everly, Sorrel assumed. "They are witches. The whole place reeks of magic, far more so than I expected. This is preserved perfectly, as is the south gate. This even has a full-faced dark stone moon at its apex." A smoother, oilier voice spoke up, belonging to a man with silvery white hair. "Moon worship is one thing, but this has more connections than just that. It connects us to the Druids, the foundation of this country's magic." "Some would argue with that statement," the 4th man said. Portly and bearded, he seemed less threatening than the others. "You are obsessed with Druids, and you with alchemy, Oliver." "Stop it, both of you," the first gentleman said. "We have one night only to achieve our aims, as I think we all know, as we will not have such time alone here again. If the papers discovered by Everly are to be believed, these gates hold the secrets of the Earth's deepest magics. We must catalogue, measure, note, and try to break their secrets tonight." "We cannot possibly achieve our aims by midnight," the oily-voiced man said, pulling a silver pocket watch from beneath his cloak. "Especially as these places attract so much attention," the portly man called Oliver said. "There are many people around the gates in the west and south." "We do not need to, Oliver," Everly snapped. "We only need to activate the gates at midnight. Once that is done, we have time to study any repercussions afterwards. In fact, that is essential. Then at dawn, we complete our rite, harnessing the night's power and the sun's early rays." "Arthur agrees," Oliver said waspishly, referring to the man with the oily voice. "Don't shout at me. What if nothing happens? What if everything you have read is a lie?" he asked. "Then at least we will have tried." "Who wishes to stay here?" Everly asked. "I would rather investigate the south." "I will," Oliver answered. "Perhaps we should meet before then to check we are on track." But before anyone could answer, Arthur, with the oily voice, held up a hand, head turning slowly as he stared into every crevice of the grotto. "Do I detect a presence?" Sorrel froze, gripping Minty's arm as she did. If they ran now, something about the threatening man told her they would be spotted, and magic or not, he frightened her. Plus, she was torn. Did she want to alert them, so they knew they had been overheard? Or should she let them gloat, thinking themselves unseen? The other men also paused and looked around slowly, and Everly lifted his finger and produced a light at the end of it. "Apollo's light reveal all to me. Hecate's darkness hence must flee." The light blazed from his finger like a golden star, but his words made Sorrel bold, and she smirked. How dare he think to use magic against Hecate, Queen of the Night, at Moonfell no less? She cast a silent spell on the grotto, and suddenly water gushed up from everywhere. Minty, needing no encouragement, joined in. Waterfalls poured down the walls, out of the snouts of dolphins, and erupted from the jars carried by the naiads. The entire place was filled with the roaring of water and spray, drenching everyone. With the outraged shouts of the men ringing in her ears, they fled, and Sorrel decided that she should speak to her mother sooner rather than later. 11. Present day. Lamb was feeling the emotions of animals again, and with every moment he stayed at Moonfell, they became stronger. Leaving Moonfell to go back to university had dulled them, and he'd let it happen, too concerned with study and exams. However, now that he was back, he couldn't neglect his magic, and his skills excited him once more. He felt as if he was on the cusp of great possibilities. Plus, he'd be seeing Maverick and the wolf shifters soon, and Maverick would have questions that he couldn't answer. Unfortunately, he'd just have to be patient, although the pack alpha really didn't strike him as being the type to wait. "Hello!" he called out as he walked to his studio at the end of the stable block, waving at the peacocks and nodding at the songbirds flitting around the garden. "I don't understand anything, but I'm going to try," he muttered under his breath. What a tit. If anyone could see me now. Lamb had more pressing concerns than his weird animal magic anyway. He needed to make art, sculpt, paint, anything, particularly sculpt. If he could start creating, he'd probably begin unlocking his magic even more. It seemed to work for Odette, so maybe it was a skill he'd inherited. Musing on it now, it felt like the key to everything. And as soon as he stepped inside his studio, he felt potential flow through him. The place was untouched, exactly as he'd left it. It still needed a small fridge for refreshments, and he also had to put his tools on the walls, but it was otherwise perfect. He threw open the doors and windows to let fresh air flow in and started to get to work. However, after barely 10 minutes, the ground shuddered, and he detected the unmistakable alarm of the surrounding animals, particularly the piercing shriek of the peacock standing outside his door. He ran outside, wondering if something had fallen over, a tree perhaps. But why the hell would a tree fall over without any wind? Maybe a wall had collapsed. Fortunately, what he could see of the garden looked fine, and so did the closest boundary. Then a rushing, whooshing sound filled his ears, along with the chattering and chirping of several animals united in uncharacteristic panic. The peacock ran down the path ahead of him, as if leading the way, tail feathers bouncing, and not stopping to question it, he ran after it. The garden opened up for them, and they followed a path leading directly to the new moon gate situated within its fern-filled area. And that's when he realized what had changed. A short distance from the moon gate, not far from where they had trapped the elemental earth creature and banished it, were the remnants of a wall covered in mossy shells and a large round hole in the ground with steps leading underground. Lamb stopped abruptly, wondering if he was hallucinating, and then peered into its depths. A squirrel leapt onto the path in front of him and looked at him as if to say, "Are you a chicken?" before darting down the hole. Unwilling to be shamed by a squirrel and feeling the garden urging him on, he followed, spelling a witchlight to illuminate his way. The walls bordering the steps were also covered in shells, with patches of moss, and the air smelled damp but surprisingly fresh. The curving steps were made of brick and slick with moss too, so he took his time, fearing he'd break his neck. At the bottom, the narrow stairway opened up to a large space with a domed ceiling that was again decorated with thousands of different shells. and in the centre of the space was a pool of water. He was in a grotto, a classically styled grotto filled with statues of what looked like water nymphs. Fuck a duck! Where the hell has this been hiding? Several lanterns were set into alcoves and placed upon the ground, so, using elemental fire, he lit them all, dispelling the cool white witchlight and filling the grotto with warm candlelight. Mirrors had been set within the shells, and the light bounced off them. It was calm here, restful, a place for contemplation. He stood at the edge of the pool, noting the intricate tiled decoration at the bottom, and that's when he noticed the trickle of water in a shallow rill leading away and vanishing underground where the rill met the wall. It wasn't just a pool. It was a freshwater spring. His mother had suggested that a watercourse of some type might run deep under Moonfell, and examining the pool again, he saw the dark-mouthed spring set into the centre. But why hide the pool and the grotto? The wall above ground was unfinished, so maybe it had been built that way. Or maybe this was part of a much larger structure. One thing was certain. This place had been revealed for a reason. He sat down at the edge of the pool, watching the play of candlelight on the rippling surface of the pool, and then remembered the domino mask he had tucked into his pocket. He smoothed it out, fitted it to his face, and peered at his reflection, feeling he was no longer Lamb, but someone dashing and mysterious. Within seconds, the crystal-clear water clouded, the tiles disappeared, and the cave around him vanished, and he saw suddenly something wholly unexpected. Horty stepped into the most fabulous room she thought she'd ever seen. An enormous mirror with a heavy gilded wooden frame sat between two large Gothic windows, throwing her reflection back at her. She was so startled at seeing what she thought was another person that she screamed and then immediately regretted it. "I'm fine. So sorry. By the gods, Horty. Are you trying to give me a heart attack?" Birdie stopped complaining as soon as she stepped in the room. "Oh, wow. A classical dressing room. An absolutely divine one." Horty was barely listening, too busy examining the sumptuous dresses and reams of material. Diaphanous gauzes, silk brocades, satins and lace. Why hide this room? It's fabulous. She held up a dress, struggling under the weight of it, and stood in front of the mirror. I'd never get in this. Look at the tiny waist. Birdie, however, was striding through the dressing room to the door to the right, and she called over her shoulder, "A bedroom in gorgeous midnight blue with painted stars. A massive canopied bed, too. Definitely a woman's room. Perhaps the other one is a man's," Horty suggested, heading to the connecting door on the left. However, the bedroom on the other side was also in blue, this time far paler with lots of silver hues. There was another canopied bed draped in lush velvet and a feminine dressing table and mirror. "No," she called back to Birdie, "another woman's room, also divine." She picked up a silver-backed hairbrush and slipped her reading glasses on to admire the intricate engravings of a full moon surrounded by stars and very stylized moon rays. Spotting what looked like letters at the bottom, she headed to the window for the full light and read aloud, "For my full moon daughter, may the goddess ever light your way." Now the decor made more sense, and Haughty studied the pale blues and silver hues with fresh eyes. A full moon in silver was on the wall above the bed, and moons and stars were embroidered into all manner of things. The upholstery, cushions, and even the brocade curtains around the bed. A bedroom for a moon-child. Haughty had a sudden pang for when her own daughter, Jemima, was a young girl. Before cynicism and a loathing of all things Moonfell had seized her. Pulling herself together, she trotted through the dressing room decorated in rose-coloured silks to the other room, grasping the brush firmly as if it might disappear. "Birdie, I have found a lovely engraving on a hairbrush." Birdie was looking through the window, nose almost to the glass. "There are changes out there, too. I can see something different in the northeast, and I know there are other things elsewhere. I can feel it. Something has released these rooms and a lot more besides. Bollocks. What is going on? Just as the entire family is about to descend on us. Maybe it's because the entire family is about to descend on us." Haughty didn't look through the window, more interested right now in the beautiful midnight blue room, far more dramatic because of the darker colours than the other one, and also decorated with stars. This time, however, a dark moon made of ebony or some other type of dark wood hung above the large bed. Spotting the dressing table with another richly adorned mirror, she picked up the hairbrush, noting how similar it was to the other one. This time the engraving read, "For my dark moon daughter. May the goddess reveal her secrets to you under cover of the night." Birdie, they were sisters, moon sisters. She clutched the brushes to her bosom, feeling quite emotional. One a full moon child, one a dark. A pale blue room and a dark one, how magical. But why hide the rooms? And then the worst thought struck her. What if they died young? What a tragedy. I feel sick at the thought. Perhaps their poor mother locked the rooms up because she was so grief-stricken. This could be a memorial. She sniffed as tears threatened. Bloody poppycock to that. What's going on in the garden? Birdie asked, furiously rounding on her. Good grief, don't cry. We don't know what's happening yet. I know, but I feel a little overwhelmed, Haughty explained, wishing Birdie was a little more sympathetic. This is the second surprise of the day after that masked man appeared in the platter. Now a suite of rooms has appeared. What next? Exactly, which is why I'm bloody furious. Yes. Birdie lifted her fist to the ceiling, eyes blazing with anger. Yes, furious, you damn cheeky house. I've had enough of this. House meeting, kitchen, now. She clapped her hands together, and a resounding gong rolled out of the house and across the grounds. A summons that could not be ignored. You're wet, lamb, Birdie said, still bristling at the house's behaviour, and wondering why Lamb should be having so much fun when she was witnessing parts of the house being unveiled like a show pony. Please don't tell me you had a dip in the pond. It's for fishes, not witches. No, actually, I nearly drowned in the pool inside the grotto. But thanks for being worried. He rubbed at his damp hair so that it stuck up like a hedgehog. Birdie was about to start ranting about hidden rooms when his words sank in. We haven't got a grotto. He smirked, looking infuriatingly like his father. We sure have one now. It showed me something very interesting. If only you would stop shouting. Como stuck his hand in the air like he was at school. I found something too. A hidden building in the laurel hedges. He looked at Lamb, his seeming co-conspirator. Like a wicked witch house. I'm thinking I could turn it into a garden retreat. Birdie was usually extremely generous, but having the house show the newest arrivals areas of the garden before her struck her as extremely cheeky, and her mood darkened. Retreat? Oh yes, because the house is such a trauma, and your turret rooms are terrible. Birdie, Morgana said, tone infuriatingly calm. I realize that this is disconcerting, but perhaps don't tell me how to behave. I'm pissed off. I have every right to be. Have you seen this witchy house? It's more fairy tale than witch, but yes, actually. So has Monroe. Only because we were in the garden when it happened, she added hurriedly. And the area that it's in has changed too. Monroe was leaning against the kitchen counter, arms crossed over his broad chest and lips twitching with amusement. It's really cool, actually, once we got over the initial shock. And it is such a shock, Haughty said, oozing sympathy as she patted his arm, resting it there a moment too long. She obviously still had a thing about shifters. I feel the same about the moon rooms. Moon rooms? Odette asked. That sounds interesting. Odette seemed the calmest of all of them as she pottered around the kitchen, filling the kettle with water and preparing the teapot. You can forget the tea, Birdie said, striding past her to the fridge. It's past the yardarm. I need a gin and tonic. Thank the gods, Haughty muttered. So do I. A little gin and tickle to settle my nerves. Gin and tickle? Odette asked, amused. Well, it always lightens the mood. My mood, at least. Birdie rolled her eyes at the prospect of a tipsy Haughty. Now we're cooking, Lamb said, waiting for her to grab the gin before moving in. Day drinking. Beer, anyone? This is not a party. Birdie banged the bottle on the counter. We are strategizing. I know. With beer. Birdie splashed out large measures for her and Haughty, while Morgana had beer with the men. Odette stuck with tea. Birdie didn't speak until she had downed a good mouthful of her drink and then turned to Odette. Right. What has the house revealed to you? Nothing. Nothing? You who sees to the truth of things? I was painting. I needed thinking time. You didn't see anything through your art? Not yet. I see things when the time is right and not before. Instead, I decided to continue with the pieces I started at Beltane, scenes of Rajgar. Slightly mollified, Birdie turned to Lamb, his words still resounding. Let's start with you, then. This grotto. Where is it? And explain to me exactly how it happened. While he described the events, Birdie tried to work out why the house should hide a grotto with a pool under the new moon gate, and then it struck her that she had shifted from thinking of the house as having magic that had come from the witches that lived there to believing it was a sentient creature with magic of its own. Manipulating garden paths was one thing, but hiding large parts of the garden and house was another. A tonal shift that was momentous. Then Lamb said, But that's not the most interesting part. I discovered something else. Well, saw something else. Now I need you to bear with me, because this is gonna sound odd. Birdie gripped her glass, wondering what else she might learn today. Go on. He took another swig of his beer as if to fortify himself. I sat at the edge of the pool, staring into it, and generally enjoying the atmosphere. I could see the spring in the centre of it because it's so shallow. Morgana was seated at the kitchen table, leaning on her forearms as she listened, but now she jolted upright at his statement. "We have a spring." "Yes, and it runs towards the house and disappears underground." "That could be the source of this so-called river that I read runs under the house. It might just be true." She turned to Birdie, her excitement obvious. "It could be the source of the water in the well. This is amazing news. Now I just need to remember where I read it." "Hold on." Lamb held his hand up. "That's not all. I was staring into the water when it became very cloudy. Black, actually. The grotto vanished, and the next thing I knew, I was flying high over Moonfell at night, under a full moon. I know it was Moonfell because I could see the 4 gates below me in a distinct circle on ground that was a mix of woodland and grass. However, in the centre of the space was a large stone circle and a much smaller building, as in not Moonfell-sized at all, and figures moved around it, carrying flaming torches." The kitchen had fallen silent. The only sound the ticking of the clock on the wall, and Birdie's breath caught in her chest. A stone circle and building. Lamb continued. "I flew lower. I don't know how. I certainly didn't feel that I had any control at all. Well, I didn't have a body, to be honest. However, the voices of the people below became more distinct. They were chanting and singing, and I could feel power surging around me. And then I just fell, like a bloody stone." His eyes were wide now, looking at them all as if for answers that Birdie knew she didn't have. "I fell so quickly that I could feel the wind streaming around me, and I just plummeted to the centre. The next thing I knew, I was drenched in ice-cold water. That was a bloody shock. I tried to breathe and almost choked on water. That's when I found myself face down in the pool and back in the grotto. Although clearly I'd never really left, but it bloody felt like I had." He stared at Birdie and then his mother. "So what the hell was that?" "You obviously had a vision of Moonfell before the house was built," Birdie said, still trying to wrap her head around it. "Well before. If what you saw was true, then it certainly answers some questions about the grounds. But why you saw it, I have no idea." "Other than that the house," Morgana said seriously, "has decided that now is the time for us to know." "You're making it sound like a sentient being," Monroe pointed out, "which is extremely unnerving." Horty snorted. "Seems to me we now have far more questions. We knew the moon gates were old, but now we know they're very old, and that they must have been linked to an ancient stone circle on this very site. If your vision is correct, Lamb, it's not you I doubt," she added hurriedly. "Just what you saw, and also why you. You're not the one who normally experiences visions." Odette laughed. "Maybe it's another latent skill that is showing itself. You are now back at Moonfell for the foreseeable future, Lamb." Lamb sighed. "I'm still dealing with the whole animal thing, which, by the way, is also coming back strongly." "Tell us about the people in the circle," Monroe prompted, "and the circle itself. You mentioned a building. Did you see the orchard?" Lamb had been leaning against the counter, but now he sat at the table, elbows planted and chin in his left hand, beer in the other, his gaze distant as he tried to recall what he saw. "It happened really quickly, and the shock of it all threw me, but the circle was big, and I remember seeing that the stones were large and roughly circular in placement, like most stone circles. I have no idea how many stones, a dozen, I estimate, at least. The people in it were wearing cloaks and carrying torches. You know, the old-fashioned kind with flames. I think it was a ritual, but I don't know the details. I do think it was a building in the middle, sort of rectangular. As I felt closer, I heard their voices, and they were chanting. I couldn't understand them, though. It wasn't modern English, obviously. He sighed and took another swig of beer. As for the orchard, well, there were groves of trees, but whether they were fruit trees, I don't know. There might have been a yew hedge, or at least a few yew trees. It was dark, so I couldn't see any details. And the spring? Morgana asked. Did you notice that? He shook his head, clearly frustrated. No. I might be able to help there, Odette said, eyes narrowed as she watched Lamb. I could try and see what you see. I used a spell on Maverick only a week or so ago to do the same thing, and that worked well. I linked to his experience. It's very safe. Sure. Yes, if it helps. Like hypnosis? No, but I can study what you saw and we'll revisit it together. Odette smiled. I must admit that I'm really excited about doing this. It sounds like an incredible experience. I think we should do it in the grotto, too. Birdie huffed. Puts our room discovery to shame, Horty. Rubbish! I told you at Beltane that this house is waking up. Something has changed this year. The energy of new people moving in, the 500th anniversary, whatever. All of it, I feel it. So must you, Morgana. Morgana nodded. Yes, I do. It's like a creeping sensation. Plus, the midsummer solstice is a powerful time. Perhaps, Lamb, this ritual you saw was at the solstice, too. Maybe. Poor Lamb. He looked both excited and a little overwhelmed to have had a vision and be the subject of so much attention. It reminded Birdie that she needed to schedule time with him and Como for some teaching. Once midsummer was over, of course. Morgana turned to Birdie and Horty. You best tell us about the rooms you've found. Yes, and then we'll see what everyone has discovered for ourselves, Birdie announced, determined to plan and make sense of all this. Fresh eyes and all that. Then we split up. We'll look at every part of the house and grounds and write down anything different that we see, the smallest things. We need to be detectives. I don't actually trust that I will know, which is a horrible thing to admit, but true. One more thing, Lamb added quickly, brandishing his domino mask. I wore this when I looked in the pool. When I put it on, everything changed. It might have helped. Those bloody masquerade masks again, Birdie muttered. Horty plonked her glass on the table, a determined glint in her eye. In which case, we absolutely have to find out who these Moon Sisters are, because there were masquerade masks in the dressing room too. It's all linked. It has. 12. June 1754. Will you tell me your name? Winter asked the wolf shifter, who was escorting her around her own grounds. Or must I call you Beowulf all night? I quite like it. So that will be my name until dawn. I shall call you my nymph of the night, if Little Witch doesn't suit. It does not. But isn't that a bit of a mouthful and just a little possessive? I am not your anything. I like a challenge. He smiled wolfishly, leaving her to think he meant possessing her might be a challenge. He had much to learn if he thought he could possess a woman, especially a Moonfell witch. But perhaps just nymph for short. Where are you leading me? The Eastern Moongate, or to use its official name, the Waxing Moongate. Do you remember them? Not really. My overriding memories of Moonfell are of racing around the grounds and feeling that they were endless. Now that I'm here, I remember parts of it. He nodded to their right. The orchard, for example, and the myriad scents within it. I also remember getting lost. Winter laughed. The garden likes to lead newcomers astray. It will block paths or move them, or send you anywhere but in the direction you want to go, us included. So why is it behaving tonight? Because of the party. Mother spelled it so. And then she recalled her mother's actual words. Or rather, she asked the garden to behave because this is important. She asked the bees, too. Anyway, Winter said, having other things on her mind, we must decide where to hide to watch the moongate. The great yew hedge was coming into view as they left the bulk of the house behind them. It was kept deliberately tall, forming a huge dividing wall for this area of the garden, beyond which was a maze of smaller parterres. Its height was partly to make the area beyond more mysterious, but also to encompass the large moongate that had been cut into it for as long as the hedge had existed. Or so they believed. The hedge was so deep that the gate formed an impressive tunnel through it. This far from the pavilion there were fewer lights, and the yew hedge was dark, its bulk looming over everything. "Have you any suggestions as to where we lurk?" Beowulf asked, voice low as he brought his mouth to her ear. Ignoring the tickle of excitement his closeness caused her, she sought control. "There are several rose gardens beyond the hedge, all connected and encompassed by more hedges. Papa cut small archways into the hedges so we can pass through them. Quite old-fashioned now, but we don't always follow modern fashion. The whole place can be quite bewildering if you don't know your way around. The Moongate Garden is much larger than all of them, so I'm sure we can find a spot to suit. In fact, there is a bench beneath the rose arbour that will work well." She quickened her pace, leading Beowulf through the nearest archway, that was much smaller than the Moongate, and into one of the parterre gardens. However, they were not the only ones there. A few couples strolled the brick paths, and groups of young men and women ran past giggling. Winter presumed they were playing games. Here, as elsewhere, oil lamps and mirrors were placed strategically to enchant and bewilder, and the warm night air, coupled with the heady scent of roses, lavender and night jasmine, made Winter feel as if she was caught in some kind of spell. Although she had lived at Moonfell her whole life, the garden was becoming increasingly unfamiliar as the night progressed, and the deliberately confusing nature of the design added to the sense of dislocation, especially under the gestating darkness of a new moon. Her moon. Winter spotted 3 men entering the area through another archway, all looking like huge black ravens, with their cloaks swirling behind them. They certainly weren't strolling aimlessly, and there was something about their hurried, furtive steps that instantly made her suspicious. Or perhaps it was just that she saw nothing of their features at all. She found the domino masks ominous. "Here." Beowulf pulled her onto a bench set into the hedge and whispered, "Quiet, little nymph. Let us pretend to be deeply fascinated by each other." He lifted her chin and looked into her eyes. "Can you manage that?" "Easily. But you wouldn't tell him that." "Not when I'm supposed to be watching them." He smiled. "But you know where they are going. Is the gate close?" "It's several gardens over. It's a bit of a maze back here, but the Moongate is that way." She nodded to her right. "We are only at the edge of the parterre gardens. Hunting requires patience and stealth. Trust me." He lifted his head and inhaled. "I would do better as a wolf." "Maybe later." She watched the 3 men stride through another archway and pulled Beowulf to his feet. "Come on." Like predators, they pursued the men as they progressed across the grounds. However, it was obvious they didn't know exactly where they were going as they progressed in a circuitous route. So, hoping she was doing the right thing, Wintermere took the direct route instead. The parterre garden that featured the Moongate was the most magnificent, but it was dwarfed by the Moongate itself. They had left it without decoration, so the deepest centre was a well of darkness. Seeing that the rose bower in the centre of the area was empty, she pulled Beowulf into the sheltered arbour and threw a shadow spell over both of them. Within only minutes, the 3 men arrived from another direction and clustered together directly in front of the gate, falling into a hurried, hushed conversation. "We need to hear them," Beowulf whispered, hot breath tickling her ear. "Everly clearly has some magic, and I am worried that if I cast a spell to hear, he will know I am close. So keep it subtle, or I will shift and listen myself." "What happened to patience on the hunt, Mr. Wolf?" Winter asked slyly. Ignoring his yellow-flamed glare, the only feature of him she could see because of the shadow spell, Winter considered her options swiftly. A listening spell as light as the night breeze should do it. "Blessed air, bring to me the voices of the men of 3, as stealthy as a wolf under the dark moon, a thread of sound that around our ears will bloom." The gentlest breath of wind carried towards them from the 3 men, and suddenly the men's voices were audible. They were arguing back and forth about the size of the gate and the age of the hedge itself. They seemed to think it couldn't possibly be old enough. But old enough for what? "Just leave me be to study it properly," a man with a voice as smooth as silk said. "We have wasted far too much time finding it already, especially after that performance in the grotto. I am still wet. It's fortunate it is such a warm night, or we would freeze to death. Already our plans could be found out." "Agreed," another man answered. "One of the witches must have spotted us, and surely if one knows, they all do." "There is nothing wrong with examining the gates," the 3rd man said calmly. Winter recognized his voice immediately. Everly. "You should not have declared yourself earlier," the other complained. "That was stupid, arrogant. I needed to see the gate at midday to confirm my suspicions. However, it was unfortunate I was seen. I attempted to cast a glamour spell so that he would not remember me, but it failed. That leads me to believe the rumors of this place are true. That it has magic of its own?" the man with the smooth voice asked, an edge of excitement to his question. "Exactly." "Then that is even better." "Is it?" the 3rd man answered. "Or does it place us in greater danger? And why were we not stopped at the main gate in that case?" "Because I was plausible, and we have an invitation," Everly snapped. "Now let us go about our business calmly and surely. I found out what I needed to, and that is that the power in the south is rising. The others feel less powerful, but still contain more energy than I expected. The trouble is, I don't know if it is a result of the witches' powers or their original purpose." "Then go," the first man said, "and leave me to my studies. You have your staff, obviously. I am not a fool. Now leave. We must put our first plan into action by midnight, and we are wasting time." The 2 men hurried away, not even looking in their direction once, but Winter waited until they had left and the remaining man had stepped within the darkness of the U's Moongate before she spoke. "What original purpose are they referring to?" Winter mused. lifting the shadow spell so that she could see Beowulf's features clearly. "I was going to ask you that. However, I think the most pressing need is to know what they wish to do at midnight, and why they need a staff. Whatever it is, we must stop them in case of lasting harm. Although surely our protection spells would halt such a thing," Winter added as she considered the possibilities. "The men might circumvent them." Beowulf's captivating stare shifted from her to the gate. "It seems to me they know a lot about your gates, especially on this night, when your mother has asked the garden to behave. This magic here might not think to stop whatever is happening, especially if the original purpose of the gates is about to be exploited. Or perhaps the gates themselves will want this action to be completed." "They are magical, but they do not have a will of their own." "Are you sure about that, my little nymph? You yourself said that your mother asked the garden to behave. Doesn't that suggest will?" "Actually, it was the bees she asked." "The bees?" he smirked. "They are tied to these grounds and always have been. As to why," she unwillingly confessed, "we don't know." "Even more intriguing. It strikes me that there is more you don't know about this garden than you do." His words stung, but a part of Winter knew he was right. She would not be the next high priestess, so she was not as connected to the grounds as her mother. But even Winter knew that Mia didn't know all. That was another part of the thrill of living at Moonfell. The secrets. But tonight might afford them the opportunity to unearth some of them. "Mother has spelled all the mirrors purposefully to watch what occurs tonight. Admittedly, we did not expect 4 men or such concerted attention, but surely we should wait and try to discover as much of their purpose as possible. If our gates contain greater mysteries, then we should know what they are. Only then will we stop them." "And your mother would agree?" "I am sure of it." Beowulf changed the direction of their conversation. "What do you think befell them in the grotto?" "My sister, perhaps, unless the garden itself intervened, although it should not because of Mother's request. What a knotty puzzle this is." "Indeed. Shall we keep watching?" "I think we must for now. When we know more, I shall tell Mamma." "Then I suggest we get closer. I will shift to my wolf, and you, my darkness-filled nymph of the night, must follow." As he spoke, he stripped out of his leather and fur jacket, revealing a powerfully muscled chest. "Shall I shift in front of you? It does mean that I have to be naked." "I think behind the arbour will suffice. Thank the gods it was dark, because her cheeks were burning. She could already barely take her eyes off his chest." His smile broadened. "Another time, then." Mia excused herself from the pavilion, satisfied that her guests were having a good time, and headed to the rear of the summer house to use the small hand mirror to communicate with Lisette. "Madam, I was beginning to despair of speaking to you," Lisette began hurriedly, her features swimming up through the mirror as if underwater. "There was an incident with the North Moon Gate. Sorrel cast a spell, drenching 4 men. Was she caught? No. She ran off giggling with Minty and Agatha. But the men are plotting something before dawn. 2 men are now in position on the north and east gate, but I cannot see what it is they do properly. I think they are measuring them." "Did you hear Everly's name?" "Yes, and a man called Oliver. And all 4 men were wearing dominoes. The images aren't clear, unfortunately, and I didn't witness the entire exchange." "He is here, then?" "The men with him must be antiquarians. Everly said as much to Bam. All they do is measure and record, obsessed with unlocking the secrets of ancient monuments." But where did they come upon the knowledge of these gates, and is Mr. Mortimer one of them? The longer Mia puzzled over it, the more annoyed she became. Had Mr. Mortimer employed them merely to be around Mia? Had Mia herself been investigated? Suddenly it seemed as if there were 1,000 eyes upon her, all seeking evidence of her magic, and throwing a large masquerade party at Moonfell struck her now as sheer stupidity. Had she exposed their whole family? "Madame Mia," Lisette said anxiously, "are you all right? I'm just trying to discern what these gentlemen want that they could not ask outright. Have you observed any other suspicious behaviour from anyone?" "No. The party is a success. Guests are roaming across the entire grounds, although much remains centred by the pavilion. Mistress Winter walks with a man in a most outlandish costume. He carries a fake head at his belt. Beowulf. Good. I am glad she is with one of Magnus's sons." Mia stared across the gardens to where the pavilion glowed in the darkness, the steady hum of conversation and music carrying to her. At least there is much dancing and chatter, which is gratifying. From what I heard, the men will have a gate each to explore. And you're sure there are no more than 4? From what I have seen, that is all. But perhaps they are being circumspect. Perhaps. She fell silent, contemplating her next course of action. There were enough staff to ensure the party continued to run smoothly, and Godfrey would supervise everything with his usual expertise. Her brother and sister would support Bam, which left her free to roam. "I will circulate to the south gate. It seems to be the one Mr. Everley is most interested in. I will approach him directly. Is he there yet?" "Not that I could see." "And where are Winter and Sorrel now?" "Winter was by the waxing moon gate, but she has vanished. I suspect she is still there, though, because I didn't see her leave. However, the angles from the mirrors are not perfect. I catch flashes of things only. Sorrel has disappeared to the northeast. I will find Ambrose. Then we will talk more, Lisette. You are doing well. Please keep going." Mia pocketed her mirror, passing the bronze moon gate that shimmered with lamplight, but that hid no one within its depths. Yet. Intending to return to the party, she turned towards the pavilion, but then she spotted Sorrel hurrying towards her. "My darling," Mia said, examining her from head to foot, "Lisette has told me a little of what transpired at the grotto. Are you all right?" "Perfectly, but there are 4 men, not 1, and they are examining all the gates. They spoke—" Sorrel glanced around to ensure no one was close and lowered her voice. "Of druids." "Druids? What of them?" "They seem to think that our gates connect to them. They talked of the foundation of this country's magic. Are they mad?" "The foundations of magic?" Mia's question was directed more at herself than Sorrow. The gates were old, but were they that old? "Think carefully, Sorrel. What else did they say?" "They were arguing, accusing each other of being obsessed with druids and the other with alchemy, but all seemed to think the gates hold the secrets of the earth's deepest magic that they must unlock by dawn." "What could that mean?" 4 men, 4 gates. How very intriguing. "I must think on this. Thank you, Sorrel. And they said something about activating the gates at midnight. What could that be about?" "Activating them? How?" That sounded far more alarming. "I have no idea." Real panic started to bubble up now. Had Mia made a colossal mistake? "Where are your cousins?" "Changing for a little mischief. Aggie is too hot in her gown." "In your hermitage, I presume?" Sorrel loved her little hideaway. and she nodded, looking sheepish as if she might be told off. But Mia was beyond that now. Good. Then we will use a little midsummer magic for our own ends. Make sure the girls take care, but have them spread a little more magic. Find Vespera and Hesper, too. You mean magic to beguile and enchant? Exactly. Gentle but fun. Something that will add to the headlines of this evening's events, and that may help negate whatever our mysterious men are up to. Are we going to stop them? Not just yet. Once you have set that in motion, return to the grotto and watch, please. Carefully. Deep in thought, Mia watched Sorrel melt into the crowd, the word activate resonating in her thoughts. Surely 4 random men could not have any effect on the gates. That sounded utterly ridiculous. She felt directionless. But trusting that her next steps would become clear soon enough, the pavilion beckoned. After being in the warm darkness, conspiring with her maid and her daughter, the noise and bustle of the pavilion was a shock. The dances were well underway. The minuets had ceased, and now the noisy, joyous cotillion was entertaining the guests, interspersed with the very popular country dances, especially Gather the Rose. The entire spectacle was a feast for the eyes, and with the wine flowing, everyone was very jolly. However, Mia needed Ambrose, her oldest son, and spotting him and his wife Lucasta talking to her brother Benedict, she hurried to their side. "Mamma, you look most splendid." Ambrose bent and kissed her cheek. He was tall and of a slim build, similar in appearance to his father, and as steady and calm as him, too, a scholar witch who enjoyed making new combinations of potions with his wife. He would have made an excellent high priest, but perhaps being always at Moonfell would not suit him, as he adored the London scene and was more than happy to live in town with easy access to the theatres. "Dear Mia," Lucasta said, kissing her cheeks. She was tall and willowy, with an almost ethereal air. She wasn't a witch, but to Mia's mind lived on the borders between the magical and mundane. She wasn't a seer, but she had flashes of insight that suggested with a little more training she could be. It was something Mia had broached, but Lucasta had merely smiled enigmatically, and Mia had let it drop. Tonight she was radiant in a vast-skirted gown of gold and black, with a matching Venetian mask, and she smiled as she said, "Diana the Huntress is a most bold costume that suits you, and very apt, considering your evening's activities. You look radiant too, my lovely." Mia pulled back, but didn't break eye contact with Lucasta, her hands lightly clasping her daughter-in-law's arms. Her eyes sparkled, and without either needing to say a word, Mia knew she was with child. Thank the goddess! Lucasta continued to smile, her gaze steady. "I am, thank you. We must speak later when we can talk more freely." "Yes, of course." A secret for now. Mia leaned forward, lips brushing Lucasta's ear. "I'm thrilled for you." Mia turned to Ambrose, noticing the air of import he now carried, but other than giving her a knowing smile, he instead said, "Uncle has told us of your concerns." "Indeed, although not entirely what I was expecting," she said, focusing on the issue at hand. "I may need your help, possibly yours too, Ben." Ben, her older brother, had a keen business mind and was a wine merchant with his own warehouse. His magic gave him an edge with his work, but she suspected he knew nothing of Lucasta's condition. He had no interest in such things, and they certainly wouldn't have told him before her. He was observing the dancers rather than listening to their discussion, and he looked at her in surprise,
Sorry, what?
I may need your help with Mr. Everly.
Ah, yes, the antiquarian.
And friends. He is currently bustling around the garden with his cohorts, measuring our moon gates. He plans more than that, though, although I know not what. I don't know whether to challenge him now or just observe. If he is just measuring them, there is no harm. But if there is more involved, as Sorrel seems to think, then to delay might be dangerous.
More involved, such as what?
Ben asked, adjusting his powdered wig carefully.
Are you letting your imagination run away with you? Or more likely, a Sorrel. Those young girls are flighty.
And yet of a very similar age to me, and I am not flighty, Lucasta retorted.
Exactly.
Mia often wished to berate Ben for his very low opinion of the opposite sex. It gave her great pleasure that she had been picked to be High Priestess over him. Our protection spells are tied to those gates, you nincompoop, she said witheringly. Plus, Winter and Bam felt him attempt to use magic before. What if he is trying to break our protection, or utilize the Moongate's magic for nefarious means? They are discussing old magic and druids. And how did he even use magic? Is he a witch? A ritual magician? A druid himself, perhaps? Sorrel heard him say that the gates are connected to the deepest of the earth's magics. Mia's earlier calm vanished. The more I think on it, the more I feel we should have a small contingent around each gate to stop them before anything gets out of hand.
Perhaps, Ben said with a peremptory tone, we should just stop them right now and throw them off the property. Then it's over. They have no right to do what they are doing, and I don't even understand why you are entertaining the thought. Uncle has a point, Mamma. Plus, there are enough of the family here to deal with whatever magic they may utilize against us.
Her brother was infuriating sometimes, and she could do without him unduly influencing her son. Are neither of you the slightest bit interested in learning what he knows, or even thinks he knows? Those gates have been a mystery to us since the day the house became ours. So are the grounds. Sibylla knew of their power, enough to tie our protection spells to them.
Supposition, Mia, Ben said. That was 200 years ago. Those gates could feel magical because of what we have done to them.
Mia was furious now, and becoming more so by the minute. I have read her grimoire, and in it she clearly states that there was magic here before we arrived. Aware she was drawing attention, she took a deep breath to calm herself and adopted an air of insouciance. Therefore, there is something to discover, and Everly claims to have information about the gates, their history, why they are here. He has found papers. Papers I want. Ben's jaw tightened, eyes boring into hers. Then ask him. He was supposed to meet me tonight for exactly that purpose, but is obviously avoiding me. Yes, to carry out his own experiments. He is making you look a fool. Mamma, Ambrose said, sliding a questioning glance to his uncle that spoke of male superiority. That is exactly why we should stop them. Perhaps I and Uncle Ben should intervene if you do not wish to. Ambrose, Lucasta said, eyes wide with reproach. This is your mother's decision. Thank you, Lucasta. Ambrose. Mia's magic rose with her anger. Promise me you won't interfere until I give word. Have I let you down before? Ben? Ben sighed, his combative air vanishing. No. But we must be careful. I will be. But I am curious, Mia insisted, wishing they would stop being so dull. Why be so secretive?
If I ask him, I fear he will lie and I will never know. This way I might have a chance." "Just glamour him," Ben snapped. "It is not always reliable, you know that, especially for complex things." Bending someone's will was not what magic should be utilized for, and she loathed the idea. Yes, the more she thought about it, the more obvious it seemed to let events play out, at least for a short while. Plus, her daughters were watching, or at least one was. And where was Tolly? "So what is it to be, Mother?" Ambrose asked. "A contingent around each gate, as you mentioned earlier, or a low-key observation?" Mia considered their options, and they were unfortunately few. To learn more, they would need stealth. Glamouring the lot of them and asking endless questions was a last resort. The latter. We will spy and collate evidence. 1 or 2 to each gate only. They must meet at dawn before they act, so we have time yet. I need the west gate covered. Then leave it with Lucasta and I. A little adventure at midsummer is a splendid opportunity for mischief." As Ambrose and Lucasta left, Mia spotted a peacock of a man, literally adorned in silks and velvets rich with the colours of a peacock's tail feathers, striding across the floor, and her mouth fell open in shock. "Mr. Mortimer is here." "Which is of interest why?" Ben asked, following her gaze. "Because I assumed he was one of the 3 men with Mr. Everly, and yet unless he has cast his domino aside, he is clearly not." "Good grief, Mia! This is sounding more bizarre by the moment." She cast a blazing glare on her brother. "It is all in hand. Now I have other places to be. Perhaps while courting new clients you can ask subtle questions." Feeling his stare between her shoulder blades, she marched resolutely into the crowd, deftly dodging the dancers until she was at Mr. Mortimer's side. "Dear Mr. Mortimer, how good to see you, and what a fine costume." "Dear Mrs. Halladin Westerly, how perfectly splendid you look." He inclined his head in a small, polite greeting. "And yet nothing compared to you," he gave a modest shrug. "I pale to insignificance beneath the magnificence of your pavilion." He bowed deeply over her outstretched hand as he bestowed a kiss on it. "And your radiance." Mia swallowed her impatience. By the goddess, these greetings were so tiresome. For the next few minutes, she followed convention, talking of the weather and his garden, and whether he was happy with their work, and then she could stand it no more. "I believe a gentleman of your acquaintance is here tonight. Mr. Everly?" "Ah, yes, of the Order of Stone and Star." He nodded pompously, as if bestowing worldly wisdom on her. "A most illustrious group, who are committed to understanding the working of the celestial spheres and their influence on the ancients and how they shaped our world." "So you know of them?" "Yes, they have conducted research on my grounds. I have a monolith on the grounds that they were most interested in. They believe it to be very significant." He smiled, preening. "Most edifying." "I see. You added them to your guest list for my party?" Mia asked, not sure whether to be relieved that he confessed knowing him or not. "Well, he asked. Once he knew that this party was taking place, he declared that Moonfell was a historic place and that it was the perfect time to look around." His eyes widened with surprise, his hand flying to his extravagantly waistcoated chest. "Did you not know? I did reach out to your butler to check. Godfrey, I believe. He said it would be acceptable. I added 3 of Everly's companions." "No, that is fine. But," she added, trying to keep her tone light, You could have introduced them beforehand. I understand that people are interested in Moonfell. After all, we so rarely open the grounds to so many. They could have had a private tour, which I indeed suggested. He refused, not wishing to be of any trouble. Besides, I think— Mr. Mortimer leaned in, lowering his voice conspiratorially. He rather wished to be here at midsummer. I must admit to being very excited to be here too. I will explore your garden later, if I may. Of course. One more question before I let you go. Did I meet Mr. Everley, or my husband, perhaps? Oh, no. His investigations only started once you completed my garden. So much measuring and pacing and muttering under the moon. He laughed as if it was the funniest thing to do. So Everley had lied. But why? Did he assume he would be less suspicious that way? Or perhaps he deemed it best, as Mortimer had arranged his invitation. Regardless, Mia just smiled. These antiquarians are very interesting men indeed. Please let me keep you not a moment longer. I must continue to circulate. Madam, as always, a pleasure. He bowed deeply again over her hand, and then she hurried away. She couldn't delay any further. She needed to speak to Godfrey and find out the men's names, and then go directly. 13. Present day. Several hours after a hurried lunch, a joint tour of the newly revealed places, and a thorough inspection of Moonfell, Como was sitting around the table on the west terrace enjoying a beer with the gathered group in the late afternoon sunshine. A plate of cheeses and a bowl of olives were in the centre, and he picked at them, mind mostly on other things. Time seemed to have lost all meaning that day, and it felt as if the clock had slowed, or maybe the day had expanded. Admittedly, they had started early with their search for masks and platters, all eager to prepare for the party, but since then he felt caught in the soporific sunshine and the timelessness that Moonfell often generated. The western terrace was bathed in sunshine, the old stone warm and giving off stored heat, the plants emitting heady scents, and part of him longed to just soak it up rather than charging on. After splitting into twos, they had inspected the house and gardens and were now sharing their findings. Como had been paired with Haughty, who had been surprisingly informative, enthusiastic, and naughty, and Como unexpectedly found himself being the more sensible of the two of them, which was extremely unnerving. They had inspected the southern area of the garden and the vast cellars that Haughty claimed she had explored thoroughly as a child, during which time he'd learned a lot more about Moonfell and Haughty's childhood. Como could understand why Lamb had been so interested in the cellars, and he was already planning on exploring them again with him, including the hidden passages Haughty had revealed. Right, Birdie started. Let's begin. Haughty, what have you two found? We hardly found any changes in the cellar, she began. But that's not surprising, considering they are mostly untouched anyway, other than the wine cellar and the area immediately under the kitchen. But we did find a new secret passage. She grinned at Como. It was very exciting. He nodded enthusiastically. Really cool. Well? Birdie asked, pen poised over the sheet of paper. It starts a good way into the cellar and leads between the walls of the billiard room and the small parlour next to it. The gloomy one. It's very narrow and I nearly got stuck. Not nearly, Nonna. You did get stuck, and I had to pull you out. It stopped, Como explained, at the end of the billiard room wall. There's a little hole that allows you to spy inside. We've yet to check, Haughty said, but it must be hidden in the panelling. Plus the hole is high, Como added. There were little steps up to it.
Are you sure it wasn't there before? Odette asked.
No. Haughty shook her head. I spent lots of time in those cellars as a child, poking and prodding walls. It's actually obvious now. A bit of panelling between the beams with visible hinges. Como nodded, recalling it. I saw it. It wasn't hidden. Me and Lamb could check it out again later. Lamb gave him a thumbs up. I'm up for that. Okay, Birdie said. What about the grounds? The meadow is all as it should be, Haughty said, but ends a little short, and there's a new path running at the edge of it, just of beaten earth, winding towards the orchard. As far as the moon gate goes, that's the same, but of course the magic there is heightened. Morgana shrugged. Just what we'd expect at midsummer. Exactly. After Haughty had instructed him, Como had felt the heightened magic too. Sort of like the build-up of atmospheric pressure, much like the atmosphere around the table. Everyone was tense but excited, and Como felt once more as if they were on the verge of something. Odette and Lamb, your turn. Birdie was all business, her shoulders thrown back and her jaw still tight with clearly suppressed anger. Hades sat on a garden chair nearby, watching through heavy-lidded amber eyes, as if on the verge of dozing off. Como, however, was not fooled for a second by that. Hades was paying close attention to everything.
Well, Odette started. We covered the western garden and found nothing of the pond had changed at all. The gate looked as spectacular as normal. Energy levels are what we'd expect for the time of year. However, she slid an uneasy glance to Lamb. We also inspected the attic and found a few changes there.
Such as?
Birdie asked. An area of the attic has reverted to how it would have been when servants lived here. There is a room there, off one of the smaller passages, a lovely room actually. Small, of course, and set right under the eaves, but there's a window and it felt nice, welcoming.
A woman's room,
Lamb added. It was furnished, Morgana asked. He nodded.
An iron-framed single bed, a mirror and a table with a water jug and bowl. Everything was floral.
Odette smiled in recollection. Yes, cheap cotton fabric, but pretty. We haven't disturbed anything as requested, so it's as we found it.
Intrigued, Como asked, Did I see that area this morning?
Odette shook her head. No, it's off the main portrait room, down a different passage to the one we took. In theory, it could have appeared a while ago, but I doubt it.
What's gone then?
Monroe asked. Essentially part of an area with old furniture in it. Morgana turned to Monroe. It's a vast space, and what was once a warren of rooms for the servants that used to be employed here was opened up years ago for storage. The dividing walls were wooden up there, and most have gone, although some remain and now section the attic into smaller areas. I'll take you up there if you're interested. He nodded.
Sure. I guess if one room is back, that suggests an important servant was involved in whatever is going on here.
He looked around at everyone's baffled expressions and laughed.
No?
Birdie massaged her temple.
Actually, that's a good suggestion. Anything else new up there, Odette?
No, but there's so much up there that I might have missed something small.
Well, Birdie continued, seeing as we're progressing clockwise, I shall go next. I explored the grotto again with Hades, and unfortunately, although I stared into the shallow pool for a long time, I saw nothing. Hades did not detect anything else either. Even the animals here seem to have accepted it. I rather hope it is here to stay. The rest of the northern area was undisturbed. Then we moved on to the first floor of the house. Other than the moon rooms, all is as it should be. I'm quite relieved. Morgana?
The second floor is unchanged, but the eastern part of the garden has obvious changes. The topiary is different, the building is there, the boundary is deeper, and the parterres have become more maze-like, and the hedges taller. I actually like it. The orchard is unchanged, and the gate, fortunately.
Well, that's something,
Birdie said, sipping her gin and tonic.
We don't want the bees all riled up.
Como was desperate to discuss all this with Lamb to get his opinion on it all as a fellow newcomer to Moonfell. Haughty kept talking about new energy, so he couldn't help but ask,
Is it us? Me and Lamb, I mean? Have we changed things? Not directly, Birdie said, patting his hand to reassure him. I think Haughty has it right. The 500-year anniversary shook things up, and you're just the icing. Our family members always come and go, and houses used to change, which is why I believe the current circumstances are about a particular event linked to midsummer and these masks.
The box had been carried out of the kitchen and now sat on the table.
Something happened, and the house, for some reason, is sharing it with us. The question is, what now? I think we should cast a spell in the newly discovered building. I just haven't decided quite what yet. Some kind of revealing spell. I know you cast one, Morgana, but maybe there's another layer to discover. I welcome all suggestions. You, Odette, should do exactly what you proposed earlier with Lamb.
Share his vision? Yes, we chatted about it. Lamb is still keen.
More than, he said. I want to see it again, and to see more details will be great. Can I be part of it?
Como asked, thinking to see the stone circle on which Moonfell was supposedly built would be brilliant. I'm not risking it with more than us two, Odette said apologetically. You can be involved in the reveal spell, though. Once you've all decided on one, you could cast it on the new rooms and building to provoke a response.
Yes, and all at the same time, Haughty suggested. A threefold revealing spell. You can manage that, right, Como? On the attic room, I mean. It's only small. On my own?
His voice sounded squeaky, and he cleared his throat to repeat it in a more manly voice.
On my own? Yes, I'm sure. But what kind of a reveal spell? The rooms are there, furnished. What more is there to see? Surely we are best doing it to the witchy house? I saw something there, remember, and then it vanished. Can we bring it back? That's what I want to see. Yes, that's fair enough, Birdie said, nodding. It did show itself to you first, after all.
Como sighed in relief, unable to explain why he felt so desperate to see it again, but he felt like he'd been invited into the building's secrets, and he liked it.
I'll work on the moon rooms, Haughty said. I'll search them from ceiling to floor, and then I'm heading to the library. I need to know who those girls are.
Bibbidi-bobbidi-boo again? Morgana asked.
Yes, actually. What?
Como looked between them.
What's that? Morgana is being cheeky, Haughty said, casting her a reproving glance. Then we need to decide on food. She patted her rotund stomach. I can't work on gin alone. You could have fooled me, Birdie said, casting her sister a wry glance. Let's worry about that later. I think we should postpone the barbecue and order in. She batted away their collective groans of disappointment. It will take too long to organize. Morgana, I think we should work on a spell together. Perhaps Monroe can investigate the boundary building again with Como while we work. Sounds good to me, Monroe said, casting an inquisitive glance at Como. Me too. And can I also suggest, Como added, that seeing as the masks seem to be windows into the past, if we wish to trigger more insights, we should use them. All eyes fell on the large wooden chest, and as they each searched for a mask to wear, Como had the distinct impression that the next few hours were going to be very odd indeed. "Wow, this is really something," Odette said to Lamb as she stood in the grotto again. Seeing it for a second time helped her take in the details. "I know, right? Why hide it?" Odette studied the tiny mirrors wedged within the shelves that reflected a myriad of images, including the flames from the candles and lamps they had lit when they first arrived. "I honestly don't know. We attribute a lot to this house, with good reason, but maybe a witch hid it for her own reasons? Honestly, we could go around in circles just debating the whys and wherefores. Let's focus on what we can do." She placed the rug on the cold stone floor, and Lamb added the 2 cushions they'd brought with them. Then they sat at the edge of the water. "Time for our masks," she said, lifting hers from her bag. She had taken her time choosing, as they all had, wanting to find the one that spoke most to them. But in the end she had kept the pale blue one she had found in the bag that morning, and after admiring it once more, she fitted it over her eyes. Immediately, the cave took on a different aspect, framed by the mask, and her peripheral vision narrowed. The stone nymphs seemed to be watching their preparations. "What now?" Lamb asked, looking nervous once his bold red mask was in position. Odette stifled a giggle. "I love that you've chosen that mask rather than a black one. You look like a rooster." He fluffed his feathers and preened. "It's not every day I get to dress like a drag queen. Thank the gods you have a sense of the ridiculous. Right. Let's just sit for a moment and acclimatize. Steady your breath. Calm your heart. Listen to the water." She sat opposite him, knee to knee, and closed her eyes, letting the glow of candlelight calm her thoughts and the lapping of the water lull her. The energy in the room settled around her like a blanket, and once she was grounded, she opened her eyes and reached for Lamb's hands, which prompted him to open his eyes. His gaze flickered nervously around the room and then settled on her again. "It's a simple spell," she explained, "that will take you back to that place. However, this is different to the last spell I did, because I helped Maverick recall the memory of an event that physically happened. You had a vision." "Does that mean it might not be possible?" "No, it should be. I'm sort of pulling that memory out and sharing it, but we might trigger another vision because of it. Whatever happens, we are still right here. Understand?" "Not travelling through time and space." "Not as such. We are tuning into the magic around us." He nodded and adjusted his mask. "All good. Let's do it." "Just describe what you were doing in a methodical manner, and then what you saw. Take your time. Don't rush."
"What spell is it?"
She smiled. "I should have known you would ask. Maverick didn't care, but then again he had just lost his wolf."
"His what?"
Lamb's eyes widened in shock.
"Is that possible? Is it back now?"
"Yes, it's back, and he's fine. Let's focus on this for now." She could feel his thoughts scattering and his energy dissipating, and she had another idea. "Let's adjust our position," she said, facing the pool instead. "We still sit next to each other and hold hands for the connection. But let's stare into the water." When they were in position, both looking into the pool's clear waters, she prompted, "Talk me through it. I'll work magic while you do, but ignore it."
"I was sitting here, thinking how calm this place felt,
and that it was sort of like a sensory deprivation tank. The steady lap of water in the pool was relaxing. I stared at my masked reflection and thought how different I looked, a distant lamb with another life in another time. And then I felt as if I was actually looking at someone else. Or even, he mused, as if someone else was in the pool staring back up at me. The pool was more than just a pool. It was a conduit. And then I thought, what if I could just dive into it, mentally I mean, and find another Moonfell? Lamb's voice had taken on a dreamy quality as he mused, and as the orange light flickered across the pool's dark surface, Odette followed his journey, the mask's narrowed vision reducing the cave to just the pool. She knew what he meant. Her own reflection looked different, softer, more mysterious, enigmatic even, a keeper of secrets. As he talked, Odette weaved their magic and bound them together. It was a gentle spell designed to fold into Lamb's words, uniting their experience. He continued. Then the water darkened, became properly inky black, and I was suddenly over Moonfell in the darkness, the stars shining above me with a cold, hard light, with a full moon like an eye over the world. In seconds they were there, floating in vastness, the land spread below them, the edges lost to a thick, velvety blackness. But below, fires blazed, and the moon illuminated 4 large structures around a great stone circle and a low rectangular building in the centre. Odette was suspended with no sense of falling. She just floated there, staring at the tableau. But she could still feel Lamb's hand in her own and heard his breath hitch. She squeezed his hand gently. I'm here. I see it. Remain calm, easy, quiet. What the fuck is happening? His voice resounded in her head. It's a gift, or perhaps a message. Take it all in. Almost imperceptibly, they drifted closer to the ground like falling snow. The sharp scent of the smoke reached them, as did the smells of earth and trees and cold, eternal stone. Lamb was right. It was the ground before Moonfell was built. The 4 gates stood sentinel, 4 outlying structures around the circle of stones that were unfinished and roughly cut, spaced unevenly. The small rectangular building looked to be a simple structure, but from above it was hard to be sure. People milled about the centre, carrying flaming torches, seeming to move in no particular order. Fearing time was escaping her, she studied the moon gates, ensuring they were the same. However, as they drifted lower, she noted one fundamental difference. They were larger in every way, taller, broader, more ceremonial, and pathways led under each. The U-gate was still there in the east, but was formed from the split trunk of one enormous tree with huge limbs that sprawled around it. A gateway to the Fae was the thought that immediately struck her. The guardian tree that provided a portal to the other world. The bronze gate opposite it was less polished and smooth than it was in the present, and consequently, to Odette's eyes at least, more organic, as if the bronze had clawed its way out of the earth and was reaching into the sky. As for the 2 stone gates in the south and north, both were still made of stone, but the blocks were larger, hefty, bare of plants, and the closer she drifted, she could make out runic carvings on their rough surfaces. But the orchard? She turned, or at least tried to, trying to keep this sense of lucid dreaming. There were trees to the southeast, a tangled mass of them, but whether they were fruit trees or not was hard to say. Beyond the gates and the stone circle was dense forest that wrapped fully around the place. A wondrous, thick tangle of ancient woodland that under the full moon was inviting and terrifying all at the same time. Then, just as Lamb had described, their speed accelerated, and Odette realized it was because the group of people had started chanting in a thick, guttural language she couldn't possibly comprehend, and the power they raised was magnified by the circle and the gates all working in symphony. An almost imperceptible streak of paler sky appeared in the east. Dawn. If this was midsummer, and she was convinced it was because of the quality of the light and the rich green of the landscape, then it would be early, 3:30 a.m. perhaps, which meant that she and Lamb were witnessing an ancient dawn rite at the solstice. She was still marvelling at it all when the yew-gate lit from within and shadows moved within it. Unfortunately, that was as much as she saw, because just as Lamb had described, they plunged earthwards and hit the ground like falling stars. She was barely aware of clasping Lamb's hand even tighter and feeling him do the same, the one anchor in the chaos, but rather than experiencing the shock of ice-cold water, they were suddenly floating above the grotto. But it was different to the present, bigger, with higher sides and open to the air. The great new moon gate was in the centre, and standing just before it were 4 men in black dominoes. Feeling a pull to the left, Odette twisted and saw dense shadows that she recognized immediately as a cloaking spell. "Slowly," she urged Lamb. "Careful." Still in a lucid, dreaming state, she listened to the men's plans and studied their appearance, knowing this must also be significant. A man lifted his hand, producing light at the end of it, voice raised in an incantation, and then water exploded everywhere, the shock of it enough to send them both tumbling back to their bodies. "Fuck!" Lamb yelled, rattling the silence of the grotto. Odette saw her reflection in the pool, but shattered this time as circles of water rippled outward and splashed over the floor. She jerked upright and took a deep breath, reassuring herself that they really were still in the grotto, and then turned to Lamb. "Are you all right?" "No. Yes. Fuck, that was intense. I have so many questions. I don't even know where to start." "Did you slow things down?" "I tried." "No, you totally did, at least for a while. How are you?" "Disorientated, but okay. Come on, there's something I want to see." Still holding his hand, she stood and pulled him to his feet, then raced up the stairs and out into a clear, still, warm twilight. "Do you remember what we saw, Lamb?" Lamb pulled his mask off and pushed his reddish-brown hair out of his eyes that were still wild with insight and revelations. "Yes, an ancient pagan rite, right here." He pointed at the ground. "After that, the 4 men who were by this gate, who were drenched in water, that had to be magic. But there was another grotto, a huge one around the gate." He nodded, his breath slowing. "Yes, with an entrance on either side open to the air. I saw the entrance to the grotto below, too. And the men?" Odette knew the answer to that question deep in her core. They were trying to unlock the power of these gates, and with everything that's happening right now, I'm wondering if they actually did. 14. June 1754. Sorrel didn't need to change her clothes, as she was splendidly nymph-like, which was perfect for midsummer. But with a number of costumes to choose from, it seemed idle not to try them. Besides, she might have been spotted at the grotto. All three women were in the hermitage, the windows shuttered to keep the lamplight hidden, but so deep within the laurels, Sorrel believed them to be perfectly safe from view.
"Aggie, you look perfect,"
she said, admiring her cousin's costume. "And I'm so much cooler." Aggie fanned herself with a dramatic white-feathered fan that wafted the material of her chiffon dress. "If only we could wear this all the time."
"Do you think you should perhaps wear another skirt beneath?"
Minty asked, eyes wide as she studied her.
"I can see your ankles and even your legs through that."
"The Fae care not for such things, and tonight I am Titania." Minty giggled as Sorrel finished helping her into a white gown with wings.
"Then I am your Fae helper. A flower fairy, obviously. Hawthorn blossom, perhaps."
"You can be whatever blossom you want," Sorrel told her.
"Mamma says to spread nice magic. A little sparkle beneath the trees, perhaps. Or lights over the flowers. A shimmer that cannot truly be seen,"
Minty suggested. "And," Aggie added, "we can cloak ourselves in a half-shadow spell, half seen and half imagined, with a shimmering light behind us." Sorrel laughed.
"Excellent. I can see you have this well in hand. Just don't scare people. Enchant and beguile them.
Unless it's those men, of course. Just keep away from them." Aggie put her hands on her hips, suddenly serious.
"What do you think they're doing? Investigating the gates?"
Aggie rolled her eyes. "I know that. What else?"
"I don't know. Honestly,"
she added at Aggie's continued stare. "But we want to know what they know, and Mamma doesn't think they'll tell us, so we are to let them continue for now. Highly risky, if you ask me." "Well, we're not." But not wishing to say that out loud, Sorrel tried charm.
"This is why we need you to spread more magic.
If anything untoward happens, the guests will hopefully be too starstruck and merry with midsummer mischief to notice. If you spot Vesper and Hespera, involve them too. Even Crispin. We have a green man mask. One of us should use that at some point. Can you imagine seeing that face peek out at you from the bushes?" The thought of it gave her a thrill of the other, as she always felt him close at Moonfell, especially in the spring. It also reminded her of the giggles she had heard earlier, and the topiaries that had moved. She now wondered if she'd imagined it, as all seemed normal now, except that she knew she hadn't. She voiced her worries. "You know, I thought I heard something earlier, something that wasn't of this place, something I truly think was Fae." Both cousins stopped giggling, and Aggie said, "Are you jesting?" "No, I was here alone and heard giggling, and then the topiaries moved. They were staring at me. I put it out of my mind, thinking it was just Moonfell magic, and I've been too busy to think of it since. Now the hedge is as normal, but what if the solstice is causing the veil to thin?" "You are letting the play get in your head," Aggie said, looking uneasy. "It's not real." Minty, however, had a very different response.
"Of course the other is real, and if it could happen anywhere, it would happen here. I may be the youngest, but I know that much. Midsummer is the time when the Fae love to play, and where better than here?"
She stepped closer to Sorrel. "If you are teasing me, though, I will hex you." "I am not, I swear." The shutters rattled, and they all jumped.
and then a titter of laughter echoed through the room, along with the scent of something sweet that made Sorrel long to run and skip in the meadows under the moonlight. Aggie clutched Sorrel's arm. "Did I imagine that?" "No." Minty's eyes widened. "They heard us. They are truly here." For all that Sorrow had longed to see the Fae, she had also heard the tales of the dances that lasted for centuries, and their capacity for cruelty should their will be challenged. Did not pay to be caught in their games, or ask for favours, or to thank them in any way. She spoke to the room at large, her voice sounding weak. "If it is you, then we welcome your court to Moonfell. Please know that we honour you." But in response, the room was silent, and the rich scent vanished. Aggie narrowed her eyes at Sorrel as if to accuse her of jesting again, but Sorrel shook her head quickly and placed a finger on her lips. It would not do to mock or question what they had heard. "Let us continue with our plans to spread magic through Moonfell and leave our visitors to their own celebrations." Minty nodded vigorously. "Yes, let's. What else should we do, Sorrel?" "Don't linger in one place too long. It is most important we are not caught." "But we must be seen," Minty argued, twirling. "I look so pretty." "From a distance. And of course, be aware that others may be here." Sorrel giggled almost hysterically at the wild fancy that had just gripped them, overcome with the excitement and intrigue of it all. "We have never had so much energy from other people here before, so use it." "How?" Aggie asked, glancing nervously around the room. "By drawing on it, you noddy," Minty said, seeing exactly what Sorrel meant. "We mix it with Moonfell magic. It's rising steadily." "Noddy?" Aggie glared at her younger sister. "Says the moonling." "I am not." Minty flicked wind at her sister, sending the candles flaring wildly. "Stop it!" Sorrel felt like a general, trying to marshal her inadequate soldiers, but she was relieved that at least the mood had lifted after that strange experience. "We have work to do, and I must go. Can I trust you to do this right?" Affronted, Aggie snapped. "Of course. I have several spells that will be perfect. Where are you going?" "To spy on the man in the grotto. Is that wise?" "It is essential, but I shall be careful. I won't watch him all night, but I will check regularly. Plus, I'll come back to help you change your costumes on occasion." "Good hunting, then, and you be careful too. Come now, Minty," Aggie said, sweeping regally to the door. "We shall head to the orchard and work sunwise." Satisfied with their plans, Sorrel headed down the path towards the grotto while her cousins went in the other direction. Alone in the silence of the midsummer night, she paused, taking it all in. Here, on the edges of Moonfell, where the velvety blackness lay thickest, she felt Moonfell's wards like a gentle hug, and if she narrowed her eyes, letting her thoughts drift, she could almost see the magic like a net spreading over the grounds. Fanciful, of course, but she often was. Had she been fanciful about the giggles? Was Tolly playing tricks? No, she was sure he wasn't. She knew his magic too well, which meant that perhaps the Fae still watched her now. She hurried down the path, but when she heard human giggles and low voices ahead, she stepped into the shrubs. Time for a little fun. Casting a soft glow of light around herself, she sent a light breeze through the plants and darted between them, leaving a sparkle of light in her wake. She heard a shriek and then spellbound silence, and when she risked a peek between the branches of the mock orange and honeysuckle, she found two wide-eyed people staring back at her. She held a finger to her lips, wafted a little glamour around her, and withdrew again, this time pushing through the border to appear on the path on the other side.
"Causing trouble, I see," a voice called out, startlingly close. Tolly. It was a good job he had called out first, because he too stepped out of the shrubs, this time in full domino costume, his cloak and hood helping him to blend in perfectly with the night, and looking most ominous.
"By the goddess, brother! What are you doing?"
"Like you, watching the activities and keeping an eye on our mysterious men. Or I was until I spotted you. Are you taunting our guests?"
"Only in the nicest way. I thought you were courting customers dressed in your finery."
"Ambrose found me and marshalled me into action." He opened his cloak to reveal his original costume beneath. "I am incognito for present. It seems there is more to fear from these men."
"Perhaps. Have you learned anything new?"
"Only that the man in the grotto is thwarted by a constant stream of guests. He's becoming most perplexed as they are slowing his plans."
"Well, that won't do at all. We need their plans to progress, at least a little."
"I fear you are as reckless as our mother." Mind made up, she grabbed Tolly's arm and pulled him after her.
"I like to think myself bold and resourceful. Come, we will cast a spell to leave him in peace and suggest Mamma do the same, and then I shall watch."
The party was as successful as Mia had hoped it would be, and guests declared Moonfell to be mesmerizing and delightful, a mix of the old and new style of garden charmingly woven into one magical whole. However, for Mia, darting between Everly on the South Moon Gate and the increasingly wild party atmosphere, it was trying in the extreme. They had, as Sorrel had so rightly suggested, cast a spell around all the moongates now, keeping the other guests from straying too close, and it seemed that with the Order of Stone and Star fixed upon their endeavours, they hadn't even realised. They measured, recording height and depth, took soil samples, inspected the gate's construction, and even took tiny shavings of stone. Then, satisfied with each gate, they scurried out again, like mice out of the wainscoting, measuring the distances between the gates too. Mia had ascertained all this through observation and conversing with Lisette, her watchers and the wolf-shifters, while her husband, Tolly, and her extended family acted as charming hosts. As for the cousins, they were spreading their magic wide and far until midsummer magic was thick in the air. However, Mia still did not know what the men were trying to do. Thanks to a conversation with Godfrey, she now knew the names of the men, but yet knew nothing of them personally. Who were they? What education did they have? What employment or private means? And what did the Order of Stone and Star actually do? Was it really a group of antiquarians as Everly claimed, or were they actually magicians? And what of his magic? Mia huffed to herself at the amount she did not know. She was wilfully endangering Moonfell out of nothing more than curiosity, and with every passing moment the power of the gates increased with the approach of midsummer. It was time to force a conversation. Mr. Everly was now ensconced within the full moon gate again, the drape of thick honeysuckle hiding the interior. Cloaked in darkness, but with her arrows tipped with starlight, Mia stepped over the threshold of the full moon gate in the south, leaving the honeysuckle to draw a curtain behind her. "Mr. Everly, I presume? What are you doing scrabbling about in the earth?" He was on his hands and knees with his back to her, a small shovel in his hands, but righted himself so swiftly that he almost fell backwards. The look he shot her was full of malevolence, but it swiftly passed as he schooled his features. "You startled me, madam." "That was rather the point. My husband said you wished to speak to me, and yet you have done nothing but avoid me all night."
"My apologies,"
he said, rising to his feet and bowing all in one swift, obsequious motion.
"My compliments on your costume and the party."
"Ah, starting with pleasantries? I think it's a little late for that. You intrude upon my home in daylight without invitation or a word of introduction, and now you are back under the cover of darkness. What are you doing with my gate?" She would not mention the others. His expression that was all smiles hardened.
"As I said to your husband earlier, I am an antiquarian and am most interested in old monuments."
"So you thought you would help yourself?
I thought you were busy."
He had power, that was certain, but from where or how much she couldn't be sure. He was certainly keeping it contained for now. He was young, too, perhaps in his 30s, but self-assured and pleasant-looking, except for his eyes that held no warmth at all. His cloak was hanging on a piece of stone, allowing her to see his suit was well cut and of good fabric, and his shoes still had the peculiar buckle of the horned crescent moon and star that Winter had described. "You are a man of means, and yet your manners are those of a street urchin. What are you doing with my gate? Answer me right now, or I will have you thrown out of Moonfell, and once that happens you will not ever return, no matter what pretty little tricks of magic you may employ." She let her words hang between them.
"I can assure you my skills are not little tricks,
and I can assure you that neither are mine. And within my house, on my grounds, I can guarantee which of us will be the victor, should you try to employ them." His eyes flitted around the enclosed space beneath the gate, and then back to her, his calculating expression giving nothing away. Meanwhile, Mia waited, letting her magic ripple around her as she drew on the power her ancestors had woven into the gate all those years ago. Finally, he answered her.
"Your gates are ancient beyond the constructs of this house, and the land they are built on is potent with ancient worship."
"I am aware that these gates have existed long before the house was built, but what do you mean by ancient worship?" His eyes blazed with fervour.
"Our ancestors, ancient beyond understanding, gathered here at the solstices and equinoxes to celebrate the turn of the seasons, drawing on the earth's magic to enhance their celebrations. It is rooted deep within this landscape, far before the Romans arrived. Stonehenge was constructed by the Druids to monitor the celestial movements, and this place," he stomped the ground, "was of similar import."
Mia frowned. "But there is no stone circle here, only the gates. I think you are giving far too—" Everly cut her off.
"There is no stone circle here that we can see, because your house is built over it. Don't be ridiculous. Who would build over such a thing? Some stone circles were dismantled for their stones before anyone ever considered their import. This landscape was once strewn with them. Now few remain, and they are disregarded and considered oddities when they should be studied and revered. Only now are we just understanding what our ancestors knew. Their deep knowledge of forces that guide us invisibly across the seasons."
Mia knew a little of what he said. The Druids who worshipped the land before the Romans arrived were slaughtered, and the Romans destroyed their groves. But so much was unknown, so much knowledge lost, and yet Everly looked convinced of it. He continued, eyes fixed on hers.
To discover such a large place of worship so close to London is significant. It is our responsibility to understand it fully, to record what we know for future generations. The gates contain some of that ancient power. You must be able to feel it. Of course, I can feel it. My ancestors felt the power in this place from the moment it was gifted to us. Are you so arrogant as to think that I don't know? How dare you presume? Her magic was building along with her fury. What had she been thinking to let these interlopers carry on in such a manner? And yet, something of his argument did not make sense. If these gates did surround such a thing as a stone monument as you suggest, surely it would have been large. Too large to just take the stones away. Otherwise, why not dismantle the gates too? Because... Everly drew himself upright, shoulders thrown back. I believe the stones are still here, below the house. Perhaps preserved in a chamber or used in the foundation itself. Their presence is what I truly believe keeps these gates still active now. Despite her skepticism, some of what he said did ring true, because the house had an uncanny power too. Unfortunately, however, he was still concealing things from her, such as the plans they wanted to execute by dawn, and something about activating the gates at midnight. Did you plan to invade my house next, then? Is this investigation merely the start, and why are you digging? She gestured at the hole at his feet, trying to see inside, but wary of stepping too close to him. I believe there is a ceremonial path right below us that leads to the heart of your house, and I have just found evidence of it. I cannot let you stop me now. Well, I cannot let you continue until you tell me what... But Mia's sentence was interrupted by a thunderous roar and boom that announced the firework display had begun. Everly saw his chance, and before she could stop him, he grabbed a long metal pole that had been propped against the stone wall and crashed it into the hole so vigorously that it clanged against whatever material was below and sent an unmistakable shockwave through her feet to the house. 15. Present day. What do you think is going on, Birdie? Morgana asked her grandmother after silently searching their grimoires for almost an hour in the library, during which time she had become increasingly exasperated with the situation. Truthfully. Birdie almost cackled. Her laugh was so forced. I haven't got a bloody clue. And I'm feeling like a fraud. High priestess my arse. What about you? Morgana slid one grimoire back onto a shelf and pulled another, Birdie doing the same in another section of the library. The house is trying to show us something, but it feels chaotic, almost random, like it hasn't got control. Well, that's obvious. But what's behind it? Birdie was cranky again and striking out, and as usual, Morgana was taking the hit. Finally, she struck back. Stop it. I am sick of you levelling your frustration at me when I have nothing to do with what's going on. I am on your side, you moaning old cow. Oh, I'm an old cow now. Birdie's eyes were wild, and her hair was an unkempt mess, a sign of her frustration with current events. Right now, yes, you are. I am not the enemy, Birdie. Neither am I desperate, as I have said before, to step into your role. In fact, right now, I want your advice. That was a genuine question. What the fuck is happening in Moonfell? Hidden rooms appearing, the garden rearranging itself, a new building popping up out of nowhere? A bloody grotto! They met in the middle of the room, mere steps away from each other, and magic crackled around them. The garden has always played tricks, but I have never felt as if we were not in control before. Now I feel like anything could happen. I know I wanted to find out more about Moonfell's past, but not like this. Ah, you wanted maps and grimoires, diaries and research, she said sarcastically. What's wrong with that? I certainly didn't want great reveals. I feel like we're on a bloody stage with the scenery shifting around us, or as if I'm in a tarot pack being bloody shuffled all over the place. Morgana took a deep breath, knowing this was horribly unproductive, but it felt so good to unleash. Always, there was an undercurrent of tension with Birdie lately, and she was sick of it. You are Moonfell's present. I am its future. We must work together, Birdie. This place, her arm swept out to encompass the whole house and grounds, is huge. It's a lot to manage, and I am and forever will be grateful for your knowledge and guidance and wisdom. We do things together. And with Odette and the others, of course, but the responsibility falls to us. The house chose us. And you know what else this whole situation has made very clear to me? She didn't wait for Birdie's response. She wasn't sure she'd get one because she looked dumbstruck. When you're gone, I have no one that is the named Moonfell heir to talk to. No one. Who the hell can I rely on? And don't say Odette, because you know exactly what I mean. And when it does choose, it will probably be a child. Legs suddenly weak, she dropped into the closest chair. It's terrifying. Morgana didn't look at Birdie. Instead, she stared at the walls and knots in the wood of the table, feeling horribly alone, which was also a new experience because she had never felt like that in Moonfell. The scrape of a chair's legs across stone broke the silence, and Birdie sat opposite her. I'm scared too. But that's no excuse for my behavior. I'm sorry. Birdie's warm hands landed on her own and squeezed them, and Morgana looked up, vision blurred by impending tears, to discover that Birdie looked just as tearful. I wondered if I was overreacting with this little tickle of fear, but finding out you feel it too makes me feel both better and worse. Describing this place as a stage set was right. Morgana's antagonism started to ebb. I've never experienced all this. She floundered for the right word, finally settling on oddness here before. The magic in the house and garden has been a constant, gentle, reliable support. I can't help but feel we have caused this by delving into our history too deeply. Birdie smiled, releasing her hand as she eased back in her chair. It's not a crime to have a little curiosity about our ancestors. And besides, every time we search an old grimoire for spells, we access their thoughts and ideas. However, perhaps the 500-year anniversary did trigger something. Plus, you have been very vocal about discovering more about the moon gates and the bees. Maybe the house is answering the best way it knows how. Here we go again, talking as if it's alive and has a brain. Before, we've always just said that it's the protection spells we have woven here that triggers certain things. Why have we changed our mind on that? That's not strictly true. The garden has always seemed to have a mind of its own, and I honestly don't know what I can put that down to. It's also natural to give certain human qualities to places. We all do, even genders. Morgana sighed, wishing that Moonfell was a little less complicated on occasion. I know, but this feels bigger than that. And let's face it, there are big physical changes here. Plus, earlier today, there was a noticeable release of magic. I felt it sweep across Moonfell in a wave.
Yes, so did I,
Birdie agreed, nodding. Then her eyes met Morgana's.
Oh my goddess. We have been so blind. It wasn't the house.
Her meaning became clear, and Morgana groaned at their stupidity. A spell has been broken. A spell that had to have been cast by a previous coven head, man or woman.
Exactly. But why would someone make various places disappear? To hide 3 rooms?
Her hand flew to her chest.
The Moon Sisters. Was Haughty right? Did they die? Did something so terrible happen that the High Priestess or priest felt the need to cast a huge spell?
Seized with a need to move, Morgana stood and started pacing. Let's be rational. People die. That's no reason to hide a room, no matter how sad it is. In fact, it's nuts. The place could be down to 2 rooms if that was the case. No, it has to be something else, like a secret.
A secret in the room?
Perhaps a series of secrets. But that's still crazy. Why not just move whatever contained the secret and put it elsewhere? Same goes for the grotto and the building in the Laurels. But I am confident in saying that this is about those masks, because it all started this morning when Odette found them.
What about the shadowy figures that some of you are seeing in the platters and elsewhere?
Birdie asked. Strong impressions that are linked to when the masks were used. It's too much of a coincidence to presume otherwise.
Agreed. But that then brings us to the question of how the spell is now broken. I'm sure that we aren't the only people to have used those masks over the years.
Morgana nodded, which again brings us back to a triggering incident, or time. Midsummer, maybe.
Perhaps.
Birdie also rose to her feet and walked over to the large windows that looked over the inner courtyard, opening one so that the warm summer air could flood into the room.
Surely it has to be more than just that. At least we have a working theory now. Should we still look for spells to reveal more? Particularly for that building, the fact that Como saw something.
Yes, that is perplexing. I certainly saw nothing. Let's focus on one issue for now. We just need to decide on which one.
And we should probably try to discover the spell we believe was cast in the first place.
Yes, absolutely. Morgana walked over to the window to join Birdie, both leaning on the sill to look over the courtyard below. It was in deep shadow now within the high walls, more like a cloister to Morgana's mind than anything else, except of course that there was no covered walkway. It was a contemplative space that they rarely used. We need to find out who cast it too, she added, thoughts drifting to her ancestors again.
To return to our previous discussion,
Birdie said, eyes still on the courtyard and the long run of windows that looked into it.
We still say that the house chooses its coven head. If we are to presume that it has no sentience, then again, a spell must trigger that feeling we get when we know.
Morgana laughed. Yes, we can't have it both ways, can we? Unless, of course, we admit to enjoying a little mystery. I was your age before I knew you had been chosen.
Older, actually, so I do appreciate that feeling of panic in not knowing. However, you shouldn't doubt yourself. You make good decisions, and our other family members will always guide and support you. And, she added with a cheerful smile, it doesn't stop us from adding an interim leader. There are no rules here, and if some are needed, we can make them.
That's true, and comforting. There's a lot to teach Lamb and Como,
but they are eager and willing, so that's half the battle. I'm sorry if I'm cranky. I don't like feeling out of my depth, and I do right now. The truth is, I don't know what I'd do without you." Birdie smiled and touched her cheek with her fingers. "My very clever granddaughter." Morgana kissed her cheek. "My very clever granny. Aren't we sentimental sillies? I'm just glad you feel you can shout at me. Just not often, I hope." Morgana laughed. "Let's talk about the stone circle. That's big news." Morgana wished she'd have seen it. If there has been worship of any kind here for millennia, that would explain a lot. The Earth holds such things. Places like that are special. Exactly. So, to destroy a stone circle just to build a house is terrible. Unless, of course, it had been dismantled by the time the house was built. It's still not right, though. Birdie took a deep breath. A mystery for another day. But as with all things, we inch closer. Now let's choose a spell, because I shall need food soon." However, as they turned back to the room, the door flew open, and Odette and Lamb ran inside, both launching into a tumbled speech that made one thing very clear. At some point in the past, Moonfell had been under attack. Monroe followed Como into the old building that was surrounded by laurels. "This place is remarkably intact." "I know. Must be magic." Monroe shrugged. "You'd know more than me. Does it preserve things as big as this?" "It depends on the spell, but essentially yes. It was hidden away from the weather, sort of suspended in time." "Weird." Monroe understood some magic, but at times it seemed very complicated, with rules that varied widely, or that just made no sense at all. "Although I should say that my knowledge of magic is not great, really. It's better than mine. Besides, I think you're doing yourself a disservice." Como shrugged, looking embarrassed. "I'm all right, but compared to Odette, Morgana, and Birdie, I know nothing." "You will? Are we looking for anything particular in here?" Monroe felt he'd spent hours in here already. Como had shoved his mask into his dark hair, but now he flipped it down and then up again several times. "I'm trying to see what I saw earlier. I did not imagine it." "I'm not saying you did. You know what? I'm going to shift to my wolf. I'll scent more that way." Besides, he was desperate to stretch and run around in the daylight. "I might even explore the parterre beyond the hedge. You'll be okay?" "Yeah, sure." Monroe remembered being Como's age, full of youthful confidence and cockiness. Probably worse because he was a shifter. "Just be careful, and don't do anything rash. If you're worried, shout. I will hear you and can be here fast." Como gave him the double thumbs up. All good. Hoping he was doing the right thing, Monroe headed back outside into the stuffy heat of the evening, stripped and shifted. Immediately, his superior senses picked up scents and sounds he couldn't discern as a human. The scurrying of animals, the fluttering of birds, the breeze stirring the plants, and the scent of thick layers of leaves decaying in the undergrowth. He decided to explore the perimeter of the building first, and paced around it, examining everything thoroughly. He scented the current Moonfell members from earlier when they had arrived to briefly see the house, but then found other scents. Females. Young. Mainly clustered by the front door and the path. They certainly weren't familiar scents, and they were much fainter. Mixed in with those were unfamiliar male scents, too. If the spell had trapped the house in time, had it also trapped old smells? And then he scented wolf. And it wasn't any wolf he knew from his pack.
Immediately on alert, Monroe spun around, but there were no telltale noises of another wolf around, and Morgana would have said if there'd been another shifter there. Which led to only one conclusion. Hiding the building had preserved the sense of old shifters too. He expanded his hunt in ever-widening circles, exploring right to the boundary wall and then heading to the yew hedge where he found other new scents. Male this time, and older. He slipped through the opening in the hedge and explored the maze of parterres that had appeared with the house. Gardens within gardens, all enclosed within tall yew hedges, each populated with the scents of other humans and one wolf-shifter, who, intriguingly, seemed to stick close to a young woman. Unfortunately, as soon as he came to the end of the parterres, the scents vanished, as the current grounds reasserted themselves. Old scents on new scents. Old gardens on new ones, plus wolf shifters. But where one shifter went, usually others followed because they were pack animals. Unsurprisingly, Storm Moon was not the first pack to be at Moonfell, but who were they? And furthermore, how were they connected to the midsummer events? Lowering his nose to the ground, Monroe headed back to the maze of parterres and continued his search. It wasn't often he was able to hunt alone, as normally the pack was with him, so he relished the opportunity, and as he familiarized himself with the changing landscape, he scented other wolves that he estimated to be young males. Plunging beneath the large yew moon gate, he saw disturbed earth and smelled fear. Hackles up, he growled, pacing back and forth, nose to the ground as he scented a man and a wolf and a woman, and he followed their trail towards the old building where he'd left Como. A picture was building in his head as he sought to make sense of the myriad different scents that fought for his attention, all of them so faint that they were barely discernible. Then he scented something very different, and in moments he saw the creature that had caused it. Hades. They watched each other, a wary distance between them, amber eyes locked with golden. His peculiar energy made him unreadable, which was odd for Monroe, who could normally detect fear or indifference, but not in Hades. In moments he vanished into the undergrowth, leaving Monroe wondering what he could sense of the changes in the garden. He brushed those thoughts aside and continued his hunt, until finally he pushed through the door into the building itself, where all those scents magnified. And suddenly, for the briefest of moments, he glimpsed the room as Como had described it, and with it came the stench of fear again. He snarled, hackles up. Como was exploring the room, but now he turned, eyes wide with alarm as he shouted, "Que cazzo!" Monroe shifted back to human. "Sorry, I had a shock." "Not as fucking big as mine." "Fuck me, Monroe. I thought you were about to attack me." "For the record, I would never attack you, unless you were about to attack my friends, of course, which I would never do." Monroe could hear Como's racing heartbeat across the room and felt horribly guilty for scaring him. "I saw the old room just like you. It was a shock, and I have smelled so many weird scents, shifters included, though not my pack. Seriously, old scents. Very old scents." The reality of it suddenly struck him. I've been chasing ghosts. Then the bell resounded around Moonfell again. Birdie had summoned them. 16. June 1754. Midnight already, Winter thought as the fireworks commenced, shocked at how quickly the night was passing.
They exploded over the pond in the west, illuminating the sky with vivid white, orange and yellow starbursts that threw the garden into sharp relief. They also illuminated the industrious antiquarian within the waxing moongate. They had been watching the man for some time as he paced back and forth, measured and scribbled, conversing with his companions on occasions, checking his pocket watch, and all the while unaware of the witch and the wolf that watched him. The thunderous roar of the fireworks was so great that she almost missed the rumble beneath her feet, but the low-throated growl of the wolf next to her made it clear he had not. Her focus returned to the man who had been digging with a small trowel for the past 10 minutes or so by lamplight alone. She had almost laughed to watch his struggle. The ground was hard and impacted after centuries of people walking under it, and no doubt the roots from the ancient yew would be tangled and densely packed. However, the second burst of light illuminated the man crashing a large staff into the earth, which triggered Beowulf, who had been watching at her side, as tall as her waist and with magnificent thick, dark fur, to leap at the man. Within 2 bounds he was on him, knocking him to the ground, face planted in the earth, and sending the staff crashing off to the side. Winter darted into the gate after him, magic raised in case he struggled, but the man was immobile, especially with a huge wolf on his back. Winter grabbed the staff and conjured a witchlight. "What are you doing? We were supposed to be watching!" Beowulf shifted back to human, golden eyes boring into hers, but his body still pinned the man beneath him. The shifter's carefully combed hair had vanished, as had his mask, of course, and when she saw him properly for the first time, she found that she liked him looking wilder. A wolf should not be packaged in silks. Oblivious to her thoughts, he asked, "Did you feel the rumbles beneath our feet?" His eyes were the only thing she allowed herself to look at, but her peripheral vision was offering a tantalizing glimpse of his chest, and she dare not think of what else. "Focus." "I did, but what—" "Did you feel the second one as he struck the ground with that staff, and then others swiftly following?" She faltered as she looked at the staff she now held. "A second rumble?" "Right after the first. It triggered him to pick his staff up. The staff created the noise." He cocked his head at her. "It was quick, which is why you might have missed it, but I did not." "But what did he strike?" Winter studied the ground, but all she could see were heaps of earth that he dug up. "He has fallen across the hole he dug. We must move him. Is he unconscious?" A groan answered her question as the man tried to move. Beowulf rose to his feet and dragged the man to the side, seemingly unconcerned by his own nakedness. "Shut up, or I will shut you up. Do you understand?" Beowulf said, his voice a wolfish growl. "Get off me! Speak again and I will punch you so hard that you will not wake up for a week. When I want you to speak, I will tell you." He dragged the man up by his collar so he could see Beowulf's feral stare, and as he took the man's nakedness in, he just nodded. "Good." Winter hurried forward to look into the hole he had uncovered, and saw a fragment of stone that had a pale white luminescence at the base of the hole. Crystals, perhaps, crushed finely. It was bewildering, and far too small a fragment to identify properly. "Something is buried down there." She glared at the captured man. "How did you know there was something there? What have you done?" Beowulf shook him. "Answer her." "You would not understand." The antiquarian's lip curled with contempt. Beowulf made as if to strike him, but Winter stayed his hand and instead cast a glamour spell. "Tell me what is in the hole. I know that you want to share how clever you are, so tell me all." The man's eyes glazed, and then cleared again as he tried to resist. But Winter persisted, and between clenched teeth he finally said, "It is the path to the power of the ancients. We have awoken the spirit within." What? It sounded like gibberish. A path? But then she considered the staff that she held and examined it properly. A line of runes and sigils ran along its length, and at the base, where the tip had hit the path, was another crystal. Her eyes met Beowulf's. "This acts as some kind of amplifier of magic, I think."
The ground shook when he struck it. This could be what they were doing all along. All gates could be affected.
The man laughed.
"Not just affected, you fools. Activated. If my colleagues were successful, then it is too late. You cannot stop it."
He laughed again, sneering at them. And before she could stop it, Beowulf punched him, knocking him unconscious. "Beowulf!"
"He tires me." "Now what?"
"We need to get him out of here and keep him secure until we know what we're dealing with." She hesitated, considering their options. "I know where. The Hermitage. It is hidden within the laurels."
"Good."
Beowulf heaved the man over his shoulder and stood upright with effortless ease, sculpted muscles rippling in a way that made Winter want to run her fingers over him. However, she swiftly averted her gaze, heat burning her cheeks. By the gods, he was magnificent. She had never seen a naked man before, and he was beyond what she had ever expected. She wanted him, even though she had no idea what she would do with him, nor what men and women actually did together. If anyone saw them together now, she would be ruined, her reputation in tatters. But for the first time in her life, she understood desire. Be rational. She finally looked only at his face. "I think you should get dressed first."
"Nakedness is natural, especially for shifters. It's liberating."
"Do you seek to ruin me?"
"Of course not."
The slow smile that had spread across his delicious lips vanished.
"I would not dream of such a thing."
"Then get dressed, please." And with that, she turned her back, wishing that this night, alone under the stars with Beowulf, would last forever. Sorrel secretly watched the man in the grotto with her brother, Tolly, and to be honest was glad of his company. The man they watched unnerved her with his furtive movements and greedy stares, and with every passing moment she was increasingly desperate to stop his activities. They were their moon gates, no one else's. Imbued with their generational magic that wove the great spell that ensured Moonfell would be theirs forever. Consequently, when he started digging, Sorrel's panic soared, and she dragged her brother out of the grotto's shadows so they could talk properly. "We have to stop this," she whispered. "To continue is madness." Tolly sighed.
"I know, but it is our mother's wish."
"To see what happens, not to destroy the gate. He is digging." Her outrage grew. "Why?"
"I have no idea, but I agree with you. At what point do we intervene?"
"As soon as it looks dangerous."
"Which constitutes what exactly?"
he asked, voice dripping with sarcasm. "An act that might damage the gate or the house, you ninny."
"I am well aware of that. But what act among the many that he's been up to all night? Do I confiscate his measuring stick?"
Tolly could be exasperating sometimes. "You know what I mean. Something that speaks of a concerted effort or coordinated timing. I will nudge you when I think it time to act."
"Or I will nudge you. I am your elder brother, after all."
"Oh, Tish and Piffle." She hated to be reminded of that.
"But we act together. I will cast the spell to blast him away from the gate. You immobilize him with a binding spell."
Sorrel nodded, relieved. "Good. I have one I can use, but we must not hesitate. They edged back to the grotto, watching the mound of earth increasing as the man struggled with the hard ground. Was there treasure hidden below the gate? Finally, he seemed pleased as he grunted and stood upright, brushing earth from his breeches. He checked his watch as he muttered to himself, and then reached for the staff he had placed against the gate. She nudged her brother to alert him. Was this the moment they were waiting for? The man stood over the hole, legs braced as he gripped his metal staff with one hand and his watch in the other. Within moments, the fireworks exploded and squeals of delight rang across Moonfell. The antiquarian raised his staff, ready to crash it to the earth, and Tolly struck, blasting him away from the hole so that he crunched against the side of the grotto, his staff flying from his hands. Sorrel ran over as he struggled to his feet and immobilized him with a swift spell that used air to bind him like ropes. He struggled uselessly, glaring up at her and shouting, "Let me go, witch! You meddle in things you do not understand!" She sealed his lips with another spell. "Hush, little man, before I take your tongue forever." She had no such intention, of course, but he didn't know that. "Tolly, what has he done?" Tolly gripped her arm as she stood next to him, both staring down at the shimmering stone partly obscured by earth at the base of the hole. The ground shuddered, and the faint light below flickered as if it were alive. A strange fluttering feeling coursed through Sorrel that left her trembling. Her brother still wore his mask but had discarded his cloak in the fight. "I fear the other gates are similarly affected. At least he didn't strike it with the staff. What is happening?" Real fear unfolded within Sorrel now. "I don't know. I need to find Mother, or at least check the other gates. I feel odd." "So do I. I'll watch this man. You check the bronze gate, but be careful." "And you too. Don't trust him." She hesitated. "We need to take him somewhere, and the best place is my hermitage." "I will organize it. You go find the others." Sorrel composed herself as she ran from the grotto, racing down the deserted paths to the garden around the pond. The fireworks were drawing all the attention now, and the starbursts of light were reflected on the water. Godfrey and the footman were supervising the crowd while the specialists ignited the fireworks. This close to where they were situated, she could scent the gunpowder and feel the ground shake as each rocket soared skywards. But it was a very different shake to the rumble they had felt before. Grateful for the distraction, she raced onwards, finally arriving at the bronze gate where she saw a wolf astride the man under the gate and Ambrose standing over them. Lucasta stood to the side, keeping an eye out for unwanted guests. "You too, then," she said, once she stood near them. "Did his staff touch the ground?" "Unfortunately, yes." Ambrose barely glanced at her, instead glaring at the man at his feet. "He was too quick, and he won't tell us a thing. Yours?" "We stopped him just in time, but I still feel odd, as if something is already set in motion." "I knew this was a bad idea," Ambrose said, lips tight with suppressed anger. "We need somewhere to interrogate them." "Agreed. Tolly is moving our man to the hermitage, and I suggest you do the same, even though it is a distance from here." "It is easily arranged, especially with the fireworks causing a distraction. But the others?" "Leave it with me. I'm heading to the south." She hurried onwards, panic rising as she considered what could be happening at the other gates. Her sister overpowered, perhaps, or her mother locked in battle. As she rounded the house, she saw Lisette racing down the steps from the front door, skirts streaming behind her. She was so intent on reaching the full moon gate that she almost ran into her. Sorrel had never seen Lisette so perturbed.
Lisette, what? Lisette swiftly cut her off. Your mother is in trouble.
Mia screamed as the pole struck the ground, releasing a shudder that rippled from the soles of her feet to her head. It felt as if she were being split in two, and her body was thrown to the winds. She staggered backwards and fell to the ground, too shocked and weakened by the speed of the attack to even strike back. It was as much as she could do to hold the tattered threads of herself together. Everly looked equally as shocked, the victorious smile on his face turning to panic.
Mrs. Halladin Westerly, what?
But that was as much as he could say before a huge wolf leapt through the curtains of honeysuckle, pulling it down in a tangle around them. The wolf landed on Everly, jaws snapping at his throat. "No," Mia said, words gasped out between waves of pain. "Don't kill him. I need answers from him. But he possesses magic of some kind, so be careful." Everly was shrieking now, too, hands trapped beneath him as he fumbled to break free.
"Don't kill me! I swear I didn't know what would happen."
Mia pressed her hands to her chest, shocked to find her body was intact, because it felt as if she had a huge gaping wound where her flesh should be. Magnus shifted to human, looking as dangerous as she'd ever seen him.
"Tell me what to do, Mia. I would kill him, but if you say not, I will wait until I can. But—"
He lowered his head so he was inches from Everly's face, staring him down with fierce golden eyes.
"Make one wrong move, and I'll rip your throat out anyway."
"No, I need him alive."
"If he uses magic against me, I will respond in kind. It feels like just a shadow of yours, though, Mia."
Everly whimpered.
"I won't, I swear."
"By the goddess, I feel shredded." She dragged herself upright, hands dug into Moonfell's rich earth for sustenance, and glared at Everly. "What have you done to Moonfell?"
"We were just trying to find the power of the ancients. I had no idea."
"Let me give you an idea," she ground out, between gritted teeth. She reached out, grasping Everly's bare forearm where he had rolled his sleeves up, and thrust her pain into him. He shrieked as if his innards were being pulled out, his face an inhuman grimace. She let her pain burn into him for moments longer before releasing him. "Now do you see?" Sweat poured from him as he rolled over and vomited. Magnus eased off him, but only slightly.
"What can I do to help, Mia?"
"Find my family now." He shifted and howled out a command that echoed over Moonfell. Let the guests make of that what they will. 17. Present day. "Do you have any idea who these men were?" Birdie asked Lamb and Odette, except it was Odette she was really asking, as Lamb looked overwhelmed with it all. "No. All we heard were a few brief exchanges of them saying they had until dawn to achieve their aims. However, they were wearing domino masks and cloaks, so they could be the men we've been seeing."
"Whoa, slow down. I want to hear about the stone circle,"
Como complained. They were all in the library, the room lit by the many lamps and shelving lighting. There was still a sliver of soft grey light left outside, but stars were already out as twilight slipped slowly into night. Como and Monroe had sensibly raided the fridge on their way up, bringing trays of cheeses and crackers left over from earlier, as well as Morgana's homemade pâtés. However, it was clear that it would not be enough, as they all had loaded plates. They needed a proper meal soon. "Actually, I think the men are more important," Monroe said, pouring a hefty measure of whiskey into his glass.
I picked up male scents in the parterre gardens and in that little building. They could have been theirs. Ghost scents."
"Ghosts?"
Morgana watched him carefully, as if worried about him.
"That's an odd way to put it."
"It's true, though, isn't it? Their scents were so faint that it was intriguing. And I was like a detective tracking them down. But then it struck me that they're long dead now." He sipped his drink, the golden light in his eyes looking the colour of the whiskey in his glass. "I know we've chased weird scents around here before, but it just felt so real for a moment." Birdie sympathised. "That's Moonfell magic for you. If it helps, I'm fairly unnerved myself." "Do you really think this is a broken spell, Birdie?" Como asked. "It sounds nuts." "It's the most plausible explanation right now, but it's a working theory, so it's subject to change." She glanced across to the table where Morgana was paging through another grimoire. "We're searching for a suitable spell to hopefully reveal what's going on here." "Which would work how?" Lamb asked. "Well, we have two options. We either try to discern the remnants of a spell cast centuries ago, and that is still in play, because I think that it's not fully broken yet, or we break it completely so that we see," Birdie said, addressing Como and Monroe in particular, "what you two have already had glimpses of in that building, but that might have consequences. Maybe to the moon rooms, too." Which reminded her, where the hell was Haughty? The room was quiet without her sister's excited prattle. "Odette, will you help Morgana find a spell? Well, spells, actually. Let's give ourselves options. I need to find Haughty."
"Are you sure you don't want me to?" Odette asked. "I don't mind if you want to do this with Morgana."
"No, I need to look at that room again anyway. I just hope she's not in trouble. Maybe get the boys involved," she said, noting Como and Lamb were talking to each other about their experiences. What a welcome back it had been for them. But at least they had each other to confide in. It's good for them to see what spells we have and how we go about deciding which ones are best. We need to get them using magic regularly again.
"Spell boot camp," Odette said, laughing. "Sounds good to me."
"Well, Monroe announced to everyone after draining his glass, have to go to Storm Moon. I'm already running late. Want me to ask some of the team to come back later? A few more noses wouldn't go amiss. We won't disturb you if you're asleep."
"Except me, I hope," Morgana said with a flirty smile.
He grinned. "Except you, of course, my little night owl." "Actually," Birdie said, grateful for any help, but thinking it would be far too late for her to be of any use that night, "can you ask them to come tomorrow? By then we might have discovered more information that can guide our actions." "All right," he said, gifting her his generous smile. "I'll be back later anyway, and I might see some of you then." "Just arrange a small group," she called as he neared the door, "and warn them of the unpredictable magic here. It might be risky because I have no idea what's happening, and if they'd rather not come, I understand." "Birdie, you all risk a lot for us, so I can assure you we'll be fine. I was thinking Maverick, Hunter, Arlo, Tommy and Domino. And maybe Cecile," he added, sliding an amused glance at Como. "That's perfect, thank you." After he left, Birdie drew Odette aside. "How was Lamb earlier with the spell you cast?"
"Good. Very good, actually, considering what we saw. I know I've already described it all, but hell, Birdie, he wasn't exaggerating about the stone circle. It was a full-on ancient site. The gates were much bigger, truly ceremonial. He was right about the small rectangular building in the middle, too."
"Did it feel threatening?"
"No. But even in our weird dream state, I could feel the power of the place and the reverence it garnered. She shook her head, her gaze distant as if she was seeing it all again.
How long ago do you think it was?
Thousands of years. 2, 3, maybe even 4,000 years ago. I'll dream of it later, I just know it. Birdie nodded, trying to grasp the enormity of it all and what it meant for Moonfell. For all of them.
I wish I could see it too. Do you think you can paint it?
I'll certainly try. I'll try to paint the grotto too.
Thank you.
Birdie took a breath, trying to organize her scattered thoughts.
Okay, I'll order food and then I'll find Horty. I'm bloody starving. Pizza's all round, I think. That will be quickest.
She hurried down to the kitchen, spelling lamps on as she went, alert to any other changes, but after the drama of earlier the house felt settled. But it wouldn't tomorrow once everyone arrived. She half wondered if she should cancel the whole event. What if she was endangering everyone? But a larger part of her wouldn't believe that any of them would be at serious risk. What if she needed the family together to counter whatever was happening? She reached the kitchen and headed for the drawer where they kept the list of local restaurants who delivered, and once she'd called and ordered 6 pizzas, she stood at the open double doors that led to the kitchen garden. The soft grey-violet twilight lay across Moonfell like a hazy gauze, and the gentle heat was like a caress on her skin. It was the perfect evening to sit out on the terrace and relax. Yes, they must. They could bring their grimoires down and enjoy the evening before the Midsummer Eve chaos began.
Hades, she called. Where are you, old friend?
When he didn't rustle out of the verdant greenery, she closed her eyes, projecting herself outwards to him, needing his guidance and reassuring presence. In moments, she found him by the North Moon Gate, and she slipped into his mind. Immediately, her senses sharpened, and suddenly she could see the ferns frothing at the edge of the path.
Are you hunting?
Of a sort. I saw Monroe earlier. He does not know what to make of me.
No one knows what to make of you.
Which is exactly the way I like it.
Hades pushed through the undergrowth around the gate that in this light, through Hades' vision, glowed with an otherworldly light.
Hades, why is the gate glowing?
They always glow.
They do not. I have seen them through your vision before.
They do at midsummer and midwinter.
Do they?
Hades huffed through his whiskers.
Yes, it's the energy rising in the land. I rather like it.
I find it quite unnerving. But, she conceded, also rather beautiful. I'm relieved at least that it isn't something new. I've had enough of that. Although it does speak of their connection to the ancient stone circle that was worshipped at the solstices. By the goddess, this is so bewildering. Did you know about that?
No, I did not.
Hades paused at the edge of the steps of the newly arrived grotto, strangely hesitant.
It's been a long time since I've seen this.
You've seen the grotto before?
Yes, in its entirety. I assumed it had gone because it was old-fashioned.
When was that?
100 or so years ago. You know I'm never good with your earth time.
He started down the steps, and the damp smell that welled up was almost overwhelming, along with the knowledge that fresh water ran close, as well as strange scents that were so faint they prompted another question.
Can you smell all those old scents like Monroe did?
Ah, I thought that's what he was following. Yes, I can. but I confess that the wolf will detect them far better than I can. For me, they are insubstantial. Birdie, is there a purpose to this delightful talk? Because I need to do things that your voice in my head is disturbing.
You're saying I'm in the way?
Yes.
What are you trying to do?
Explore this grotto properly. We have a mystery at hand, and I am trying to help. That is my role as your familiar.
Chastened, she said, I'd better get to the point then. Am I doing the right thing in letting our party go ahead? We have no idea what's happening. Plus, we know that despite our best efforts, things do go wrong here.
Yes, the earth elemental being the case in point.
Exactly.
But this is not that. I think it will be safe. Nothing untoward has really happened, except that new areas have been revealed. We are not in the past. We are investigating it.
Birdie took a breath, reassured. Yes, you're right, of course. Happy hunting. She slipped out of Hades' mind and back to her own, taking a moment to orientate herself in the dusky twilight. Time to find Haughty. Haughty was lost in a world of silks, satins, velvets, and damask. She had poked around in drawers, stroked soft furnishings, and marvelled at the elaborate decor of the full moon and dark moon rooms. It was obvious from the high quality of the furniture and materials that the Moonfell household at this point in history had a lot of money. But what period was this? The silk panels that adorned the walls could have been from the 16th century through to the 18th or even 19th century. However, the clothes in the central dressing room gave more away, such as the large hoops and yards of material for the dresses and the vast reams of underwear. These, combined with what Odette had surmised about masquerades, made it more likely to be the early to mid-1700s, which meant that these rooms had been locked away by a spell for over 250 years, and subsequent descendants hadn't had a clue. When she'd had her fill of the 2 bedrooms, she ended up back in the dressing room, drawn to the huge gilded framed mirror that was positioned between 2 large windows. Again, the standard of the finish was high, but like all old mirrors, it had a silvery quality to the reflection that softened Haughty's lines and made her look more youthful, especially in the twilight and the subtle lighting of the candelabras and lamps. But something else tugged at her about this mirror. It was compelling. Haughty raised her hand and carefully placed her palm against the cool surface. Silly old woman, she huffed to herself. What did you think would happen? However, close up now, she felt traces of magic, and she focused on the reflection of the old world of Moonfell that was far more magical in the mirror than if she stared at it directly. She tried to imagine the sounds and scents, the bustle of servants, the gentle draping of fabrics, the young women who stood in front of this mirror checking every angle of themselves. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the reflection just behind her and to the right, as if she'd floated up from the depths of a deep pool, and Haughty froze, stopping herself from screaming by sheer will. A woman with rich auburn hair who stared into the mirror in fierce concentration. No, not into the mirror, almost through the mirror. Haughty risked turning slightly to look into the room proper, breath caught in her throat, but the room was empty. However, the woman in the mirror was still there, and she reached forward, towards Haughty, tapping the mirror 3 times.
In moments, her studied regard had changed to one of panic, and she ran from the room, dropping something on her way out. A small handheld mirror. Haughty turned swiftly, but of course there was nothing on the floor. However, there was a knock on the door and it creaked open. Haughty screamed. "By the gods, what the hell has happened?" Birdie asked, stepping inside. "Bloody hell! It's just you. Who on earth did you think it would be? You're so jumpy. Why didn't you come to the library when I rang the summoning bell? Sorry, I was sidetracked and time just whizzed by." Haughty clutched her heart as if it might jump out of her chest. "You're as white as a sheet," Birdie said, rushing over. "What's happened?" Haughty swung back to the mirror, desperately searching for any evidence of the woman, but she had gone, as had the mirror she dropped. "I saw a woman, a nice woman, late 30s perhaps." Haughty touched the mirrored surface again. "She saw something in this, I know she did." "One of the sisters? I doubt it. She wasn't grand enough. Her clothes, her hair, although what do I know? I'm jumping to massive conclusions." Haughty tailed off, finally turning to look at Birdie properly. "All these reflections we keep seeing, the shadowy figures, it's all so odd. I feel we're being haunted." Birdie's normal composure had vanished. Her hair was tangled, and she looked tired and drawn, which is more or less what Monroe said. He's been chasing ghost scents all over in the newly expanded parterre garden, shifter ghost scents included. Shifters were here years ago. It seems so. We shouldn't be surprised, should we? Not after hearing about Fitz. Of course, there would be friendly shifters as well as untrustworthy ones. How very interesting. Tell me about this woman. I think she wore a costume, too, because she had a mask hanging off her wrist, she said, thinking about it carefully. She reached forward and tapped the mirror 3 times, and then ran out in a panic, dropping a small mirror. I know this sounds mad, but I think she saw something that scared her. Could it be a mirror spell? I've heard of them, but never used one." Birdie's eyes gleamed. "Oh, Haughty, that's a brilliant suggestion. You mean someone has spelled this to see other places?" "Maybe." Both studied the huge mirror, and Haughty considered how out of place they were in this room. They should be wearing the elaborate dresses that were packed into the large chests behind them, although Haughty would not fit into those tiny dresses anymore. Birdie, she grudgingly admitted to herself, might, although the weight of the material would be crushing. "You know," Birdie mused, "this might be easier to tackle than the building in the Laurels." "Tackle how?" "As in unlocking the spell, or revealing it. If you're right and something was cast here, we might be able to uncover the mirror's secrets." Then the enormous gong rang out across the house, making them both jump. "Oh, good. Pizza is here. Come on," Birdie said, steering Haughty to the door. "Let's refuel before we drop." 18. June 1754. Chills ran across Winter's skin as she studied her mother's pain-racked expression. She had never seen her mother as anything but strong and unflappable. Now she seemed curled in upon herself as if something within her had cracked, and maybe something in Moonfell too. They had settled her into a chair in the hermitage in an effort to make her comfortable. Lisette fussing over her, but deep down, Winter knew they had much more to do before she would be herself again. Ambrose, the healer of the family, was trying to alleviate the pain, but so far was unsuccessful.
The rest of the immediate family were engaged in furious debate, and recriminations were flying both at each other and the 4 men who were tied up on the hard stone floor on the far side of the main room. So far, only Everly had spoken, constantly repeating that he had no idea what their actions would cause. Ambrose had cast a rudimentary binding spell on him, aware that he had magic they didn't fully understand as yet, and had muted the other 3. The man that Beowulf had punched was still only half conscious, his lips bloodied and cheeks swelling. The previous half an hour had been panic-stricken and busy, and Winter felt her life had been very suddenly upended. Blackwood's howl had reverberated across the grounds, and once Beowulf had interpreted the summons for her, she had rushed to her mother's side, leaving Beowulf to guard the member of the Order of Stone and Star. However, she was the last to arrive, having been so far from the full moon gate, and she had found the family in uproar. Mia had stubbornly refused to return to the house, saying she wished to be where the men would be taken. Lisette refused to leave her side. Stubbornness was obviously a common Moonfell trait. At least the fireworks had finally stopped, replaced with music and chatter as the dancing resumed, although the celebration seemed a world away for the family sheltering in the hermitage. Her poor father was currently beside himself.
"What can we do? There must be something."
"Of course there is," Tolly reassured him. "We must repair whatever it is that these men have broken. For now, father, go back to the party and let us deal with it."
"Leave your mother? Never."
He crouched next to Mia, holding her hand. His wig was askew and he looked lost.
"I'm nothing without you, my love. Nothing."
"Bam. Tolly is right," she said, voice gentle. "The party is important, and you are the host. You need to support my brother and sister and ensure everyone is having a good time. Please. It will make me happy to know all is well out there. Otherwise, all of our efforts will have been for nothing."
"But I want to help."
Ambrose intervened, his hand on his father's shoulder.
"I promise that we will call you if we need you. Mama is right. Ensure all is well out there and that no one suspects anything. Mother's life is not at risk, I am sure of that. It is her magic,"
he said, lowering his voice so that only the family clustered around him could hear, "that is damaged. Although damaged is the wrong word. Compromised may be better." "But Mother is magic," Sorrel pointed out, face hardening with stubborn resolve. "She is the heart of Moonfell."
"Perhaps not the only heart," Tolly pointed out. "These men believe there is more here. We need to know what."
The family stared at the men slumped against the wall. They were surrounded by the 4 male wolf-shifters, who were mostly dressed in costume again. However, all looked ready to shift again at a moment's notice. Winter presumed that Magnus Blackwood's wife was purposefully keeping an eye on the party in their absence. Magnus left his sons to join them, and up close, Winter felt his wild shifter power beneath his society veneer.
"What can I do? We could search the grounds again, or investigate the holes they have dug beneath the gates."
"They are the key," Ambrose said, nodding thoughtfully, "along with the staffs they used. But first, let's question them."
"Are you sure you don't want us to kill them?" Blackwood growled. "It is the honourable thing to do."
"No." Ambrose was firm. "We need them alive. Mama, are you sure you would rather not return to the house with Lisette?"
"I need to hear what they say."
Her tone was firm, but she was still pale, her skin waxy with pain. "But, Madame," Lisette said gently, "there are the mirrors. We can watch in comfort. Perhaps things are unfolding even now that we cannot see." "An excellent suggestion," Winter said,
also eager to see her mother in a more comfortable place. "Lizette is right." Mia sighed, resigned. "All right, but only once I have heard what Everly has to say."
"Good," Ambrose said. "Let's question him quickly."
Winter considered the odd glowing stone at the base of the hole. "We should ask about the stone they uncovered under the gates. Crystals of some sort, I think."
Tolly nodded. "I agree. We have several lapidaries we can consult, although," he looked at Everly, "he will know more than us at this stage." "Then that is settled," Ambrose said, taking charge. "Father, please return to the party. We will all work better knowing that our guests are occupied and having a good time. We will focus on this and call you if we have concerns. You can ensure Uncle Benedict and Aunt Rosalind play their part, and the cousins can continue to spread midsummer spells. Lizette can escort Mamma to the house soon, leaving us to deal with this. Perhaps Lucasta can join them."
Bam nodded, and the family pulled away to allow him to speak to his wife in private before he left. Winter turned aside, discreetly watching Beowulf talk to his brothers, thoughts still on his naked body. Images she thought would be burned into her soul forever. Did he know what effect he had on her? Could she even hope to have the same effect on him? As if he felt her stare, he met her eyes with his own, and it was as if a taut cord connected them. Reluctantly, she turned away. This was not the time to moon over a man. "Right," Ambrose said once Papa had left. He grabbed a chair from the table and placed it in the middle of the room. "Let's begin. Sit Everly here, please, if you don't mind, Magnus." Winter had never seen her brother act so assertively. He was always the healer, the gentle one. Seeing their mother injured had sharpened all of them. Magnus dragged Everly off the ground and dumped him into the chair in one swift, effortless movement. For a moment he looked frightened, but then he composed himself, trying to sit upright. His clothes were in disarray, and his shoe was missing a buckle. It must have fallen off after he was half dragged across the grounds. "I never intended to harm anyone, I swear." "Good. Then be honest, or I will drag the truth out of you," Ambrose said, beginning the questioning. "Sorrel overheard you talking about the power of the gates, and of us not understanding what was here. So what is that power, and what were you trying to do?" "I doubt you would understand," Everly began pompously. "I doubt you understand the full range of our powers," Ambrose countered. "If you think the stories about Moonfell are rumours, then you are very wrong. You might wish to consider the wolf shifters standing behind you as well. Or do you think you imagined the wolf on your chest?" Magnus Blackwood, tall, lean, and very dangerous, smiled down at Everly. "I confess my bite is far worse than my bark." Everly shuffled uncomfortably, and seemed to think better of his brag. "The gates are part of an old place of worship. This is hallowed ground, pagan hallowed ground. We believe from our research that druids once worshipped here. An order committed to the earth and its mysteries. A grove of trees was once here but has long gone. The orchard might be remnants of it. The yew hedge that comprises the gate certainly could have existed then. They live an extraordinary amount of time." Winter had questions. Lots of questions. Unfortunately, so did her siblings, as they all asked those questions at the same time. "Stop!" Ambrose said, glaring at them all. "What did you do to the gates that so affected our mother?" "According to our research," he said, shooting his conspirators a nervous glance,
There were ceremonial pathways leading from the gates to the stone circle. Again, our research suggests that these pathways had quartz ground into them, which adds certain qualities. We thought that if we could activate the paths and gates at the solstice, a powerful energetic time, then this might also strengthen the energies of the stone circle that we believe lies here. Under our house? Yes, maybe even in the very fabric of the building. And activating it would do what exactly?
Here, Everly's self-possession left him, and he instead looked uncertain.
We hoped to access their ancient knowledge.
By resurrecting a druid? Magnus drawled sarcastically.
Not exactly.
Then how? Sorrel pressed.
We have brought various tools with us. Scrying bowls, a crystal ball, runes. We thought to get as close to the source as possible, so as to reach out. Perhaps the old druids and the power that is in this land would communicate through other means.
Where are those items now?
Hidden in the grounds. I did it earlier.
Sorrel stepped forward unexpectedly quickly and slapped Everly hard across the face. You blackguard! You endangered our mother for this, when all you needed to do was ask.
Would you have let us do this?
He looked at them all one by one as a red handprint swelled his cheek.
No, I doubt it. Perhaps you could have asked me earlier and saved all this trouble.
So it's our fault, Mia said, half rising from her chair in fury. You caused this, not I. How dare you suggest otherwise? I wanted to see what you were doing. I did not expect this. Her outburst weakened her, and she fell back into her chair. Even though the family had doubted the course of action, Mia had ignored their warnings, and Winter knew that she and Sorrel were enjoying the intrigue of it all too much to question the wisdom of it. That was the rub of it. They had resorted to watching rather than questioning, so keen to guard their magic and uncover secrets that they had invited disaster into their home. Nevertheless, they presented a united front now. Tolly rounded on Everly.
I have no doubt that you would have lied had we asked directly. You avoided us, skulked around with your conspirators, abused our hospitality, and clearly planned to sneak into our house too. Unfortunately, we would never have had answers before. That's the sorry thing of it, but we will get them now. He picked up one of the staffs that was propped against the wall. Tell us how these work. They are made of various metals, and as you can see have runes and sigils engraved into them. In the core and at the tip is a quartz crystal. Essentially, they are conductors, designed to amplify the natural energies of the paths.
Winter picked up one of the staffs, as did Sorrel and Ambrose. They were lightweight but strong, and a thread of magic coursed through them that made her hands tingle. What magic is this? She asked.
We have charged the crystals using various alchemical means that are too complex to describe here.
But you do have magic, she said. I felt it beneath the gate when I eavesdropped on you talking to Father. Everly's hard eyes settled on her. How sneaky of you. It's our house. I prefer the word resourceful. You were attempting a glamour spell, but our wards prevented it. And, Sorrel added, you conjured light to your fingertip, yet you do not feel like a witch. Your energy is different. How does this work? Everly glared at Ambrose, lip curling in disdain. Do you always let your sisters have such free rein? Women should know their place. This time,
Winter slapped him, not with her hand but with a spell. His head snapped to the right, and blood poured from a split lip. Beowulf laughed as he stared at Winter with admiration.
Women who know their own mind and agency are respected in our world. I think there are lessons for you here, Everly.
Winter marched forward and pulled a strand of hair from Everly's head and dabbed at his blood with a cloth that she snatched from the side table. I can do more than that, should we be disrespected again. Puppets are such useful magics. Winter met her sister's narrow-eyed gaze and knew what she was thinking in a split second. They were so closely connected that at times they could almost hear each other's thoughts. When they were in different parts of the garden or the house, they knew where the other was, could feel each other's mood even when they couldn't see each other. And right now, Sorrel was fizzing with anger, and like Winter, she too wished to craft a puppet. Winter thought that perhaps if they stood too close, magic might spark from one to another like lightning. Maybe they would find time yet before dawn. Perhaps, she thought, looking at the other three men who regarded her with suspicion and ill-disguised fear, they would craft puppets for all of them. She stepped away from Sorrel, not wanting to ignite the mood in the room, and bumped into Beowulf. He steadied her with his strong hands, and his touch ignited a fire that raced to her core. In that moment, she believed in destiny, gifted a deep knowing that both terrified her but also excited her. Beowulf was hers, and she was his. Ambrose ploughed on, unaware of her inner turmoil. Do not insult my family any more, Everly. Instead, I suggest that you unburden all of your secrets to bargain for your release. I bound your powers easily, which suggests to me that they are borrowed magics only. Perhaps by the alchemical means you referred to earlier. Clever, yes, but not sustainable. However, I will not leap to conclusions. He dragged a chair over and sat down opposite Everly. You will describe how you have come by this knowledge of the circle and gates, and the details of your rituals. Then we shall decide what to do with you. 19. Present day. Odette had been elected to lead the ritual to unlock the secrets of the mirror. The coven felt that her magic was more attuned to the secrecy and opacity of their current issues, and she was happy to do it. While eating pizza on the terrace, they had all searched for spells, old grimoires allocated to each of them, and they were now gathered in the dressing room between the moon rooms. The feminine pinks and golds of the room glowed in the candlelight, and as they all stood before the mirror with their chosen masks fitted securely to their faces, Odette already felt she had stepped into another time. Her family's reflections seemed a world apart, faces indistinct as she placed her hand on the cool surface, fingers tingling with a frisson of magic. There is a hand, strong fingers, short nails, a finger inscribing something on the mirror's surface. The feeling that time was running out. A rush of voices, jumbled, incoherent. Spellwork. Odette's vision vanished as quickly as it had arrived, and she inhaled sharply, her first instinct to retreat. However, she felt no malice in her insights, so instead she took a deep breath in and out to calm her thoughts. Her vision had told her one truth, that their decision to utilize the magic used more widely at that time was correct. The hand had inscribed a Fudak rune. Holding the silver bowl filled with a potion made of herbs for clarity, she dipped her finger in it and painted the rune Anzus for communications.
Bethro, that ruled over secrets and hidden things, and Aichwas, that banished and protected. All three were designed to uncover spells and reveal lost messages, and she cast the spell as she worked. Magic dwells within this glass, silvered words of secrets past. Show me the spells that shaped your vision, the witches who would see into those depths. Reveal the windows you offered to those who sought knowledge, the reflections offered in candlelight, and the spell that enchants you, for I feel it still. The mirror trembled under Odette's light pressure as the coven repeated the words, and her reflection blurred and then steadied once more as if the mirror resisted. They were close, but she needed something else. Resolve strengthening with their partial success, Odette considered other runes they might use as she repeated the spell, commanding rather than asking. She added the rune Lagus in 2 swift strokes across the top of those she'd added before. A rune to assert feminine magic and instincts, and to deepen intuition. As soon as the rune was added, she had a flash of inspiration. "Show me the spells that shape your vision," she repeated before adding new lines. "On this, the liminal time of midsummer, on the cusp of the eve, a time when the Fae step out of the shadows, bridging worlds with their sharp magics that bend time and distort reality. Magic that teases and beckons, enchants and bewilders. Deep summer magics that carry on gentle breezes, bringing balm to troubled thoughts and mischief in darkness." She painted Lagus again, this time moving to the lower left corner of the mirror and then working her way up so that the runes became a new frame within the gilded one. Mirrors are portals, windows into the other. And I would know the magic that within you dwells, no matter whence it was cast. She spoke the words slowly, deliberately making the phrasing more old-fashioned to suit the timbre of the room as she painted Lagus repeatedly around the frame. With each completed rune, the reflections of her coven and the room behind her became more insubstantial, as if her world was making way for another. Other sounds intruded now, the faint strains of music, shouts and laughter. Boldened with her progress, she said, "That time is our time, our blood is their blood. Their secrets are our secrets. I command that you share them now." She placed one final rune at the end. Ing, a rune to fix the script in place. The spell snapped like a sail in full wind, and suddenly other runes manifested on the mirror. She immediately recognized Thurisas, one of whose properties was to help with circumstances that were out of control. But that was the least interesting thing, as she saw not her reflection, but a dark garden lit with lamps and a glimpse of an exotically dressed couple beside what looked to be an enormous pavilion. However, she had barely started to take the details in when the view shifted to people dancing under dazzling chandeliers, a small orchestra playing in the corner, and then another view of women running down a path, skirts gathered in their hands to show silk stockings and pretty shoes, eyes darkly glittering behind elaborate masks. And it went on and on, image after image, vignettes of a life lived long ago. Movement behind Odette reminded her where she was, and Birdie's small hand squeezed her shoulder. "Well done. Especially your innovative extras. This is beyond what I expected. Are you okay?" "I'm fine, just shocked. You see the images too?" "I think we all do." Murmurs from the others confirmed they did, and Lamb asked, "How long will it last?" I don't know, but I fixed it with the rune ing, so in theory it should last as long as we want it to.
Oh, my goddess! Haughty exclaimed in a strangled whisper. I see her! The woman I spotted earlier. See? She is reflected faintly in the foreground of everything.
Odette realized she was far too close to the mirror to see everything, so she took a few steps back, and the distance enabled her to discern what Haughty had noticed. The faint reflection of a woman in the mirror, almost like an imprint on everything, who leaned forward, hand brushing the glass with purpose, eyes intent. The spellcaster? Or someone else?
Okay, Birdie said, her tone hardening. Finally, we have some insight into what is happening. This is a potent spell to see such things. We just need to work out what we're seeing now. I don't understand how a mirror is showing things around the garden. I mean, I'm presuming it's Moonfell, right? Como asked. The glimpses are tiny in places, incomplete, like the camera angle is all wrong.
I suspect, Morgana said, that this spelled mirror is linked to several other mirrors. They are like windows on the activities where they are placed. I doubt that any would be as large as this, though. Odette nodded as the truth of it struck her. Yes, mirrors placed around the grounds to reflect lamplight and the people, to add depth and intrigue. Perfect for a masquerade ball. The ingenuity of it all thrilled her. Wedged in plants or walls, some tiny, others slivers only, like the ones in the grotto walls.
And the hand mirror I saw this lady drop, Haughty said. This is just fascinating. I have heard of mirror spells, but have seen nothing as elaborate as this.
But the mirrors around the garden don't exist anymore, Lamb pointed out, sounding exasperated.
Neither does this party. I thought we were revealing the spell on the mirror, not what it witnessed. I can't even begin to get my head around this.
Struck by the words he'd used, Odette turned to him. Witnessed? That is exactly what is going on, because I must admit, I'm baffled myself. What if these images are a message, preserved in time, like this room, ready for us to find them when needed? A message? Or a warning? Morgana asked. We need to watch and record everything, Odette said, suddenly energized as she sat cross-legged on the thick Persian rug. I'll take first watch.
On your own?
Haughty asked, sounding as if she wanted to help. We'll all take our turn, she assured her. Odette needed quiet to observe, and a notebook to jot down her findings, not Haughty's excited chatter. She loved her great-aunt, but she simply never stopped. I'll listen for names, primarily, and note anything odd.
Excellent plan,
Birdie said, already steering Haughty from the room.
That will give us something to search for in the library. Now, however, we need to finish getting the rooms ready for tomorrow and finalize our plans for our midsummer celebration. All of that will keep us active and awake until we take over for you, Odette.
I'm going to cook, Morgana said. It's exactly what I need to give me the mental space to process all this. As for you two, she said to Como and Lamb, why don't you take time out for yourselves while you have the chance?
But we can take our turn with this too, right?
Como asked, gesturing at the mirror. Absolutely, Morgana assured him. And trust me, the way this is going, we'll all be busy tomorrow. Lamb was too restless to settle down to anything.
I feel we have dived back into Moonfell as if we've never been away. I hadn't expected it to be so full on from the second we walked through the door. But it's great, isn't it? I already feel like I belong.
Como headed to the fridge.
I fancy a beer. You?
Yeah, why not? They had retreated to their rooms in the tower, and in the short space of time they had been there, it already felt like home. The windows were thrown open to the warm night air, music was playing, and books and clothes were already strewn over the sofa and chairs. Lamb leaned on the windowsill to look out across the grounds. It was close to 10 o'clock now, but light still lingered. The night sky a dusky grey rather than deep black, and the moon was rising. He felt a wave of displacement as his earlier vision momentarily returned. Como passed him a bottle of beer. You okay? You look miles away. Just thinking of that vision I had. Well, less thinking about it than seeing it again in my mind. He blinked and shook his head, then took a long sip of ice-cold beer. That's better. Como pointed down to the garden. So, all that had gone. It was just gates? Just gates. The huge stone circle that was where this house is now, and forest as far as I could see beyond it. And the druids? Maybe druids. Or maybe just regular people celebrating their pagan gods as they all did then. Couldn't you see a settlement at all? No. But there might have been a clearing in the trees I couldn't see, or it was out of sight. I really just focused on the circle, nothing else. The dark forest didn't interest me as much as the ceremony. I could smell the smoke coming off the torches, and I'm sure I could hear their voices. Murmurs and incantations that greeted him as he plunged earthwards, and Lamb gripped the stone sill again to ground himself. Como nodded as he studied the garden. Richmond Park obviously wasn't there then. No, of course not. What about Moonfell's current boundary? Is it the same as it was then? Lamb realized what he was driving at. You mean, is our current boundary the same as the one around the gates and stone circle? Yes. I think it might have been. Of course, there's so much here now that it's hard to be sure. We'll check with Odette later. Did she really help? Como asked. Yes. I don't know how she did it, but she slowed things down. It was so rushed the first time, but with her it was like... He fumbled for the right words. Like she had slowed time and directed us. She called it lucid dreaming. I'm sure I've heard of that. You trip into certain brainwaves or something like that. It's a form of meditation. You know, like when you're dropping off to sleep but not quite asleep fully. Or you have vivid dreams and realize you can control them, guide them. It's super cool. Wow. Lamb looked at him in surprise. You know that how? I read stuff. You must have experienced it. I really don't think I have. I have occasionally, and tried to cultivate it, but it's tricky. I must talk to Odette about it. Anyway, Como waved his beer bottle abstractedly. The boundary. That's really interesting, because it suggests that this land even then was set apart. By the people who worshipped here, obviously. Well, they built the gates and made the henge, but what if a god or goddess had already claimed this ground? This conversation was taking a turn that Lamb hadn't expected, and he adjusted his position, leaning against the window frame to look at Como properly. You really are a mystery to me sometimes, Como. Como flashed him a wide grin. Have you heard of Gaius Loki? No. Modern-day interpretations of the phrase say it's the distinctive character of a place. You know, when certain places give you vibes, but it's a Roman expression that originally meant the deity or spirit that was believed to inhabit a specific location, like a grove of trees, a river, or a spring. Ah, I see the Roman thing and you're Italian. My dai,
This has nothing to do with me being Italian. Focus. I know shit, and this could be a serious breakthrough in what we know about this house. All right, calm your jets. Let me process all this.
Lamb sipped his beer as he watched Como stare at the gardens again. He thought about the feelings he'd had watching the worshippers, the procession of people carrying torches, the power and majesty of the standing stones, the small building in the middle that could be a temple. Then he thought about the feelings that Moonfell had always generated and how some people found it all too much. Como might actually be onto something.
You actually think that a spirit or deity had claimed this area and it is, what, sacred ground? Yes, I mean, Como shrugged. It still is sort of sacred to the family, but unless they haven't told us, we don't actively worship a deity here. Even the goddess, we invoke her, but she doesn't have a shrine here. No, and we're not Wiccans. We practice the craft, but that doesn't always involve any deities. Certainly doesn't for me, Lamb said with feeling. He didn't worship any gods, nor me. And not Birdie, Odette, or Morgana from what I've seen. But we have a spring, Lamb pointed out, which could have been claimed by a spirit or god, or a nymph perhaps, and it was hidden maybe for a good reason. Plus, it's in a grotto filled with classical statues. Now, admittedly, that was very much the style hundreds of years ago. But what if it had more meaning? And, Como said, warming to the subject, we have a grove. An ancient orchard that has existed for longer than this house, that is home to some really weird bees. Really weird, but lovely too, Lamb added hastily, as if they could hear him. But you say you didn't see a grove. We saw trees around the gates, certainly around the U-gate. There might have been an orchard. It was dark, remember? Are there deities for bees? There are deities for everything. I need to look it up. Lamb sighed and sagged against the frame. Fuck a dark Como. This is getting weirder by the second. How could Moonfell have a Genius Loki that we don't even know about? In theory, many places have them, but we don't know. They're lost under the detritus of modern-day life unless you pay attention to your surroundings. But we are witches. We do pay attention. Well, in theory. I don't, if I'm honest. Or didn't. I will now. He was a witch who had neglected his magic, but as the 3 Moonfell witches had said, it was never too late. Exactly. And just because we're witches doesn't mean we know everything. Sibylla knew bollocks all about this house when she was gifted it. However, Como wagged a finger. He sounds like those men you saw had found something out. The big question is, how? No, the big question is, what's happened to the huge standing stones from the circle? They could have been broken up and used in construction of either this house or one built before it, or a local village. But that doesn't make sense because we have hundreds of standing stones scattered around the country. Both here and in Europe. They have power. They're still standing. They have spirit of place. Smaller ones might have disappeared, but the one that was right here, he pointed downwards, was big. Why preserve the gates and get rid of the standing stones? The temple, too. Maybe it was to do with who they were worshipping. Gods and goddesses fall out of favor over time. Plus, the Romans arrived, and that might have impacted things. Como drained his beer. Which means we need to search the cellars. But you have. Loads of people have over the years. No, they lived here as we do, accepting what's under their noses rather than actually seeing things for what they are. Besides, Horty charged through the place earlier, like a little mini battering ram.
Lamb sniggered at the description of his great-great-aunt.
If the stones were used in the foundations, we'd have no way of knowing. Unless they're obvious. Which brings me back to my first point.
Como brushed aside his reasoning.
We need to search it properly with the light of new knowledge. Tomorrow, when we have more energy, for now, I feel I should sleep on it. See if I have any more flashes of inspiration.
Lamb nodded.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Maybe I'll try a bit of lucid dreaming. Now that we've actually stopped, I'm starting to feel knackered.
His vision kept playing behind his eyes, and now he longed to lie down in the quiet darkness and explore it again.
But the mirror thing, we still need to help Odette. I'll call her and check. I can always wake you if you need to take a turn. I'll set myself an alarm if I need to.
Lamb left Como to make the call, both hopeful and fearful of plunging back into the past again. It was almost midnight, and Morgana's equilibrium had been at least partially restored by her progress in the kitchen. Accompanied by only her thoughts and good music, she had prepared salads, baked biscuits and cakes, and made a simple, non-alcoholic drink for refreshments during the heat of the day. The freezer and fridge were stocked with plenty of meats and cheeses, including some pâtés she had made herself, and there were plenty of summer vegetables that could be harvested from the garden. Satisfied they wouldn't starve, and that she had bought herself time the next day to spend with their family and uncover the new mystery that now enveloped them, she headed into the kitchen garden with a glass of red wine and sat at the small table outside the back door. The relentless heat that had settled over London the week before showed no sign of abating, and she was very glad of it. The garden, long established, was surviving the heat well, and the inhabitants of Moonfell thrived in it, herself included. The slow change that had swept over her some months before continued, and like a flower opening its petals under the summer sun, she too felt as if she were opening to new possibilities. Blooming, in fact. A midlife, unexpected swerve to her reality that felt like a gift. Birdie thought, despite her assurances, that Morgana was upset about her reduction in age because it had denied her being Moonfell's high priestess. For a while it had been odd for Birdie to be back and so active again after years of decline. However, she had never resented it. And sitting here now, under the light of the moon, Morgana was truly glad of it, because the goddess's gift had given her time too. Time to rediscover herself with Monroe, and to repair her relationship with Lamb. Time to hone her craft, which was still developing after a lifetime of learning. She lifted her glass to the night sky, and toasted fate and the goddess. The wheel might be ready to tilt once more towards winter, but she was not. Far from it, in fact. Her thoughts drifted to their present dilemma, and she picked up her phone and called Odette, who answered within moments. "Have you discovered anything?" "Snatches of things only, but, Morgana, it's wonderful. It's like settling in front of an old film. The clothes, the ambience, the strange way of speaking. Not that I'm hearing proper conversations, of course." Morgana was tempted to join her, but the thought of being inside when the garden was so lovely put her off. However, she would have to take her turn at some stage. "I'm glad you're enjoying it, but do you want me to take over?" "No, not yet, thanks. I'm having far too much fun playing detective. It's definitely a masquerade party, because I've seen some spectacular costumes. I've heard a couple of names I think are useful. A woman called Mia, And some younger girls, Aggie and Minty, who I keep seeing flashes of around the garden playing tricks on guests, as if they were fae or something. They're having a ball." Morgana laughed as she studied the garden, trying to imagine it all those years ago. "Because it was midsummer, perhaps. Yes. I heard a giggle about Titania. I also saw bits of what looks like a huge pavilion, and I saw a wolf and flashes of a nymph." Morgana had been slumped in her chair, but she sat up straighter now. "A wolf? Monroe was right then. What you are seeing must be from the same time as what we are now experiencing in the garden and the house." "I think so. Wait. I'm seeing something else. One of those men." "What men?" "The ones me and Lamb saw by the New Moon Gate." Immediately, Morgana's attention shifted to the north of the garden. The gate would be more or less in a straight line ahead of her. "He's digging." "Digging where?" "Under the north gate. Oh, bollocks, it's gone again." Odette's frustration was palpable. "I can't slow this thing down. It just keeps flitting from one view to another." "Could you see what he was digging for?" "No. It's so annoying." "Didn't you mention that you saw paths in the vision earlier?" Odette hesitated, finally saying, "Yes. That's interesting. Do you think that's what he's doing, trying to find them?" "Perhaps. Or they're trying to destroy the gate somehow." "Maybe we should do some digging too." "No, not yet. Let me see what else I can find first. If I can get more names, then we can search the library. There's too little to work with yet." Odette sighed. "Horty and Birdie have already popped in. They looked so tired that I sent them to bed. They protested, of course, but they looked relieved too." Guilt flooded through Morgana at assuming they could keep such late hours. "That's a great decision. And we should do the same, actually. Monroe won't be long. It's been a big day." Odette yawned and sighed, and Morgana heard the rustling of paper. "You're right. These mirror images aren't going anywhere. I'll let Lamb and Como know we're leaving it for the night, and I'll see you in the morning." After saying goodbye, Morgana sat a while longer, thinking about the day as she finished her wine. It had already provided plenty of surprises. Would Midsummer Eve bring 20. June 1754. When Mia finally arrived back at the main house, her thoughts still whirled with the information that Everly had told them. It had been hard for her to concentrate with the pain that made her feel like she was being ripped in two. Hating her weakness, she had eventually given Lisette permission to take her to the house, dreading the walk back across the grounds. However, Magnus had intervened, and with the aid of a shadow spell, he carried her across the garden on his back as effortlessly as if she had been a child. In fact, had she not been so racked with pain and annoyance at her own stupidity, she would have felt as excited as a child. Perhaps when she was well again he might offer, but even as she thought it, she dismissed the notion. He had granted her a great honour, and she would not abuse it. She slid to the ground in the shadows of the eastern terrace, far from the bright lights of the pavilion, and after watching him slink into the darkness, she leaned on Lisette to enter the house. "Where now, madame?" "The girls' dressing room, as you suggested. Let's watch the mirror. Although—" She paused, feeling stronger now that she was safely within the solid walls of her family home. "Perhaps the cellars. This notion of a stone circle intrigues me." Now that they were alone, Lisette's tone changed, becoming her friend rather than her maid. "You can barely stand, and your family has started their investigations. I will not have you injure yourself further.
Is there a potion or a salve we can administer?
Not that would do any more than Ambrose has already done. There is laudanum, but I do not wish to cloud my thoughts and judgment. They are addled enough already. Let us do as you suggest." She smiled at her friend's anxious expression. "I will be all right, Lisette."
"You do not know that. You always take on so much, but I have never seen you like this. Let me send for Lucasta. She can aid you just as she helps Ambrose. I imagine her knowledge is as great as his."
"I need quiet time to think through this. Let us leave Lucasta where she is for now."
"Those men!" Lisette spat the words out as if they were diseased. "How dare they come here doing such things? Their arrogance!"
"I know." She leaned on Lisette as they walked down the corridor, leaving her bow and quiver on the sideboard. "Some hunter I am."
"But you found them and stopped them before they did all they wished. There is still one gate as yet inactivated, whatever that means."
"Yes, but we hang in the balance, unsure of which action to take." Mia couldn't accept her reassurances. She was racked with guilt as much as pain. If she had just thrown them out at the start. Well, too late for that now. We must work with what we have, so yes, let's see if we can understand what they have done to the gates. Take me to the dressing room and then bring me my grimoire, a notebook and my quill. I must record all I have heard before I forget and then work out a solution. I must make Moonfell whole again." Sorrel felt already older than her not quite 21 years, mainly because she was part of what she considered to be a council of war in the Hermitage. Once Everly had explained how he had come to know so much about Moonfell, Ambrose had placed all 4 antiquarians under a spell that muffled all sight and sound, and then positioned them in the furthest corner of the second room, well away from their discussions. Everly had bargained for his own safety by disclosing classical sources he had discovered that discussed the area, and then the subsequent find of medieval chronicles that referenced standing stones in Wasteland. After painstaking analysis that had taken years, their research had led them to Moonfell.
"We need those papers," Ambrose declared. "They belong in Moonfell. We could do with them now. There might well be pertinent information in them that will tell us our way forward." "While I appreciate your reasoning," Tolly said, "we haven't the time."
"Exactly," Sorrel agreed. "We only have until dawn."
"But they have not activated the new moon gate," Ambrose said. "You stopped them, thankfully. We must decide whether completing it will help Mother or make her much worse."
"It seems impossible to me that a stone circle could cause such disruption,"
Magnus's oldest son said, the shifter dressed as the Green Knight, whose real name was Torstein. Like his father and brothers, he had an aura of power that brought a tightly leashed wildness into the room, and in the absence of Magnus, who had taken Mia to the house, he spoke for them all.
"They are just rocks."
"The earth holds great power," Ambrose told him, "if you know how to use it properly. You're a shifter, a wolf. You must feel such things."
"I feel the earth, but not its magics. I trust only what I can see, feel, and smell."
"But you are a supernatural creature. You must feel magic," Tolly said, looking confused.
"Of course, but not in the manner you describe."
"Then you are missing fundamental truths," Ambrose said with a touch of impatience. "We know little of the ancient people who constructed such things, but it seems they tapped into the earth's magic much as we witches do." Who is to say some weren't witches? The fact is that these crystal pathways have a connection that we cannot deny. It may well be that if we complete the final one, then our mother will feel whole again. But if it ruptures Moonfell and therefore her completely, she could die. And who knows what it might do to our ancestral home.
And our magic? Winter asked, eyes wide with fear that Sorrel could feel in her bones.
Our magic is bound into this land, but it did not come from it. We are witches and always will be, whether we are at this house or anywhere else.
Ambrose smiled, softening his voice in an attempt to reassure her. But Sorrel knew Winter's doubt was as strong as her own. Then why does Mother suffer so? Sorrel asked.
Because the house and land named her as High Priestess. That binds her here. We are not the magical heirs or the coven lead. At least that is my reasoning on it. Tolly, what think you?
I agree. They are bound to each other. An ancient covenant that we have no control over.
Beowulf laughed. It seems this place has more than one secret.
It is no laughing matter.
Winter chided him, immediately alarming Sorrel with her familiar attitude.
Secrets are all well and good until they endanger us. I don't understand how Everly devised such a ritual. Was that in the documents he found?
Did you not listen, sister?
Tolly rolled his eyes in exasperation.
His alchemical and magical experiments led him to these conclusions, along with the fragments of knowledge he discovered in those old documents. At this point, unless he's lying, which I doubt, because we glamoured him and he was desperate to earn his safety, he has no more knowledge now than we do. There is enough talk. We need to act.
I think, Ambrose said thoughtfully, we need to analyse these staffs.
Tolly huffed.
For what purpose? We know that they work. We know why he chose the runes on the staff, and why he chose quartz. What else is there to learn? I want to be sure. Then I will check all the paths, Tolly said, already moving to the door. If the wolves can help, maybe sniff out anomalies, I would be very grateful. Sorrel and Winter, you can come with me.
I would rather go to the cellars, Sorrel said, sick of being ordered around. If the standing stones are there, we must find them. If their energy has been activated in some way, then we should be able to discern them easily.
We? Winter asked, standing all too close to the youngest shifter brother. You mean me and you?
Why not? Would you rather be with Tolly? If so, I will do it alone.
Sorrel was so used to being her sister's confidant that it was strange to see her so enthralled with Beowulf. She could already feel a distance between them that unnerved her, a painful sundering of her own that perhaps echoed what her mother currently experienced.
I like being out at night, that's all, Winter said defensively.
I am more than happy to help, Beowulf added, as I have done all evening. Ambrose hesitated. I think not. I cannot compromise my sister's honour even in circumstances such as these. I can assure you that her honour is well protected with me, he said, his voice heavy with threat. To suggest it wouldn't be is an insult. Ambrose sighed. Calm down, Wolf. It is merely others' opinions that worry me should you be seen together. I trust you all well enough.
We will take great care, Ambrose, I promise, Winter said, as if Sorrel's opinion mattered not.
Sorrel shrugged it off, anxious to get away from all of them, and turned away from her sister.
It is no matter to me. I'll go alone.
The middle brother, who was dressed as a Knight Templar, stepped forward and gave a deep bow. I could explore the cellars with you. It might not be safe alone, witch or not. What if there are more men working with these 4 who we do not know? I can assure you I will guard your life as dearly as my own. Ivo, at your service." He turned to Ambrose and Tolly. "On my honour, I vow to protect her."
Sorrel was about to protest and then thought better of it. If Winter was going to gallivant around the garden with a wolf, so would she. She briefly considered whether to mention the unnerving giggling she had heard earlier, and then decided her brothers and the wolves would probably just laugh at her. As for Winter, she didn't deserve to know. Besides, things were complicated enough. Tolly studied the wolves, the mood on a knife edge, and finally turned to Ambrose.
"It seems 2 of the wolves will be chaperones then."
"Chaperones and hunters," Beowulf insisted.
"What harms you harms us, as our father impressed upon us earlier this evening. He values your mother's friendship highly." "Then may our hunt be fruitful."
Ambrose turned to Sorrel and Winter.
"Stay in touch with each other. You know how. And if the worst happens, the wolves will summon us."
Winter was on her way to the Full Moon Gate with Beowulf, who still stubbornly refused to tell her his real name, fretting over her sister's attitude. What was wrong with her? She seemed churlish and resentful, and her annoyance radiated off her. They spent so much time with each other always. Did it really matter so much if they spent a little time apart?
"You're quiet," Beowulf said. "Are you worried about your mother?"
Of course. It wasn't a lie, it just wasn't the whole truth. I think the Full Moon Gate will have secrets to reveal, so let us focus on that. It is the one most aligned with midsummer, and the one Everly had the most interest in. A sudden shriek drew her attention, and she spun around wondering what else had befallen them, only to see a woman on the arm of a young man run out of the orchard, both flushed and giggling. Behind them was a flash of gold and silver sparkling light, and the faintest shimmer of fairy wings. Minty. "Edmund," the woman said breathlessly, "I really feel as if we might step beyond this world to another. Moonfell is bewitched."
"No, it is you who are bewitching my beautiful wife," he said, pulling her close.
Winter stifled a giggle and hurried into the orchard with Beowulf right behind her so that they wouldn't be spotted, and Minty waved mischievously and melted into the trees. Winter sighed with pleasure. This is perfect. At least they have no idea of what else is happening here.
You like to cause mischief?
On occasions. It is the solstice, after all. Beowulf stopped, head lifted to stare at the canopy, and then turned to look into the depths of the orchard.
What is that noise? It is like a deep thrumming. Do you keep bees?
Several hives, yes. Can you hear them? That was bad news. They should be asleep now, or whatever it is that they do in their hives at night. Beekeeping was a mystery to her. That's what their gardening team was for. However, they all knew the importance of the bees to Moonfell. Oh no, they must sense the changes. We need to speak to them.
If you insist.
Stay close. Like the garden, the orchard can lead you astray.
You speak of the place in a most peculiar way.
Because it is most uncanny, much like those of us who live here. Once past the outer trees and the scattered lamps and mirrors, the orchard's interior was dark, but Winter knew the paths well, leading them deeper and deeper with every step. The bees' agitated droning grew louder. Finally, they halted near the hives, and Winter cast a witchlight into the canopy and then gasped in shock. Many bees were out of the hives and had gathered like bunches of grapes on the branches of the fruit trees. One thing was very clear. The bees were angry. Furious, in fact. It felt as if every single one was looking at her, demanding answers. She fumbled for Beowulf's hand and dragged him to the ground with her, where she knelt, head bowed. "Bees, forgive me for our intrusion. I can see that you sense we have had change at Moonfell. If you will allow me the time, I will tell you all. I would like to assure you that we are working to solve this issue quickly." The droning increased in pitch and intensity, and the pressure in her head grew so great that she feared she might faint. Then she realized what else she must do. "This is Beowulf, a wolf-shifter whose family is dear to Mir. He is helping, he and his family. I beg that you welcome them to Moonfell." She twisted her head to look at Beowulf, and saw him staring at the bees with molten gold in his eyes. She hissed, "Drop your head, you fool. Now!" "They are just introduce yourself and say hello politely." Their eyes met, heads still bowed, both on their knees on the bone-dry ground, as she tried to impart meaning without saying another word. Finally he acquiesced, with a look that promised many more questions later. "My apologies, bees. I am Sylvanus Blackwood, youngest son of Magnus and Evangeline Blackwood, and a wolf-shifter like all of my brothers and ancestors. We returned recently to London, and my father is a great friend to Euphemia Hallowden Westerly. I am honored to meet you. I will protect Wintermere with my life, and with your permission, restore peace to Moonfell." Protect her with his life? What declaration was that? Unfortunately, she couldn't analyze it properly because the pressure in her head increased, and she dug her fingers into the grass to ground herself. She had experienced many odd moments with the bees, but nothing as intense as this before. Fortunately, just as she was about to beg for release, the pressure relented and she lifted her head. They were still agitated, and she felt their thousands of eyes upon her, but now with the weight of expectation. That Moonfell be healed, and an unexpected demand. Retribution. Winter stood and curtsied, not knowing quite how she understood such things, but she trusted her intuition. "Thank you. We will do everything we can." They hurried away, Winter glad to be out of their presence, but their resonant humming seemed to have settled in her blood and her brain. When they were far enough away from them, she said, "Thank you, Sylvanus." She stressed his name, trying to find her composure. "An unusual name?" "Much as yours is. Care to explain what that was all about?" "The bees have been on these grounds for as long as the house has. They were here when it was gifted to Sibylla. In fact, we believe they were here before the house even." She shrugged. "It is something we all know about, but not why. I like that there are some mysteries." "Why the introduction?" "Because that is how it is. They are honored here above all else. Do you seriously not know about the many mysteries associated with them?" "No, I am a shifter, not a witch. I hunt, not worship." "It is not worship. It is respect." "And if you don't give it?" "Moonfell will not prosper. We all know that." She tapped her heart. "In here." Even just saying that out aloud gave her more insight. The bees had existed alongside them for so long that the witches went about their daily business just like the bees, but always careful to offer them respect and gift them small tributes through the seasons. In return, the bees granted them a healthy garden, an abundant orchard, and a peaceful Moonfell. However, the intruding men had disrespected them by messing with the moongates, and clearly something else. They had attacked the land itself. No wonder the bees were furious. She had to work quickly before they took their revenge on all of them. Sylvanus paused and looked around, frowning. "You are leading us back to the northeast. I thought we were going south." "There is a change of plan. We need the 4 men." They had reached the outskirts of the orchard and stopped on the boundary, the great yew hedge stretching northwards. "Why?" "The bees demand an apology. Maybe more." She couldn't voice what she had felt, but it made her uneasy. "We need to bring the men to them." "They spoke to you?" His eyes widened with incredulity. "They actually told you that?" "Not as such." She shivered, as if the night air was cool, but in reality it was the buzzing in her blood and head that unsettled her. "I felt their needs, but I don't know how. It was as if the weight of their wishes pressed into me, but I know this with certainty. If they do not receive apologies and the respect the bees expect, there could be grave repercussions for all of us." 21. Present day.
"Please tell me you found something wonderful," Porty said to Odette as she entered the dressing room between the moon rooms early on Midsummer Eve. "And that you managed to sleep, I hope."
The room was darkened so that Odette could see the mirror properly, the long curtains drawn over the windows, and she sat in one of the beautifully upholstered armchairs that she'd pulled in front of the mirror. When she turned to Haughty, she had a steaming cup of coffee in her hands and looked refreshed. "I promise I took a break, but it was not a great sleep. I had so many weird dreams. That's the mirror's fault, I know. But I have seen many wonderful things."
"At least you're not sitting on the floor now. I don't know how your hips cope."
Odette laughed. "Yoga. Why don't you join me?"
"Just for a moment, then. I know if I sit here too long, I won't move at all."
She stared at the images again flickering across the mirror.
"I think I'd get lost in it."
Odette patted the chair next to her. "You'll regret it if you don't."
"I'm so sorry. We all said we'd take our turns, and then we just abandoned you."
"Honestly, I'm loving it. But you should share it, too. This is your discovery. Plus, you loved all those images of Rajgar, and now we have Moonfell." Haughty perched on the end of the chair, feeling unexpectedly nervous.
"I get so absorbed in things, it's a bit obsessive of me."
Already she was leaning forward, trying to hear the odd giggles and flashes of conversation more easily. The rich fabrics shimmered in the soft lights, and she wanted to reach out and touch them as she had with all the furnishings and dresses in the rooms, to step through the mirror and join them. I understand obsession. The moongates have a similar effect on me. I was stupidly upset over the final vision of the party in India. Odette shook her head. It affected me a lot. I'm trying very hard to be an observer with this and not get sucked in. It helps because I'm trying to find names to chase up and significant figures. It means I can't just dive in and lose myself. Haughty squeezed her hand.
"Oh, Odette. I just wish I'd been here to help instead of gallivanting in Mayfair."
"You couldn't have stopped it. And Merlin helped, with Morgana and Monroe, of course. And Arlo," she added, eyes on the mirror, hands clenched around her mug. Haughty considered her next words carefully. Odette was a wonderful young woman, and she loved her dearly, so she had no wish to offend her, but she would burst if she didn't say what troubled her.
Well, I have no idea what went on between you two, but in case you have somehow missed it, he still loves you, adores you, in fact, and I think you love him too.
Odette's posture stiffened, but she flicked a glance at Haughty, so she plunged on.
It's not often you find someone who loves you like that, or to love at all, in fact. So perhaps it's time to move on from whatever happened and see if it can work again.
It's complicated, Odette said very softly.
It's actually not. If you love each other, then it's quite simple. Neither of you are married or have significant others or children to confuse the issue. Whatever harsh words were said can be undone, and if they can't, then you both owe it to yourselves to move on, because this thing between you now is a pining sort of half-life that will achieve nothing. It will drag on and leave you both resentful in the long run, or perpetually dissatisfied. Romantic ideals are just that. Concrete love that you can grasp and hold and run with is far more satisfying.
Odette faced her properly, tears welling. I'm scared. We're both being so careful around each other.
But you're talking?
That's down to him. He said that at least we could be friends, that he missed me. But that was months ago. It seemed childish to refuse. He's been nothing but polite ever since, and then he does things like sleep in his wolf at the end of my bed.
Haughty's heart broke a little, thinking of his actions, and on his behalf she felt cranky. You either let him go properly, by making it clear you won't get together again, or dive in. It's cruel otherwise, and you're not a cruel woman.
I'm being horrible, though, aren't I?
You're letting fear drive you. How would you feel if you saw him with someone else?
I'd have to accept it.
Haughty tutted. But would you hate it, and beat yourself up for not saying or doing something?
Maybe. Probably.
Well, there's your answer, then.
Glad she'd got that off her chest, and feeling Odette would rather she changed the subject, Haughty nodded at the sketchpad and list of names on Odette's lap.
I need breakfast, and then I'll head to the library before the hordes descend. So what have you got for us?
More names, but just fragments again. This morning I heard someone being called Winter, and a man called Tolly. Then there was Mia, Aggie, and Minty that I heard last night. Odette scanned the names. Also the name Everly. I don't know who said it, but it was said very crossly. I also saw a man digging beneath the North Moon Gate, but I have no idea what for. However, she smiled, her equilibrium returning. I saw shoes with these buckles on. She reached into her jeans pocket and extracted the metal object with the crescent moons and star. Not a cloak clasp at all.
Another wave of excitement rolled through Haughty. That's brilliant news. But you're still not having any sensations or impressions from it all?
Just the murmur of voices and sense of subterfuge. Nothing concrete.
Haughty took it from her, turning it over in her hands. Interesting. Why would they keep it?
It must have significance, even as simple as a memento, perhaps.
From a shoe?
I know. Weird, right? There's still much to learn.
I'll take this with me if that's okay. I may be able to find something in the library, especially now that I know the context.
Of course.
Haughty turned back to the flickering images,
thinking to take just a few moments more. Does it repeat itself? As in, are the images on a loop? Not that I've seen so far, but of course I've missed several hours. I see the ghost lady is there in the foreground again. Yes, she moves sometimes, so I don't think what we're seeing is in any particular order. Haughty leaned forward in the chair again, already intrigued. It's not often you see full-length views, is it? No. I presume they're small mirrors for the most part, set at odd angles in the garden. Something else struck Haughty. To set up a spell such as this must have been tricky, so it would have been done with good reason, not just to spy on guests, plus to do so with so many rather than just one or two is odd, too. Which suggests that something was wrong before the party even began. Someone wanted to cast a wide net. Exactly. I'll leave you to it. Call us if you need us. I will, Odette shouted again once Haughty was halfway out of the door. And thank you for the advice. It's my pleasure. So young, she thought, as she closed the door. So pretty. Ah, those were the days. At least I still have a youthful heart, even if I'm an old crone. And really, that's the secret of everything.
Oh, well done, Birdie said, admiring the tables that had been set up on the western terrace after shuffling furniture around to make more room. Como, Lamb, and Monroe had carried several trestle tables from the large garden shed by the old stable to use for the evening meal. These look fantastic. Good, because they were bloody heavy, Lamb complained. She pinched his cheek, teasing him. Thank you. Now all we need are some lights. Are you sure you don't want scaffolding erected? He grimaced and rubbed his cheek. Monroe rumbled out his rich laugh. Not used to hard work, Lamb. Well, it is bloody hot, which is why we've done it all early. Birdie had plenty planned for the day, so she wanted an early start, just like everyone else. I thought you were setting this up by the South Moon Gate, Como said. I considered it, but it's such a faff, carrying things backwards and forwards. Here is fine. Plus we have easy access to the barbecue, seeing as we were deprived last night. Birdie, Monroe said, smiling broadly. Best music to my ears. You don't seem too worried about the changes this morning, Lamb said, eyeing her with concern. Why's that? A good night's sleep puts things in perspective. Yesterday was a shock, but I am determined to get to the bottom of it. Haughty is in the library right now, researching. Odette is still mirror-watching, and Morgana is finalizing plans for the reveal spell on the new building. Como's eyes widened with surprise. We're still doing that? Of course. Now, I estimate we have a couple of hours before family mayhem descends, so what are you boys going to do? I think, Como said, we should explore the cellar to search for potential standing stones. No harm in looking, right? And I wanted to talk to you about... However, before he could finish his sentence, she heard cars and felt the shifter's distinctive energy. Maverick is here. Right on time, Monroe said. We promise not to get under your feet. You never do. Sorry, Como. Birdie turned to him. I cut you off. You were saying? Don't worry. We'll talk later. Within moments, half a dozen shifters had rounded the side of the house and were striding towards them. Maverick, the pack alpha, Hunter, the lean Cumbrian, Domino, the sassy head of security, Tommy, the huge hairy shifter with a wicked sense of humour, Arlo, the pack second, who had unresolved feelings for Odette, and Cecile, the sexy French shifter who loved to tease Como. After a round of greetings, Maverick quickly got down to business. I hear there were wolves here years ago. She laughed. I knew that would fire your curiosity. He grinned, vibrant with health and energy after his scare the previous week. I am determined to find out about old Pax in London. The Raven Queen's arrival with her bloody royal court has me thinking about whether we had a royal court of some sort. A wolf king, perhaps.
Or queen? Domino asked, eyebrow cocked.
That too, but you have to admit it would be unlikely.
Tommy huffed.
Bloody royalty. I hope you don't find out we have one now. I don't do royals, although given half a chance I might do the Raven Queen.
He sniggered until he caught Birdie's eye.
Sorry, bad joke.
Bloody twat, Hunter said, shaking his head.
Arlo just smiled. Got any names yet, Birdie?
A few.
Odette is still sifting through the images, and Haughty is researching right now. You can see the mirror if you want. Any of you can. The mirror spell is mesmerizing.
She'd spent a brief time watching it herself that morning, and knew she was liable to lose hours to it if she didn't keep busy.
Maybe later. I think we're all eager to get in the garden, especially the area where Monroe found those scents. I'm very grateful, so take your time. Just be aware that we have lots of family turning up, and the kids will probably be fascinated with you.
She could hear the shrieks of excitement just thinking about it.
I'll show you where,
Monroe said, obviously eager to search again.
I think we should expand the search, though, and check around the grotto, seeing as Odette saw someone digging there. With luck, we'll pick up old scents again. You sure you don't need me for anything else, Birdie?
No, I'm fine. Have fun.
She watched them stride away, already more relaxed just having them around, which was odd in itself. The garden and house really approved of them. There she was, ascribing feelings to it again.
Right, you two,
she said, turning to Lamb and Como. She snapped her fingers in front of Como's face because he was still watching Cecile's swinging hips as she followed Monroe. Swinging them very provocatively, in fact. Tease.
Focus, Como.
Sorry, it's very hypnotic. He mimed the sway with his hands.
What did you want to say earlier?
She knew if she didn't ask now, she might never get around to it later. Como slid Lamb a questioning glance, and Lamb nodded encouragingly.
I've had a bit of an odd idea, based on the gates and knowing that there was a stone circle here years ago, and the bees and things, and well, it led me to thinking about Genius Loci, the protective spirit of places, he added hurriedly. I am familiar with the term. What if there's one here? In Moonfell? On the grounds, yes.
Birdie was so astonished at the suggestion that she was dumbstruck.
Because, Lamb said, leaping in, there's a natural spring here, and spirits were often associated with them. Perhaps those people I saw were worshipping that, and that's what the stone circle was for. And maybe the little building in the middle of it was a temple. Although offerings were often left at springs themselves, Como clarified, which might not work in this situation. But who knows how ancient peoples would have interpreted it. And of course there's the bees. I did a bit of reading last night, and I know you told us about them, but, well, I was curious.
He was racing now, clearly eager to get all of his thoughts out, hands gesticulating, and his Italian accent becoming stronger by the second.
Among the many things that are associated with them is the fact that they are considered messengers between humans and the divine. I'm sure you know that already.
Plus, there's the yew hedge, a sacred tree considered the gateway between the worlds, a liminal place. Spirits love liminal spaces too. I mean, all of these things are here. One of them could have a spirit, or all of them. The same one, perhaps.
Birdie sat heavily in her chair, thoughts whirling. How had she never considered this before? Was that the guiding force of Moonfell? The source of the strange quality of knowing and sentience they all felt?
"Are you all right, Birdie?"
Lamb asked, sitting next to her.
"I'm fine. Just gobsmacked."
Is it a terrible idea?
Como looked crestfallen.
Just forget it.
"No."
She looked up at him, willing her brain to function.
"It's a brilliant idea, and I can't believe that I have never considered it before. It seems so obvious. But if you're right, why have I never sensed it so clearly? Nor Morgana, or in fact any coven leader before us. Surely it would be recorded somewhere or baked into our rituals."
Apparently, even if neglected, they're still here, buried in the land. Part of it. Lamb nudged her.
"Cool idea, right?"
Yes, it's fantastic. But why don't I know? I think I should feel it, or him or her. Have some sort of communication with it.
"But you do,"
Como said, giving a very Italian half-shrug. It's what animates this place. It's who chooses the next high priestess or priest, right?
I am such a stupid old woman.
Como's suggestion felt so right, so perfect, and it would answer so many questions.
By the gods, if that's true, we should be making offerings to it, honouring it at all times. But you kind of do already, Lamb reasoned. All your seasonal celebrations, isn't that the same? The spells with the gates and stuff?
He tailed off, obviously confused.
To honour a deity properly means that we should actually acknowledge it, have a place for it, let it be known that we see and appreciate it. I mean, we tend the place and look after it, but I feel a little step further is necessary. There's so much to consider,
and so much to do.
What if it's the bees, and you already do that?
Como asked. Birdie shook her head.
They're part of it, but not all. Could this thing that's happening now have to do with this Genius Loci? Potential Genius Loci, Como hedged. It's just an idea. But why hide those places in the grounds? None of it makes sense. Yet, Lamb said, brimming with positivity.
Birdie needed to speak to Morgana, Odette, and Haughty about this. But first, she needed more information.
Yes, please explore the cellar and tell us of anything you find that you think is relevant. There's something I need to do now.
22. June 1754. Once back in the house and settled in front of the mirror, Mia started to feel better. Perhaps it's the grounding effect of this place, she said to Lisette. Or just sitting, probably. You still look pale. Mia could see her faint reflection that looked otherworldly in the light, especially wearing her diaphanous gown. I feel I am half in this world only. Perhaps it is the pain making me light-headed. Is there nothing I can get for you? No. She patted the seat next to her. Just sit with me, and help me discern what is going on. The windows were open to let in the warm night air that barely moved the curtains. Music drifted inside, and the image on the mirror showcased dancing in the pavilion that was showing no signs of slowing. At least they're having lots of fun, Lisette said, smiling. I'm sorry, you're missing it.
This is very selfish of me. I'm a servant, madam. I'm happy to be here with you. And a friend, too, I hope. You'll always have a home here. Please remember that. A flash of a bright blue eye staring into the mirror caught Mia's attention, interrupting her conversation. It blinked. The enormous lashes so extravagant they were like moth wings. Who is that? Why are they so close to the mirror? The eye pulled back to reveal two eyes set within a narrow face, the sharp chin and feathery eyebrows belonging to an androgynous creature so odd that Mia's next words caught in her throat. The creature raised a long, slender finger to lips that curved into a wicked grin, before turning and vanishing. "Mia!" Lizette's voice was scarcely above a whisper. Was that one of the cousins? It was certainly not, unless they glamoured themselves with powerful magic. No, that was... She couldn't bring herself to admit it, let alone say it out loud. As if the creature they had seen had peeled back the veil, suddenly their rotating views of the garden started to shimmer, as if losing focus. Instead of outrageous gowns and colourful costumes, masked faces and buckled shoes, there were fleeting glimpses of gauzy dresses, confections of soft hair, green-skinned dryads, and sharp-eared creatures flitting through the gardens. She barely registered their presence before they vanished again. But then she heard shrieks anew and felt another shift in Moonfell. "It can't be possible," she muttered. "It just cannot." "Madam!" Lizette was as transfixed as she was, but her hand grasped her arm with surprising strength. She was used to their magic like most of their long-standing staff, but this was something else. "What is going on?" "It seems the gateway to the other world has opened, and the creatures who live there have crossed here. It is midsummer, after all. The Fae are here. Even the Fairy Queen herself. I doubt very much if the Fairy Queen is here, or if there even is one. We cannot presume to know the world of the Fae, despite all our artists' and poets' best attempts. Besides, Moonfell is not such a grand place that we should command that much attention. At least I hope not." "Will they cause trouble? That one looked mischievous." Mia turned to her and found Lizette's eyes wide with wonder and fear. The Fae's magic greatly eclipses our own, especially mine right now. Plus they are mercurial, full of whimsy and sharp anger if they are crossed. Let's hope they are just here for a little fun. Drawn, perhaps, by our magic and the masquerade ball. Our energy is magnified by our visitors, so they must feel it too. How long will they stay? Probably until dawn. Lizette consulted her pocket watch. Another 2 hours at least. Mia hadn't realised that it was already far past 1 in the morning. Time seemed to have lost all meaning for her on this strange night. But at least dawn in midsummer would be early. A long enough time for them to cause havoc. Let's hope we bore them. Mia pressed her hand to her stomach. The churning, ripping sensation the attack on the gates had caused, mixing with new, fresh fear. And she turned back to the mirror. Still, the Fae skipped through the garden, turning on paths and vanishing into darkness so quickly that Mia thought she was dreaming. Then a wolf loped across another path. Magnus. Please let him not hunt Fae. Surely he would not be so bold nor stupid. Then another thought struck her. Do you think whatever the Order of Stone and Star has done has caused this? Lizette shrugged. It's possible, of course, but we know so little. Well, I know one thing, she said, struggling to her feet. I cannot stay here while I feel Moonfell slipping out of control. We must go to the full moon gate. Ivo, the middle wolf-shifter brother, had barely said a word to Sorrel as they crossed the garden, instead shepherding her through the place as if she was made of glass. However, the moment they entered the vast cellars, he relaxed, and Sorrel conjured dozens of witch lights to supplement their lamps. "This place is more extraordinary than I realized," he said, already examining the walls and supporting columns. "Thank you," she replied, softening her opinion. "Perhaps more than I knew if we discover evidence of a stone circle. It seems impossible, though." "I admit it would be odd, but not impossible." He slapped the thick stone blocks that comprised the wall. "These could have been made from it." "Wouldn't it be more likely, though, that whoever built this place would have used them more usefully? To create a sacred space here, for example?" "But that presumes they valued the stones. They might not have." "True." Sorrel sighed at the enormous task ahead of them, wondering now why she had suggested such a thing. It was cold and damp down here, the warmth of the summer night unable to penetrate. Ivo smiled, transforming his hard features, but he still had a wolfish air that suggested danger. His hair was dark like his father and brother's, but his eyes were a bright blue that fixed on her intently. "I suppose we should progress in a logical manner?" "We could, but that would take hours. I'm wondering if a spell might help us." She spun slowly, taking in the space that stretched all around them. Crates of fruits and vegetables were stored down here, as was their wine and casks of beer. Further in, though, the space wasn't used. "I could try a spell to show us the oldest stone, but the more I think on that, the sillier it sounds. All stone is old." "What about stone that has magic attached to it?" Ivo suggested, striding ahead as he was obviously eager to explore, so she hurried after him. "What are these?" He stopped in front of a row of cells with sturdy doors. "A jail, I'm afraid. Not that we have ever used it, obviously." "A common enough thing, though, in a house such as this. All nobility have their secrets, but I imagine none would be as great as yours." "You're distracting me. I need to consider a spell. One for magic in stone won't work, because our magic is soaked into all of Moonfell." She wished Winter were with her. They often solved things together. "Perhaps if I cast a spell to show us the route of the original paths?" He nodded. "They should intersect down here. But surely we are under where the paths would have been." Already Sorrel's head was aching. "Let us head directly to the centre, as close as we can discern, and then see." She set off more confidently than she felt. It had been years since she had explored the cellars, and seeing them again reminded her of how vast they were. She was suddenly glad that she wasn't alone. "Why are you back in London?" "Just as Father said. We have to reassert ourselves with the arrival of more shifter communities. Our family was a prominent one once." She hesitated to ask her next question, but their situation invited confidences. "Why leave in the first place? Something Mama said earlier made me think it was an abrupt departure." He cast a sharp glance at her. "Just a passing comment, nothing critical." "My father does not talk of it much, and we were young at the time. But I believe there was an issue with the king. Seeing as the king is much older now and spends far more time in Hanover, it was deemed the right time to return." "The king? You clashed with him?" That suggested the Blackwoods were far more influential than she had realized. He shrugged as he batted a cobweb out of the way. That is as much as I know. Plus, there is the matter of us finding mates.
Mates?
Sorrel stopped dead, embarrassment rushing through her.
As in a wife?
Yes, sorry. Mate is a wolf term. It's an important decision. When we mate for life. He looked at her boldly, as if this was the most normal discussion in the world. Suddenly, his strong male presence seemed far too close.
Aren't all marriages for life?
I'm talking about something far different. His eyes kindled like fire. Many marriages at our level of society are for convenience, not always love. We wolves seek true love matches. Surely you must see that is better. You are of marriageable age now and must have clear thoughts on the matter.
I know that this is a wholly inappropriate conversation to indulge with a man I barely know.
She wanted to retreat, but stood her ground, her magic swelling around her. Oh, come now. You are a witch, and from what I know of them, you are less bound by convention. In thought, at least. Please don't disappoint by telling me you are a wilting flower. His lips twitched with amusement.
I am far from that, but I am also a lady, and I think you forget that. Perhaps you should leave, and I will continue this search alone.
He took a breath and exhaled slowly. My apologies. I was merely attempting to get to know you better. I prefer the direct approach.
Is this what this is? Are you assessing me for wife material? Is that what your brother is doing with Winter?
Have you not seen their response to each other? He laughed, but not unkindly. Perhaps not. Wolves sense more than most.
I have excellent intuition, and I know my sister better than anyone.
Sorrel clenched her jaw so tightly that it ached.
She does seem to find him most fascinating.
An opinion, I can confirm, is mutual. Sometimes the spark of attraction flames quickly. Would it be so objectionable to think I might be interested in you? He didn't move an inch, but he suddenly felt very close. I like spirited women, and you are certainly that.
You told my brother you would behave honourably, and yet you lied.
I have not done anything dishonourable except talk. Is an honest conversation dishonourable now?
You know exactly to what I refer. We are alone down here, far from anyone.
You do not have to fear me. He held his hands up and stepped back a pace. But he didn't break eye contact, and it felt like a test. She was suddenly incensed at his boldness.
I do not fear you. I could curdle the blood in your veins with a single word. Could send you to your knees with a curse. Believe me, a Moonfell witch is well able to defend herself, whether you be wolf or human.
I'm very glad to hear that.
In fact, your opinion of me appears so low that you seem to think I would break in the garden.
But your mother
is not me. I am not the Moonfell magical heir.
Her words brought back why they were standing in the cellar arguing.
We have a job to do, and you are distracting me.
My apologies, Sorrel. You are quite right. My timing is poor. Shall we? He extended his arm out to gesture the way ahead. And then the peculiar sensation she had experienced earlier flooded her again like a wave, and she realized there had been another shift in Moonfell's magic. Ivo made to steady her.
No!
Her hand flew out to stop him.
I am fine. We must hurry, though, as I fear events are worsening. Ambrose, Winter said as she entered the hermitage, we must take the captive men to the bees. They are very angry.
Ambrose had been bent over the table, examining one of the metal staffs, but he straightened quickly at her declaration. Are they? That is worrying. How do you know? We passed through the orchard, and Sylvanus heard them buzzing furiously. We went to the hives, and they're all out, clustered on the branches, positively vibrating with anger. The men must apologize. I felt their need for it in my blood. It's under my skin even now. She rubbed her arm as if she could make it go away. Sylvanus nodded his agreement. Winter introduced me to them. The weight of their regard was most uncomfortable. Ambrose frowned, scratching his chin. But to take the men into the grounds again is risky. I know, Winter said. But if we do not appease them, we could all be at risk. You may not be able to tell from in here, but out there, the garden feels wilder than ever. There is an edge of... She hesitated, thinking it sounded foolish. But it was how she genuinely felt. Danger. Throughout their conversation, some of Ambrose's attention had been on the staff, but now she had his full attention. What kind of danger? There is so much energy here that it feels we might ignite, as if everyone is slipping out of control and the constraints of society are fraying. She looked to Sylvanus for support. It's true. Whether or not the men apologizing will change this impression, though, I don't know. I mean, they must, obviously. He hurriedly added to Winter's glare, but I think there's more to it. Very well, I will come with you. Let us loosen their leg restraints, but leave their hands tied and their voices mute, and hurry them there. It will give me an opportunity to judge the atmosphere for myself. Within minutes, they were ready, and Ambrose took one of the staffs, checked that the way was clear, and then bundled the men through the door. Winter led the way through the darkest, most isolated part of the garden, feeling the men's angry stares on her back, but an element of fear, too. Sylvanus was behind them all, hurrying them forward if the men delayed, and by keeping to the maze of parterres at the rear of the area, they passed unseen. But as they neared the waxing moon gate, Winter felt its charged energy even more than she had earlier, and she stopped, knowing it was so close that she should investigate it. What are you doing? Ambrose asked. You must feel it. Had Ambrose lost some of his intuitiveness with the grounds because he no longer lived there? The gate feels odd. I can sense it from here. More so even than when that man struck the path. We need to see it. You see it. I'll wait here with the shifter. Be quick. Winter hurried through the maze of hedges and then stopped dead as she stood at the threshold of the yew gate's garden. It towered over the area on the opposite side to where she stood and looked as dark as always within the arch. But there was a different quality to it, as if the darkness had deepened. A clear, intuitive knowledge welled within her that said she must not step any closer. And that instinct was rewarded moments later when a figure stepped out of the gate, moving swiftly on spindle-thin legs, and with a strange fluid grace that made her heart skip a beat. Its hair was like spun silver, and when it turned towards her, its large round eyes of the brightest blue shone like lamps as it gazed at her. Gossamer thin wings flapped as the creature wagged a petite finger at her and grinned wickedly, and then it vanished. She retreated, scarcely able to breathe, and was glad to be back with Sylvanus and her brother. What? Ambrose asked. You look like you have seen a ghost. The Fae are here. What? Sylvanus lifted his head as if he might sniff them out. She repeated it slowly. The yew gate is a portal, and the Fae are here. You jest, sister. Ambrose stared behind her, and then whipped around as if they might be ambushed. Now is not the time for me to lie. She marched over to Everly and stared up at him. His earlier ebullience and composure had gone. "Did you hear me? The Fae are here in our garden. Did you do this?" He shook his head rapidly, eyes darting towards his companions, and a palpable fear oozed from all the men. Fury bubbled over inside Winter. "You said you activated the gates. It must have been you, I swear," she said, fists clenched, "that if you have endangered Moonfell and my mother never recovers, you will suffer the consequences."
"Winter," Ambrose snapped, "this is not how we work."
"I am ripe for change, brother. Some men need to be put in their place." Wind, her closest ally, gathered around her, lifting tendrils of her hair and buffeting her dress. "They need to understand the power of a Moonfell witch." And the power of a shifter, too. In seconds, Sylvanus stripped and thrust his clothes into her hands.
"Carry them for me. I am best as a wolf for this. Let us get to the orchard now."
Ambrose didn't even express outrage at Sylvanus's behaviour. He merely pushed her forwards.
"Onwards now, before true madness descends."
23. Present day. Morgana hugged her brother, Merlin. "You've arrived earlier than we thought you would." He laughed.
"This place was an unexpected hit last time, so the girls couldn't wait to come back. They've been pestering me for hours, especially about the wolves."
"They're here too, but only for a few hours," she said as she hugged her nieces. "They have to work later, but they'll be back this evening for the party." Ellen, sweet 16 and so very sure of herself, tossed her hair over her shoulder and stood at the kitchen door looking over the rows of vegetables and lettuces. "They're in the garden?" "Yes, hunting for signs of old wolves." She exchanged an amused glance with Merlin. "It seems Moonfell has been friendly with them in the past, unless they were actually hunting us." Marion gasped. At 14, she was more impressionable. "Do you think they were?"
"Your aunt is teasing. At least I hope so,"
Merlin said, eyebrows askance.
"Where have you put us? I'll put our luggage away."
"You have the same room as before, but the girls are on the second floor. Your cousins will be upstairs too," she told the girls. "Jack and Lewis. Well, not exactly your cousins, but close enough. They're technically Como's cousins. It's been years since you met them."
"I can barely remember them myself,"
Merlin said, helping himself to Morgana's freshly baked chocolate cookies.
"How old are they?"
"Jack is 12 and Lewis is 10. Ellen rolled her eyes. "Boys! Young boys, ugh."
"Stop that," Merlin reprimanded her. "You will not be rude, or I won't bring you back here ever again. I'll leave you at home next time and come alone."
Ellen pouted. "Fine." "I suggest, though," Morgana said, trying not to laugh, "that you go and find your rooms before they arrive. Don't choose mine, obviously. You can hang up your clothes for tonight, and then you can choose a mask." That prompted a flurry of questions and squeals of delight, and then Merlin escorted them upstairs to help them with their rooms. Morgana had barely time to put the kettle on when the doorbell rang out again, the gong resonating through the house, and she found her father, Armstrong, on the doorstep, carrying an enormous trifle.
"Morgana, look at you. You're positively radiant. I bring gifts."
She ushered him inside, taking the trifle from him so he could carry his bag. "You look very chirpy, too. And thank you, you didn't have to."
"I know you'll be cooking up a storm. This is just my contribution."
He peered up the stairs.
"I saw Merlin's car in front."
"Yes, they've just arrived. The girls are choosing rooms."
"Wonderful."
"You're in your usual."
"Do I detect wolf shifters about?"
It was only then that Morgana realized her father knew nothing about her relationship with Monroe. Bollocks. Hoping that he wouldn't ask a million inappropriate questions, she said, "Yes, a few of the Storm Moon pack are here. I'm dating one of them, so you must behave when you meet him."
Dating?
He stopped dead in the middle of the hallway.
You?
Yes, me. Do not embarrass me later, or I will never forgive you.
As if I would embarrass you.
Do not grill him. I am a grown adult woman, and make sure Uncle Ellington behaves, because he can be an absolute arse.
I know, just ignore him.
No, I will shout instead. He gets away with far too much. Armstrong laughed.
That's my girl. Put the kettle on. Be back in 5.
Actually, she said, thinking she should really finish the spell they were going to use, I need to go back to the library for a few minutes. She accompanied him as he carried his overnight bag upstairs. They're on the 2nd floor. Help yourself to drinks when you're ready, though.
What are you doing in the library?
Finalizing a reveal spell. Almost done now.
What do you need one of those for?
We've had some interesting moments here over the last day. Nothing to worry about, she said breezily. I'll catch you up later. Already the house felt busy, the normal routine of their day thrown out. But this was no normal day. It was Midsummer Eve. While she was happy the family was there, she could do without interference in spellwork. Everyone had an opinion, and she had neglected to tell her father about the newly revealed rooms, too. Oh, well, he'd find out soon enough. She entered the library and shut the door behind her, forgetting that Haughty was already in there. She had taken up the entire large central table with a heap of books and grimoires, and looked up, glasses perched on her nose.
I think I've found them.
Who?
Aggie and Minty, otherwise known as Agatha and Araminta Hallowden.
Hallowden? Morgana hurried to her side. Who are they?
Now bear with me.
She ran her finger along the names in a large grimoire with a cracked leather cover.
This grimoire belonged to Euphemia Hallowden Westerly, who it turns out is Fitz's grandmother.
We found Fitz again.
Well, sort of. He wasn't born in our current dilemma.
Haughty, normally so composed and groomed, was slightly dishevelled, her sleek bob tufted, and she had a sheen of sweat on her brow. Confusion marred her features, and a large piece of paper was covered in scribbles next to her.
Euphemia had a younger sister called Rosamond and an older brother, Benedict. Agatha and Araminta were his daughters. He had a son called Crispin, too. She frowned. I could be wrong, but all things considered, I'm on the right track.
All thoughts of the spell fled from Morgana's mind as she rounded the table to stand next to Haughty. And Tolly and Winter?
Tolliver Hallowden Westerly, and Wintermere, his sister, both Euphemia's children. There was a Sorrel, too, Winter's twin. I think they are the Moon daughters. Twins are close, after all.
Then she beamed.
Ambrose was married to Lucasta, and they had Perry, Artie, and Fitz.
And Melly, of course. She shook her head.
Melly is the daughter of Ambrose and Dorothea, his second wife.
She tapped another book.
That's listed in there. Ambrose's book. Melly was Fitz's stepsister.
Confused, Morgana asked, Did I know that?
Surely we mentioned it at Beltane?
Morgana massaged her brow. Perhaps. Oh, so many names. I must make a family tree.
Excellent idea. I have sketched one, but it needs work. Perhaps Odette could paint us one. Anyway, now we know roughly the time we are looking at.
The good news is that the twins had long lives, from what I can see.
So why hide the rooms?
Maybe that came later, after whatever is happening now. Honestly, I don't know yet. I just know their names. The only one I haven't found is Everly. Yet.
You're clearly born to be a detective, Haughty.
Maybe. But it's frustrating. I found their names and spell books, but nothing that could indicate what happened. I do, however, think the girls, Aggie and Minty, must have been young, based upon what Odette has seen. They were having fun running around at the ball. Perhaps they would have been in their teens or early 20s. That means Wintermere and Sorrel were of a similar age. There are only a few years between them. Minty was the youngest.
Have you found diaries? Anything that talks about a midsummer ball?
Nothing at all, unfortunately. But if we have accounts, maybe a search for expenses for a party might prove something. Long shot, though, especially amongst all this.
Haughty straightened up and rolled her shoulders.
Who's arrived?
Merlin and the girls. My father and the wolves, so far. I have no idea where Birdie is. The boys are in the cellars. I do have the spell to finish, though. We should do that before more family descend on us.
Agreed, but... She stood with her hands on her hips. What do we think it will show? You have already cast a small reveal spell that showed us carvings.
Como saw something in there, so let's hope there's another level of magic waiting. Morgana headed to her own table and picked up the spell she had copied out with a few adjustments, thinking to head downstairs and just do it, when a booming bell rang across the house and Odette's voice echoed around them. "Mirror room, now!"
"I told you this would be a cool thing to do," Como said, already through the wine cellar and into the darker, cluttered, more interesting areas. "It's huge. And dirty. And also a death trap," Lamb added, stepping over some ancient wooden boards before he thought better of it and hauled them aside. "However, the vaulted ceilings are amazing. Typical Gothic construction," Como noted, as he admired the arched brickwork and pillars. "Often this was built before the house. It has to be strong to support the huge weight above it. Sometimes they dug cellars out afterwards, but not here. It's too well finished." He patted the walls, absolutely solid and dry. "You can see where someone divided up the space later. See, these walls are different," he said, pointing out the smaller bricks. "Much cheaper construction." "Why would they do that?" Como shrugged. "Tastes change over the years, and honestly, people just do weird shit I don't understand. Originally, they'd have stored barrels of beer here and harvested vegetables. In towns, medieval cellars would have been used as showrooms for their wares. There might have been prison cells here. There are some small rooms the other side that might have been used for that. Plus, in a house like this, there'd have been passageways leading out under the grounds. Although Haughty never mentioned that. Why hasn't anyone done something with this space? We could have a swimming pool down here. Or a home cinema." Lamb smacked one of the newer walls with the palm of his hand. "We should take these out anyway. It would look way better with them gone. Do you think someone lived down here? Possibly. Or maybe they just hid down here. This building has been around for a long time, and as we know, belonged to another family before Sibylla." He liked Lamb's idea, though. "We could have a bowling alley." Como could see it now, unfolding before him. "Haughty would love that." "Would she really?" "She would if I wanted it. And then she'd persuade Birdie." "I don't think we're millionaires, you tit. That would all cost a fortune. Plus we can't move supporting pillars. Nice idea, though.
Lamb added, already distracted by an intriguing stone panel that he was pushing and prodding. And to be honest, there are so many rooms in the house, we could totally turn one into a home cinema. That room next to the billiards room, Como suggested, remembering the room panelled in dark wood with leather seats. That could be our man space, as well as the tower rooms, obviously. And the building in the Laurels, Lamb asked, cocking an eyebrow. Birdie seemed to think you were being a bit cheeky yesterday when you called it a retreat, as if the rest of the house was a hovel. Como winced. Oh, yes. But I didn't mean to sound ungrateful. It's just that you have your cool studio. So, is this a tit-for-tat thing now? Your English expressions are so weird. No, I just liked it. He shrugged, unable to explain why he enjoyed it there so much, other than it seemed mysterious because it had been magicked away for so long. Plus, I hate to see perfectly good spaces going unused. I'm sure she was kidding. And there's no need to rush anyway. We're not going anywhere. And most likely that place isn't either now. Lamb sighed and gave up on the panel. Show me where you found that new secret passageway. Okay. But there's far more to see first. Like these little passages squeezed within the walls. These must have been constructed at the same time the cellar was built. Crazy. But she thinks she found a new one, which means that it's part of the spell that has revealed everything. The broken spell, you mean? Whatever. Now that Como was down here, the spaces all seemed to look the same, each running off haphazardly in different directions, and he had a horrible feeling that he might not be able to find it after all. I wish I'd brought a compass. I wish we'd brought a ball of twine. We might meet a minotaur down here. Lamb sniggered. I'm kidding. A spell will lead us out if we get lost. We need to find the center, Como said. Forget the passage for now. If the stone circle is down here somewhere, it's in the middle of the house. No. Lamb shook his head. Not dead center. There was that little building. The stones will be out. I'm going to try a spell, just like the others would. Trust me. Lamb looked skeptical, but Como called elemental air his strongest element, but drew on the earth and the damp around him too. And then he conjured a flame and held it before him. By the 4 elements, earth, air, fire, and water, who grace us with their magic, I ask for your aid. Show us the heart of Moonfell, center of all, the place, the gates protected, and where the stones once stood tall. Lead us safe, lead us sure, and if spells bar our way, show us their form so that we might hold sway. The flame flickered, as if caught in a draught, and then floated off Como's hand and bobbed down the passage. Como turned to Lamb, mute and wide-eyed in shock that it had worked, and Lamb nudged him to follow. And they were off, following the bobbing flame. This place is a maze, Lamb said. I'm trying to keep track of what part of the house is above me, but I'm so confused, and I don't know it that well anyway. After rounding corner after corner, and having to push through wooden doors that had warped over the years and that scraped across the floor as they moved them, the bare bones of the house were more and more obvious with every step. The flame finally stopped under the middle of another vaulted roof, and supporting columns marched around them, some swallowed up in other walls. Bloody hell, Lamb said, coughing as he waved a hand through a draping cobweb. Did you come through here earlier? Because it feels like no one's been here in centuries. I think we skirted it over that way, but I'm honestly not sure. I think Horty muttered that this bit wasn't worth bothering with. Something about no secret passageways. I suppose it is more open here than the other spaces. Still, it seems a bit short-sighted. I told you, she was a little bullet train.
Como turned slowly, taking in the space that felt almost church-like because of the vaulted ceiling and fluted columns. But one curved wall ran down from ceiling to floor, unlike anything else they'd seen, partially in this one area and butting onto another where it had been swallowed by a wall. What's that? For the next few minutes they walked around it, tapping the stone and debating their options. There was no way into it, and then it struck Como. "There's a well in the grounds, right? Fuck, yes! The old one in the inner courtyard. It should, in theory, supply fresh water now, but we don't use it. This has to be it, because the well would reach down far below us. I mean, what else could it be?" Lamb high-fived him. "Yes, has to be. But we should make sure we don't find any more like this in case we've got it wrong. In theory, we're under the inner courtyard, hence no secret passageways. But if the stones are here, we're close." However, after another 15 minutes of searching, they still couldn't find any large, irregular stones that could have been standing stones, or anything that looked like the footprint of an ancient building either. Just as Como was about to suggest they stop looking, a large bell resounded through the house, followed by Odette's echoing voice rumbling around them that sent them scrambling for the exit and up to the dressing room. 24. June 1754. "It feels as if a storm is coming," Mia said as she left the house and stepped onto the drive. Her skin tingled and the air felt alive, and yet there is not a cloud in the sky. "I'm scared," Lisette murmured, arm wrapped firmly around Mia as she escorted her to the South Moon Gate. "I feel it too. What does it mean? Is it the Fae?" "I don't know. Probably. It's hard to know because of what Everly did to the gates. I can't help but think everything must be linked. It has to be. Of all the rituals and celebrations we have had here over the years at midsummer, never have the Fae breached worlds. At least our guests seem unaffected. Do they, though?" Mia asked, nodding at the excitable group of men and women as they ran into the meadow, eyes glittering behind their masks with an almost wild abandon. "I think they feel it all too well, even if they don't understand it. They think it's alcohol or high spirits, when it is magic and the Fae. The musicians, too." The music was faster, wilder now, as if they were unable to contain themselves. Mia stopped and looked over her shoulder, seeing the pavilion illuminated through the trees behind the drive. Fevered laughter and conversation sallied across the distance. "When I am in the Moongate, go and seek out Bam. Make sure he is well. But Mia, it is important. I want your impressions of it all, too." They hurried towards the gate, and once in line with it, Mia felt a jolt of power run under her feet. It was the path. It had to be. The gate remained dark, with only flattened grass around it to show where they had dragged Everly out earlier. Before she stepped inside it, a shimmer of light beyond caught her eye as a ripple spread through the meadow. Sparkles of light lifted from the grasses as something danced over it with iridescent wings. Something that looked like a large dragonfly, but couldn't possibly be. But it was a fleeting glance only. There 1 second, gone the next. "Madam," Lisette's fingers dug into her arm, "ignore them. If you keep to the paths, you will be fine. You can leave me now, but hurry back with news, please." Lisette looked to the pavilion, fear in her eyes, but she nodded anyway. "If you're sure, you have your amulet." She had made them for all of her closest staff. "It will protect you. So will Moonfell." Lisette patted the ribbon that hung around her neck. "I'll wear it always." Mia felt horribly mean for sending her away on her own, but she needed information. "Good. It will protect you." Taking a deep breath, Lisette nodded and hurried along the path to the pavilion, and after watching her for a few moments, Mia lifted the heavy drapes of honeysuckle and ducked into the gate. She raised her lamp, studying the hole that gaped in the centre of the space as she rested her hand on the wall. It hummed beneath her fingers. Its power would remain high now that Midsummer's Day had arrived. Dawn would see another level of activity, but it was midday when it would be at its most powerful. The rupture had shocked her earlier because of its suddenness and severity, and the pain it had caused was real. But back here now, Mia was reassured. The gate still stood solid, magic running through it as always, and she felt stronger, her thoughts calmer. She was still mistress of Moonfell, and she still wielded its power. The unique power in the gate thrummed beneath her touch and reinvigorated her. And in those precious, quiet moments, she felt two of the other gates as if connected by a thread. The Western Bronze Gate hummed with a steady magic, but the Yew Gate in the east was wilder, more chaotic. Instinctively, she knew that the Fae had arrived through it, a tree that had long been associated as a doorway to the other world. But she could not feel the North Gate at all, and that could only be because the path had not been activated. Curious. Certainly their yearly Yuletide protection spells had never caused them to connect quite like this before. She knelt at the edge of the hole and peered at the pale white substance discernible beneath the earth that her daughters believed to be quartz, and realized they were right. The most energetic of the gemstones that both amplified energy but also healed. To use it as a path between gates would amplify their already potent energy. So it was likely the men, using their quartz-tipped staffs, had activated them exactly as they said. The more she thought about it, the more likely she thought they were responsible for the passage to the other world opening as well. An unintended side effect, perhaps. But what of their real aim? To commune with the druids whom they believed to be the original builders of the gates? Could it be possible? Her fears that activating them would destroy Moonfell, their protection spells, and her magic seemed unfounded now. Perhaps it would serve to awaken magic that had laid dormant on the grounds for centuries. And if so, was that a good thing? She sighed. So much to consider. One thing that was certain, however, was that quartz could also work in her favor. In order to think clearly, she needed to heal. So she reached down, arm extended, and gently touched her fingertips to the ground crystal. A jolt of pure energy that was pulled from the earth, and the gates raced up her arm, flooding her with a cool, icy clarity. As the pain in her core eased, the way ahead became very obvious. They needed to activate the new moon gate. The wall of honeysuckle parted, and a wolf slipped inside and shifted. Magnus. As usual, he was completely bold in his nakedness. "I found your scent. Are you all right? I thought you had retired to the house." "I had an idea and it worked. Now I have other plans." She sat up, brushing dirt off her fingertips as her strength returned. I need someone to activate the north gate. His eyes darkened.
Is that wise?
I think so.
Think?
He laughed, lamplight playing along his sculpted muscles that showed he hadn't aged at all.
You should be surer than that. Still the same impetuous witch.
Still the same bold wolf.
What are you planning?
He asked, suddenly serious. Honestly, I don't know exactly, but I do know that the gate must be activated because I sense the others already are. I'll wait here to feel it. Find Tolly or Ambrose and ask them to do it, please.
Ambrose is with Winter, and my son in the orchard. I watched them enter. They have the 4 men with them.
What? Why?
He shrugged. I don't know. But when I passed through the orchard earlier, the bees were disturbed.
She massaged her temples. Oh no. And the Fae?
They are everywhere, spreading their magic and mischief. It is almost a bacchanalia out there.
He smirked.
Your party will be remembered for years. I think you'll not be short of work after this.
Are you sure? They might shun us completely. He laughed, teeth gleaming.
Oh, I'm sure.
Not quite what I had intended, but I'll take it. She stood, feeling almost herself again, except now more than herself. The quartz still tingled on her fingertips, the effects racing through her veins. Tolly should be investigating all the gates.
He is at the bronze one right now. I passed close to it and scented him only minutes ago. I'll find him easily if he's moved on. But Mia, what about the bees? They are already in a tumult. If the 3 gates set this off, what will activating the 4th one do? Will it exacerbate the issue with the Fae even more? And what of your guests?
He hesitated, doubt creasing his features.
I hate to question you, but surely you should discuss this with your family, or at least see the bees. You should also experience the garden for yourself, properly.
All certainty vanished with the wolf's wise words. She couldn't rush this, and of course she must appease the bees. Was she being swept along with the promise of ancient knowledge? Plus the safety of the guests, of course, must come first. You're right. I am swept up in I know not what. I'll go to the bees first and then assess the rest. He smiled.
Good decision.
Can I ask you one more favour, though?
Always.
Can you find Lisette, our lady's maid, and ensure she is all right?
I remember her well, of course. And perhaps, he suggested, tapping his eyes to indicate her mask, complete your costume and take your bow and arrows with you. You never know when they may come in handy.
Kneel, Winter commanded the 4 men as they reached the hives in the centre of the orchard. Bow your heads as if to royalty, and when I unseal your lips, you will apologise most fulsomely. For now, you will wait. All 4 men glared at her, and she suspected if they were to break free now, they would run for the main gate and never look back. Or at least they'd try. Sylvanus prowled around them, a huge muscled beast that would be on them in moments. Danger rolled off him, except when he looked at her. Then she felt something that was just as intense, but in a very different way.
You're right about the bees,
Ambrose said softly, disturbing her thoughts.
They are very agitated.
Even more so than before. Do you think they know about the Fae? Ambrose shrugged.
The garden is wilder, its energy more extreme. They know the garden as well as we do, so they must. No wonder they are upset. The Fae are close, too. I feel their eyes upon us.
So do I. But I don't think we should look for them.
No, that would be a bad plan. Ambrose agreed, casting a quick glance about him before focusing on the bees. I would rather pretend they are not here. You should too. Let them have their fun. Certainly make no promises and give no thanks should you actually meet one close up," he added in a whisper. "I know the rules. Good. Now I must make my own greetings to the bees. Give me a moment, please." Winter withdrew, leaving her brother time alone to have his own quiet words, while Sylvanus circled close around her, watching the men, but also alert for other issues just like she was, mainly the Fae. The rich, flowery scent of plants, unknown to her, carried through the orchard, sweet and musky all at the same time. Wild lights sparked in her peripheral vision, and the wolf growled. She reached down, hardly aware of her own movements, and dug her fingers into his thick, soft fur. In response, he nudged in against her. Safe, strong, sure. "I am ready," Ambrose announced, "as are they." With a word, he unbound the men's tongues. "Make your apologies and ensure they are sincere. I suggest, Everly, that you begin." Everly's face twisted in a sneer. "This is the most preposterous—" But that was as much as he managed, because the bees swarmed all over him, his tone clearly provoking them. They settled on every part of him, especially his exposed skin, and his head was covered. As much as she loathed his actions, Winter was horrified. The men next to him struggled to free their hands, eyes wide with horror. Ambrose demanded, "One of you must apologize now. I have no control over this, so make it good." He pointed at the oldest in the group, a man they had learned was called Thomas Rumsford. "You." "I apologize," he shouted it out, voice edging on panic. "We are very, very sorry to have disturbed you. Our need for knowledge passed all boundaries of decency. I beg for your forgiveness." He dropped forward, forehead resting on the earth as the others watched, astonished. The silver-haired man that she and Sylvanus had watched at the U-gate twisted to look at her in panic, as if for advice. "Do it," she urged him. "Now, while you have the chance. You opened the gate and have endangered all of us, Arthur." She used his name to shock him into sense. "Unless you want Everly's fate, apologize." Everly was writhing on the ground now, still covered in bees, but neither she nor Ambrose dared to intervene, and both exchanged anguished glances. The two remaining men came to their senses, and shouting their apologies, grovelled on the ground next to Thomas. The furious buzzing abated slightly, but still the bees remained settled on Everly, who had now become unnervingly still. Ambrose took charge, and with a glance summoned Winter to his side as he faced the hives again, the men in front of them. "We owe you a great apology for allowing these men to do as much damage as they have. Our High Priestess Euphemia Halloden Westerly has been injured, but even as we speak, we are making steps to rectify this issue. The otherworld steps close tonight, and it seems Moonfell has become a crossroads." Winter turned to Ambrose, startled at his choice of words, but struck by how appropriate they were. The stone circle that was supposedly on their land would of course be intersected by 4 pathways. Was that significant? Ambrose continued. "It is midsummer, so today our entire family will honor you. Ensure that Moonfell's energy returns to normal and the gateway to the otherworld is closed. In the meantime, please release Everly so that he can apologize as is his due." The bees' attention fixed on them with unnerving intensity before the buzzing finally abated and the bees on Everly moved aside, allowing them to see his face.
Much to Winter's relief, it was not covered in stings, but he still remained motionless, eyes tightly closed.
"Everly," Ambrose said with calm assurance. "Speak now. The bees are waiting."
Finally, Everly ground out his apologies. His previous belligerence vanished, and one by one the bees left his body, though he remained curled up on the grass. The palpable fury that had surrounded the hives abated, but only slightly, because the wild magic that the Fae had brought still lingered, and it seemed the bees didn't like it either. "I think we need to get the men off the grounds," Winter said to Ambrose.
"No?"
Mia approached on silent feet, truly embodying Diana the Huntress, as she stepped out of the shadows, mask in place and a glint of starlight on her bow. After greeting the bees, she turned back to them. "Take them back to the hermitage for now. I may need them." Thomas, the older man, finally sat up and glared at Mia. "You're imprisoning us?" "No, I am rectifying what you have done. Don't worry, you won't be here forever." Winter studied her mother's face, noting how calm she looked now. "Mamma, what of your pain?" "It is gone, mostly." "You were right. It was quartz at the bottom of the holes, so I used it to heal myself. But there is much to do yet for Moonfell." She drew them aside so that the men could not hear. "I'm debating activating the north gate." She held up her hand at their shocked expressions. "Hear me out. At the full moon gate, I could feel all of them except that one. A thread that links them all. I think if it's what happened years ago, then how can it be wrong to do it now?"
"But the pain you felt, the shift across Moonfell,"
Ambrose said, looking as baffled as Winter felt.
"The Fae?"
"Potentially, the trouble is that when one is closed, it creates imbalance. However, if all four are open, energy can once again flow freely."
"Surely energy already flows freely," Ambrose pointed out. "We feel it with the Yuletide spells."
"That is down to our spells and tributes. This is different, older magic, which is independent of anything we do." "But you don't know," Winter said, seeing a trace of doubt in her mother's eyes. "So why not close them again instead?" "How will we do that?" Mia asked, head cocked and arms folded across her chest. "We have no instructions, nothing except them." She nodded towards the four men still on their knees before the hives. "For all we know, if we open all the gates, they might well close on their own after a period of time. Perhaps that's why they were obsessing about dawn. Or maybe once we complete the necessary ceremonies, admittedly of which we know nothing."
"Time during which anything could happen," Ambrose said.
Mia reached out and squeezed their hands. "Take the men to the hermitage. Question them some more and see what else you can discover." Ambrose laughed.
"I think you should question them here."
His eyes sparkled as he looked at Winter.
"Don't you think?"
She laughed too. "He's right. The bees terrify them. They covered Everly from head to foot at one point. You are assured of swift information here."
"Really?"
Mia looked uncertain. "I thought it might aggravate the bees more, and I don't wish to do that."
"Perhaps ask for their permission," Ambrose suggested. "I think they would like to hear what these men have to say. It will be a type of courtroom. Maybe," he said, lowering his voice, "the Fae might listen too."
Ambrose, normally the steady, considered older brother, was proving to be quite bold tonight, and Winter liked it. "Frankly, the less the Fae know, the better," Mia said, barely speaking above a whisper. "However, your suggestion is a good one. I was planning on going to the pavilion, though, and checking on the rest of the family. Although Winter thought questioning the men a good idea, the thought of listening to it did not appeal in the slightest. The rest of the garden called to her. "Why don't I do all that and look in on Sorrel? I'll go with Sylvanus, leaving you two to deal with this." Mia's eyes slid to Sylvanus and back to Winter with a knowing smile. "Fair enough. But be careful." Clutching his clothes to her chest, and with the wolf at her heels, they both raced to join the party. 25. Present day. Odette's sketchpad was full of partially drawn images, some more developed than others. She had drawn glimpses of masked faces, gorgeous gowns and resplendent waistcoats, as well as many varied costumes. All pencil drawings, but they gave her plenty of material to inspire her paintings. Too much, in fact. She had spent weeks painting scenes of Rajga, images that had captured her imagination and her heart, and now she had even more to inspire her art. The mirror was revealing scenes that were rich and nuanced. She had been particularly fascinated by the grand pavilion and flashes of Moonfell's garden, trying to discern what part was where. The outside grotto that surrounded the North Moon Gate was the most startling, although, of course, she had not seen it in its entirety. Frustratingly, she had not seen the building in the Laurels at all. Most of the focus was on the moon gates, and mirrors were placed a short distance away from them. The 4 men she had seen earlier were paying the gates particular attention, and paced back and forth to confer, keeping to themselves as much as possible, all remaining in the domino masks and cloaks. Odette also saw wolves, and studied the fleeting image of an arresting man who wore a Cnunos costume, and a man dressed as Beowulf who she absolutely knew were wolf shifters. And there was a name, Blackwood. The woman who watched them, the ghost woman seated on the chair in front of the mirror, her shadow companion, leaned forward to tap the mirror on occasions, but when Odette tried it, nothing happened at all. The longer she spent in the dressing room, though, the more dissociated Odette became with the present time. The scent of rosewater drifted past her as if someone had walked by, and it seemed shadows flickered in the corners of the room that had nothing to do with the shafts of sunlight that crept around the heavy curtains. As she'd said to Haughty only a few hours earlier, she had no idea whether she was watching the events sequentially or not, but now that she was fully immersed, she detected a heightened atmosphere that she assumed were the heady effects of midsummer. Certainly the garden was in full bloom, and it appeared hot from the clothes the women wore. Her bewitched mood ended abruptly when she saw something that made her sit upright so suddenly that her sketchpad slid off her lap and onto the floor. Bright blue eyes and feathery eyelashes set within a distinctly not human face. A sight that was both terrifying and exciting. She summoned the others with a spell so quickly that she overcooked it, and her voice boomed across the house. Within minutes, the witches arrived, including Merlin, the girls, and her Uncle Armstrong, all except Birdie, Como, and Lamb. The newcomers were shocked at the mirror and the newly revealed rooms, all muttering amongst themselves, but Haughty sat next to her, staring intently at the mirror. "Are you all right?" Morgana asked Odette, standing at her side, hand on her shoulder. "Yes and no. I have seen Fae."
"Fae?"
Haughty's voice boomed across the room.
"Surely a costume."
"Nope, not a costume. An actual Fae creature."
It wasn't even slightly human. The face was too sharp, the eyes too big, and the eyelashes, well, she struggled to describe them. They were like moth wings. She had tried to capture it with her pencil on paper, but it felt inadequate. Like this, but so much more. It was mischievous, that was obvious, even from the brief glimpse I had. Ellen and Marion stood transfixed before the mirror, and Marion asked, "Can I watch too?" "Of course, if Merlin doesn't mind." She looked over at her cousin. "Nothing too scary, I hope?" "Not yet. Depends on what you think of Faye." Ellen squealed and pointed. "Wings! I saw wings!" Everyone's attention fixed on the mirror as the tiniest glimpses of odd creatures were caught by the mirrors. Iridescent wings, strange webbed fingers, and the wrinkled brown skin of something covered with warts. Armstrong stuttered. "What the hell is all this? Where did these rooms come from?" "A spell was broken," Haughty said stridently. "We're trying to work out why." "Perhaps the Fae caused the spell," Odette suggested, trying to think things through after the noisy arrival of the others. "I don't know. I have to keep watching. How are you getting on with names, Haughty?" "I've found them." She beamed at Odette as she summarized her findings. "Essentially, these are Fitz's parents' and grandparents' generation. But what about Wintermere and Sorrel? Any idea why these rooms are hidden?" "No, not at all. They didn't die young." "Not according to the dates I've found." Relieved, Odette nodded. "Good. I heard the name Blackwood, too. I think that's the Shifter family. Does that ring a bell with anyone?" Everyone shook their heads, and then running footsteps sounded in the hall, and Lamb and Como arrived. "What have we missed?" Como asked after greeting everyone hurriedly. Odette teased him. "Nothing much. Just Faye." "You're shitting me." Not even Haughty picked him up on his language. Odette shook her head. "Keep watching, you'll see." "Any luck in the cellars?" Morgana asked. "No." Lamb slumped on the floor in front of the mirror. "No weird standing stones or anything in the floor. We'll keep trying, though. But I think I need food first." "Well, someone," Armstrong muttered, "is going to have to explain everything. None of this makes sense." "It doesn't to us either," Morgana said. "So, now that you're here, you can help. Need a break, Odette?" "No, I'll keep going. I have context now. I'm used to voices and certain faces. I'd love some tea and food, though. I'll bring it up." Then Haughty's arm extended, and she wagged a finger at the mirror. "There are 2 shadow women now, look!" The faintest image of another slightly older woman stared into the mirror. Perhaps Morgana's age. Her hair was powdered, and she had clear, bright, intelligent eyes that seemed to squint with pain. Her costume was of classical style, as if a Roman statue had come to life. Her gown all whites and silvers, and the woman next to her fussed over her. Instantly, Odette knew who she was, as the deep knowing sang through her. She also recognized the mask she held in her hand, and Odette turned to Morgana. "She has the mask you wore earlier." "We have found the High Priestess of Moonfell, Euphemia Halloden Westerly." She looked around, frowning. "Where is ours?" In addition to scenting the wolves in the restructured parterre gardens, Monroe also found their scent at the North Moongate, where he'd gone with Tommy, and they found the scent of men. 4 men, Tommy said, shifting back to human. The huge shifter was as tall and broad as Monroe, but as hairy as a bear. Odette was right. Very faint scent, though. I'm surprised we can smell them at all. According to Odette, this place once had a grotto around it. Why has only part of it come back? Tommy shrugged. Weird magic shit. Maybe they blew it up. Monroe laughed, and then stopped when he realised Tommy was serious. Why would they do that? I don't know. Maybe it was an accident. Then why didn't it destroy the gate? Maybe they rebuilt the gate. The gate is important, but who cares about a weird shell grotto? You're obsessed with blowing things up, so I'm really not convinced. Tommy grinned. It's fun. Monroe just shook his head. He and Tommy had been hunting for hours, first with the pack and then on their own. They had discussed scents, possible meanings, how many wolves and what it might mean, but it was all speculation so far. They all found it intriguing that shifters had been at Moonfell before, and liked the fact that their species had long been associated with the Moonfell witches. Then they had divided the garden between the pack. Maverick had wanted to explore the east with Domino, so the others divided the garden between them. Monroe hoped that more of them would pick up new clues, but because the scents were so faint, it was proving difficult. It wasn't helped by the fact that the trails cut off abruptly in some areas of the garden. I really hoped we'd have a breakthrough and gain some new insight, Monroe said to Tommy. But I guess it was always a long shot that we'd discover something new. Let's head back to the summer house and see what everyone else has discovered. But as he was saying it, their immediate surroundings started to shimmer, and he felt the undeniable shift of powerful magic. Move, now! They both shot out of the area and didn't stop until they had put a decent distance between them and the gate. It was lucky they did, because in moments a much larger grotto wall stood where they had been only seconds earlier, along with a large statue of Poseidon. Tommy grunted. What the fuck? Monroe looked up at the sun high overhead, the heat intense already. It's midday on Midsummer Eve. Magic is building and another part of the spell is broken. So, if something has happened here, it could have happened elsewhere. Should we summon the pack? No, let's explore first. But if more spells are unlocking now, what the hell might happen at midnight? Monroe was just about to shift to his wolf when Hunter arrived, tongue lolling, eyes wild. When he shifted, he announced, Domino is scented fair. Follow me. Birdie had spent a fruitless morning trying to glean information from the bees, who were busy collecting nectar and were in and out of the hives, giving her very little time at all. If they were serving some kind of Genius Loci, she certainly couldn't tell. Perhaps Lamb would have more luck communicating with them. Could Como be right? Was there some kind of land spirit on Moonfell's grounds? The more she considered it, the more right it felt. But in that case, why hadn't she had some kind of direct communication with it? Plus, they were considered messengers to the divine. Is that why hives were always in the orchard? Feeling she was stuck in an endless loop, she decided to return to the house and ensure she was prepared for that evening. She had a ritual in mind for midday on midsummer, but perhaps a dawn ritual would be more fitting if she could rouse the household. Actually, she mused as she strolled towards the house, that would be perfect. Dawn at midsummer. The clear sky, the soft light as the sun started to rise, the fading stars, the gentle waking of the birds, the stir of life. She already felt energized. Yes, she might need an afternoon snooze later, but who cared? She could do what she liked, and if their guests hated the idea, they could sleep in. She was certain Morgana and Odette would accompany her. A gift for the bees, and for the South Moon Gate, offerings for the goddess and Canunos, the king of the high summer who accompanied the goddess. Balance was necessary, after all. She passed the wolves as she walked the paths, glad of their energetic presence. But they didn't disturb each other, all busy with their business. The kitchen garden was in sight when Birdie considered the paths that Odette said she had seen under the moon gates. Perhaps a little look wouldn't hurt. Birdie collected a spade and garden fork and decided to circle the house to the South Moon Gate, quickly thrusting her feet into sturdy boots. Thankful that the garden didn't waylay her, she arrived there quickly. It was smothered in honeysuckle, the bees busy collecting nectar, but she always ensured the honeysuckle was trimmed regularly so its interior was easily accessible. She brushed some of the long stems aside and entered the dark, fragrant space. Resting her hand on the stone, she felt its magic, like a hum under her skin that resonated along her arm. "Bear with me," she murmured. "I need to dig, but I'll be gentle. A mix of magic and muscle. I will not harm you, I swear." Birdie used earth magic to soften the impacted ground, and then started to lift the earth with her spade, fearing she'd damage the gate if she used magic too forcefully. She dug far deeper than she thought she'd have to, wondering most of the time whether the ancient path could still be there. But she persisted, sweat pouring off her in the warm air, the exertion exhilarating, as was the rush of magic she felt under the gate. The deepness of the path, as well as Odette and Lamb's vision, suggested that the gates must have been much bigger at some point, whether they had been filled in deliberately or just as a process of time was unclear. Then, just when she was close to giving up, she struck something hard and unyielding, something that glittered like shards of ice beneath the remains of the earth, resonating with as much power as the gate. For a moment, she stood frozen with indecision. Should she touch it? Would it harm her if she did? But this was Moonfell, and nothing here would ever harm her, surely. And she even might gain much-needed insight. It looked like clear quartz, if she could perhaps take a small sample. She knelt at the edge, leaning over the hole as she stretched her fingers downwards, cursing her short arms and small stature. By the time she reached it, she was tipped almost upside down, head in the hole, legs braced on the stone wall. She hesitated with her fingertips just grazing the surface, wondering if this was the wisest thing to do, and then did it regardless, and felt absolutely nothing, except the faintest tingle of ancient magic. "Bollocks, bugger, knickers, and damn it!" She hung upside down, half wedged in and struggling to right herself when an unmistakable shift in Moonfell's magic reverberated around her, and the hole widened. Unable to keep her balance, she fell inside, sliding onto her face and feeling the thick, choking earth raining down around her. Panicking that she was going to be buried alive, she wriggled upright and realized the gate had changed, and the inside was now plunged in darkness. Furious, she shouted, "What in the absolute fuckery is going on?" She heard running footsteps and a worried voice. "Mother, are you all right?" The long, thick growth of honeysuckle was pushed aside, allowing a shaft of sunlight inside that was immediately blocked by a figure. "What on earth are you doing down there? Have you had a stroke?" Her daughter, Simone,
had arrived. 26. June 1754. A ripple of light passed through the tiny seams between the stones in the blink of an eye and vanished again, and the lamplight and witch lights vanished, leaving Sorrel and Ivo in the dark.
"Sorrel!"
Ivo yelled from a short distance away.
"Are you all right?"
"I'm fine," she called back, igniting the lamps again with a word of magic. "But what was that?" They were deep within the cellar now, and still slightly dazzled. Sorrel stared at the vaulted roof, trying to remember if the silvery light had taken a path. Ivo had been examining one of the pillars, but he swiftly crossed to her side.
"Is it magic from the gates?"
"I think it must be. What else could it be?" She shrugged, feeling helpless. "Obviously, none of us spend much time down here, especially when we are casting our Yuletide protection spells that use the gates. For all I know, it happens then. However," she took a few paces forward, trying to orientate herself, "it could be the actions of the quartz paths. Did you note a direction?"
"It seemed to come from that way," he pointed. "South. But then it just appeared everywhere for the briefest moment. It was so swift."
"How do you know it's south?"
"I'm a wolf. I know things. Why did the lamps extinguish?"
She shrugged. "I have no idea. A rush of overpowering energy, perhaps? I felt it sweep across my skin, and it extinguished my witch lights too. I should conjure some more."
"No, wait."
His gaze narrowed as he stared over her shoulder.
"I see something. Follow me."
She ran to keep up with his long stride, questions burning. But in moments, she saw what he had spotted. A faint, silvery light remained around a stone set into the floor. A long, irregular stone that hadn't been squared off like the others. In the darkness, the residual light showed faint carvings along its length. "Ivo! Is this one of the standing stones?"
"If it's not, then something else unusual is happening here."
"If there's one, there must be more. But are they still laid in a circle, or were they moved?" She turned slowly, checking all directions. But the pillars supporting the arched ceiling blocked their views, and darkness swallowed the rest. "Let's extinguish the lamps again." As the soft yellow light faded, the cellars turned inky dark, but within moments, faint silvery light beckoned from several directions.
"I would see them better as a wolf," Ivo said. "Do you mind?"
Eager to discover more, Sorrel shook her head. "Not at all. But look at this one at our feet. Can you see the faint marks on the stone?"
"Runes, perhaps?"
He crouched, the silvery light casting his face into harsh planes. Kneeling too, she ran her fingers across the dusty surface, and the touch made the stone shimmer. "By the goddess, what is this?"
"It must be responding to your magic."
She felt a tingle along her skin, but then spotted something even more curious in the stone. A crude carving of a bee. Moonfell's energy was infectious, and as Winter left the orchard with Sylvanus and stepped onto one of the meadow's scythed paths, it struck her anew. She threw back her head and laughed out of sheer joy, then spun around, arms outstretched as the stars spiraled above her. "This is extraordinary!" Sylvanus, fully dressed now and no longer in his wolf, raised his face to the sky and howled, and giggling, she howled with him. Other giggles and titters swelled around them, and Winter wasn't sure if they came from Fae or their guests. He grabbed her hand.
"Time to get to the pavilion."
They raced down the paths, winding through the high grasses, heedless of who or what might see them. When they finally arrived on the drive, the music from the pavilion was loud, as if amplified. It was a riotous tune, and the swell of chatter and laughter rose behind it. When the pavilion finally came into view, it dazzled, illuminating the crowd that had spilled out of it onto the surrounding paths. The pond glowed with reflected light, and as they drew close, Winter was convinced she saw a flash of an unusually large fishtail in the pond before it dived deep. "What manner of magic is this?" she asked, part alarmed and part thrilled.
"Either your cousins have been very busy indeed, or the Fae are being creative."
As they weaved through the guests to the pavilion, the wild energy surrounded them like a running river, and for a moment it felt as though Winter were trying to swim upstream. Guests appeared glassy-eyed, their laughter far too raucous, and the dances inside the pavilion were a riotous swirling of costumes. The air sparkled with magic, and for the briefest moment, Winter felt as if they could dance forever. That this was how the rest of her life should be. Dancing, drinking, laughter, and hedonism. No more worries, no concerns of marriage or conventions. Only pure pleasure. She laughed as she turned to Sylvanus, her feet already itching to dance, but then noted his glazed expression and the orange glow of embers within his eyes, and those thoughts flared as her responsibilities asserted themselves. "Sylvanus! Stop it! It is Fey magic. Your own can counter it." He blinked several times, and when he turned to her, his eyes were clear again, steadying her too.
"Sorry, for a moment I lost myself."
"I did too. But we can't afford to do that. There is too much at stake." She stared through the dancers, eager to see her family, but when she spotted her father, she could see he was lost. He was dancing with the glazed gaze they all exhibited, and clearly having a wonderful time. Oh no, poor Papa is caught up in it, and so is Lizette.
"And isn't that Godfrey?"
Sylvanus pointed to where he weaved in the midst of the country dancing. With growing worry, Winter realized that most of the servants had abandoned their posts, and all were dancing with the guests. The platters of food on the table were mostly untouched, and glancing behind her, Winter saw the guests outside were also now dancing. Wild Fey magic had infected all of them. Spotting her uncle on the other side of the pavilion, talking in earnest with Sylvanus's mother and her aunt Rosamond, she set off around the dancers, pulling Sylvanus with her.
"There you are," her uncle said, lips tight. "Where is your mother? Have you seen what is happening? There is Fey magic afoot."
"I am not blind. Of course I can see it. The entire grounds are full of it." He leaned in, eyes blazing.
"How has this happened? Did you orchestrate it? Did Mia?"
And then understanding dawned.
"Those men and the gates! I knew it was foolish to let them continue, but Mia had to have her way."
"We had no idea that this would happen," Winter said, all pretense at being polite vanishing, "and neither did they, by all accounts. They have triggered something wholly unexpected."
"Which proves my earlier point," Benedict said, imposing himself over her. "We should have stopped them sooner."
"Well, we didn't, and now we must deal with it. Have you tried to do something? To dampen the effect somehow with our own magic?" Aunt Rosamond tutted. She was younger than Mia, but not by much, and was in Winter's eyes at least slightly insipid. "Of course we have tried. But it is like trying to stop the incoming tide. This will not cease until dawn. Until then, we have to hope," she said, staring at the guests with narrowed eyes, that none dropped dead of exhaustion. Could that happen? Winter asked, horrified at the possibility. Many guests are older and portly, to say the least. It's very possible. Winter examined the guests again, this time noting their flushed and sweating faces, the tiredness that lurked behind the laughter, the strain of the musicians whose fingers moved with unnerving speed. It was far worse than she had at first realized. "Mamma," Sylvanus said respectfully to the wonderfully dressed Circe, "I presume there is nothing we can do? Your wolf magic is for you alone. It is only with the utmost concentration and the effects of these good people that I do not fall victim myself," she said, indicating Winter's aunt and uncle. "Your brother, Torsten, is patrolling the pond in case someone decides they wish to swim and he has to rescue them, and Magnus circles to make sure nothing gets too out of hand. But for now, we can only watch." She smiled at Winter. "I have not had the pleasure of meeting you. You seem to have kept my son busy." Winter wasn't sure if that was an accusation or not, but she smiled. "It's a pleasure to meet you too. Sylvanus has been very helpful, and I am most grateful for his time. I'm so glad." "So, Uncle," Winter said, swiftly changing the subject, "is there anything we can do?" "Not that I can discern. It would take a full coven to try to stem this magic, and we are spread too thin. My daughters are gadding about. Crispin went to look for Tolly, and only the gods know where Hesper and Vespera are. Perhaps you should look for them, Rosa," he said, staring pointedly at his sister. She shrugged. "I feel them close. They are enjoying themselves, and I detect no danger. If you are not overly concerned for your daughters, I am not concerned for mine. They have magic and will hold their own against fey trickery, and are maybe spreading more magic, which might not be a good thing anymore." "Where is Lucasta?" Winter asked, realizing she had not seen her sister-in-law anywhere. Uncle Benedict shrugged. "I thought she was with Tolly. I'm sure she's fine. The question," he asked, stern expression full of disapproval, "is what Mia is doing about all this. She is High Priestess, after all." Winter wondered if he even knew she had been injured, or whether he had felt the shift in Moonfell's magic as the gates were activated. Possibly not. And it seemed Tolly hadn't informed him. He hadn't lived here for a long time and only rarely took part in the yearly protection spells. Plus, he was always so disapproving. She sensed he had stepped away from Moonfell deliberately and knew with deepening certainty they couldn't rely on him or her aunt that night. Fortunately, it strengthened her own resolve. Of course she has a plan. Not exactly a lie. More like an exaggeration. We all do. I think you and Aunt continuing to monitor things here is an excellent use of your time. Perhaps, she said, trying to think logically, you could stop the orchestra for a while. Then the dancing would cease and the guests could rest a while. It might help them gain their senses. And how do you propose that? She looked at him with incredulity. Be inventive. Snap the strings of their violins. Send a wind to whip the instruments from their hands. Anything. You are a witch still, aren't you? Of course. Mind your tongue, young lady. Then do something. My father is one of the affected, and so is your wife. She flung her arm out with a sizzling spell to the closest violinist, and in seconds his strings broke, sending up a plume of smoke. Do you see? Now I have things to attend to. She marched out of one of the many exits, Sylvanus racing to keep up, but paused further along the path to ensure her aunt and uncle were acting on her instructions. She watched them confer, heads together, and then finally they acted. One by one the instruments cut out, and satisfied, she hurried onwards to the bronze gate as the music finally died.
"You were quite magnificent back there,"
Sylvanus said admiringly. "Thank you. I only wish my uncle was more useful." "Fool," she spat. "Now I need to find my brother and hope he has not gone mad with fey magic."
"Where are we going?"
"The Bronze Gate. Tolly said he was checking the paths that have been exposed, so we may as well start with the closest." But a shout halted them, and turning swiftly, she saw Tolly and Crispin hurrying towards them from the western terrace. At least it seemed Crispin was being helpful, even if his father was not. From the south, rounding the house at a run, were Ivo and Sorrel. They waited for everyone to gather, and then Tolly drew them off the path and into the shrubs that bordered the driveway so that they could talk in private.
"Winter, any news?"
Tolly asked, after a hurried round of introductions. "Plenty. The bees are upset. The Fae are running rampant, and we are running out of time if we are to stop everyone from dancing to their deaths." Already the guests were shouting for music again. "Surely you're exaggerating," Sorrel said, eyes widening with alarm. "No, not all. Can you not feel it? The Fae magic? Is this our cousin's doing? No, not at all. Can you not feel it? The Fae magic?" she added in a low voice. Sorrel swallowed, a strange furtive look passing over her face. "I can, but it feels so much stronger now. Now, as compared to when?" Sorrel looked to Tolly and then back to Winter. "I felt them earlier today at the Hermitage, before any of this gate business had happened, but it was minor then, just giggles and whispers." Tolly's mouth dropped open with shock.
"And you didn't think to mention this earlier?"
"I thought it just a little midsummer fun, something minor."
"The Fae, dear sister, are never minor. Did you summon them with a spell?"
"Of course not."
"Then how did this happen?"
He looked to Winter as if she would have answers. "How could I possibly know? At a guess, it must be the midsummer energy combined with that of the party and Moonfell itself. The veil is thin now, as we all know. Perhaps," she suggested as another idea presented itself, "the Fae were already close, clustering on the other side of the U-gate. As soon as the gate was activated, they seized their chance." Tolly nodded.
"It's a good explanation as to why they arrived so quickly, and why there seem to be so many."
A chorus of giggles from the shrubs had them all spinning around as the papery thin wings of something large vanished into the gloom. They all resolutely turned away and created a circle with their backs to the shrubs, and Tolly cast a very quick protection spell. Winter took a deep breath to calm her nerves and turned to Tolly. "I thought you were investigating the paths." "We are, but we have traced their route underfoot." Tolly pointed downwards. "They run in a straight line from gate to house, all of them." Crispin took over. He was never one for games and frivolity, but he seemed very interested in the current dilemma.
"The only gate we can't feel is the north one."
"That is exactly what Mamma discerned too," Winter said. "She felt them all at the South Moon Gate, except for the North Path. She thinks we should activate it. Except," she paused, looking around her as she still felt the presence of the Fae. "We have no idea if that will make things worse." Tolly looked confused. "She is better?" "Much. She went to the gate, and the quartz has healed her somehow. She drew on the magic. Now she is with Ambrose in the orchard." She quickly summarized what had happened, almost dizzy now with the speed of developments. Her sister seemed to be bursting with news, so she asked, "Sorrel, have you had any luck finding the standing stones?" "Yes, we have found several set into the floor of the cellar, but they only really became obvious to us when a strange silvery light flashed around us, so powerful it extinguished my lights and our lamps."
Ivo nodded. "Above us, mainly. A wave that passed in mere seconds." "Speak more of the stones," Crispin demanded. "Do they tell us anything important?"
"They have many markings on them, odd sigils I do not know," Sorrel said. "Half a dozen at least, all laid flat. The most notable design was that of very crudely carved bees." "Oh no," Winter said, a weight settling in her core. "What possible significance could that have?"
"I think," Crispin said, "that it suggests they have had claim on this land for a very long time. It also raises questions we have no time to ponder now."
"We need a plan," Winter said, sure of one thing. "So we must go to the orchard now. We have to end this, all of this." And then something that had been weighing on her mind suddenly struck her afresh. "Where is Lucasta? She is not in the pavilion, and Uncle said she was with you, Tolly."
"No, she was not at the Bronze Gate when I was there. I thought she was with Ambrose."
"Not with him." Winter shook her head. "He was with us, and had been alone in the hermitage." Real fear started to pull at her now. Had the Fae hurt Lucasta? Was she lost in Moonfell, dazed with Fae magic? Could she be in the house? "I will find her," Sorrel said, throwing her shoulders back as if readying for a fight. "You help Mama. Ivo will assist me, I hope."
"Of course. But what about the cellars?" Ivo asked. "It will be easy enough to return there," Tolly said, "if and when we need to. Lucasta's whereabouts are more important now. Perhaps a finding spell? We have enough of her things here. If anything has happened to her—" His voice faded, his meaning clear. It was unthinkable. They loved Lucasta like a sister, and Ambrose would be devastated. They all would. Winter felt sick at the mere thought of her being harmed. Sylvanus said, "If you need me, Ivo, I'll come with you. We can cover more ground as wolves, and we can call Father to help us if need be." He turned to Winter. "If you have an item of her clothing or something with her scent on it, we can easily find her that way."
"Yes, there'll be something in the house. Let me," Sorrel insisted. "You go help Mama. If I need you, I know how to find you." With an almighty cheer, the orchestra started playing again, and Winter felt the wild magic tug at her soul. She had a horrible feeling that if they didn't end this quickly, perhaps the Fae could stay beyond dawn, the gates may never close, and then who knew what might happen. 27. Present day. Haughty had just returned to the library to search for information on the Blackwoods when the door opened and Maverick Hale entered, his long strides carrying him to her side.
"Hi, Haughty. I hear you're searching for the Blackwoods."
Maverick was the last person she expected in the library, and for the briefest moment she hesitated, slightly overwhelmed by his undeniable magnetism. Memories of his naked physique flashed before her eyes, and she swallowed hard.
"Maverick, I thought you were in the garden." "I was, and we found the scent of Fae, lots of them. But then news reached me of a very intriguing shifter family, so here I am."
"You found Fae, too? Really? I thought evidence of them would be long gone."
"Only in the affected places, of course. And Domino is a genius. The rest of the pack is with her now."
Haughty smiled. "Well done, Domino." He gave her a rueful grin.
She's better than me at tracking, although I hate to admit it. We saw flashes of them in the mirror. I'm not ashamed to admit they were rather unnerving. I can understand that. He looked around at the enormous room, hands on hips, and Haughty wished she were 50 years younger. She'd give him a run for his money. I love this place. I've never considered myself bookish, but this room could convert me. She patted the chair next to her. Take a seat, and let's see if I can convince you. Although I have little information that will satisfy you right now. His face creased with disappointment as he obligingly sat. Really? Damn it. Although I have found very intriguing information, she said, rifling through the grimoires stacked on the table. Something that excited me and I think will excite you too. I have literally just found it. You're such a tease, he drawled, turning a few pages of the closest book. Go on, then. She slid a book in front of him. Wintermere's Grimoire. Note her last name on the front page. Wintermere Blackwood. His voice rose as he looked at her, incredulous. Does this mean what I think it does? That she married a shifter? It must do. I have no idea who, though. This is incredible. One of your ancestors married a wolf shifter. He sat back in the chair, staring into the middle distance for a long moment before fixing on Haughty again. Then some of your ancestors have shifter blood. If they had children, yes. It doesn't mean they have any bearing on the present witches, though. We had lots of family who left Moonfell, had children, and, well, just settled elsewhere. I'm sure we have thousands of very distant cousins out there somewhere. If you remember, it was Fitz's sister Melly who became High Priestess for a short while after Peregrine, and then Tobias, Perry's oldest child. He laughed. The names are all a bit blah 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 to me. Sorry. But I am interested in all of it. How does Wintermere fit into this? They called her Winter, from what Odette heard. She's doing a marvellous job in there. It must be like binge-watching a film or a series. I've never done that. I could never sit down long enough. Anyway, she said, realizing all that testosterone next to her was making her prattle. Euphemia Hallowed and Westerly, Mia for short, was Fitz's grandmother and the High Priestess at the time of our flashbacks. She had 4 children, Ambrose, who was Fitz's dad, Tolliver, and Sorrel and Wintermere, the twin girls. So Winter was Fitz's aunt. You remember it was Fitz who sent the fabulous slides for his sister? Maverick nodded. From what we can work out, Ambrose, Tolliver, and the twins were all in their 20s while this masquerade party was going on. Now, we know Peregrine was Fitz's older brother and the high priest while Fitz was in India. So, reading between the lines, I think the coven leader skipped a generation like it has with us. And not unusual. Maverick looked baffled. Poor man. She'd utterly confounded him. Look, I've sketched out a terrible family tree. I'm going to ask Odette to do a better one, but visuals help. He nodded, brow furrowed as she placed it in front of him. So where does this leave Winter? Well, she could have stayed at Moonfell, of course, but more than likely she'd have left here to live with her husband. Before you ask, I have no idea where that could be. Yet? He fixed his biggest smile on her. You have more faith in me than I have right now. Why is her grimoire here, then? That's a good question. Haughty paused, gathering her thoughts. We have hundreds of grimoires here and thousands of books. I think that when some family members died, it didn't matter where they lived. Their grimoires returned here.
Maybe those belonging just to close family members, because some would have stayed in the witch's own family. For example, I have searched for grimoires belonging to Aggie and Minty and found nothing. They are Winter's cousins, she clarified. Having checked Mia's siblings in her grimoire, I discovered they were called Benedict and Rosamond. I can't find anything belonging to them either, but that doesn't surprise me. They had children who would have inherited their magical items. We'd have to have a full family tree done by a professional, or at least someone who has more skills than me, to see where they all went. See what I mean?
Totally. Much like your children don't live here, but are still witches.
Exactly. They have never lived here. They were brought up in our house in the Cotswolds, but visited here regularly, at least when they were children. My husband, Vigo, has never felt comfortable here. Too witchy.
But he knows you're a witch?
Of course. I try to keep things low-key. At least Anton will be here later. She checked her watch, already excited by the thought. And Jack and Louis.
No weird names for them, then? No Arthurian monikers?
No. Shame, really. Anton was keen for them to fit in. I rather hope they rebel.
If they're anything like you, I'm sure they will.
I'm not a rebel. I have a streak of it only, more so when I was younger, although I think it's emerging again now. Old age, you know. You don't give so much of a crap anymore. It was Vigo who liked the names Jemima and Anton. Not that I'm complaining, she hurriedly added. Compromise is fine. He never stopped them from practicing their craft. Good job, really, or I'd have left him. She smirked.
Jemima isn't coming? Maverick asked casually. I met her, remember?
Oh, yes, in Italy.
How could she have forgotten that?
She was helpful, I hope. She's rather willful.
Very willful, but also helpful.
Good. No, she's not coming. Good thing, really. She'd only find a way to roll her eyes at everything. I love her, but I'm not blind to her faults. Como, fortunately, does not follow her in those traits.
Maverick nodded, and Haughty was sure he looked slightly relieved. Jemima must have made an impression. So, full house then later, he said. By the way, did you know there have been more changes in the garden?
No. Like what?
The grotto has become bigger, by which I mean the walls are back. The south gate is covered in honeysuckle, lots more, and Birdie fell in a hole she dug under it. Fortunately, Simone helped her out.
What? Is she all right? A hole? And Simone is here already?
And Phoebe and Samuel? His face wrinkled as he tried to remember their names.
Correct for both. Blimey.
Haughty sighed and leaned back.
I didn't feel the shift in magic, which hopefully means just the garden was affected. I suppose I should put all this aside and head downstairs and find out what on earth Birdie was up to.
Looking for paths. She found the remnants of one.
Wow. Okay.
She looked at all the paperwork, wishing she could stay for longer, knowing there was still so much to uncover.
I can come back to this tomorrow. Sorry, but you'll have to wait to get more info on your shifters.
That's okay. I have inquiries of my own.
Like what?
He twisted in his seat to look at her. You weren't around last week, but did you hear about the Raven Queen who joined our hunt?
Birdie mentioned her. Sounds fascinating. Sorry to hear about your horrible experience, by the way.
He shrugged as if it was nothing, but she knew it would have ended his life as it was now. Thanks. It was difficult. The witches here were amazing, as usual. Anyway, the Raven Queen is intriguing. Her and her bloody court. I think you also know that Morgana bought shifter items from that auction months ago, just like I did.
Yes, but I haven't seen them. Too preoccupied with other things.
And you've heard about the ancient Anglo-Saxon hall beneath Finsbury Park?
Oh, yes. Now that sounds amazing.
It's better without the ghosts, he said, laughing. Anyway, all of that makes me want to know about our shifter history and old shifter families. So hearing that one came here gives me a starting point for my own research. I want to know who he is, where he lived and what became of him and his family. If his family married into yours, then that opens a whole other angle to investigate.
It would be very interesting to know more. The fact that he was here at the party suggests he had money. Have you seen those costumes? The pavilion? No expense was spared. You should go see it. I can show you where Odette is. He shrugged.
Arlo is with her.
Ah.
The look they exchanged said everything.
So we'll interrupt them. They'll have all night to be together. You are coming back, right? I think tonight will reveal a lot more of our mystery.
Wouldn't miss it for anything, Haughty. Haughty considered everything that had been happening and said,
I suggest you come before midnight. I know your bar is open late, but I think things might happen around then. More big reveals.
I can do that. I'm not part of the staff numbers. Monroe has the night off, and I'll make sure Arlo is free too. And maybe Hunter and Domino, the rest can join us later.
Good plan. And now the mirror room?
Show me the way, please.
Morgana was horrified as she examined Birdie in the kitchen. You are covered in dirt and scratches. Birdie, what were you thinking? That she was 20 years younger, Simone said, pouring herself a generous glass of wine. She wiggled the glass at Morgana. Tipple? Yes, a large one. Birdie huffed. You can both stop fussing over me like I'm incapable. I'm fine. You were digging a hole under the Moongate, Morgana pointed out. Alone. You should have called for help. Not alone, I used magic. Besides, I'm still here, aren't I? Slightly dirty, but intact. Thanks to me, Simone pointed out. I presume you want gin. Yes, with tonic, obviously. Not so obviously, actually. Look at you with the enormous wine. Morgana laughed. Well, your spirit is as feisty as usual. Plus, you found a path. That's very cool. Don't encourage her. Simone plonked the glass of gin and tonic down in front of Birdie. You're all getting reckless. Morgana reined in her urge to roll her eyes. Simone was always slightly sanctimonious. If you lived here full-time, you would be too. I doubt that. Besides, it's not reckless. We're curious. It keeps us young and our magic nimble. Birdie huffed. Unlike my bones. Simone wagged a finger at her mother. Which you'd do well to remember. Oh, shut up, Simone. Simone was a tall, robust woman with pale blonde hair that was greying with age. She followed Cosmo's build rather than Birdie's, and was a formidable witch with a formidable temper who was more than capable of holding her own. Honed from years of having Ellington as an annoying younger brother, no doubt. Oh, shut up yourself. And who the hell are all these wolves? Friends? And more, in some cases. Birdie smirked at Morgana. You adore Monroe. Yes, I do. I adore them all. It's wonderful to have wolves in Moonfell again. Really, Morgana? How lovely. I can't wait to meet him. Simone sank into a chair. I know you're very excited about all this activity, but I'm worried. Phoebe is here with Samuel. I do not want them harmed in any way. No one does, Birdie pointed out. Besides, this is Moonfell. Of course they won't be hurt here. You can't guarantee that.
Birdie, streaked in dirt but still belligerent, looked at Morgana. "It will be fun. Not dangerous, won't it?" Morgana knew both were thinking of the terrible earth elemental that they battled months earlier, but that was an anomaly. "Yes, I'm sure of it. The garden likes to keep showing us echoes of our past, in one way or another. Despite all that has happened today, I still think we'll see more tonight, but it will be fun." "Really?" Simone's lips pinched. "Even Faye?" "They'll just be illusions. I think all will become clear at midnight," Birdie mused. "Why?" "Because it's Midsummer Eve, and magic has been growing and releasing since yesterday. Plus, it's linked to the masks." "The ones you want us to wear?" Simone sighed and turned to Morgana. "Please tell me you think this is madness." "I can't," Morgana said, feeling the truth of it. "The house nudges us to learn things, and this is one of those moments. You know what it's like." "Actually, no, I don't. It's been a very long time since I've lived here or visited here for any length of time. It feels very different to me, to be honest." Morgana exchanged a glance with Birdie, knowing she needed to be forthright with Simone. "It also feels different to the three of us and Haughty. Like the house is waking and stretching after decades of sleeping. Like it needs to show us things. And yes, we're well aware that we're giving it emotions." "Or there's possibly a Ganius Loki here," Birdie threw in casually. "Como's suggestion." She hurriedly summarized his thoughts. "He's a clever boy, and he could be right." Her gaze settled on Morgana, eyebrow cocked quizzically. "Well, that certainly addresses some of our confusion about things," she admitted after mulling it over. "But will it change anything tonight?" "No. We will proceed as planned. Let's dress up, celebrate midsummer, wear masks, play games in the garden, eat, drink and have fun. We will align ourselves with that long-ago night and see what unfolds." "What about the reveal spell that I've been working on?" Morgana asked, peeved she'd spent so much time on it. "Let's see how tonight rolls. I think we're trying to force things, and it won't happen until it's meant to happen. Now, I'm heading to the shower." "And our own rituals?" Simone asked. "The one you mentioned for this evening?" "Will now be done tomorrow at dawn, midday for the lazy ones." Birdie rose to her feet, determination rolling off her in waves. "I like that idea much better than doing one tonight," Morgana agreed. "By the way, I heard from Olivia. She and Nahum can't make it, as his brothers are throwing an impromptu party in Whitehaven and Nahum wants to go. I told her it was fine, of course. She should spend more time with them." "Of course she should. I shall miss them, but we'll see them soon enough. Are Harlan and Maggie still coming?" "I believe so. Before you go, Birdie," Morgana said, reaching for the feathered Venetian mask, "you should take this and wear it tonight. I thought that was the one you were wearing. But we found out it belonged to Euphemia, Mia. We saw it in the mirror while you were in the garden. You should wear it." Birdie's eyes narrowed in thought as she took it, fingers stroking the bouncing feathers. "Are you sure it was hers?" "Odette spotted it in the mirror. She was watching with the other woman. Seeing as you're our high priestess, you should take it. You might get some insights through it tonight." Birdie held it up to her face, and for a moment her lines softened as if she'd lost a few more years again. But then she took it off and gave it back to Morgana. "No, it's yours. You found it, and it spoke to you." "But Birdie—" "No, I've already found mine. You wear it." Birdie smiled and sailed out of the room without a backward glance. Simone waited until she was sure they were alone to speak again. What was that about? Is she really okay? Did the goddess granting her back those years addle her thinking? She's so laissez-faire, she groaned. She looks more like my sister than my mother. It's so unnerving. She's absolutely fine. And yes, her appearance takes some getting used to. However, we are all enjoying these glimpses of the past we've been getting recently. I wake up wondering what the day might bring, and it's exciting. She smiled at Simone's startled expression. Honestly, I'm not sure it's something I would enjoy, but it's lovely being here at midsummer again. I'd forgotten how Moonfell feels. She hesitated a moment and then leaned in. Can I ask you a favour? Of course. What? Phoebe, as you know, is sitting on her magic and not using it. In fact, she's neglecting it. Nothing I say will make her change her mind, which, to be honest, is infuriating. She'll be hitting menopause in a few years, and although you're not there either yet, you know how it is. I don't want her magic to erupt. My menopause was horrible, and I'm still not totally through it. If my magic had been wayward as well, I'd have gone mad. Can you talk to her? Of course I will. But I'm not sure why she'd listen to me if she won't listen to you. We hardly see each other, but you're of a similar age and you're so pragmatic. I just get cranky. I think the fact that she's here, she said, lowering her voice even further, means there's a chink in her armour. A little curiosity that needs feeding. Morgana laughed. You're very sneaky. I know. Plus there's Lam and Como, who are much younger, but it seems like they're jumping straight in. She sipped her wine, gaze drifting around the kitchen and then back to Morgana. What's this reveal spell you mentioned? Oh, just an idea we had, to try and see more about a building under the laurels that has been hidden for years. She ran through Como's experience, and then pointed at the stacked platters that had been washed and cleaned, ready for the food and punch later that day. They hold shadows, too, that are nothing to do with our surroundings, more secrets from the past. How big is this reveal spell? Well, it's powerful, if that's what you mean. It can be applied to anything we choose. Of course, these events are all tied to the masks, too. We see things when we wear them, clearer than without. So by casting the spell, we might actually see those shadows even better? Perhaps. However, I don't think those will tell us more than the mirror spell is doing now. Morgana nodded towards the garden. It's out there where it all happened. The party, the dancing, the mysterious men and the gates, the actual reason for the mirror spell itself. Mia, the High Priestess, must have cast it to watch something specific, and that surely would have been significant for us to see it now. Simone's fingers drummed on the table, gaze distant again as she stared out at the kitchen garden, and then a slow smile spread as she turned back to Morgana. So we cast the reveal spell on the masks. If they're already the key to this and giving you glimpses, let's help them show us more. It's easier than casting a spell on the whole garden. Morgana gaped, kicking herself for not thinking of it herself. Of course! That's actually brilliant. But don't you think we're mad for pursuing this? Your enthusiasm is infectious, and I admit I'm intrigued. Shall we do this together? Absolutely. 28. June 1754. After questioning the 4 antiquarians, Mia felt she had little more useful information than when she started. The men had fallen over themselves to be helpful, with the bees as a constant threat, and had spilled information on how they had found the papers and their aims as an organization. They were a small but dedicated order of over a dozen members,
and all were genuinely fascinated by old stone monuments and the beliefs of the ancestors. Part of Mia admired them for their dedication. They delved into astronomy and alchemy and explored all options when seeking out new information, as eager to trample over other people's property as her own. Their arrogance astounded her, but it seemed they really had no idea what Moonfell's gates or the stone circle were intended for, other than Everly's own assertions.
"It seems to me, Mamma," Ambrose said, drawing her aside once their interrogation was complete, "that Everly's eagerness to act has come from his own narrative rather than any he has discovered. A piecing together of this and that to make his own ritual. One that was surprisingly effective."
Mia's thoughts ranged far and wide, filtering out information as she tried to see to the truth of things.
"Well, he is very learned, so perhaps we should not be so surprised at what he has achieved. They are all clever men who have dedicated years to their pursuits and have gathered a vast repository of knowledge, if we are to believe them, and with the bees bearing witness, I do. The men are much like us in that regard, and while I do not admire their methods, I can appreciate their dedication."
Mia regarded her oldest son, noting the earnestness that he had exhibited even as a child. It was that single-minded pursuit that had led to him setting up his apothecary and offering his healing skills to the public. He had spent hours in the library learning his craft, as had she, to be honest, but in many different fields. He was right. They were much like the Order of Stone and Star. She sighed, all her plans changing. They seemed sincere in saying they knew nothing of the Fae. In fact, they seemed genuinely scared of them, and the bees, of course.
They are in many ways men of science. The Fae are one step too far. A reality they did not consider, as Arthur admitted in a rare bit of hubris. "Perhaps," Ambrose said, smirking, "we have advanced their thinking, too. To be honest, Ambrose, I did not expect the Fae to descend on us either. A lesson to us all not to underestimate them and the effects of midsummer. I have, however, made a decision. I think we should let them help us put this right."
"I agree."
"You do?" She was relieved, thinking she would have to argue her case.
"Yes, they seem genuinely contrite, but my question is, how do we send the Fae back? Their magic is potent, and it's everywhere. We can no longer presume they will leave at dawn, or that the gates will close, or whatever we call it. Just because Everly says so does not make it true. This is our land now, and we, you, know it better than anyone.
Let us assume that the North Gate can be activated just like the others by using the metal pole with the quartz tip. Have you discovered anything useful about them?"
"I examined them rigorously. Each seems constructed the same way, a variety of metals I cannot fully discern with a quartz tip. They say there is silver, copper, and gold in the mixture, as well as iron. I found nothing to contradict that. Runes are engraved along their length. Some I recognize, others not. But I believe the men when they say they are designed to conduct energy. There is nothing sinister about them. They are a tool."
Mia nodded, satisfied that Ambrose had conducted his own investigation. "Very well. Everly timed it for midnight, but that was more for ease than true effect, from what I can tell. Midsummer energies are high, higher than ever with otherworld magic. You should go with one of them to activate the North Gate. I will wait at the south. I will know if it has worked because I will feel it. I'm not afraid of it anymore."
"Why? What has changed?"
"Because I know I can use the energy it generates. The first time was a shock I wasn't expecting, but I'll be fine. I am fine."
Ambrose studied her, and then swept his palms over her body, and she knew he was reading her aura. Well, you certainly seem better, but nevertheless, what you did was risky. It could have overwhelmed you completely. I felt it was right, and this will be too. The other men can be escorted below to the cellars with Tolly, who can monitor the effect, if any, down there. Let's hope Sorrel had luck finding old standing stones. There they can try their divination skills. You don't want to be there for that? I might. I'll see. You, of course, can hurry there afterwards. You would like to? Well, of course. But what about the Fae? Don't worry, I haven't forgotten them. I will see if the gate's energy changes again, and then I'll go to the U-gate. If more Fae try to come through, I must stop them. Then I need to work out a way to send them back. There were so many things to consider. You cannot do that all alone. One of us should help, or Uncle. Not him. Mia rolled her eyes at the thought. I'll find the girls. No need. Ambrose pointed through the trees to where Tolly was approaching with Crispin and Winter. Mia thought she was prepared for anything, but when she heard all their news, she realized the Fae's effect on the garden was far worse than she suspected. It was only with the greatest difficulty that they stopped Ambrose from racing off to find Lucasta. He turned to her, eyes wide with panic, and mouth to her ear said, You know she is with child. I do. We will find her. They had to trust in Sorrel and the wolves, and they must stick to the plan. Sorrel was feeling horribly guilty at not warning her family about the Fae earlier, and now she had put the whole house at risk, especially Lucasta, who she had confirmed was not in the pavilion or in the area surrounding it. She raced to Lucasta and Ambrose's room in case she had retired, but she wasn't there either. Spotting a pair of gloves, she picked them up, thinking the wolves could use them to track her. But stepping out into the corridor, her unease escalated. The house was strangely empty. The servants that were normally a constant presence had vanished, no doubt drawn by the frivolities outside, leaving the house unguarded. It is oddly quiet, Ivo said, echoing her thoughts as he searched the first floor with her. They had left Sylvanus to scour the ground floor. I know. It feels as if the doors might close and the house could sleep for 100 years. Are the Fae that powerful? Of course they are. She shivered, fear now dogging her every thought. Fortunately, they didn't find any guests wandering around the rooms, and when they reached the hall and Sylvanus confirmed he had found no one either, she closed the front door and sealed it shut with a spell, choosing to exit through the kitchen. The kitchen garden was secure and quiet compared to the rest of the grounds, and once outside, the shifters started to strip again, and Sorrel found that she was far less concerned about their nakedness now than earlier, although she still looked away for decency. They were so comfortable with it themselves, it was hard to be offended. Besides, she had other things to worry about. Are you sure the gloves will be enough? She asked, calling over her shoulder. Our sense of smell, Sylvanus informed her, is superior to almost any other animal. If she is here, or has even wandered off the grounds, we will find her. As long, Ivo added, as she hasn't crossed to the other world. She froze. Is that possible? I would think so. The old tales say that travellers can pass back and forth if they know the way. It is not for the faint-hearted, though. And of course, Sylvanus added, she is pregnant. That might tempt the Fae. Sorrel was so shocked that she spun around and then immediately looked away again. By the gods! Pregnant? How do you know that? Her scent tells us.
It was unseemly to be discussing such a thing with men she barely knew, but this was important. Why will that make her more attractive to the Fae? I thought they liked babies to exchange for changelings, not pregnant women.
Just a suggestion, Sylvanus said.
Lucasta has always been slightly uncanny, Sorrel confessed. Not a witch, but she has a knowing about her. Perhaps that is an issue. Come, we must go. Change now. In moments, the last of their clothes were on the ground, and they stood in their wolves, almost chest-high because she was so short. They sniffed the gloves, raised their heads, and then pawed at the gate. Sorrel pocketed the gloves and released them, sure to lock the gate as they stepped into the main garden. Both headed east, lifting their noses every now and again, one exploring north before circling back to the east again. Sorrel's unease grew with every step. The northeast was where she had first sensed the Fae, and every second took them closer to the yew-gate. They threaded along the paths, the plants pushing against her, much larger than she recalled them being, as the wolves followed Lucasta's scent. They passed through small courtyards and past fountains, where at least one had lost a statue of a mermaid, and where the splashing of water and a strange singing drifted towards them. The wolves stilled, heads turning, but Sorrel nudged them onwards, voice sharp, and unleashed a crack of air magic to clear their senses. No! Focus on Lucasta! Lights flickered in her peripheral vision, and shrubs rustled as enticing floral scents bewildered, but fear kept her focused. Just when she was despairing of ever finding her sister-in-law, the wolves increased their speed and led her onto another path, and as she rounded a bend, she saw Lucasta seated on the path with the most peculiar creature next to her. A small elfish creature with spindly limbs, pointed ears, a thatch of green hair and large eyes with long fluttering lashes. They sat giggling together like old friends. The wolves, who were in front of her, dropped to their bellies and growled, but heart-hammering. Sorrel summoned her courage and pushed past them, eyes on Lucasta. The wolves pressed up close to either side of her. Lucasta, I've been worried about you. Are you all right? Sorrel. Lucasta looked up at her, an almost childlike smile on her face. You must meet my friend. We are having a lovely time. He wishes me to visit his home, but I have said there are things I must do here. For the life of me, though, I struggle to think what. Your home is here, Sorrel said, feeling the peculiar creature's intense stare upon her. The nudge of wild magic. Your husband and your business, remember? Ambrose, whom you love dearly. Yes, she sighed with relief, but confusion still lurked behind her eyes. Ambrose. I am so tired. I think it is clouding my judgment. It is late. Let me take you back to the house. Sorrel reached towards her, but found she couldn't get any closer than an arm's length. Mistress, a silky voice said, I have much to show you. Endless forests, clear lakes, the goblin markets, silk that is softer than you have. Shut up! Sorrel cut in, so fearful of the effects its words might have that she spoke before she had considered how rude she was being, or the consequences she might face. You will not take her. Leave her be. I command it. The creature, all sharp chin and pointed ears, with malevolent intent behind its big eyes, laughed. You cannot command me. The gate beckons. It gestured with its spindly arm,
and the yew-gate that had still seemed some distance away was suddenly very close, and Sorrel swayed with a sense of dislocation, relief cutting in when she realized the wolves were still with her. Trying to master herself, she tried flattery. "Your magic is impressive. As much as I am sure you have had fun here and added to our enjoyment of midsummer, surely you would rather return to your home now? Our gardens are nowhere near as magical as the other world. What use could Lucasta be there?" She wanted to curse and blast the creature, but that might be far too provocative. "Take yourself through the gate now, and your companions with you." "Not without a gift," the Fae growled, and grabbed Lucasta's arm. "Come, mistress, now?" Sorrel realized that the Fae could not just take Lucasta without her consent, or else why cajole her? In fact, why hadn't it taken them all through the gate with its peculiar spell that had transported them through the garden? Sorrel extended her hand to Lucasta, casting a strong spell to clear her thoughts as she did so. "Let's return to the house. It's late now. I'm sure you want to see your husband, Ambrose. Think of your child, too. It's important to rest." "Yes." Lucasta placed her hand on her stomach, a vacant expression brightening. "Yes, I must look after the baby. And I'd love to see Ambrose. Where is he?" She looked around, suddenly startled to see the creature at her side as clarity replaced its glamour. The Fae scowled at Sorrel. "You are interfering!" It lunged for Lucasta, just as Sorrel did the same. But Lucasta had already scrambled off the path and into the shrubs, and the wolves snarled, ready to pounce. And then the ground trembled as another shift in Moonfell's magic rumbled through the gardens. Someone had activated the final gate. Mia stood within the full moon gate, palm pressed against the stone as she faced the house, and felt the surge of power as the gate in the north activated. A profound silence descended as Moonfell vanished, and Mia found herself in a starlit clearing surrounded by dense forest, standing within an enormous stone moongate, hand still on its rough surface. A silver path at her feet led to the centre of a circle of standing stones. The gates, her gates, situated around them with paths leading from each of them. The yew-gate was formed by means of a split trunk within the tree, not set inside a hedge, and it loomed monstrous and hulking in the dark. A meadow filled the spaces in between, the grasses rippling in a gentle breeze. But she barely took those in, because in the centre of the circle was a low-roofed building that looked as if it was set into the earth, and standing before its doorway was a woman who looked straight at her. She was clad in black robes, a crown of flowers on her head, and her eyes were as dark as her crow-black hair. "Sister Witch, you honour us with your presence," she said, as loud as if she stood right next to Mia. "Welcome to my home." A deep kinship settled in Mia's soul as the scent of flowers bloomed around her, but guilt flooded through her too. "Sister Witch, I am honoured to meet you in this place beyond time, but I have failed you. I live in a house that is on this land. The gates remain, but the circle has gone, as has your place of worship. Forgive me." "Do not apologize, sister, for this is not your fault. The structures of humans collapse, but the land remembers and the magic remains. Yet something else lies heavy on your heart. What troubles you?" "This place is in danger in my time.
years ahead of this. In my wish for knowledge, I acted recklessly. And now the gates and the pathways have been activated, the land vibrates with your power, and the Fae of the Otherworld have flooded through the U-Gate and cause us harm. I don't know how to send them back. You said you had a wish for knowledge. What did you seek to know? The woman asked. Who was this figure? Woman, witch, or goddess? Or all three, perhaps? Many things. Mia had dropped her head, feeling she should not stare. But now she lifted it again, gaze sweeping over the stones and the gates, drinking it all in. Why is the land so special? And why do the gates hold so much power? Who built them? Why is the orchard so ancient? Why do we have bees? Her questions tumbled out. But witnessing all of this now and seeing you, I understand some of it. They built it for you. She smiled. The people built this place for many reasons. I am just one of them. You say my bees are still on the land? We have hives within the orchard, but as to whether they are yours, there have been many generations since. They are still mine. She stepped on the path that led to Mia, and a pulse of light shot down it and up through Mia, making her feel as if she was floating. A rich humming sound and the scent of honey enveloped her, and suddenly she was surrounded by thousands of bees that danced around her in complex patterns. Starlight glittered on tiny wings that made them look like silvery embers. Mia stood transfixed as they weaved unique magic around her. Eventually the bees returned to the meadow, the path's light faded, and a few bees settled on the woman's arm. They whispered to me, she said, of many things, and tell me that you honor them often. Thank you. Astonished, Mia faltered. Always. Then they will help you send the Fae home. They already sense the gates and the change in the land. Mia now had even more questions, such as how the woman could communicate with her bees in a future time. However, just as quickly as she questioned, she knew. Time here was different. She stood outside of it. But it is still dark. An hour or so yet before dawn. They remain by their hives. They will do it for me. Please ensure you offer them gifts when it is done. Of course. But how do I close the gate and stop the Fae from returning? It is midsummer. The borders are thin between our worlds. You are one of my sisters. And a hunter, too. Your arrows will fly true if you aim them at the gates. She smiled, eyes dancing with merriment. A daring end to your party. Many blessings, sister. Before she could even thank her, Mia was back in her own time and place, the thick cloak of honeysuckle draped once more over the gate, and the faint sound of the orchestra's wild music carrying across the grounds. Feeling almost as if drunk with the woman's residual power, she swept the honeysuckle aside and stepped out to see Winter waiting anxiously. Mamma, what has happened? You entered bare moments ago. She hesitated, eyes sweeping over Mia. You look different. Your arrows. Mia looked down at herself and saw she was shimmering with a soft, pale light, a silvery hue to her skin, and over her shoulder her arrows were tipped with light. I think I have met a goddess. The goddess? No. Oh, I don't know. The goddess of bees, perhaps. The goddess of bees? In the gate? There is no time to explain, and even if there was, I do not know if I will ever truly understand what happened. The gate is activated, then? The path? I felt the ground tremble. Is that why you glow so? Later, Winter. I must climb onto the roof. I have a task. Do you need my help? No. What about the Fae? Already the audible drone of the bees was rising, a steady stream of them exiting the orchard. The bees will deal with them. Go find your sister and see if she has located Lucasta. Then tell Ambrose that it worked. What about the men in the cellar? I fear they will have little luck, but maybe she will gift them something. Leave them with Tolly. Sure of her actions now, she left Winter in the garden and headed to Moonfell's room. 29. Present day. Birdie loved parties, especially ones where they all dressed up, and they had certainly risen to the occasion that night. Their extended family and friends flocked onto the terrace and the garden paths like exotic butterflies, especially under the coloured strings of lights that illuminated parts of the garden. The party had started with a libation, a trip to see the bees to give thanks, and a tour of the changed areas of the garden. But now twilight was slipping into darkness, and the conversation was loud on the western terrace as the adults tried to compete with the occasional shrieks of their excited children. Their guests had generously brought plenty of summer salads, finger food, and desserts to supplement their own supplies, and the tables sagged with the weight of the food that had been carried out on the magnificent platters. Giselle, Odette's younger sister, had arrived with Ellington, bearing gifts of wine, but then Giselle had immediately sought out Odette in the mirror room where they had chatted for hours, and even now they were deep in conversation on the terrace. Phoebe had fallen in with Morgana, not surprising considering they were of similar age, and Birdie hoped that she would see sense as to using her own magic. Morgana's midsummer mischief punch was going down a treat. Birdie knew the women would dress up, but wasn't sure whether the men would. But even Anton, who had arrived with his boys at the end of the afternoon, had joined in. It had been a long time since Birdie had seen him, and he was so like Haughty. Taller, obviously, but a little rotund and very jolly. Very different to Jemima. Fortunately, his boys were a delight. They had raced around the second floor of the house, choosing their rooms and diving into everything, and had brought their own costumes. Jack was running around in his Superman outfit, and Lewis was battling the shrubs as Spider-Man, both wearing masks too. Little Samuel, her 5-year-old great-grandson, was currently sitting under a table eating cake dressed up as a lion. Hades adored him. Maverick, Arlo, Hunter, and Domino had just arrived with Harlan and Maggie, and much to her surprise they had all dressed up too, in a variety of costumes with masks. The rest of the security team were due after midnight. They were circulating with her family now, as much a part of Moonfell as all of them. More so, in fact. They were what Birdie considered to be her extended family, who she saw far more often and trusted implicitly. Most importantly, all the masks had been chosen from those in the wooden chest that had been spelled by Morgana and Simone. What extra insights might they show them? Birdie wondered. Although Birdie was busy, it didn't stop her from monitoring Moonfell's magic, which continued to build. The costumes and the masks added another layer of magic, and families she had known for years now seemed almost like strangers, their motives unclear with their veiled features. Haughty
bosom trembling in a low-cut bodice sidled over. "Any inkling of changes yet?" "Many, but nothing dramatic. You?" "Same. I've just checked the South Moon Gate. No change there yet. Are we mad to expect more?" "No. All the signs are pointing to it." Birdie adjusted the neckline of her midnight blue silk brocade gown that was embellished with tulle stars. "Good grief, this is so heavy. I told you you'd sweat to death. I don't care. I feel fabulous. Anyway, I must admit, Simone's idea to spell the masks was genius. Why didn't we think of that? She's approaching it with fresh eyes. It helps." "I suppose so. I still can't get over that new grotto wall. I hate it." Porty grimaced. "I know. It's so ugly. If it doesn't go, can we rip it down?" "With pleasure. The underground one can stay, though." Porty looked over her shoulder at the garden. "Should we be watching all the gates? Or the building in the laurels?" As eager as Birdie was to explore, she was also enjoying being around her family. It had been too long since they had all gathered together, and it gave her great pleasure to see them getting on well with the Shifters and Harlan and Maggie. "Let's see if Como and Lamb want to go. They'll be much quicker than us." Horty nodded, eyes to the west as the soft violet light deepened and the stars became more visible. Birdie watched with her, and as darkness became absolute, the next big magical shift ripped through Moonfell, bringing with it the clamour of voices, the melodic tunes of an orchestra, and a ghostly pavilion by the pond that shimmered with a spectral light. Birdie clutched Horty's arm. "By the goddess, it's actually happening. What on earth are we supposed to do now?" "Wow!" Lamb couldn't contain himself. He shouted to be heard above the sudden clamour of excitement as he watched a few spectral people in full masquerade costume walk along the garden path a short distance from the terrace without seeming to see them at all. "This is insane. Are these ghosts?" "Nonsense, they're just illusions," Horty said stridently as she commanded attention in the middle of the terrace. "Do not panic. We are witches. There is nothing to fear." "I hope you're bloody right," Ellington said, his pompous belligerence exerting itself. He jerked his head so aggressively that his soft cap that matched his banyan flapped over his forehead. "By the gods, is that Canunos?" Didn't need to point him out. The huge antlers on his head and the costume of leather and fur were obviously him. He was talking to a statuesque woman in a figure-hugging gown. "That's Blackwood," Odette said, calling over to Arlo and Maverick. "I know him from the mirror." Maverick didn't speak, instead fixing on the man with intense focus. Lamb stood at the edge of the terrace, clutching his bottle of beer as he watched the parade of ghostly people. The terrace seemed to be a safe space to watch it all unfold, and yet the undeniable pull towards the garden was great. He wanted to be out there, mingling with the masquerade party. Actually, he would love to be in the pavilion. Como nudged him as chatter swelled. "We need to go to the building in the laurels." "But the pavilion, we can see that later." Como turned to Birdie, ignoring his protests. "We're going to the building. I've got my phone, so we'll tell you what we find." "Oh, good." Her attention was as intensely fixed on the magical illusions as Maverick, only half listening. "I was just about to suggest that." "And I," Maverick said, "am following Blackwood. Arlo, can you stay here with Monroe in case you're needed elsewhere?" Arlo nodded. "Sure, but you shouldn't go alone." "I'm game," Hunter said, placing his drink on the closest table. He was clad in black,
His dark eyes banked with embers and framed by the black mask, he looked every inch like his name.
What about you, Domino?
Hunting old shifters, she smirked. My perfect night.
Might be tricky if you shift.
Monroe pointed out to Maverick. You won't have a spelled mask to help you. Maverick just shrugged. We'll just have to see how it goes. Well, Simone said, hands on her hips as they left. This is better than I expected. Quite an attitude change, considering what you said earlier, Birdie noted acerbically. I'm embracing midsummer madness. I'm not. Phoebe, a younger version of her mother, looked horrified as she clutched Sam to her. I'm not doing anything except staying here with Sam. Calm down, Phoebe, Birdie instructed as she hugged her. This isn't exactly what I expected, but this is harmless, so let's go with it. I'm going to the South Moon Gate. The boys can go to the Laurels, and the rest of you can spread out as you see fit. Or not. This is a party, and we are supposed to be having fun after all. Plus, someone needs to keep an eye on the barbecue if Monroe decides to explore. That's your job now, Phoebe.
Hey, I can stay,
Monroe offered. But Lamb could tell he was itching to be in the wild garden again as night fell.
Don't worry, Monroe,
Merlin said, taking pity on Phoebe.
I'll stay and help for a while. So will Ellen and Marion.
Ellen looked outraged. I don't want to stay here. I want to go with them. She pointed at Lamb and Como, which was the last thing Lamb wanted, but he really didn't want to piss off his cousin or his mother and uncle.
Well, you need to be with someone,
Merlin said, and tried not to laugh as he turned to Lamb.
Can you cope with Ellen?
As long as she behaves,
Lamb said, shooting her a warning glare and receiving one himself. Having his 16-year-old cousin hang around was not exactly part of his evening plans. Of course I will.
Sorted then. Bags the pavilion, Armstrong said, topping up his glass of punch. Looks bloody marvellous. Morgana, can I tempt you and Monroe into joining your dear old dad?
She beamed at him. I think you can. Hold on, Lamb said, thinking a test would be in order. He lifted his mask from his eyes, confirming his suspicions.
No mask, no illusions.
The news immediately calmed Phoebe down as she tested it herself. Really? Oh, well, that's reassuring. Anton smirked.
That's the spirit. The boys can't see a thing. Look at them.
He pointed to where his two sons charged down the paths.
Utterly oblivious because they have their own masks that aren't caught up in the spell. That means Samuel won't see anything either, unless his own childish perception kicks in. Always a possibility.
Horty laid her hand on Anton's arm.
I want to visit the cellars in case more is apparent down there, and I'm sure the boys would love that. But, Birdie, you shouldn't go to the South Gate alone.
She won't be, Simone said. I'll go with her. It sounds important.
What about us?
Harlan asked as he and Maggie joined the discussion.
This is freaking amazing. Use us, right, Maggie?
Lamb had heard all about Maggie Milne and her blistering sarcasm and swearing, so wasn't surprised when she dryly said, yes, running around after ghostly apparitions is right in my bloody wheelhouse.
Maybe,
Lamb suggested, trying to be helpful.
You should see the U-Gate, or the North one. Mum, you should check the West Gate if you're going to the pavilion. We really should be keeping an eye on them.
Morgana nodded. Yes, of course. Let us tackle the U-Gate, Odette said, including Ellington and her sister Giselle. If that's where the Fae came through, we should take precautions, even though, strictly speaking, it should not affect us now.
Count me in,
Arlo said, in a tone that brooked no argument.
After seeing them in the mirror, I'm not taking any chances." "I like that idea," Maggie said immediately. "Dealing with fucking Fae is the last thing I want to do. They caused me enough fucking trouble in the present." Lamb laughed at her colourful response. "And you can stop fucking smirking too," she said to him. "I wasn't smirking. I was admiring your turn of phrase." "Okay," Birdie said, shooing them all off. "We all have our jobs. Let's get to it and keep in touch." "Come on," Lamb said to Como and Ellen, fitting his mask firmly in position again while the other groups discussed strategies. "Let's go before we get dragged into anything else." In moments, the three of them were striding through the garden, every now and again testing their surroundings by lifting their masks. "This is just amazing," Como said, head swiveling in all directions. "Look at everyone, and check out the wigs and the powdered hair. Can you imagine having to wear those horrific things?" "Or not being able to wear jeans," Ellen said, mouth agape as she stared. "Or having to wear a corset." "No," Lamb said with feeling. "I absolutely cannot imagine that. But I can't hear them properly, can you? It sounds like they're underwater." "Muffled, you mean? That's actually a good description," Como said. As they hurried down paths, Lamb spotted the mirrors that must be part of the mirror spell. They were placed alongside bends in the path or within hedges and shrubs, and occasionally they even reflected the three of them as they passed, making him twist around to see who was behind them because their own reflections were so unexpected, only to find no one was there at all. "Jumpy, Lamb?" Ellen said, smirking. "Cautious? You didn't see the earth elemental," he bragged, goading her. "Which caused us both to nearly shit our pants," Como pointed out. "We're a step away from this night now, don't you think? As if we could literally jump back in time." "That's not even funny," Lamb said. "Don't encourage anything." "Where the hell are we going anyway?" Ellen asked, holding her skirts up to stop from treading on them. "I should have come dressed up like that domino woman in leather trousers. Why didn't I know that was an option? And who is she again?" "Storm Moon's head of security," Lamb told her as he recalled her long legs in skin-tight leathers and her tight-waisted bodice, all covered with a black cloak and a matching black lace mask. "She's seriously cool." Then all three froze where they stood, as something distinctly other skipped across the path directly in front of them. Something that was half Lamb's height, with bare feet, pointed ears, and long hair that cascaded to the ground. She, wore leaves like a dress and flowers as a crown. Fuck! Was that a flower fairy of some kind? Lamb swallowed and lifted his mask, relieved to see she wasn't visible without it. But when he lowered it again, the fairy had stopped on the edge of the path to look at them. Head cocked and eyes narrowed, as if she couldn't quite work out what she was seeing, before vanishing in the blink of an eye. "She saw us," Ellen said, voice cracking. "What does that mean? Is she in our time?" "No idea," Como said, quickening his pace. "Let's get to that damn building. This feels way weirder the further we get from the house." Within another few minutes, they reached the boundary hedge and crept to the building draped in the shadows. Unnervingly, its windows were shuttered, which wasn't how they left it earlier that day. Lamb also realized that the animals were far too quiet, as if they too could sense the old events in the garden. And he felt as if he could no longer trust where he was, especially when he heard titters of laughter from the darkness and saw a strange beckoning light. Heart hammering, he resolutely looked away, only to see that the huge topiary animals on the hedge seemed to be watching them too. What the actual...
I'm going in, Como declared as he stood at the door of the building, hand on the handle, poised as if summoning his courage, before throwing the door open and bursting inside dramatically. The inside blazed with the light of what seemed to be hundreds of lamps and candles. They illuminated a variety of clothes scattered on the long table, as well as fake wings, flower crowns, and 4 metal poles propped against the wall. "Damn it! No one is here!" Como exclaimed, disappointed. "But at least you can see everything." Lamb reached for a metal pole, but it was as if he grasped pure air, his hand swiping right through it. "Someone has been dressing up in here. But what are the poles for?" Ellen stood at the threshold, head cocked, her attention elsewhere. "I hear shouting. Someone is in trouble. Come on!" Odette had been watching the mirror for so long that to be out in the garden again felt odd. "Are you all right?" Arlo asked, falling into step next to her while Ellington and Giselle walked ahead. "You look as if you're not quite here." "I feel as if I've walked through the mirror and am now in the world that lives on the other side of it. A deeper, richer version of the present." "Much like what you see in the gate sometimes." "Exactly. Don't worry, though," she said, as she noticed his anxious expression. "I'm not about to burst into tears. I feel more distant to these events." "As if the stakes are lower?" "Maybe. I mean, we know Moonfell ultimately survives. We're here now. I'm worried, of course, that something bad happened, but, well," she sighed. "I've made very sure to keep a healthy perspective." "A conscious decision, then?" "Yes. But now—" She extended her arm out, gesturing at the costumed figures that walked the garden over 200 years earlier. "It's harder to stick to that. Plus, I feel that she's close," she confessed. She stopped abruptly and looked around, alerted to something she couldn't quite explain. "Who?" "Wintermere. I think I'm wearing her mask, maybe even her dress." Arlo relaxed, expression sharpened. "What? Did you do that deliberately?" "Not exactly. I picked a mask yesterday, feeling a certain connection to it. Then, when I started watching the mirror's events, I saw glimpses of her. She's dark-haired like me, and I saw that she wore this mask. She was at the U-Moon Gate for a long time, with the shifter dressed as Beowulf." "Which means what?" Arlo asked, golden flames kindling in his eyes. "I don't know." She started walking again, hurrying this time, though, feeling it was important to get to the U-Gate quickly. They rushed together down paths, some known to her, others not, the garden growing increasingly unfamiliar as past plants mingled with the current, mirrors glinted with lamps that were there one minute and gone the next, and paths changed from gravel to paving and back again within moments. And then wolves raced past them, hunting. "Shit," Arlo muttered. "Those are Blackwood wolves. Should I follow them? Is Maverick here?" The wolves passed so close to them that Odette felt she could have touched them, almost feeling the displaced air in their wake. But they were ephemeral, just like the people, ghostly memories of a time long before. Hearing running footsteps, she turned swiftly, just in time to see a young woman with blonde hair in a virtually identical costume to her own racing towards her. In seconds, she struck her, and Odette braced herself for the impact, but all she felt was something like a spark of knowing as the woman swept through her, a magical current that leapt from one to another. The next thing Odette knew was that she was running too, racing down the path towards the U-Gate, the woman tearing ahead as if time was accelerating in the past. Arlo raced with her,
easily keeping pace, and suddenly Giselle and Ellington were just ahead of them. The blonde woman from the past collided into Giselle and stayed there, one figure superimposed over the other. And with horror, Odette realized that her sister actually wore the same costume as the ghost. "It's Sorrel!"
"What? Who?"
Arlo asked, confused. "Winter's sister." Giselle stood stiffly, braced for action, and then suddenly shouted, "Stop! Let her go!" In seconds she darted forward, and her father Ellington followed. Birdie felt time pressing upon her as she hurried to the South Moon Gate, Simone at her side. Unfortunately, with every step they took, it felt as if the past moved quicker, the garden shifting moment to moment. She clutched Simone's arm. "Can you feel that?" "The rumble beneath us. As if there's an earthquake. Of course I can. I'm not an idiot." "I didn't think you were." "I just meant, am I still here, firmly in the present?" Birdie stopped and blinked, clearing her vision, past and present layering confusingly one over the other. If not for Simone's presence, she might have thought she herself was just a mirage. Simone squeezed her arm gently as if for reassurance. "If you're not in the present, then neither am I." Not exactly the reassurance I wanted. Unexpectedly, Hades was suddenly in front of them on the path, the moon gate a short distance ahead. He gazed up at her with unblinking amber eyes, his voice resonant in her head and heart.
"Hold fast, Birdie. The time of reckoning is upon us."
"What?" She was so startled that she said it out loud. "What reckoning? For whom?"
"Mia has started it all."
Birdie stared beyond him and saw a woman step out of the moon gate, surrounded by an aura of silvery light. She was dressed like a classical statue come to life, with a large bow and quiver of arrows across her shoulders. Waiting for her was a young woman who looked startlingly like Odette, except younger and slightly less sure of herself. After a hurried conversation, they separated, the older woman going to the house, the other hurrying to the east. However, it was the droning that seized Birdie's attention, as a dark mass rose from the orchard and spread across the garden. "Birdie," Simone said, nudging her. "What does Hades want?" "I don't know." Her attention fell to Hades again. "If you know something, you better tell me now."
"You need to go to the roof."
"Is that where that woman has gone? I thought I should be in the gate."
"Trust me, Birdie. Go to the roof. If you want a bird's-eye view of the garden, that's where you'll get it."
"But what's happening with the bees?"
"They have a task, and now so have you."
And with that frustratingly vague piece of advice, he slunk away. "Bloody bollocks!" "Well?" Simone demanded. "It seems he's up to his usual. Are we about to be stung to death by rampant bees?" "I don't think so. But I do know that we have to go to the roof. Now." 30. Past and present collide. June 1754. Dizzy with questions, Winter watched her mother head into the house, knowing she would have no answers yet. Instead, she watched the bees split into groups, some weaving across the meadow, others into the parterre gardens. In moments, a cloud of them passed her, heading to the pavilion and the pond. Those that remained dipped and dived into the long grasses, an angry horde flushing out Fae and sending them scattering. Magic snapped and flashed, and in amongst it all were the shrieks of their guests who raced across the meadow, arriving onto the drive breathless and excited, still obviously dazzled with midsummer magic. Winter gathered her scattered thoughts and focused on her sister's whereabouts. But it was Sylvanus she found first. In such a short time, she already recognized his shifter strength and knew she would recognize it anywhere now. Then she felt her sister's presence close to the U-gate and ran to reach them, the drone of bees growing louder all the time. The garden was chaotic, as the bees hunted the Fae in large numbers, swarming through the plants to flush them out, seemingly unaffected by otherworld magic. Bewildering creatures, barely glimpsed before they vanished again, fled to the U-gate, leaving an uncanny music and sweet scents in their wake. As she ran along the paths, they streamed alongside her, and the steady, pervasive drone of the bees settled in her blood. When the U-gate finally came into view, Winter saw a strange fight on the path in front of it. Wolves snarled and snapped at an odd creature that wrestled with Sorrel, while Lucasta crawled into the garden bed. Uncaring for herself, Winter dived straight into the fray, grasping the Fae that clawed at her sister, the bee's magic burning hot in her veins. With strength she didn't know she had, she flung it down the path to the U-gate, where it leapt up and down, cursing furiously. Sorrel was covered in scratches, her hair unkempt and dress ripped, but she was well enough to jump to her feet and shout obscenities Winter didn't even know she knew at the offending Fae. Not that anyone else could hear her over the howls of the wolves and buzzing of the bees. As for the gate itself, it eventually drove them all to silence. The inside of it blazed with golden light that was so bright that Winter held her hand in front of her face, fingers spread to shade her eyes, trying to see what lay within the light. Surely it was over. The Fae must be driven back inside by the bees. But even as she thought it, she knew she was wrong, because there was movement within the bright light of the gate. Something was trying to push through from the other side. Mia was breathless by the time she weaved through the attic to one of the doors that led to the roof. It seemed to have taken her far too long, but in reality it had been only minutes. But those were minutes in which anything could have happened, and despite the reassurance of the mysterious woman at the temple, and the drone of thousands of bees that seemed far too many to exist in their own 4 hives, she still sensed there was another turn of events yet unforeseen. When she arrived at the edge of the walk that ran between the outer wall of Moonfell and the many varied pitches of the vast roof, she looked down upon the great glowing jewel of the pavilion that appeared even more magnificent from above. Around it, Moonfell's glowing grounds spread in all their glory, some areas darker than others. From this height, it was almost impossible to see the Fae, but she could still feel them. She could even track some of them from the direction their guests ran across the grounds, shrieking with a mixture of laughter and fright. Weaving in with all of it was the heady humming of the bees as they pursued the Fae. Mia took a deep breath, trying to stay focused, although the woman's uncanny presence and her strange trip back in time beneath the gate still vied for her attention. What was it she had said? That if she aimed her bow, then the arrow would fly true. Seeing as she had to close the gate, surely that's where she was aiming. But which gate first? The U-gate that was traditionally linked as a gateway to the other world, or one of the others? And how on earth did she aim a bow when she had never done it before in her life? "May the goddess guide me," she muttered. Seeing as the waning moon gate was directly below her, perhaps that's where she should aim first. Yes, and then move clockwise, aiming for the full moon gate last, she decided. the actual gate aligned with midsummer itself. She rolled her shoulders, clasped her bow, and positioned one of the arrows in place with fumbling fingers, noting the tip still glowed with a touch of starlight. What would it do? Should she say a spell when she released it? Well, it certainly couldn't hurt. But she was so focused on the shot, arms aching from holding the bow, that she didn't see the fey creature until it was upon her, and she stumbled and fell, the bow dropping from her grasp. Present day. Morgana was surrounded by light and colour and music, and felt as if she was dreaming as she stood in the centre of the pavilion with dancers whirling around her. Or did it actually feel more like a nightmare, with the slightly maniacal laughter of the guests, the painted faces and powdered hair, the hundreds of glittering eyes that flashed devilry and merriment behind their masks, and the beat of the music that seemed far too fast and out of control? She was flanked by her father and Monroe, both studying the dancers with as much alarm as she was.
"Something feels very wrong here," Monroe said, "as if they're all slightly unhinged. Look at the orchestra. Their fingers are moving far too quickly to be normal."
Armstrong pointed to the swagged roof of the pavilion.
"Because of those."
A row of what appeared to be woodland sprites were perched in the wooden beams that comprised the structure of the pavilion. Everything about them was sharp, from their teeth to their ears and their elbows and knees, and even though Morgana could see through them, could see through everything in fact, because they were insubstantial and memories only, she could also feel their wild fey magic. Dry-mouthed, she fought to get her words out. "Why can I feel them so strongly if they're not really here?"
"Because,"
Monroe said, eyes filled with unease and his grip increasing on her arm as if she might slip away.
"Fey time is not our time, or at least that's what I've been led to believe."
Armstrong nodded.
"Exactly. We might be seeing the impressions of what once happened. But if Fey passed through one of the gates, could their time bleed into ours?"
Morgana sought to hold on to something firm in the middle of all the madness, something concrete. However, the ground beneath her rumbled on occasion, and there was a distinct jolt of magic from the western gate behind her that led towards the house. Everything was spinning out of control, and suddenly she needed to be outside in the cool night air, with stars above her, and hopefully the real Moonfell beneath her feet. She tugged Monroe and her father with her, the clamour of the ghostly people who were now long dead, feeling like an almost physical presence. As she stepped outside, though, the past party continued as figures crowded the paths, laughing raucously. A couple of huge wolves patrolled the pond and the crowd, and close by one of them was Maverick. Spotting them, he waved and then whistled, and Hunter and Domino responded from further down the path. In moments, all three had joined them.
"Bloody hell,"
Hunter said, his accent stronger than usual, which Morgana attributed to shock.
"What the fuck is going on here?" "The Fae, what else?" Monroe said. "This is not like the Fae I know. My friend Shadow does not do this. Neither does she look like the very weird, bloody creatures I've seen."
Maverick shrugged.
"Sheer numbers, perhaps. And don't forget the Pukas. There are many different types of Fae."
"That's true," Morgana said, still deeply uneasy. "It's the strength of their magic that worries me. They should be just an illusion, and yet they feel more."
"Any luck with Blackwood?"
Monroe asked.
"None."
Maverick didn't hide his disappointment.
"We've only caught snatches of conversation. And now they are wolves, and all they're concerned about is ensuring no one drowns. I can tell that Blackwood is powerful, though, just from the size of his wolf and the way he carries himself. The other issue is that something is in there, he said, nodding towards the pond. Something large. I don't think it's of this world, either. Domino was focused on the south, and she tipped her head to the side, eyes narrowed. I hear something. Something odd. Her acute hearing put her ahead of them all, but within moments Morgana heard it too, a deep and steady hum that she felt under her skin and in her blood. Within seconds, bees were everywhere, streaming in great rivers and then tributaries, as they poured into the pavilion and up to the roof, and instinctively they all ducked to avoid the swarms that seemed all too real, just like the Fae. As Morgana raised her eyes skywards, following the thick, almost muscular swarm of bees as they crossed the garden, she caught sight of a woman on the roof with a glint of starlight about her, holding what appeared to be a bow and arrow. "Who's that?" She pointed her out to the others. "What's she doing?" The woman raised her arms and positioned her bow, but then, as another flash of power rolled across Moonfell, she stumbled and fell to her knees out of sight. "I need to help her," Morgana said to Monroe. "I think it's Mia, the High Priestess." "How can you help her if she's not really here?" "I don't know. I just know I need to. Dad," she turned to Armstrong, "you have to stay here. We might need you. I just don't know what for yet. Perhaps keep an eye on the gate." Armstrong didn't question it. "All right. But be careful up there. It's uneven and dangerous." Oh no. Another horrible thought struck her. Harlan and Maggie are alone at the north gate. What if the Fae are tied to all the gates? "I'll go find them," Monroe said. "As long as you promise me to be careful." "I will. You too." Haughty led the way through the cellars, Anton and the boys close to her, hoping she was doing the right thing by bringing them down here. "What are you hoping to see?" Anton asked. "A resurrected stone circle?" "Not exactly, but some sign at least of maybe the stones themselves, or the signs of an old temple." "Temple? It's what Odette and Lamb saw during that vision they had, or thought they saw," she qualified. "I did tell you." "Even so." "Boys!" Anton shouted sharply. "Stay close! It will be very easy for you to get lost down here." "This is really cool," Lewis said, practicing his superhero stance. "I know. You have a very interesting ancestral home and we'll explore properly tomorrow. For now, stay by us." "Bloody hell," he muttered, as the ground rumbled again. "I felt that. It's the path, or the gates, or both." Haughty knew now they were shifts of time and energy, not actual displacement of the ground. "Make sure you keep your mask on." "Don't worry, I will." "No odd figures down here, though?" "No, not yet." But this time, as another jolt of energy shot through Moonfell, a flash of light rolled along the cellar, highlighting the seams between the stones. "Wow!" Jack whirled around. "What was that?" "You saw it?" Anton asked. "The light?" "Sure. Shouldn't I have?" "No, it's fine," Anton assured him. But when he looked at Haughty, his expression was very different. "This isn't in the past anymore. It's the present." "For the sake of all the gods," Haughty muttered, marching forward determinedly. "Let's get to the center now." Then another flash of light rippled above and below, lighting far more of the cellar than it had previously, and further ahead, Haughty saw a cluster of figures, limned against the light. Approaching cautiously, she counted 4 men,
who had an array of divination tools set out on the stone floor. And closer still, she saw that 3 of them wore shoes with the strange buckles that were exactly like the one Odette had found. Anton nudged her and whispered, "Who are these?" But she just placed her finger to her lips and mouthed, "Watch." Como raced down the paths, zigzagging madly as he tried to find the swiftest route to the shouts. But the way wasn't easy, because now there were swarms of bees darting across the paths, and strange, barely visible creatures bolting from the shrubbery. Up ahead there was a glowing light, and when he finally emerged out of the verdant greenery, he stopped dead, mouth agape, and the other 2 crashed into him. "Holy fuck!" Lamb yelled. "What the hell is going on?" Light streamed from the yew-gate, illuminating the garden before it and a path that ran into the heart of the garden. Further along that path was a fight involving humans, wolves, and a fey creature. "This way!" Ellen shouted. Como was still transfixed, so she grabbed him roughly by the elbow, propelling them back the way they came and then to the north. He finally found his words. "Where the hell are we going?" "Where do you think?" she called over her shoulder. "We need distance between us and that. It's the other world, Como. The source of the Fae, and someone needs our help." Lamb was up ahead, his long legs easily outpacing Ellen. But she was barreling onwards anyway, and Como raced to keep up. When they finally turned onto another path, they heard shouts on the other side of the huge flower bed that created an island between the paths. Lamb and Ellen plunged into it, and Como followed, batting plants out of the way. A strange sight waited for them. A woman was on her hands and knees in the flower bed, struggling to get away from a fight on the path. Wolves were snarling, and a young blonde woman raged on the path, cursing and swearing at a little fey creature that was spitting and swearing just as energetically. Another woman, dark-haired but remarkably similar to the angry woman, was raging too, magic firing from her fingers. As Lamb and Ellen raced onto the path, their magic raised for battle. Como reached for the woman in the flower beds, whose face was streaked with tears. She looked up at him as if he was really there, and shocked, he realized he could see her properly. "Help me," she cried out. "I don't know what's happening. My baby." She clutched at her belly, eyes wide with panic. Como pulled her to her feet. "I've got you. Are you hurt?" "I don't think so. Do I know you?" "I am a friend. Family, really. You can trust me." "I need to find Ambrose, my husband." She looked so shocked and so utterly lost that his protective instincts kicked in. She wasn't a witch, that was for sure. He tried to recall the names he had heard. Ambrose was the oldest son, so this must be his wife. "Lucasta." "Yes." "I'm Como. Follow me." He pulled her further back into the flower beds, eager to get her away from the snapping wolves that danced at the Fae, and the witches past and present who clustered on the path. However, before they had barely moved a few paces, the bees descended, and then they were all around them, buzzing with fury and outrage, their tiny bodies almost incandescent. "Down!" he shouted, pushing her to the ground, and without a thought for himself, he threw his body over hers while the bees raged around them. Monroe arrived at the North Moon Gate with the other wolves to find Harlan and Maggie pinned against the grotto wall as a strange parade of Fae darted past them, pursued by bees and what appeared to be the classical stone statues that had come to life. Both crouched as they tried to protect themselves from the swarm. Sheltering next to them were the insubstantial figures of 2 men,
one dressed in full domino costume clutching a metal pole, the other wearing more colourful clothes. "What the fuck is happening?" Harlan yelled. "Has the whole place gone mad?" "Just Moonfell mad." Monroe hung back to make sure the strange chase had ended, watching the two ghostly men head to the east in their wake, and then hurried to join the pair as the area cleared again. "Hey, Maggie," Hunter said, pulling her to her feet. "You're dancing with Faye now." "Fuck off, you cheeky bugger. I am so over fucking Faye. What's with the bees? They're like little Exocet missiles." She brushed herself off and ran her hand through her hair. "I am so creeped out." "Come to the party," she mimicked Bruce Willis. "We'll have a few laughs." "Laughs my fucking arse. And I see dead people. What is this? Some mash-up film extravaganza?" Maverick shrugged as a ghostly couple ran back towards the pavilion, oblivious to their presence. "You could always take your mask off, and then I wouldn't see them at all. That's worse." Monroe tried not to laugh. This was a serious situation. His girlfriend was heading to the roof, Faye and bees were swarming over Moonfell, and the past was lurking dangerously close to the present. But Maggie was undeniably funny. Domino, however, was still tracking, facing towards the east. "The bees are all heading that way. Can you feel it? It's like a tidal pull of magic." "The U-gate, you mean?" Monroe asked. "Yes. I think we should go there." "Really?" Harlan drawled. "Not the complete opposite direction?" Domino winked. "You go where you need to. But I'm heading to the gate. I hear wolves that way. I think the Fae are fleeing." She set off without a backward glance, and Hunter followed. "Come on, Maggie," Harlan said, preparing to follow them. "We need to see this through." Maggie just groaned. "Fucking fuck. Fine. I'm coming." Monroe winked at Maverick. The hunt was on. Birdie emerged onto the roof, Simone next to her, wishing her legs didn't ache so much. Damn her age. But look at the view. The gloriousness of Moonfell was spread out around them, the great swathe of stars above them. However, she couldn't focus on any of that, because across the other side of the roof, a woman struggled to stop a strange fey creature from grabbing her bow. Mia! Simone, decisive as always, flicked a spell at the creature with great dexterity and surprising accuracy, sending the winged being wheeling away. "I'll tackle this thing," she said, eyes never leaving its trajectory. "You help her." Birdie set off as quickly as the narrow path and uneven roof would allow, hand clutching at the low-walled edges, very aware of the long drop to the ground on the other side. But Mia had already gathered up her fallen bow, and it was now aimed at Birdie. Birdie stopped, hands raised as if surrendering, heart pounding. "I'm here to help you," she called out, wondering if the woman could hear her as well as see her. "I'm the High Priestess of Moonfell, just like you." The door banged open behind her, and Birdie turned carefully, wondering what on earth was happening now. But it was only Morgana, who quickly closed in on Mia and Birdie. And that's when Birdie saw it. The remarkable similarity between them. The same mask, the similarly coloured dress, and their seemingly close ages. Mia lowered her bow. "Who are you? Why have you my mask?" She lifted her fingers to her face, checking she still wore her own. "We're a gift from the future," Birdie called out. "Trying to help in a moment of crisis." "Witches?" she asked, and then nodded as if she knew her answer. "Of course you are. Then help by keeping the Fae at bay while I close the gates." Further along, Simone was still fighting the fey creature who seemed determined to get back to Mia at all costs. Spells flew back and forth over the roof, air magic, fire magic, and a combination of the two, as well as incantations. Simone was using everything at her disposal, along with a variety of protection spells. Mia turned her back on the fight, adjusted her bow and arrow, and aimed down at the bronze gate. And Morgana and Birdie hurried to the edge to watch its flight. But although it aimed true, Birdie felt no shift in magic as she would have expected. Mia turned to them, disappointment and confusion on her face. "It's still open. I know it. I can feel it." Birdie groaned. 4 gates. All must be closed at the same time.
"Simone," she barked out, "get rid of the Fae now. We need you."
"Birdie?" Morgana's face was creased with confusion, too. And then she nodded. "Oh, I see." Birdie hurried towards Mia. "We need to copy your bow. We need 3 more, 1 for each of us." Mia, Birdie realized, was a very handsome woman with strong arms and hands and broad shoulders. She was calm, clear-eyed and kind, but she was also frightened. "Please," Morgana said gently, "you can trust us, but we must hurry." "It's not you I fear. It is me. My judgment. I have made a terrible error." "There is still time to put it right," Birdie said, wishing she could ask her so many questions. "But we must act now." Mia nodded, placed the bow on the uneven path, and before either Morgana or Birdie could offer a suggestion as to what spell to use, it was done. The spell was cast. 3 more bows lay where only one had been before. Skilled, too, Birdie thought. A long, blood-curdling shriek heralded the Fae's defeat as it flew over the roof and down to the ground, and then Simone was at their side, dusting her hands off as if she fought Fae every day. "The U-gate is yours," Birdie said to Mia, knowing it to be true. "We will spread out across the roof and aim at the others. When you are in place, send a witchlight over the roof. You have the furthest distance to travel. We will then shoot together." Mia looked at them each in turn as if memorizing them. "Will I see you after this is done?" "I hope so," Birdie said. "But I fear not. The magic that binds us now, the Fae magic that arrived with midsummer, will be gone. We will just be memories, maybe only dreams. But we will never forget you, sister." "Nor I you. Thank you. Let the goddess lend us her strength." With one more long look at them, she hurried away. Birdie handed out the bows, all 3 witches strangely silent, but the shouts from below and the increasing drone of bees drove her into action. "I just wish Odette were here. She is one of the Moonfell 3, and I feel she should help." Morgana, however, shook her head. "No, Aunt Simone is with us now, as she should be, and Odette is where she needs to be too, at the U-gate. May our aim be true, witches. Let's hope in another few short minutes we can celebrate our victory." June 1754. Sorrel felt as if time had ceased to have any meaning. Ahead of her, the great U-gate seemed to have swelled in size as light blazed from it. A glorious golden light that carried the scent of endless summer, strawberries, roses, and honeysuckle. It was mesmerizing, yet terrifying. Even more bizarre were the Fae that ran into it. Barely seen, insubstantial creatures that she could hardly comprehend were being pursued by the bees. Against the bright light, they were merely shadowy projections, there one moment and gone the next. And yet,
Still, the growing bulk of a shape loomed in the centre, as if trying to battle against the ones who fled. Closer to her were the others. Initially shadowy, they now seemed just as substantial as she was. They wore masks, but their clothing was odd. Costumes that weren't truly like any others at all. Fortunately, she sensed no ill will from them, and like she and Winter and the wolves, they too stood transfixed as they watched the gate, magic raised. Yet Sorrel felt strangely inert, as if unable to connect thought to action. They were on the cusp of something, she knew it. But where was Mamma? However, she had barely time to contemplate that when a woman with delicate beauty, gorgeous curls and creamy skin ran forward, passing everyone. Next to her was a dark-skinned man with strange thick ropes of hair, whose eyes glowed with the rich light of embers and whose energy was distinctly wolf-shifter. Ivo and Sylvanus ceased howling at the Fae, and instead snarled at the newcomer. But he held his hand up, calm and relaxed. He carried an air of command. Older than the brothers, he was sure of himself. "Easy," he said, in strangely accented English. "You have nothing to fear from me. Keep your eyes on the gate." Winter, who had been at the front, stepped back to stand next to Sorrel. "I don't understand what's happening. Who are these people? And more are coming. Look! Oh, and Ambrose." She pointed at Ambrose racing towards them, with Thomas of the Order of Stone and Star lagging behind, a look of sheer incredulity on his face as he stared at the U-gate. He was so shocked that he stopped abruptly in the middle of the path, as if turned to stone. Rapidly catching up to him and then passing by was a man and woman, both older than she by a score of years, but with unyielding eyes and stance. With them were 4 wolf-shifters, including a woman clad in scandalous clothing that showed off her lithe figure. And an alpha. There was no doubt about him. He carried Magnus Blackwood's power. Ivo and Sylvanus saw it too. Both dropped low, eyes on him as he defended the rear, guarding them all, wary gaze everywhere at once. Time slipped and mixed, timelines sliding past, then clashing together, the magic from the U-gate destabilizing everything. The young pretty woman at the front called them all forth, hands raised, magic dancing at her fingertips, and the newcomers lined up alongside her. Sorrel studied them all in the time allowed to her, trying to commit them to memory. The dark-haired beauty looked at them over her shoulder, eyes dancing with humour. "You are welcome to help. In fact, you are needed." Sorrel and Winter exchanged glances, both not really understanding anything of what was happening, but knowing that help was being offered when they needed it most. Ambrose released Lucasta to join them, and then Aggie and Minty were there too, emerging from the bushes to join in. All stepped forward and lined up before the gate as the woman led them in a spell that crossed time. Their magic rose and swelled, blending with the magic of the bees that gathered thickly about them, driving the malevolent little fey creature who had tried to capture Lucasta into the gate. Then, just when Sorrel was wondering what would happen next, an arrow tipped with starlight flew overhead, angling straight towards the gate as if a shooting star had fallen from the night sky. The witch who led them tossed their combined magic up and out so that it rode on the wake of the arrow as it struck the gate, and her commanding voice rose above the swell of bee song. "Let the gate fall shut, and worlds fall apart. What midnight brought swiftly, with dawn must depart. After midsummer night must come day, and where moon once held dominance, now the sun must hold sway. If we shadows have offended, think but this, and all is mended, that you have but slumbered here, while these visions did appear. As her words ended, and the arrow sailed into the gate's bright depths, the light faded, the gate shrank, and the bees vanished. Once darkness fell around them, Sorrel realized that their strange spectral visitors had gone. Present. Morgana was dazed when she finally arrived on the western terrace with Birdie and Simone. The night had returned to a calm hush, and all signs of the pavilion, the masquerade party guests, the mischievous fae and swarming bees had vanished. She and the other 2 witches had hurried to speak to Mia after shooting their arrows into the gates, hoping to at least exchange a few words. But by the time they arrived, Odette had finished leading the past and present witches in a spell, and the gate was closing. Mia turned to them, hand raised in thanks, a soft smile on her lips, and then faded away with the light, leaving them all bereft. They lingered on the roof trying to piece things together, but the sounds of their own party down below reminded them to join the fun. Now, with the laughter and chatter of family and friends around her, and a glass of wine in her hand, her mood lifted, enabling Morgana to appreciate another surprising Moonfell celebration. "Have you been here all along?" she asked her brother. "Did you manage to experience the garden?" Merlin laughed. "Don't worry about us. We experienced plenty. We saw the bees, the arrows, the vanishing pavilion, and the enormous Blackwood wolves as they raced across Moonfell. I think I even managed to impress upon Phoebe the importance of not neglecting her magic." "Really? How?" "I think she felt left out. It helped, of course, that we were safely tucked up here. I cast a protection spell around us just in case." "Wise. For a while there, the past was right on top of the present, and the Fae were here." "I know. I felt their magic." Morgana sought Ellen out in the crowd, and spotted her talking to Lamb and Como, hands expressive, eyes shining with excitement. Ellen certainly enjoyed herself. "I saw her from the roof, you know. She joined in Odette's spell like a pro. You've trained her well." Merlin's eyes crinkled with pleasure. "Bringing them here has worked out better than I expected. I'm glad she's getting on with Lamb and Como. If I'd realized quite how wild it was going to get, I might not have allowed it. However," he shrugged, "sometimes you have to just dive in. I think it worked out well for Anton, too." Anton was next to Haughty, who was gesticulating wildly. "The boys had fun in the cellars, and they found some large rectangular stones set into the ground, and some rather earnest men from the past with divination tools." "Really?" An exploration for tomorrow, she promised herself. "Did they talk to them?" "No. They just watched them exhort all the gods and druids and who knows what else to give them divine knowledge, but all to no avail. She saw their shoes, though." He pulled the buckle from his pocket. 3 of them wore these. "The Order of Stone and Star. We still have so much to learn about them." "But what about the spell that made the rooms vanish and hid a whole building?" Morgana sipped her wine as she pondered the question. "I'm not entirely sure, but it was something we talked about on the roof. I'm wondering if the Fae magic caused the building to vanish with the parterre garden, seeing as they were in the immediate vicinity."
But Como said the building is still here now, although the parterres have returned to present-day arrangements.
Interesting. Maybe the parterres were swept up in the banishing spell or whatever it was that Odette cast. But as to why they all vanished originally, only to reappear now, I have no idea. I'm thinking we must have had an effect on the past. A concrete one whose repercussions are only now settling. But as for the grotto or the rooms...
Ah, the grotto.
Merlin grinned broadly.
The wonderfully verbose Maggie Milne informed me that the statues came to life. Perhaps they were swept up in the magic overtaking the grotto. No idea about the rooms, though.
Morgana nodded, putting it aside for now. Something for tomorrow, perhaps. Have you any idea what time it is?
After midnight? I think we slipped forward and back in time again, like the tide.
He cocked his head as the sound of cars approached along the drive.
That sounds like more guests.
The Storm Moon pack. The party is far from over now.
I think we're on to our second wind,
Merlin said, raising his glass to her.
I might even make it through to the dawn ritual. It's only 3 or 4 hours away.
Of course it was. Dawn started early at midsummer, and even now it wasn't really dark. Not like the dark of midwinter. Yes, a dawn ritual sounded perfect. Odette stood at the edge of the crowded terrace and looked over the pond, the hum of the spell she had just cast still coursing through her. What an experience to have the past so close that she was able to cast a spell her own ancestors could participate in.
You quoted Shakespeare,
Arlo said, leaning against the wall next to her, at ease with a beer in hand.
In your spell.
She laughed. You noticed? Yes, it seemed fitting.
I didn't know you knew the play that well.
Neither did I, but it's very famous, so I guess some words have soaked in over the years. It seemed fitting to use them to close the gate and banish the Fae. She shook her head, incredulous at the turn of events. Fae magic is unbelievably strong. That they came through the gate at all is incredible.
Because the gate is made from you? Hunter told us he fought the wild hunt when it came through a yew portal in Cornwall. I gather it took a lot of blood magic to activate it.
Odette shuddered at the thought. We must make sure it never happens again here. She considered their next actions. The men clearly set something in motion, so hopefully, knowing what we know now, we'll find everything out. I think the library will be busy over the coming weeks. I also think if I settle in front of the gates, they might show me what happened in more detail. At least the bees seem to have settled down now.
There were too many for your 3 hives. What does that mean?
I presume the past provided some too, and maybe some were sent by whatever deity was worshipped here once. And maybe still is, she said, cocking her head at Arlo as she faced him. Have you heard about Como's suggestion about a Genius Loci?
I have. It's an interesting suggestion. Man explains a lot about the bees' presence and influence here. You know Horty found the standing stones in the floor of the cellar once the men from the past vanished?
I've heard only briefly.
It seems whatever spell was hiding them broke too. They discovered bee motifs carved in the stone.
The truth of it settled in her bones. A bee goddess was once worshipped here. The memory of the building in the centre of the stone circle returned vividly, and suddenly she was eager to paint. No wonder the bees require that we honour them. So does she. Odette beamed suddenly at Arlo. Another Moonfell secret uncovered.
Will that knowledge change things here?
Perhaps. We'll see what Birdie wants to do. What about the Blackwood wolves? She asked, curious about the old shifter family. What will you do about them?
I expect that Maverick will have us searching all over London or even the country, looking for evidence about him. Maybe even Europe. It's going to be an interesting few months.
If you need help, just ask.
Spending time with Arlo, looking for wolves and their connection to Moonfell's ancestors, suddenly seemed a wonderful idea. Are you sure? Because I might well take you up on that. His dark eyes were suddenly intense, and the urge to reach out and touch him was almost overwhelming.
Yes, I'm sure.
Perhaps it was time to set. Epilogue. September 1754. In the past few months, Mia's life had changed dramatically. The midsummer party had proved a huge success, and their guests and the wider community still talked of it. The fireworks, the pavilion, the magical grounds, the strange energy that had infected all of them, leaving their guests dazed and bewildered, but enchanted. And for those guests who had lingered in sight of the U-gate, there'd even more to gossip about, and it had certainly given Mia plenty to think about. Their business had immediately been inundated with requests, to the point where they were thinking of increasing their employees. So despite her monumental error in letting the Order of Stone and Star investigate the gates, it had all worked out. But the biggest change was that Wintermere and Sorrel were no longer at Moonfell, and now only Tolly remained at home. Both had married Magnus Blackwood's sons with startling speed. That Winter had married Sylvanus hadn't surprised her. She had seen their connection at the party. But Sorrel's betrothal she had not foreseen. She married Ivo, the middle brother, after sparking up a spirited relationship that promised an interesting marriage ahead. Both now had their own households, or would do, once their honeymoon periods were over. Mia was, of course, thrilled for them, but standing now in their vacant rooms, she felt their absence keenly. "Madam," Lisette said, watching her with concern, "I'm not sure that coming in here all the time is helping you." Lisette, fortunately, was none the worse for her experience at Midsummer, other than having very sore feet from hours of forced dancing. "Should we redecorate?" "No. These are their rooms, should they return to stay. Surely they will have suites, then." Mia sighed. "I should be pleased. They have lives of their own now. And I know they'll be successful. Magnus is at the helm of a powerful family, and his sons are strong and clever, so they have made good matches. I am busy, of course, with lots of work, and yet there is an ache I cannot fill." "Perhaps just come here on occasion, Mia. It's too painful for you all the time, and I hate to see you upset." Mia walked to the window next to the large dressing-room mirror that was still spelled, enabling her to look back over the events of the dramatic night whenever she chose. The garden sprawled below, already starting to fade into autumn. The hermitage had vanished at midsummer, and she was sure it was because it was touched with fey magic more than the rest of the garden. Sorrel had related how the fae had lingered around it all day. Perhaps it was for the best. Sorrel was no longer at home, and Mia certainly didn't want any gateways to remain. As for the grotto, perhaps it was time to get rid of that. It was old-fashioned, and now that she had seen the ground as it had been before the house had even existed, it seemed fitting to leave the north gate exposed and standing proudly on its own, just like the other three. The underground one she could seal with a spell.
Maybe she should do the same with this room. The mirror was too addictive. The room's too stuffed with memories. She should hide them all with a spell that she could break whenever she chose. Or never, depending on her whims. She nodded, voicing her thoughts out loud, needing to sound them out with Lisette. It seems extreme, but if that's what you want, it is your spell, after all, to break when you choose. I might spell your room to be hidden too, perhaps if you ever leave. I fear I would miss you just as much.
Madame, I am going nowhere. Someone might whisk you off your feet one day.
You deserve the happiness of love, Lisette.
Stop that, Lisette said, unusually sharp. Let us talk of the stones in the cellar. What will you do with those?
Mia sighed,
thoughts of the woman in the centre of them filling her mind again. Well, they must stay, obviously. They are part of the house. But perhaps I will hide them in case prying eyes seek them again. I know it is unlikely that strangers will raid the cellar in future. But what if they do, and find something they can do with them that the Order of Stone and Star could not? Like what? I don't know. Yes, she nodded, sure of her plan. I will hide them too. A simple spell that will not attract much attention. As for the woman, the spirit or goddess who is mistress of the bees, I will continue to honour her through the bees. It has worked so far, has it not? It is your decision alone. For now, Mia felt the first genuine smile in a while gracing her face. At least we have another high priest of Moonfell now. Ambrose and Lucaster's child, Lisette said, beaming. A boy? Yes, I know it already. He will be strong and lead us well. His experience at the gate will hold within him. Plus, she understood with her whole heart that the 3 women, or rather 3 witches, who had helped her on the roof were from Moonfell far in the future, swept back in time by the strange fey magic that had gripped them all, which meant Moonfell's future was assured. And that was more than enough for her to know. This has been Gilded Moon, Midnight, Masks and Mirrors, Moonfell Witches, Book 3, written by T.J. Green and read by Diana Croft. Copyright 2026 by T.J. Green. Production copyright 2026 by T.J. Green.